Born inside the realm of the Death God, the Death Note is a tool used by Shinigami to end human life. Not animal life, not alien life, human life. Originally published in Weekly Shonen Jump from December 1st, 2003 to May 15th of 2006, the world of Death Note is almost an exact mirror of our own, except for the existence of the Death Note. What happens when an item like the Death Note is given directly to a human, and that human then receives an ultimate power, instantly? How do they react? Where are the darkest places a human mind can go? And how much entertainment could it really bring the gods of death? Welcome to a world without light. Originally conceived by the mysterious Tsugumi Ohba, Death Note remains one of the most intriguing stories ever written. A book that kills people by writing down the name of an enemy is one of the most iconic things to ever come out of Shonen Jump, and possibly even all of fiction. Spanning over 100 chapters, spin-off novels, live-action films, and even a few video games, today we'll be covering the canonical timeline of events and everything that happened in Death Note. So let's begin. The idea of a death book has been around for hundreds of years, originating from ancient Chinese proverbs long before manga was even a thing. You could imagine back then people were superstitious enough to where if a king went around claiming to have the power to guide people into the afterlife with something similar to a death note, that would begin to spark the imagination of people for generations to come. Before Ohba and Obata's Death Note, it is worth mentioning the 24-page one-shot titled The Miraculous Notebook by Shigeru Mizuki in 1973. A very short story that revolves around a 45-year-old average salaryman named Yamada. This man finds a notebook, however it is next to a deceased corpse with names written inside, the last of which belong to the dead body. Yamada picks up the notebook and after testing it out by writing down the name of a dog, ending the dog's life, you have something that is almost identical to the Death Note written and illustrated 30 years prior. The one-shot then ends with the man taking his own life by writing his name down in the miraculous notebook because he felt so bad for all the death he had caused. This one-shot from 1973 was speculated to be the inspiration for at least the foundation of Death Note, being the first time seeing a concept like this in manga form. However, Ohba had stated that the idea of Death Note was more of a figment of his own imagination than anything else. The miraculous notebook, for how potentially revolutionary it could have been, it would not be an inspiration for the franchise that would go on to sell over 30 million according to Tsugumi Ohba. Death Note began publication in Weekly Shonen Jump starting in 2003, alongside the likes of Naruto, One Piece, and Bobobo. Because of this, it is considered to be a shonen story, but what you'll find is that not only stylistically is it very different from your average battle shonen like Naruto or One Piece, but shonen is a categorization of stories aimed at teenage boys. While these stories can be enjoyed by anyone, Death Note breaks out of this mold more than anything I've ever seen, and even Ohba himself, after writing the initial pilot story, did not think it would be approved by Shonen Jump because, in his own words, it did not fit in with the other titles that were in serialization at the time. However, it was approved. In a world of Naruto's and One Piece's, Death Note stands out a lot and is primary evidence that shonen stories can be enjoyed by anyone. Having said that though, one of the reasons Ohba was very happy to get Death Note published in Shonen Jump is because he believed that a younger audience would overlook a lot of the darker ideologies in the story, and simply enjoy it for what it was, as pure entertainment. And so, let's say if he decided to publish this in Weekly Young Magazine or any other seinen publication, he believed there would be too much debate over certain issues raised throughout and the overall enjoyment of the story would be lost. It sounds to me that the creator of Death Note under the name Tsugumi Ohba is a very smart man. Prior to the main storyline, a pilot chapter was released that gives the first real taste of what to expect in this world. It is identical to our own, just with the subtle appearance from the gods of death. This pilot takes place outside of the main continuity. You could call this a different multiverse or timeline, but this story is what initially convinced Shonen Jump to fully support the idea of Death Note and add it to their roster. And it all starts with the god of death dropping his notebook into the human world. This is the first appearance of the Shinigami known as Ryuk, and what separates Ryuk from all other gods of death is that he is extremely bored in the Shinigami realm, and he does something about it. The Shinigami realm is a barren wasteland, a lifeless and deserted place where everything seems to be ironically decaying. The god of death's only purpose is to write down human names in their death note, killing them from above and in turn adding extra years onto their own life. This will be touched on more in the main story, but we are seeing the foundation of it being built now. Ryuk in the pilot is stated to be only a C-rank Shinigami, which isn't that important at all, but the pilot seems to rank Shinigami with a lettering system, whereas in the official story they take a numerical approach, with the Shinigami King being above all others. And as for a bit of clarity, Ryuk is rank 6th. Clearly though, Ryuk doesn't take his job very seriously even in the pilot. He purposely throws down his death note into the human world where it is picked up by a 13-year-old boy named Taro Kagami. As this was intended as a pitch to Shonen Jump, it's no coincidence that in the pilot Oba decides to have the youngest person in history to ever use the death note use it now as a showcase for the story. Taro is so young that when he sees the death note on the ground in front of him, because it's written in English, he doesn't recognize the word death, only note, and just assumes that it's a regular diary. Later that night, he goes home and writes in the death note, unknowingly killing 2 kids who bullied him at school earlier that day. Tomorrow morning, these deaths would be announced, and because Taro's bullies died, no one bullied him that day, except for 3 other kids who bullied him for not getting bullied. Eventually he goes home, looks up the meaning of the English word for death, and gives the book one last try. This time, writing down the names of the 3 kids who bullied him earlier that day, and of course, the death note never misses. It works, and the validity of the death note is confirmed. Not long after the 5 kids from the same school all die of heart attacks, the police arrive to investigate, and anyone who is bullied automatically becomes a suspect. Normally this would be weird, as heart attacks are untraceable. Even though they all died separately, the detective pulls out statements from the past of very similar instances where people have all of a sudden dropped dead due to random heart attacks at convenient times, implying that the death note has been used before and it was not the work of a Shinigami. There are records of people dying in ways that can only be explained by a human using the death note. The example used here took place 25 years before the current pilot chapter began, and again, this does take place in a separate reality from the main story, but it's interesting to note, ever since the beginning of humanity itself, there was potential for the death note to be in human hands. Taro arrives home greeted by the death god Ryuk. He informs him about the rules of the death note, some of which do not hold up in the main story. The biggest example of this is the death eraser. Feeling so much grief for ending the life of 5 people, Taro begins having nightmares, and you see that the death note is slowly tearing him apart. There would be no reason to worry though. Ryuk pulls out an eraser that is complementary with the death note, and in a beta concept of the story, whoever's name is erased from the death note is able to come back to life, assuming their body is still intact and not all mangled up. This is not a thing in the official story, being extremely overpowered if utilized the right way, and if a certain character got a hold of this, a death eraser, there would have been an unlimited amount of moves for him to make, and overall it would have been way too overpowered. This death eraser was ultimately removed because it went against one of Oba's main beliefs and biggest themes of Death Note. Once a person is dead, they can never come back to life. The death eraser is exclusive to the one-shot pilot and is never going to be seen again. The usage it gets throughout the pilot is to revive the 5 kids who were mistakenly killed by Taro, as he had no intention of actually killing anybody, only being a very young child not knowing what he was doing. However, soon after, the instigator Ryuk drops down another notebook in the human world, and this second notebook is picked up by another boy from Taro's school named Miura. This equivalent age kid kills everyone who ever questioned him, the 5 bullies, the 2 police investigators, even the people on TV who are simply discussing these mysterious deaths and resurrections, and he is even about to write down the name of Taro himself. However, before he does, Taro figures out that it must be him and quickly stops him before any more damage can be done. Finally erasing the names of everyone written in the death note, Taro then convinces him to take the notebook to the police. However, there are now 2 notebooks, but Taro only decides to take Miura's to the police, knowing it would be confiscated and immediately destroyed, leaving himself as the only person to have possession of the death note in all of humanity. Pretty smart and committed for someone who was having nightmares about the death note and didn't even really want to use it that much. 7 years later, and the Death Note becomes the world's biggest myth, with the masses debating over its existence, a now 20-year-old Taro is sitting back laughing over all the speculation. The Death Note has become a conspiracy, and the one-shot ends with Taro keeping the notebook, growing up to be an adult, and still having it secretly in his possession, seeming to rarely ever use it. Some say Taro's design would be an influence for a major character later in the main timeline based on design and upbringing. It's a fair comparison to one Teru Mikami. As this would be later confirmed in Death Note Volume 13 How to Read, this is actually true. Teru Mikami, a person who appears in late game Death Note, is a reference to Taro himself from the pilot chapter. It remains unclear whether Taro used the Death Note to create his idea of a better world. It is left open-ended and up to the reader's own interpretation, which would be a huge thing going forward for Death Note. However, due to him never being caught or even suspected of owning a Death Note, he seems to have played it very safe over the course of 7 years, so much to the point where people speculate on the physical Death Note itself, but no one can tie it back to Taro himself. This could be a bit of an in-universe explanation as to why the story was so short. Aside from the fact it was a one-shot pilot, if a person was to use the Death Note and do so passively, not acknowledging the outside noise or anyone else, it would be hard to lose. Actually, it would be impossible to lose, telling a very short and concise story. And that was the first introduction to the world of Death Note. Taro may have been the first person to use a Death Note, but he is not the most iconic. The viewers of Shonen Jump could see the potential in this series, and instantly everyone got on board the Death Note hype train. The one-shot itself was very limiting in what it could do, not only being a single chapter long, but also being the pilot. There would be edits and touch-ups to fine-tune a few more of the smaller details throughout the world, and what that leaves you with is on December 1st, 2003, Chapter 1 of Death Note would officially be released. The Los Angeles BB Murder Case. Prior to the events that would follow Chapter 1, the Los Angeles BB Murder Case is a story that took place 1 year before the events of the Kira case and Chapter 1 of Death Note. This is a novel written after the manga serialization of Death Note ended. It has unfortunately not seen an anime adaptation, which is a shame. A story like this would work perfectly as a movie, or would be amazing if it ever did happen. This novel's importance and relevance to the story is an essential part of the Death Note experience if you're trying to get the most out of the series. Introducing the world's greatest detective, L, and a large part of the orphanage known as Whammy's House. Since this preludes Chapter 1, there is no Death Note used throughout the story. It is purely a chronological introduction to the character of L, Whammy's House, and a woman named Naomi Misora. Very specific murders have been taking place around the Los Angeles area. The complexity of these murders is of interest to this century's greatest detective, L. After being let off from the FBI, Naomi Misora gets an email from her fiancé, Ray Pemba, who also works with the FBI. What she thinks is a message from Ray Pemba is not actually a message from Ray Pemba, but instead is a direct message from the detective L, requesting specifically for Naomi Misora to be his eyes and ears for the Los Angeles BB murder case, as he himself is on average working multiple cases at a time. The prerequisite for L taking on a case is that there must be at least 10 deaths, $1 million at stake, be of specific interest to L, or be difficulty level L. This case falls into the last two. Chronologically reading this before any other Death Note material sets up L as the god of all intellect. Not only is he the #1 detective in the world, he had previously made the top 2 and top 3 detectives give up their names to him in something known as the Detective Wars, making L each one of the top 3 detectives in the world. He has solved every case he has ever taken on, and it is stated that L can achieve what entire FBI task force divisions can, multiple times over, all by himself. And as time goes on, by the Kira case, his intelligence has grown even more. On name alone, his word holds a lot of value and respect, so when Naomi Misora gets asked specifically to be his eyes and ears for the Los Angeles BB murder case, despite how forward he is with his demands, she accepts and begins working with him on the case. There has been a total of 3 murders carried out by the same individual. This is evidenced by voodoo dolls left at the scene of the crime, along with clues that directly point out to the next attack. These are not simple murders. Each one of the 3 individuals has been brutally killed and tortured. The person behind these attacks was psychotic, and his name was Beyond Birthday. The famous inventor Quillish Whammy discovered L when he was just a child. Stated in L Changed the World, which is an alternate timeline of the main story's events, that L had prevented World War III at just 8 years old and had been a nameless orphan who was taken in by Whammy from a young age. While it is a believable feat for someone like L to prevent World War III, L Changed the World is set in a different reality and cannot be considered to how events really happened. In the LABB murder case, World War III is also mentioned as happening and did in fact take place around the mid-1980s. Mistranslation or different reality, World War III happened in the Death Note universe, and after it is when L became a detective. Oba and Obata released bonus manga panels alongside the release of the L Changed the World novel, which show and say a lot about L's own introspection. For example, as a child, he is met with other orphans who see a new face and innocently try to cuddle him. This results in L beating them all down, proclaiming that they were attempting to employ violence on him. He declares that he is justice. As a child, L was often found playing by himself, doing puzzles or playing with toys alone. These puzzles would advance in difficulty to the point where no toy or puzzle could challenge him anymore. Watari, which was Quillish Whammy's pseudonym, eventually gets L a computer where he would spend most of his time sat in front of. L had stated that communicating through a computer would give him power. This next part is especially fascinating. Quillish Whammy was already rich, the world's most famous inventor. However, L started giving out financial advice. In the span of 2 years, L had multiplied Watari's net worth by 20,000 times. 2 million % gains in the stock market pre-dot-com bubble. This made Watari and L, if not some of the richest people in the world. Assuming Quillish Whammy's net worth was already high, which it was, the money itself never interested L all that much. It was more of the puzzle of how the equity markets worked. And so several years later, he comes across a serial murder case that was stated to be more difficult than any puzzle or game. This was a case that had no leads and that 0 people had been able to solve. This would be the moment that defines what L views as fun, and what his best use case in the world is. From the moment he solved his first case, he would become a detective, with Quillish Whammy now under the name Watari, acting as his handler and spokesperson. Some more panels from the special display L's life as an adult, where it shows how abnormal he is. From being awake over 100 hours straight, having 0 concept of time, being found sleeping sideways on a chair, even having his own personalized human washing machine because as much as he likes being clean, washing himself takes too much effort. L is definitely not normal, but I find him to be quite misunderstood in the latest story. His origin shows someone who has no real perception of justice and works with a man who is making orphans go insane. Being a detective for L was never about serving justice. While that is a nice side effect, every case L undertakes is nothing more than a game. This is further emphasized by him not taking on cases of any significance, no matter how horrific or unjust they are. If there are not 10 plus people dead or $1 million on the line, L typically will not entertain the case. The morality of L will be covered much later in the story, but for now, this is an introduction to the smartest mind in the world. Watari is a world-renowned inventor and the founder of Whammy's House, where he himself tries to invent a new L. L had been Watari's greatest quote-unquote invention. Becoming the world's greatest detective, the smartest mind on the planet, able to solve any case that he went after, and able to make 2 million % gains in 2 years, Watari would attempt to replicate the brilliance of L by establishing an orphanage and taking in the most gifted children from all around the world, with the sole intention of one of them being a successor to L. This environment was described as extremely stressful. Although each one of these children was talented in their own right, most of them never had any chance of living up to L, and the first generation of these kids were all anticipated to fail. This could not be more unequivocal for the character of A. A, along with B standing for backup, were the first children to arrive at Whammy's house. A, before B, was informed that he was in line to become L's successor. However, as time went on, the pressure of living up to the world's greatest detective overwhelmed him. Unable to handle this stress, he sees it as a burden and ends up taking his own life. This was expected by Watari. Whammy's house was cold. They were not overly concerned if the first generation of children died. It is unknown whether the treatment of these orphans ever changed after the deaths of A and eventually B. Either way, L or Watari never mention it. This is something that is never shown in the main story and hides a deep secret behind Whammy's house and Watari. Watari wanted to find L's successor. Even though L himself was still very young, his line of work did put him in constant danger. This comes in direct conflict later in the story. Wammy's house was genuinely a corrupt orphanage. There would be no justice to be found inside that place, but it's just something to keep in mind for later. L is often built up as being the good or justice side of Death Note, when it isn't as straightforward as what it portrays. A commits suicide because he knew he could never live up to the greatness of L. B felt a similar way. The primary suspect in the Los Angeles BB murder case, Beyond Birthday, was a part of the first generation at Wammy's house. He came after A, and just like A, was a prototype and expected to fail from the beginning. However, instead of ending it all, a few months prior to the murders at Los Angeles, B would just leave Wammy's house. Having the same expectations set upon him, B was raised to succeed L. However, this was never going to happen. Beginning the L, A, BB murder case. Each one of the children at the orphanage had been there for a specific reason. Flown in from all corners of the world, they had all been stated to be gifted in some way, and Beyond Birthday's gift turned out to be more of a curse than a gift. For some unnatural reason that no one can explain even to this day, Beyond Birthday was born with Shinigami eyes, allowing him to see the name and exact time of death of every individual he would ever come across. This made B insane. The constant reminder of death was around every corner, and from the moment he had been born, this is all he knew. As a result, his name, Beyond Birthday, comes from the fact that he can see beyond the birthday. Without the Death Note, having the eyes of a death god, Shinigami eyes may seem useless. However, that is not the case. It is implied that the world of Death Note is entirely predetermined. No regular human action can affect the natural flow of events. So if B sees someone who's about to die in, say, 5 seconds, he knows that's a person who he could realistically kill. The time of a person's death does not change from the moment they are born, unless it was from outside interference in the case of a Shinigami or a Death Note. This gives B an advantage when he commits his murders. Still, no one knows how or why he has these eyes. Later in the novel, the narrator, who is Mello, theorizes that if Shinigami is stupid enough to drop notebooks from their world, they could also be stupid enough to drop their eyes. Comparing someone to L is unfair to the regular person, but Beyond Birthday was intelligent in his own way. He was brought into Wammy's house to succeed L, and knowing that L could solve any case, he would directly challenge the man he was modeled after to be, and throw at him a case that would become impossible to solve. The world of Death Note is dark, and all of Beyond Birthday's victims' crime scenes have been left in absolute carnage. One of them had limbs torn off, another one he had poked the eyes out of a girl's skull, all in the name of leaving clues for L. Throughout the story, Naomi Misora, who was suspended from the FBI for not having the conviction to shoot a child, is guided by L, who still remains anonymous throughout and only communicates via a synthetic voice. While investigating the crime scene, Misora is met with someone else who claims to be a detective as well, and goes under the name Ryu Ryuzaki. This is a man who in appearance is described as having dark messy hair, shadows under his eyes, poor posture, and a white t-shirt. The story builds this up and leads you on to think that this is L himself doing some undercover groundwork for the case he is interested in. However, it is not. It was Beyond Birthday himself imitating L in the creepiest way imaginable, going through Misora to challenge him, guiding her through crime scene puzzles that he himself had set up. His intention was to surpass L, and his plan may have actually worked. There was no way to prove that he had Shinigami eyes until they became common knowledge later, but he did not account for Naomi Misora herself. From the beginning, L knows that the person behind these murders is probably B from Wammy's house. He never met B, but he knew of his disappearance, and with these 300 IQ puzzles left at the crime scenes, this was obviously not your average serial killer. While Beyond Birthday is side by side working with Naomi Misora, sharing with her all of the information, by the time of the fourth and final murder, her original gut feeling on Ryuzaki was correct. The man who named himself Ryuzaki, Beyond Birthday himself, was the final victim of the Los Angeles murders, and in the same way every other victim was tortured immensely prior to death, B sets himself on fire and attempts to make his face unrecognizable and really make this an unsolvable case for L. However, he did not count on Naomi Misora uncovering the truth. As he's burning alive, Misora arrests him as the main suspect of the LABB murder case. The only chance B ever had at surpassing L was not to become the world's greatest detective, but instead becoming the world's greatest criminal in a case that could not be solved. Born with the Shinigami eyes, he was seemingly perfect for that role. He, however, did not become the world's greatest criminal, only giving thought into one person. He underestimated everyone except for L. He did not account for this random FBI agent to be as perceptive as Naomi Misora was, and was only focused on Elle. Not long after the case, Misora leaves the FBI to start a family with the one and only Ray Pemba. There has been no official art for Beyond Birthday B. Because of his resemblance to Elle, it is thought that this, the cover of the novel, is actually B instead of Elle himself. This can be debated since Elle never appears in the story in person until the final page. There is a case for him not to appear on the front cover. However, outside of that, no official art can be found of B or A anywhere. The first generation of Whamy's house was a failure. This, however, was anticipated. Beyond Birthday survived his own suicide and had become a criminal. Later, 2 years from where this story takes place, he would mysteriously die in a Californian prison of a heart attack. Chapter 1. Boredom. Beginning in the Shinigami realm, the death god known as Ryuk looks out at this barren wasteland that is his home, a desolate land with rotting bones, black dust, and quite a few cave formations. Not only is he bored of this place, he also sees it as rotten, as close to purgatory as you can get. For each human name written in the Death Note adds their remaining lifespan onto that specific Shinigami, in theory, making them immortal. While Death Notes are seen as weapons of mass murder for humans, for Shinigami, it is how they survive. Not all human deaths are caused by Shinigami. Eventually all humans will die regardless of interference, but what can be seen through the first glimpse into the Shinigami realm is that time moves slowly, and these Shinigami have become complacent with who they are, and are not at all concerned with writing down any names to add years onto their own life. This has gotten to the stage where if a Shinigami sees another Shinigami working hard and writing down names, they get bullied for it. Why are they working so hard? All of them probably have hundreds of years remaining, so none of them can even be bothered. What's the point? What this leaves you with is a bunch of death gods sitting around in a wasteland, gambling, void of any purpose or meaning to their own existence, and most of them are self-aware of this. In saying this though, it is possible for a Shinigami to die. If they break the laws applied to them, there are up to 9 levels of punishment that they would have to endure, 9 being the least severe and 1 being the most severe. Anything above punishment level 3 is enough to end the life of a Shinigami. This would include purposely saving a human life, or taking a life outside of using the pre-assigned death note. Although it seems Shinigami are apathetic towards life, most of them do ironically fear death itself, leaving them in a constant state of existence, which in their world leads to a lot of boredom. The Shinigami realm is directly linked to the human world. They are able to oversee humanity and observe any specific human they want, and from what is shown, they are the most powerful beings in the world of Death Note, and this is not even to mention the Shinigami King, who is stated to be incomprehensible in every way. We will get to him at some point much later, but for now, the only Shinigami that matters is Ryuk. Acquiring a second notebook, Ryuk is bored of the Shinigami realm and does something that none of them have thought of doing ever, dropping the Death Note down into the human world, waiting to then follow the life of whoever has the misfortune of finding it. Introducing Light Yagami, a straight A model student who, just like Ryuk, is also extremely bored. The Death Note lands outside the window of a Japanese high school, and because Light is so bored, he is the only one who's looking out the window. Being the only one apparently seeing this notebook fall from the sky, this piques his curiosity, and uncontested, he is the one to pick it up, unknowingly transferring ownership of the Death Note, also known as Ultimate Power, to him. The rules that apply to the Death Note have been written in English, as this is the most common language spoken in the human world. Light acknowledges and states this as being a pain, however this small detail never actually causes him any trouble. Both Ryuk and Light see their worlds as rotten. This is shown on page 1 and is a well-placed dichotomy between the two. Here you have a god in Ryuk who comes down to the human world because of his boredom, and then Light who tries to raise himself into the realm of the gods by his actions throughout the story. The way Light would eventually go on to use the Death Note, he would have turned his own world into dust, just like how the Shinigami realm is portrayed. This, along with him being the MC, is a lot of the reason as to why he is the most iconic and talented person to ever wield the Death Note. Light at first believes the Death Note to be a joke, a prank from someone at his school, and in no way believes that a book has the capacity to actually kill people. Of course it doesn't, it's a book. But he is curious because he was bored. As much as he tries to ignore this obvious prank, there is something inside him that keeps looking over at it and wants it to be real. That something inside of him is the potential to escape from boredom. This story is based on the real world, being set in Japan and having numerous amounts of references to the real world itself, and as such, the characters are also based on how real people would react and think. There are no planet-bending fights in Death Note. The only form of power that can be measured is intelligence, and even then, it's still ambiguous. As he sits in his room, Light cannot stop looking over at this notebook. It had all been laid out with a strict set of rules showing exactly how to use it, making it seem a bit too over the top to be a meaningless prank. This, mixed in with the combination of pure boredom, is what initiates Light to use the Death Note first. Whatever the reason, whether it be too morbid or too good to be true, or simply uninteresting, an ordinary person wouldn't have even taken this book home and given it a second glance, and the fact that Light Yagami does differentiates him immediately. Although he still doesn't believe it will work, Light takes on major precautions to ensure on the 0.1% chance it did, it could not be tracked back to him, and in his mind, someone that it was technically okay to kill. This leads to the first victim of Death Note, a 42-year-old man who has barricaded himself inside a kindergarten, using the children as hostages for the crime. The news displays a name and face nice and conveniently for Light to capitalize on, and for the first name in the Death Note, he writes down Kuro Otoharada. There must have been a delay in the news broadcast because Light waited the full 40 seconds, and you can almost sense a tone of disappointment when nothing happened after 40 seconds passes. Light Yagami was testing the Death Note in hopes it would work. The Shinjuku killer does eventually die, with the report being of a heart attack. This is shown to Light, and he is surprised, however not convinced. If anything, it's unlikely, but this could have been a coincidence, and so he does not blame himself for the death of this first victim until he can fully confirm the validity of the Death Note to be 100%. Later that day, Light would attend school, in which is a first real look into how he views the people around him. He believes that the more you look around, all you see are people the world would be better off without, which is a huge look into the mentality of this character, meaning that eventually, if he would make it so far, Light internally would have the potential to kill anyone who he personally did not like. There is a moment at school where he sees two kids bullying another kid, and unlike the pilot, Light straight away recognizes how bad it would look to start killing off people from his school or anyone that he had affiliation with, in case he got caught. However, the fact that this is even a thought in his mind, that he would even consider the idea of killing kids, is an extremely subtle but deep look into how much he really wanted the Death Note to be real. The captivation he would get from it triumphs over any moral code he currently has, and with all the possibilities, if the Death Note does work, Light would get rid of the only problem in his life: boredom. His second victim is a man by the name of Takuo Shibuimaru, who Light randomly comes across on his way to a convenience store. This is a man who represents the peak atrocity of what Light saw on that day. Not exactly a criminal, but Light was looking to validate the Death Note as soon as possible. He had to see it work in person. Compared to those kids at high school, this was an obvious target. Takuo Shibuimaru had blurted out his name in somewhat of a contrived manner, allowing Light to write his name down 6 times, ensuring he got every way of spelling it correct. And this time, instead of a heart attack, Light would have this man die in a specific way to further test out the power of the Death Note, and as events would play out right in front of him, Light Yagami would begin to realize the power he held in his hands. Really shaken up by the blatant murders at first, this is a critical moment when you look at the character of Light. When he first acknowledges that he had killed 2 people, he feels sick, and his first instinct is to get rid of the Death Note, which he calls an evil thing. This is how Light would react without power. At first, he doesn't realize how much power he actually holds, and so his first instinct is to get rid of it. But he holds such a high opinion of himself and looks back on the types of people that were killed: criminals. Instead of throwing away the Death Note like his first instinct told him to, his ego begins justifying it to himself that what he did was actually the morally right thing. For him, it becomes, getting rid of the Death Note would be the easy thing. That's what most people would do. I'm not like most people. I am special. I will be the god of the new world. One of the many times moving forward that we see Light's ego. Light is a straight A model student who will graduate top of his class in all areas effortlessly. Everything comes easy to him, and for the next 5 days he would do nothing but obsessively write down names in the death note, growing in conviction for every criminal killed. Light Yagami now has a goal. It takes a few days, but as expected, the Shinigami Ryuk appears before Light, making for a fascinating introduction between the two. Light truly believes and expected to get his soul ripped out from him by this death god once using the death note, which obviously Ryuk is quick to call out as some human fantasy. Even still though, Light had accepted that fate and continued using the death note under the false belief that when the death god appears, he would get his soul torn and die. He was willing to die if it meant he could continue using the death note. Ryuk informs him that, no, that's a fantasy and not how it actually works. From the moment Light touched that death note, it was officially his, and as long as he keeps ownership, the only difference will be is the death god Ryuk will follow him until he either dies or forfeits ownership. No one else would be able to see or hear Ryuk except for Light. Having a death god follow you around until the end of your life is fairly symbolic for what Light's actual life will turn out to be, but at this point, he's coming to the realization that there are no obvious downsides to using the death note. His soul will not be burnt at the stake, at least not physically. He is not going to be killed by the Shinigami, at least not yet. It sounds like a pretty good deal to Light. Gain ultimate power over your fellow humans, no immediate drawbacks, and he's good to go. The burden of using the death note is entirely dependent on the individual doing so. Lack conviction in your beliefs, you will end up in a bad place after using the death note, quickly. However, it is stated that any human, no matter how solid their conviction, will in the end go through a tremendous amount of torment and pain. Ryuk makes a bold statement that in the end it will be he who writes down Light's name in the death note, and when he does so, he mockingly states that no human who has used the death note can go to heaven or hell. This has led to the belief that heaven and hell exist in the Death Note universe. However, Ryuk is lying about this. Anytime he has been asked, Oba has stated when all humans die in Death Note, they go to a place called Mu, meaning nothingness. They would be in the same state as before they were born. This could be explained as Ryuk simply messing with Light, as he is only doing this out of boredom, and he saw how superstitious he was with this idea of a death god taking his soul, and so adding in a line about heaven and hell was just thrown in to see his reaction, as it is a much wider known concept by humanity and would normally get quite the reaction out of an ordinary person. The afterlife is a super open-ended topic in general, and for Death Note, it is confirmed that all humans return to nothingness post-death. Just as it is in pre-life, it would be the same thing. Ryuk does imply that Light will find out more about it after he dies, which this can only lead to speculation of what happens to a Death Note user after death, especially ones as prolific as Light, or Ryuk could still just be messing around and gauging a reaction. Light's interactions with Ryuk are some of the best moments in the series. They work very well together, and it's because Light has the biggest ego out of potentially anyone of all time. He first speaks to Ryuk as if he is asserting dominance over him, a human asserting dominance over a god. Light initially believes that he himself was specifically chosen to receive the Death Note by these all-powerful gods, implying that he has some sort of main protagonist syndrome, even though, yeah, he is the main protagonist, but when Ryuk tells him it was all by chance, Light now believes this to be fate. Whether he was chosen by gods or not, in the end he would find a way to make himself the most important person in the room. Ryuk acts as somewhat of an extension of Light's subconscious thought. As they were both bored, every time something interesting happens, Light must remain calm, while Ryuk's laugh represents how Light truly feels in these moments throughout the story, totally alleviated from the boredom. In the first 5 days of ownership, Light has written down the names of 380 known criminals from around the world. No human has ever taken it this far this quickly. Light is cleansing the world of not only the most current publicized criminals on the planet, but also boredom itself. He does this with the intention to make it known to the world that he exists. Light, with this innocent look on his face, believes that he is doing a service to humanity. He had gained an ultimate power, and after 5 days, that same power gave him visions of godlike judgment and gave him the conviction to be the arbiter of the new world. Ryuk quickly becomes very entertained by Light. However, on the other side of the world, people are paying attention. At the G8 summit, the international police meet to discuss the 380 global random heart attacks on their country's most dangerous criminals. As Light had anticipated, even a fool could connect the dots to this many victims dying of a heart attack. Very quickly, this had become the world's most famous and talked about case. Chapter 2. L. I'm happy to have spoken on L prior to the beginning of the story. Throughout the LABB murder case, you learn a lot about the foundation of Whamy's house and the origin of how the detective L came to be. And of course, the current day L is paying very close attention to the recent mass killings of criminals on a global scale. The members of Interpol are freaking out, losing their minds over who could possibly be doing this and how. Resorting to accusing each other, it becomes quite clear that none of these people working for the international police have a clue what's going on. There's something amusing about having a room full of professionals, the highest ranking members of their nation's police force, and not a single one of them knows how to go about handling this case. The only thing Interpol can agree on is that this is a case for L. And how right they would be. For how absent he was in the LABB murder case, what eventually would go on to be known as the Kira case is L's most challenging and out-of-this-world investigation that he would ever work on. From the beginning, he had been paying attention. It is unknown when L started researching the criminals dropping dead of heart attacks, a few days at the most, and he is able to track back all the way to the Shinjuku killer, Light's original test murder on the man in the kindergarten. Since this event was only broadcast in Japan, this is where he gets the hunch that Kira may be operating out of Japan. Although it's just a hunch, it is correct. Watari appears in front of Interpol at the request of L. L starts by addressing the room, stating that this case is unprecedented in scope of difficulty. L could not solve this case alone, and from the beginning he had the foresight to know that he needed the help of the international police. Not much help, but since he is L, Interpol grant his request. Light had been working just as hard to remain consistent in his literature. These murders have become the most talked about event on a global scale. Everyone on the planet knows about it, and here you have Kira himself walking amongst a group of fellow students, acting completely normal. This is one of the most intriguing elements of the Kira case. Light's acting abilities are insanely good. Where this talent comes from is questionable, but he remains very convincing all throughout. Light returns home and goes online, and what he sees online grows his conviction even more, seeing websites pop up in support of, quote, the legend of Kira, the savior, who is ridding the world of its convicts. Light takes any amount of support he attains from anonymous online forum users, and because it's being said in abundance anonymously, this is how the whole world truly feel about his actions. It can also be noted that Google exists in the Death Note universe, at least in Viz's translation. Light at this point remains completely uncontested. In fact, as the first week goes by, he only glorifies what he's doing in his own head, only to be perpetuated by the online forums. He leaves his Death Note at home, openly sitting inside his desk for anyone to find. He expects the police to be after him eventually, but since reading forum posts in support of him, confirming his theory on true human nature, that people are only honest in their most private moments when no one is around to judge their beliefs, this makes Light's ego even bigger. Seeing support on this level, on such a wide scale, this is the biggest thing he has ever done, the most powerful and important he has ever felt. There would be absolutely nothing that would stop Light's narcissism and ego from growing at this point moving forward. Everything was going exactly the way he planned. He was righteous. A mass broadcast is suddenly televised from a man claiming to be L, with the full name of Linda L. Taylor. This is the beginning of the confrontation between Light and L. He directs a message specifically to Kira, based on all the clues he had found himself, and challenges him, saying that what he is doing is evil, and eventually he will be brought to justice. L had never shown his face before. This is a big point of L. It seems odd to suddenly just put your face out there when people are dying untouched. And so when Light hears a counter viewpoint after all those nice forum posts he was reading about himself, this touches a nerve, and without thinking, Light commits his biggest crime yet, killing what he perceived to be an innocent man because he opposed his belief. Claiming to be righteous in his justification, it is all those who fight against his own way of justice, they are the truly evil ones. He writes down the name of Linda L. Taylor, giving Light his first real big mistake if you're trying to measure this by intelligence. This was done out of pure ego. Light had not been contested like this on a global scale before. He was expecting the police at some point, but certainly not someone of L's level this quickly. When Linda L. Taylor dies, it is revealed that this is not actually L, just another criminal who was conveniently sentenced to death on that day, who just so happens to have a similar name to L. There's no evidence to suggest L would lie about this, conveniently having a spare criminal set aside with a very conveniently sounding name to his own that was sentenced to die on this very specific day. This was a weekly story, so micro-analyzing absolutely everything is insane. However, knowing the lengths that L will go to solve a case that he is interested in, speculate for a second and imagine Lindell Taylor was a criminal who was not sentenced to die. It is important later in the story and may as well be pointed out now, but when L begins working with the Japanese task force, he lies to them about a lot of information. A lot. Mostly everything is a lie. L claims to be doing this to bring Kira to justice. However, as the story moves forward, Kira and L are bilateral. Light realizes his mistake immediately when the real L comes on screen with a synthetic voice, although a small setback for Light only opens up more opportunity. This plan that he had executed gives him even more clues about the location of Kira and how he kills. L's plan was to broadcast this message region by region until something happened to Lindell Taylor. The fact it happened on the first stream, in his own words, was pure luck. In the second chapter, L uncovers that Kira is based in the Kanto region of Japan, along with him needing a name and face to kill. L is already invested in this case more than anything else. It would not be surprising if from the moment it was brought to his attention, he had stayed up for 100+ hours studying it religiously. The Japanese police are blown away by the deductive ability of L. It becomes clear that none of these agents alone have the ability to run this case on their own, and so it becomes a game of anonymous versus anonymous. Light versus L. Two people who are trying to uncover the identities of each other before one of them eventually dies, both claiming to be righteous in their own way. It's an amazing start to a weekly manga, one of the best I've ever seen out of the 3 that I've read. Light was caught off guard once, from seeing all the praise he was getting on certain websites to the direct confrontation with L being publicly outcast as evil by the international police. Light all of a sudden has a lot to think about, and it's not going to be as easy as he once believed. Chapter 2 ends in the same way Chapter 1 does, with Ryuk laughing. And we all know what that means. Chapter 3. Family. It's worth mentioning that if Light's goal was to only rid the world of criminals, that would have been very easy for him. If that was the case, he just needed to do nothing, or, similar to what we saw in the pilot, play it passive and simply kill off criminals from his bedroom without acknowledging anyone. Although this was never going to happen, he was bored after all. The fact that he had the ability to play it passive and chose not to speaks to the self-confidence he has and more of his own personal ideals. Before becoming god of the new world, he must acknowledge L, because the fight with L would be more interesting than even the Death Note itself. When the story first begins, Light is shown to be smart, but nowhere near the level he would reach as he is pushed by L. Light seemingly grows in intelligence as he has to account for some of the world's sharpest minds. Ryuk informs him that if anyone touches the Death Note, he himself becomes visible. This is said immediately when Light's sister walks into the room. The combined pressure of L and then Ryuk dropping that on him, all things considered, Light handles that pressure extremely well. Only being drawn with a single sweat mark, he now realizes the ultra precautions he must take if he is not to get caught. It is also here that Light proclaims that he has an advantage over L. Not only the Death Note, but another huge point in his favor that will ultimately let him get closer to the heart of the Kira case. The Japanese task force is given priority over the Kira case since Kira had already been caught operating out of Japan, and it makes you wonder, if Light wasn't Kira, what would be stopping someone from catching a flight out of Japan and continuing somewhere else? This is never brought up in L's investigation, as he does suspect Kira to be a teenager. It would be less likely, but it does bring up an interesting point. Light wants to get close to L. Kira wants to get close to L. And L picks up on this. During an MPA meeting, Matsuda comments on the drastic reduction in crime around the world and specifically in Japan. This brings up the debate Oba did not want people to actually try to dissect from this series, but it's the question of, does that make Kira's actions righteous? This answer will be dependent entirely on your own individual experience of the world, and there is no correct answer. Justice can be malleable, and what is right to someone will be wrong to someone else. This topic will lead into one of my personal favorite quotes in Death Note coming late in the endgame, post chapter 100, basically that every human will have their own interpretation of what justice is. Light's second biggest advantage outside of the Death Note is that his father is the chief of police and is leading the Japanese task force in the Kira investigation along with L, Soichiro Yagami. This allows Light to access all files involving the Kira case, keeping him up to date on who they suspect. This keeps him always one step ahead. Not only that, he is able to find a weakness in the trust between the task force and L. an unstable foundation between the world's greatest detective and the average task force members. Already, members of the task force are resigning as the Kira case is far too dangerous for public officials, and they don't see it as fair how L is hiding behind an alias and a mask. At no point does Light ever cower away in fear. He is giving L very specific clues in an attempt to not only get closer to him, but also drive a wedge between the Japanese police and L himself. Due to Light setting the times of death taking place around after school hours, L suspects Kira to be someone fairly young. Light picks up on this and sends a subtle message back to L, killing off one criminal every hour on the hour, informing L that Kira can not only control the time of death, but more importantly, that he has a way of attaining information only known to the Japanese police. This is Light's response to Lind L. Taylor, and it is a very strong one. Light is now in this for life, stating that if he messes up even slightly, Kira will have to kill his own family to avoid suspicion. In a span of only a few days, this is how far Light has fallen. Chapter 4. Current. Light and L go back and forth on how to one-up each other. At the moment, it is 1-for-1. L got a win in the beginning with the Lind L. Taylor stunt, however Light responds and puts L in a situation where he narrows down Kira to being someone who has connections to the Japanese police. However, this is also a double-edged sword for L, knowing Kira is gaining information on the case through police files and cannot have any more intel leaks out of the task force. This was exactly what Light wanted to happen. L began to distrust the task force and in secret phones the FBI headquarters over in the United States and asks them to send in 12 FBI agents to track and follow the members of the Japanese police force and their families. L is now certain that Kira is among them. Light's original idea is that he expected L to be outed publicly by the Japanese police, and this would have actually worked, showing his first real intelligence feat. He expected there to be tension between L and the task force purely based on how anonymous L likes to remain. This would come in direct opposition to the people who he was working with, who have their names very clearly displayed publicly. This was a correct assumption by Light. Members of the task force begin to resign out of fear for their own lives, as it is clear Kira will kill anyone who tries to oppose him. Light's expectation that the police would try to track down L and uncover his true identity instead of Kira's never really comes up, which is actually a pretty interesting theory. What evidence is there in the beginning that stops L from being Kira? He remains anonymous. No one who knows of him has ever seen him. This is an angle that the story rarely goes into, which I think is a bit of a missed opportunity. The Kira case is the most abstract case of all time. It does not make any sense how people are simply dropping dead in masses. L being the only one to call out Kira on as big of a platform as he did, being the super genius that he is, whose own moral compass is questionable at best, would have made for an interesting set of events if more people, or a majority of people, openly suspected L of being Kira, as in a lot of ways he is similar to Light. This does actually happen, but on a much smaller scale, only through unnamed criminal psychologists in more of a passing statement. The FBI or Japanese task force do not suspect L until the idea is right in their face. And outside that, it's not a tactic used by Light or ever brought up again. Death Note really plays up the idea that anyone outside of Light and L is just not smart enough to come up with their own ideas that hold any value on their own. Regardless, the game of cat and mouse is well underway, and Light has spent the day at the hardware store. Understanding the seriousness of L, Light ramps up his caution a lot and designs a secret storage spot for the Death Note, to which Ryuk says when a human has a Death Note, hiding it is often the most challenging thing. Kind of confirming that, yeah, there must have been a few humans before Light Yagami who had used a Death Note that will forever remain unnamed. Light shows off a bit of his engineering skill by hiding the Death Note under a false bottom in his desk, while simultaneously having it set up to self-combust if anyone other than him opens it in a way other than the way he had designed it. Light would be willing to burn his whole family house down than get the death penalty. Not too surprising, since he had already accepted that he may have to kill his own family. This only confirms how deep he has fallen, in such a short space of time too, and how he is willing to not only do anything to maintain his god complex, but also to kill L. Chapter 5. Eyeballs. L narrows down the investigation to everyone within the MPA. Within this organization, there are a total of 141 people who have access to task force information, thus leading him to believe that Kira is one of these 141 people. So Light continues going about his regular day, and sure enough, there is an FBI agent flown in from overseas who has been observing him. This doesn't come as a massive surprise to Light when Ryuk tells him. However, he is drawn with the sweat mark, and anytime someone is drawn with the sweat mark in Death Note, it is Oba letting the audience know about a character losing their composure to a certain extent. And obviously the more sweat marks they are drawn with, the more they are losing their composure. Light doesn't show it, but since he was made unaware of someone following him for 2 whole days, he never had a chance to manipulate what that person saw. This is what threw him off guard. This is not just any FBI agent. The man shadowing Light is the one and only Ray Pemba himself. Still working as an FBI agent, from the days of the LA BB murder case, this is the fiancé of Naomi Mizora, who also just so happens to be in Japan along with Ray Pemba. Going through the Los Angeles BB murder case will make the next few chapters of the story very intriguing. Light assumes that L brought in 50 people to probe through the MPA. This is a massive overestimation by Light, since the actual number was only 12. He assumes though his likelihood of being suspected as Kira is currently 0, as all Ray Pemba has seen is an overly serious high school student. Nothing too out of the ordinary. However, Light does make it a point to tone down his serious nature in public. His immediate goal is to find out the name of the FBI agent who is following him. Ryuk brings up an interesting deal to Light, something that was also at play in the LA BB murder case, the Eye of the Shinigami. If you remember, Beyond Birthday was a man born with Shinigami eyes, one of the most abnormal things you could possibly imagine. This was one of the many things that led him to go insane after constantly being reminded of death, and so here Ryuk explains the 2 things that separate a human with a Death Note from a god of death with a Death Note. Light ponders on what life would be like as a Shinigami, and also suggesting to Ryuk that if he doesn't like the Shinigami realm, why not take what he likes from the human world and try to change the Shinigami realm? This is exactly what Light is trying to do in his own world, taking something from the Shinigami realm and applying it to his own. Ryuk offers Light a trade. This is meant to be a customary trade offer for any human who has ownership of a Death Note. Half of their remaining life for the power of the Shinigami eyes. Showing a point of view of Ryuk looking at Light, showing his name and remaining lifespan above his head. Going back to Beyond Birthday, this is what he constantly saw, this red-tinted view of the world, everyone's name, and when they were going to die. These numbers above Light's head are shown in Shinigami time, so that's why it makes no sense for anyone reading it. Obviously, giving away when Light would die in Chapter 5 wouldn't be a good idea. As for the actual numbers themselves, Oba had stated that he went ahead and made his own personalized calculations to get these specific numbers, so trying to decode them to figure out when Light would die would be just about as hard as the Kira case itself. This lifespan does not change, and without Shinigami interference, it will always show the same numbers no matter what. And with this newfound knowledge, Light has a game-changing decision to make. Chapter 6. Manipulation. Light thinks on this deal for about 2 seconds and confidently concludes that Shinigami eyes are not worth it. This was a huge moment. Of course, Light would never want to shorten his own life. However, if he had agreed to this deal, most of his problems throughout the story would disappear fairly easily, as L remains adamant in the belief that Kira needs both a name and face, and actually gets caught out on this on an occasion later in the story. But Light, instead of gaining even more power, rejects it, wanting to live a long life and not a shortened one. Light jokingly states that he would have considered this deal if it were for those wings that Ryuk has to make him feel like a real god, levitating above all of humanity. Once again, this is Light's ego being shown clearer than ever. He doesn't feel like he needs the power of the Shinigami Eye. There would be moments later on where he does consider it again. However, even with being followed, Light remains confident in his own ability. This is the main appeal of Light. His conviction in everything he does remains so high, where it's hard to doubt him on anything. Even something as blatant as killing people, you almost second guess yourself and think, on a long enough time frame, he probably is doing a net positive for humanity. Light is crafting his ideal world, the utopia he wants to live in. The only way someone like him would accept this deal is if it extended his life. With that, he rejects the Shinigami eyes and even gets a little annoyed at Ryuk for bringing it up to him so many days after he picked up the Death Note. Arms folded, scolding Ryuk, and he wonders if there's anything else Ryuk isn't telling him. This is a part of what makes Light such a fun character to watch, standing before a god of death and showing no fear, bossing him around most of the time. The dynamic between these two is so good. It is now time for Light to do some real experimenting with the Death Note. At the moment, he has a competent enough understanding of the rules, but he needs more. The next few murders will be specifically designed to push the limits of what the Death Note can really do. This ends up being another big win for Light in the battle against L, as he's able to control and manipulate, at least to a reasonable extent, the actions of some of these criminals. Light points out that he's keeping criminals in stock on the side for times exactly like this, and due to Ray Pember following him as he isn't a suspect yet, he has to take advantage of the moment now, as opposed to a second round possible follow-up investigation where they would likely be looking a lot harder into him. To his surprise, 3 out of the 6 victims die in the exact way he had written. He made one man cut off his finger and draw a blood pentagram. Another one escaped prison only to collapse of cardiac arrest in a public restroom. And the final victim that obeyed the Death Note wrote down a message specifically in fear of Kida. If you read this message in a certain way, it says, "L, do you know... ... This does mess with L a lot. These messages inherently have no meaning, and L is left speculating over evidence that will not get him any closer to solving the case, at least not in the foreseeable future. Light would go on to exploit this, which is why this has to be another win in his favor if you're keeping score. L does speculate on the idea of Kida being able to manipulate a victim's actions before death and using this stunt to potentially test out his new powers, which is made fairly apparent by Light, and so he instructs the MPA to not make any of this information public. Light remains unaffected by all of this, still being able to hack into his father's PC, and everything he needs to know is laid out right in front of him. Now, only 3 of these victims did as he instructed. The other 3 test victims simply died of a heart attack. This was due to Light making them do impossible things, such as travel from Japan to France in under an hour, illustrate a perfect likeness of L's face, or write, "I know L suspects the Japanese police." None of these worked because they were outside the realm of what these individuals were capable of doing. Even in regards to that last one, which Light actually believed would work, the Death Note cannot make someone write down something that they themselves do not know, making this also an impossible task. So writing down, "I know L suspects the Japanese police," when that isn't something they would naturally think of, it makes it impossible. Light does some last minute testing, this time killing criminals with methods outside of heart attacks, so no one would suspect Kida at all for these deaths, leading into the most climactic event yet. Chapter 7. Target. Despite being semi-unhinged, Light is formally an attractive guy, and this helps him out a lot more than you'd expect, and so he sets up a date with this random girl in an effort to find out who is following him and what other organization L had been in contact with. What proceeds in the coming moments is a predetermined event set out by Light in the Death Note, and once again, everything goes according to plan. Ray Pember is there, which is lucky. He notes that thus far, Light Yagami, son of Chief Yagami, has no grounds for suspicion of being Kida. Ray Pember decides to follow him onto the bus, and beyond that, this will be his last day tracking Light and the Yagami family in general, as he feels there is no need to track Light's younger 14-year-old sister. A man waiting at a separate bus station enters the vehicle with a gun and hijacks the bus. It's worth pointing out that again, everyone on this bus is drawn with sweat marks, even Ray Pember himself. The only person shown with proper composure throughout this situation is Kida, and that's because it's all been predetermined. Light writes a very convincing letter to the girl he's sitting next to about how his father is the chief of police and he knows exactly what to do in this situation. This was such a convincing letter that Ray Pember, who is conveniently sitting directly behind them, whispers to Light saying not to do anything and that he will take care of it. Light then accuses him of potentially being the hijacker's accomplice, as he had commented on his foreign accent, and in the heat of the moment, to prove that he isn't, Ray Pember shows his FBI identification to Light, under the assumption that if he really was Kida, this hijacker would already be dead. Our buddy Ray's actions here would eventually turn out to be a mistake, although there was no way for him to realize this in the moment, as he was mainly worried about this random bus jacker. He had almost zero suspicion of Light being Kida, and even less knowledge of something as powerful as the Death Note. In the heat of the moment, he lacked the composure needed, once again shown by the sweat marks, and written in big bold letters his ID states FBI, giving Light all the information he needs. Light goes on to drop a scrunched page torn from the death note for the hijacker to pick up, see the God of Death standing in front of him, lose his mind, fire all 6 rounds at the Shinigami, freak out even more when he doesn't die, then flee the bus, only for him to be slammed by a car. Once again, events go exactly as planned for Light Yagami. Chapter 8. Woman. Everyone exits the bus, and with the corpse of a dead man in front of them, Ray Pember flees the scene as to not be questioned by the incoming police and reveal that he is an FBI agent, and so, with that, he clears Light of all suspicion of being Kida and sees the events that happened today as being completely coincidental. This could not have gone better for Light. He even tries getting out of this date with this girl that he only used to perpetuate this narrative because of how traumatic this must have been for her. But the girl is so into Light that she doesn't want to give up the date that easily, and so, as Ray Pember leaves, not to be seen by the Japanese police, unsuspecting of Light, Light spends the rest of the day at a place called Spaceland. When Ray Pember returns to his hotel, his fiancée is there waiting for him. It's been a long day for Ray. He exhaustedly informs his fiancée about what had happened, that he had a mix-up with a bus jacking after pursuing a possible suspect of the Kira case. Now retired from the FBI, but not at all any less perceptive, Mizora immediately picks up on this. Ray is quick to shut this down though. He disregards her comments regardless of how accurate they may be, as he states she was an excellent FBI agent in her time, but she's retired now, and for her own safety, he does not want her speculating on the possible whereabouts of Kira or what's been going on. This was really unfortunate. Naomi Misora, for being a character not named L or Light, she was written to be mostly perceptive and also very smart. From the Los Angeles BB murder case, she was capable of holding her own against someone from Wammy's house, and now to see her 1 year again later in the timeline, she still has the same talents, but is shut down by Ray for what he says is her own safety. This is very realistic, as their relationship is implied to be a very traditional one. However, it is a shame, because in all the material so far, Naomi has been shown to be superior to her husband in pure deductive ability, which would have been perfect for this case. When Ray tells her that she's only here as his fiancée and nothing else, she quickly lets go of the idea that Kida may have been on that bus that day. However, this idea is not to be forgotten. The manga cuts back to Light, extremely happy with how his day went and deciding to write down Ray Pember's name in around 1 week's time, in order to give time for others to be probable suspects and allow Light to learn the names and faces of the 11 other FBI agents. For now, he continues messing with L, but he now has control over the actions of Ray Pember before his death. All L had been doing this whole time is staring at these meaningless messages Light had left, going over and over in his head the messages that state L, do you know, ... The next message comes in and L decodes it as saying L, do you know, gods of death. This makes L ponder even more. These messages sound like big clues, and to be fair, if L had the knowledge of the Death Note, they definitely would be. But L comes to the most basic conclusion of thinking that Kida is suggesting that Shinigami exist. Again, these sound like clues, but without the Death Note and how much time L is wasting here, instead of following up with the FBI agents and learning about what happened to Ray Pember, he is instead trying to decode these death messages and wasting so much time doing so, even deploying resources to keep a close eye on if any more of these notes come through. If Naomi Misora was able to deduce that Kira may have been on that bus, it is by no means a stretch to think that L would have also come to that conclusion, if he had been paying attention. However, he wasn't. This was Light's purpose in distracting him. While L is essentially wasting time, Light is making big moves. Chapter 8 of Death Note advances forward in time to 1 week, where all the FBI agents have suddenly been killed of cardiac arrest. This is a small deviation in time placement in the adaptation. This leads to the Japanese police force to discover that the FBI was probing members of the MPA, and this leads to a severe distrust in L, to where most of the task force leaves in the investigation, and the FBI itself pulls out of Japan. The FBI then outs L as ordering them to probe the members of the MPA, to which L acknowledges that perhaps he should have been paying a little bit more attention to the FBI agents instead of these meaningless notes. Immediately after L receives the final note, to which he had been waiting days to receive to put his whole theory together, and it says, "L, do you know? Gods of death love apples," confirming L's first L to Light and even being drawn with his own sweat mark to really imply that he was thrown off by this. This would be the only sweat mark L would be drawn with throughout the entire story, which really just speaks to the composure he usually has and is a huge win for Light. There could be nothing gained from this message, at least not right now, and L knows this. Most of the MPA are now against him. The FBI were planning on sending over more agents to Japan, however this is no longer the case. L is now positive that Kida had been in contact with one of them. But more than anything else, our favorite FBI agent Ray Pemba has been killed. Chapter 9: Slots and the death of Ray Pemba. Light had been taking major risks with the bus jacking and now killing all 12 FBI agents. This chapter flashes back and shows how this all came to be. The anime adaptation shows these events chronologically, and this is where it does deviate from the manga as far as time placement goes a tiny bit. Light had used the Death Note to control the actions of Ray Pemba before his death, which I'm sure is how he is so comfortable appearing in public as Kida. Without the Death Note amping his power, it's hard to imagine Light would have done something like this on his own. He appears behind Ray Pemba at a train station and blatantly announces himself as Kida. It remains somewhat unclear if Ray is totally incapable of his own actions because Light had already written his name in the Death Note, or if he truly was in a checkmate situation with Kida. It seems to be a mixture of the two. With Light killing a random janitor who he claims to be a perpetrator of sexual assault, this puts Ray in a huge bind regardless of whether he's being controlled or not. Light goes on to say that the janitor he just killed was a menace to society and deserved to be punished. Makes you think, how deep did he have to dig to find out about this random janitor that works at a coffee shop who just so happened to be a perpetrator of sexual assault? Not relevant at all to the story, but apparently there was insufficient evidence of this janitor's crimes, which is why he couldn't be prosecuted by the law and is being prosecuted by Light. Light, on top of everything else he's doing, maintaining his #1 high school ranking nationwide, continuing his winning streak against L, and finding the names and faces of the FBI agents, also had time to look into this very specific case with this random coffee shop worker and decides to kill him based on his own conclusion, and disregarding any insufficient evidence. This man was used as an example to prove Light's powers to Ray. However he justifies it, it's hard to believe Light had every intricate detail of that person's very specific case. Light killed a man who had insufficient evidence against him and may have potentially been completely innocent. From here, he would go on to threaten Ray Pemba's fiancée along with his entire family. This forces Ray to comply with Kira and do exactly as he says. He proceeds to give him an envelope containing torn pages of the Death Note, and he will be getting Ray Pemba to write down the names of all FBI agents on his behalf. With the transceiver in his ear making this conversation untraceable, Light had taken every step he needed to ensure this would go exactly according to plan. Ray Pemba, regardless of being controlled or not, is unable to do anything. Light had trapped him in a corner to where now he must comply with whatever he says. Light does everything right here, he makes no mistakes, making sure to have the files not sent directly to Ray's PC, otherwise that would narrow down the search and make him a suspect. In the end, this would be the last train ride Ray Pemba would ever take. After following Kida's orders, unknowingly writing down the names of his fellow FBI agents in the Death Note, he sits there for another 30 minutes, giving him plenty of time to think about who Kira could be. But he never connects the dots. Even with his fiancée telling him, Ray never realizes until it's too late. He exits the train only to suffer a heart attack. Seeing the true face of Kida, Light Yagami.
Light. Sayonara, Ray Pemba.
Chapter 10: Confluence. Notably, and it is worth mentioning that by the 16th of February 2004, which was around this point in the story, Death Note was cemented inside the top 10 of Shonen Jump, only getting beaten out by the likes of Naruto and One Piece, which at that point had been ongoing for years. Death Note would consistently be in the top 3 of Weekly Shonen Jump from now, even going as far to reach the number 1 spot for the first time in June of 2004, which was around chapter 28. What we would eventually see is it hold a very consistent spot in the top 10 for its entire duration. This was during the early 2000s, which many consider to be the peak of Shonen Jump. So this was a pretty big milestone for the series. With the FBI agents all dying, people quitting the Japanese task force en masse, L is running out of moves to make. And if you're scoring this game of cat and mouse between the two, Light has 2 wins while L only has 1. News comes out of the FBI agents' deaths, and the memories of what her then fiancé had told her come rushing to the surface, and without hesitation, Naomi Misora knows that he was murdered by Kira, and that there's even more possibility now that he was on that same bus. She goes as far as locating the bus station main offices and speaks to the exact man who was assigned bus driver on that day during the hijacking. She doesn't get much out of him, other than the confirmation that yes, Ray was on that bus along with 6 others that he just can't remember. Now that Ray is dead, Naomi has no reason to not go all in on this investigation. He was the reason she gave up her job at the FBI to start a family. Now he's gone, her life's purpose begins to take a shift. Due to the task force reducing in numbers, Light decides to stop blatantly publicizing his acts to secret information, as this would only narrow down suspicion a lot, as there are a lot less people in the MPA. Reflecting on his movements over the past few days, Light has done a lot, and although he himself has not left any evidence or made any mistakes in the process, similar to Beyond Birthday, he did not account for Naomi Misora, who, at the moment, is the closest person to uncovering the truth. Light acknowledges that the real battle with L begins now. Back at the Task Force HQ, and Chief Yagami lays out the truth to the remaining members of the MPA. All of them very well could be murdered by Kira. It is clear that he will eliminate anyone who stands in his way, not only criminals, and so the Chief informs anyone who wants out of this case, best leave now and return to the regular police force. Even though many of them had already left, there's still a substantial amount who are left, that this even requires addressing. When Chief Yagami returns in a few hours, he is met with 5 remaining officers. These are the 5 who are willing to put their lives on the line for the sake of this case. Aizawa, Ide, Matsuda, Mogi, and Ukita. Combining with Chief Yagami, there are only 6 left who decide to work with L. L now has trust in the 6 that remain. However, the same cannot be said for the task force and L. Aizawa finally brings up a very good point, and that they cannot trust L. For a brief moment, the discussion of L actually being Kira was made very much aware to everyone in the room. For how brief this is the only time it's ever brought up, which is as good a time as any, and it is something to these characters that is very much worth mentioning. At this point, it becomes obvious to anyone. This is what Light had been trying to drive at from the very beginning, and only now is being brought up to L. As long as he stays anonymous, he can no longer be trusted in this case. When the task force slowly put the pieces together, the FBI was brought in by L. He would have been one of the only people to know their identities. Knowing this would be the eventual outcome of working so closely with the MPA, L decides to reveal himself to those who stayed to risk their life. He has very strict rules that they must follow, and asks them to decide if they would be willing to cooperate with his way of operating. Already saying goodbye to our first task force member for a while, Ide. Ide is completely against the way L conducts things, and so he just leaves. The rest are happy to follow L, and to their surprise, he is literally staying in a hotel around the corner, anticipating something like this would have actually happened. The death of the 12 FBI agents is on L. In their sacrifice, he has learned quite a bit about Kira and how he behaves. But this is, more than likely, L's biggest loss during his entire detective career. This is implied by him revealing himself to the others as L. This is something that he would only do under drastic circumstances, and usually that if he appeared in public, he would use an alias. Staring out the window at the city skyline, L's inner monologues are the only real times you can take what he's saying as 100% what he truly believes. This is one of those moments. He anticipates, on the basis of Kira's behavior pattern, if he would ever find out about L showing himself to only a select few members of the MPA, Kira would definitely attempt to move in closer. Even though El had taken back-to-back defeats from Light in the beginning, the same way El caught him off guard, Light clapped back just as hard and took El by surprise. He was not expecting Kira to be as good as he was. Now moving into a part of the story where they are both ready for each other, both on guard. From here, this is where Light and El get to go all out. Chapter 11. 1. El's introduction to the task force begins with him shooting them as soon as they introduce themselves. This can be seen as him proving to them that he is not Kira, as all Kira needs is a name and face. From the moment they walked in the room, they would instantly be dead. The task force was suspecting of El being Kira himself, and this pretty much clears him of all suspicion, as it is never brought up again. And it is a very fitting introduction for the character of El. In some bonus content from Volume 13 How to Read, it shows an altered version of this scene if the world was at peace, in which instead of gunning them down, he rotates his hand and turning the gun sign into an L, showing off more of that quirky side to El that becomes very apparent the more you see of him. At the moment though, El is very serious. Having been caught off guard by Kira, he doesn't want to waste any time at all here. El takes on the name Ryuzaki, which is a throwback to the Los Angeles BB murder case, and explains to the current MPA his thoughts on everything he knows about Kira so far. Matsuda suggests to have the media omit crime coverage, as this could perhaps limit the number of victims, which actually in theory is a good idea. However, El rejects this. Something that is important, almost imperative to know about El when reading or watching through these scenes is that he rarely ever says the truth. He lies a lot whenever he speaks to the task force, so anything he says to them has to be taken very dubiously. The reason El rejects the idea of limiting names of the criminals being broadcast through the media is not a lie. He states that it is because he believes Kira would simply go on to kill less severe criminals, perhaps like he did earlier with the unnamed coffee shop janitor, and even goes back to the example of Lindell Taylor. He has figured Kira out to be someone who hates losing, just like himself. Simply by observing the murder patterns of Kira, El has almost a complete pinpointed view of how Light would react and think. Those who withhold the names of criminals, those are the truly evil people. El isn't lying about this. In fact, once again, he is spot on. That's exactly what Light would do. Eventually. His reason for not keeping the names out of the public domain appears righteous, wanting to protect the less severe criminal populace. However, imagine for a second a world where Light did not have access to the names of criminals. This would not end the case entirely, but it would slow him down, and Light would have to reevaluate and take a different approach. By limiting the coverage of names, the game would stop, or take a time out. El, more than anything else, does not want this, especially on the back of 2 losses. Instead of limiting media coverage, El decides to amp it up to 1,000, literally. In the same way Light doesn't back down from El doesn't back down from Kira, having a fake media story run about sending over 1,000 investigators to Japan for a Kira manhunt, all in the attempt to have Kira react and then make a move. A reaction is better than no reaction, which is what Matsuda's original idea would have led to, and the main reason El was against it. El phrases things that hype up the task force a lot. His deduction on Light and Kira is extremely accurate, and when Chief Yagami asks by showing his face to them, "Does this mean El has lost to Kira?" To this, El actually says yes. However, the contest is not over. El's language here is determining exactly how he sees this investigation. On the surface, to the MPA, this is a criminal case in which justice must be served, but what this really is a competition between 2 gifted minds. He is able to pinpoint the exact set of days in which Kira was met with the FBI agents. However, Light had purposely made the order of files sent from the FBI random to make it impossible to trace. From this point forward, El uses the idea of justice as a front to the MPA and the entire investigation. In their minds, he is doing this to bring Kira to justice, even going as far to say that in the end, the good guys always win. This hypes up the MPA even more. They are legitimately cheering after hearing El say this, but not once throughout the entire story, from this point onwards, is he ever thinking to himself that this is a fight about justice. Chapter 12. God. In the background of El and Light's ongoing battle, Naomi Misora had literally uncovered everything about Kira on her own. With the death of Ray Pemba weighing her down, this case was all she could think about. she concludes that whoever was on that bus with Rei on that day is Kira. Having all this knowledge but no one to tell, she decides to go to the Japanese task force headquarters and get this information to the chief, or even better, L himself. Make no mistake, if this information got out, Light loses right here, and once again, Naomi Misora had assisted L in a complex case. However, destiny shines down on Light, and just so happens that his mother has a spare change of clothes for Soichiro, and Light offers to take them to him at Task Force HQ, where he is then met with Naomi Misora. Light walks into Task Force HQ almost as a superstar, as everyone downstairs knows that he's the chief's son, and Light even apparently helped solve some cases in the past. This makes Misora pay close attention to him, while at the same time Light overhears her speaking of new information regarding the Kira case, which piques his attention. Light approaches her with the only goal of this interaction is to gain Misora's trust and find out what she knows about Kira before she can tell anyone of importance. He uses his predetermined status as the chief's son, along with being somewhat of a detective himself, and Misora opens up fairly easily to him. Not to be entirely complacent, she does give Light a fake name when asked, and this entire interaction becomes one of the best executed moments in Death Note. As Misora is speaking to Light, she lays out everything she has discovered so far, and to Light's surprise, everything she says about the Kira case is correct. Not even L was able to uncover this much in this short amount of time. All things considered, as much as Misora is making a mistake by telling Light this, she deserves a lot of respect for making him panic this much. However, that was her biggest mistake. This was a lot of people's biggest mistake, and one thing L had always been super cautious of, saying too much. This isn't completely Misora's fault. She had all of this information and literally no one to tell. Then all of a sudden the chief's son drops by. From her perspective, it makes sense and is understandable why she would lay out her flawless deduction in hopes someone close to the case would hear it, while at the same time still being cautious and not giving away her real name. It just so happens that the chief's son also happens to be the reason her husband is dead. Chapter 13. Countdown. Naomi Misora's moments with Light span over the course of 3 chapters. The introduction, the problem, and then the climax. Light realizes that in order to protect himself from being a genuine suspect, Misora needs to die. The problem is, she gave him a fake name, and at this point, he doesn't know that. Light fully intends to kill this woman. He was captured on camera sitting next to her at the MPA building, although this is just simply pure surveillance, and these cameras do not get checked if nothing unusual happens. If L did get his hands on these tapes, however, this may have been all the evidence he needed. Light continues acting friendly and goes along with her theory. This gives him an excuse to pull out a piece of the Death Note and pretend that he's writing down notes of what she's saying, but actually writes her off as a suicide victim, ensuring that she kills herself in a way that would inconvenience no one and her body would not be found. Ryuk is having a lot of fun with this, blatantly laughing at Light when he writes down the fake name. Light does not account for an alias at all, and is thrown completely off guard by this. The most he has ever lost his composure since the murder of Lindell Taylor. He now has to come up with a new way of finding her real name, while not looking weird, and he has about 5 minutes until she reaches the MPA office. The pressure of all of this combined does get to Light. He begins worrying about things that don't actually matter, like his phone being turned on and his father calling him back, as he promised to let Misora speak to him. All he had to do was turn it off. Light is panicking in this moment, but still rejecting the Shinigami eyes from Ryuk, who does actually offer to him again. Light states that he would never do the Shinigami eye deal, especially not over a single person. However, I find it hard to believe he wouldn't use these as an absolute last resort, almost automatic win button in this situation. If Light had failed to get Misora's name, there would have been no other way, and Light would be forced into making this deal. The next 5 minutes consist of him slowly walking alongside her, following her, thinking of every possible way to take her out, while she remains fairly innocent to the whole situation. Light even considers using brute force on her because she's a relatively small woman, although he decides against this to not cause a scene, and that's the reason why he chose against it, to not cause a scene. This would have been the funniest route for Light to go down because Naomi Misora was skilled in martial arts, and as was shown with Beyond Birthday, Light would have attempted to fight her and probably would have been made to look extremely foolish, getting apprehended right then and there for not only being Kira, but attempting to beat down a woman. Light's only option is to use his brain. While this is happening, L doesn't suspect any of the MPA members, as he had spent the entire time interrogating them and is confident that they are too dumb to be Kira, and this clears them of all suspicion, just by virtue of them not being as intelligent as he expects Kira to be. He claims to have had a certain trick prepared if Kira was among them, however he never feels the need to use this unknown method, pretty much mocking the MPA's intelligence right to their face, although to them they see it as a compliment and that's what they take it as because it clears them of being Kira. L supplies them with fake badges and gadgets that will act as transmitters to each other, all provided by Watari, who is shown here for the first time unmasked with L. L then points out it isn't good to have no one back at the MPA office, and that at least one person should be there at all times. Aizawa is the one to go back. Chapter 14. Temptation. Light is running out of time, and he has to come up with something. What he comes up with is a lie based on how he perceives the Kira investigation to be going. Everything Light says to Misora is entirely made up on his own deductions based on how he sees the case from the other side. Similar to L, his deduction is perfect and extremely believable, even to someone like Misora. Light goes on to claim to be a member of the task force himself, and the reason no one was at HQ is due to a new system being integrated that keeps its members secret to ensure no tragedies such as the one that befell Misora's fiancé would happen again. Light delivers this perfectly. Naomi Misora believes every word coming out of his mouth, and in her own words, the reason she is able to trust him is because Light reminds her of L. With this in mind, Naomi is convinced that she no longer needs to speak with anyone at the MPA and feels confident in Light. However, this is not enough for Light. He is not about to let someone with this much evidence walk away free. From the moment he found out what Misora knew, Light had killer intent. During the conversation, she lets out that she used to be an FBI agent that had previously worked with L on another case over there in the United States. Light's ability to pick up on this and then just dangle the carrot of returning to work with L again is what ultimately secures him in this moment. Ray Pemba had shut down any idea of her working as a detective again. Light picks up on this dream and uses it to his advantage to sell it back to her. The look on Misora's face when offered a position at the task force is one of pleasant surprise, even further instigated by Light calling the meeting between them today fate. This is all she needs to hear, and now she trusts Light. This is brutal by Light, building up her hopes so high only to crush it within a few seconds in real time. Self-aware that he was going overboard, Light reels it in and says, "This is a very dangerous case, you probably have better things to do." What this does is it puts the ball completely in Naomi Misora's court, and she reacts by giving Light exactly what he was looking for. She is far too eager to join the task force and throws all that caution she once had to the wayside. When Light asks for any kind of identification, she gives it to him. At this time, Aizawa walks straight by him, showing how close he was to being caught. And if Aizawa were paying a bit more attention, would have definitely remembered Light when it mattered. A person must hold an immense amount of conviction to use the Death Note. Over a long period of time, weak humans end up doubting themselves and end up no different from any of their victims. This is what makes Light Yagami so defined. In this moment, he becomes what Kira truly represents.
If you don't mind my asking, why do you keep checking your watch?
Oh, well, I guess it's because...
ああ、これはですね。
Because I'm Kira.
キラとか。
Chapter 15. Phone Call. The general public had been calling up non-stop about the Kira case, some claiming to be him, others claiming to know of him, Gotta feel bad for the guy stuck answering those type of phone calls all day. This scene is placed during an interesting moment. There are people out there that actually still support Kira. The story has been extremely one-sided in showing the people going against Kira, mainly the task force and L, while at the moment the only one in support of him is Light himself. These few pages show that there are a growing number of people who agree with Kira. In time, people who are indifferent would grow to accept him, leaving a world in which more than 50% of people accept Kira's judgment as part of their lives. If Kira wins, he is the new justice. If he loses, then Kira was evil all along in the minds of the population. L has been going over footage of all 3 FBI agents whose deaths were conveniently caught on camera. Ray Pember happens to be one of those people, and a big risk Light took by doing what he did in the world's busiest train station with cameras everywhere. This allows L to go frame by frame over all footage of Ray Pember and sees how unnatural he was acting through studying his body language and other techniques of the sort, entering the train station with an envelope and then leaving without one. Combine this with him seeming to look into the train before he died, using every last bit of remaining strength he had. L theorizes that it would be interesting if Kira was on that train, and that was the man he was using his strength to look up to. This makes it pretty obvious to L, based on all of the footage they have, that Ray Pember is the main FBI agent to look into. Switching to Light, after the death of Misora, he had spent 4 whole days writing names in the death note in advance. The reasoning behind this is if he suddenly is in a position to where he is under surveillance or in a position to where he is unable to access the notebook, he does not want to become a suspect through way of lack of deaths. He also figures out at this point that files of the Kira case have stopped entering onto his father's PC. This can only mean that the task force has taken on significant changes to their protocol. Light had assumed this was the case, but now he knows it to be fact. The Kira case gets a phone call and L is made aware of the disappearance of Naomi Misora, Ray Pember's fiancée. This is the only time throughout the story where the Los Angeles BB murder case is acknowledged. L recognizes that he had previously worked with this woman and that she was able to apprehend the perpetrator beyond birthday. From this phone call, L now has knowledge that Naomi Misora was trying to go after Kira on her own, and that she may have actually gained some evidence on him and was now in danger. Members of the task force naturally assume that she killed herself due to the death of her fiancé being too painful. However, due to L working with her before, he is able to speak on her strength of character and state of mind, saying she would never do that. Instead, she would try to go after Kira, which is exactly what happened. This officially highlights Ray Pember as the FBI agent suspected of shadowing Kira. This severely reduces the amount of possible suspects down to only 2 families, and because they're dealing with a supernatural human in Kira, bringing everyone in from those 2 families for questioning would be far too dangerous. Instead, L wants to place secret cameras and audio devices inside the homes of these 2 families. The task force initially freaks out over this idea. Doing this is illegal in Japan, and so what we're seeing is an example of L prepared to do some injustice of his own to win the contest. Definitely not as severe as Light, but placing wires and cameras in the homes of people with families is certainly not a good thing to do, and would definitely break most people's moral code. When questioned on the morality of this, he simply implies that the MPA are hypocrites, stating that they do not want to risk their jobs, yet they had stated that they were willing to risk their lives, once again, using the idea of this being entirely in the name of justice. And on the surface, that's all this is, to which Chief Yagami can really get behind, but the reality is, this was L's best chance at clapping back at Kira, which is why he's going to such extremes. It is revealed that Ray Pember was tracking 2 families, Deputy Director General Kitamura and Superintendent Yagami. Chapter 16. Handstand. The look on Soichiro's face is horrified. I haven't touched too deeply on the inter-family relationship dynamic between Light and his father. There will be time for that later, but his reaction here is a clear giveaway. He thinks the world of his son and has personally groomed him for success his entire life, and is a lot of the reason how Light came to be who he is today. Soichiro asks what the probability of Kira being in one of these 2 families would be, and to this, L says 10%, only to then quickly change his mind and say 5%. L is lying about how much he suspects Kira to be in either one of these households. It's a common belief that L says the inverse of what he means, so when he says 10%, it meant 90%, and then when he corrects himself to 5%, it really means there's a 95%. This isn't completely true, however it is on the right track. In volume 13, How to Read, it states that anytime L outwardly states a percentage like this, no matter what lowball he gives to the MPA or the task force or even Light himself, whether it be 1% or 10%, the truth is, if L suspects you openly, it is always over 90%. The reason for this, in this specific case, is fairly obvious, and you saw how Light's father reacted to only a 5% chance. Imagine if L had come out and said, there's a 90% chance, or over a 90% chance that Kira is in one of these families, and one of those families is his own. L knew the amount this would stress him out, and to have that amount of stress that quickly, it wouldn't be good for the overall investigation, and so this is the reason why he's giving him false percentages. Soichiro is drawn with a total of 10 sweat marks. This is how much he was freaking out over what he thinks is a 5% chance. But he does agree to this. And because the chances are so low, he tells L to go all out and put as many cameras as he needs to, leaving no room for blind spots. The chief is wanting to ensure his family is cleared and does not take the news well at all. January 8th, 2004. Light Yagami is walking home with a couple of friends, and one of Light's friends mentioned something about the world being in a recession. A really random fact, similar to the World War III fact, it sounds like the world of Death Note really is a mirror of our own. When Light gets home, he notices that someone very specific had been inside his room. Shown being extra paranoid about who enters, he now has a 3-system function that tells him if someone unexpected goes into his room. He picks up on this immediately, and straight away, Light knows that at this moment, he had become a suspect. His reaction inwardly and outwardly remained very calm. He had spent a good portion of the story, actually the entire story, doing everything to not get to this point. In his own words, even being a suspect was not an option. The fact now he handles it better than anyone would expect. For the first time, L sees Light. Watching him through the camera, he notices the lengths that Light would go to protect his personal space. He comments on this and doesn't see it as too unusual, but still worth bringing up. With Ryuk very confused, Light gets a jacket and instantly leaves the house, assuming that it had been bugged. Light is given barely any wiggle room. From the moment he saw someone unexpected had been inside his room, Light could only assume that he had become a suspect and that his room had been bugged, so to not outwardly show any loss of composure, anything out of the ordinary here, and L would have caught on. It is very impressive under the circumstances. Light was not thrown off at all. It is clear to say that he is growing into the role of Kira more and more as the story moves forward. It's interesting that Shinigami like apples so much. Compared to the apples in the Shinigami realm, Earth apples are fresh and juicy. This can be seen as, although the gods of death are higher beings, without the human world, none of them would exist, and so in a lot of ways, they prefer the human world over their own, and the apple symbolizes this. And it is with the apple that Light is able to bypass this part of L's test due to him bribing Ryuk. Without apples, Ryuk would go through withdrawals, such as doing handstands, referring to the title of this chapter. Being able to scout out all of these cameras for him is a massive advantage to Light, and without it, he legitimately would not have been able to touch the Death Note until the cameras were removed, and L would have pretty much caught him. This is part of the reason why there is a lot of debate over who is actually smarter between Light and L. Light had been given more power via the Death Note and all the perks that come with that, while L at best you can say is born with superhuman intelligence and is naturally more established in the world than Light, though throughout the story it is more so narratively implied that they are more intellectual equals than anything else. Chapter 17. Trash. Light is ready to put on an acting masterclass in front of L. He makes sure that he is on his best behavior in order to comply with the security cameras. This resorts to him looking at softcore degenerate magazines, which is something that Light is definitely not into. Out of anyone in the Yagami household, it is clear that L would focus his attention on Light over his sweet mother or young sister. This leads to hours of L and the Chief watching real-time footage of Light, and even though he doesn't say it in front of him, L picks up a lot from this. While Light is forcing himself through these magazines, L comments on how this feels rather unnatural and that Light seems to be putting on a show. What you'll find is that the more L observes Light, the more intrigued and the closer he wants to get to him. For some reason, Ryuk is shown to be more distracted by these human girls in the magazine than even Light, which brings up an interesting topic later that Shinigami can actually grow attached to a human. During dinner with his family, L broadcasts the fake 1500 Detectives news bulletin to gauge a reaction from Kira. Light, with the full intention of L hearing him, comments on the 1500 Detectives sent to Japan, and he dismisses the idea entirely, backwards engineering L's entire thought process with this trick. He does this in such a way that captivates L. Light is clapping back at L in a way that only Kira would. L picks up on this, and so he acknowledges the chief's son, Light Yagami, as being very intelligent. Other than Kira, L has not acknowledged anyone of being intelligent before. This is the moment he catches onto Light, and it's all over his face. The moment Light showed that he had even a small competence in understanding what L's thought process was. Look at this man's face. He knows that he just found his suspect, and so for the rest of the story, observe it under the assumption that L knows Light is Kira, and instead of trying to prove it to himself, he's trying to prove it to everyone else beyond a reasonable doubt. Knowing that L would forensically be watching his every move, Light comes up with a plan to kill live criminals while on the surface appearing to have no access to a live newsfeed, in turn making him look innocent. Light is somehow able to fit a small TV in a bag of potato chips that he spent $360 on for this occasion. However, this is legitimately impressive from Light. With 64 cameras watching his every move, he maintains his frame while not doing anything eccentric or that will cause suspicion, with the world's greatest detective and smartest mind watching while simultaneously looking into a bag of potato chips on a muted mini TV that's probably all greased up, angling his head in just the correct way and writing down names in the death note on a torn piece of paper that's inside the bag of potato chips. This is legitimately insane. Throughout this entire scene of L just watching Light, he does not catch on to this at all, in fact stating that Light is acting too clean. The anime adaptation has a super stylized version of this moment, while in the manga it's a lot more normal. The criminals that Light kills with the potato chip technique are very low level, a bank employee and a purse snatcher. This shows Light is resorting to the lowest level of criminal you could imagine. Although it would not have mattered what the crime was, anyone whose name popped up with anything close to resembling a mugshot, Light would have had no hesitation in writing them down for this occasion. Despite this god-tier acting from Light, he becomes L's primary suspect from this moment, purely based on how intrigued L was with his 1500 Detective Bulletin news comments that basically dissected L's entire thought process and reasoning for even having this news bulletin in the first place. It is genuinely sad to watch Light's father cling on to any kind of positive news relating to his son. You see him grasp at moments wherever he can, only to yell out, "So this means my son isn't Kira." At this point, it is going to take something special to clear the suspicion of Light from L's mind. Overall, this entire camera scenario was positive for L, as Light was mostly on the defensive. Despite killing minor criminals, getting to see his intellect up close reminded him of only one person, and in the end, is a huge clue for L. Chapter 18. Gaze. All things considered, being followed by a death god is the least of Light Yagami's concerns at the moment. He has become very casual with Ryuk, telling him how to act, where and when he can or cannot eat. Ryuk has never seen a human act this way around a Shinigami, and so this makes Ryuk tell him literally how he will die. This is a good insight to where Light's mind is currently at. This is not the first time Ryuk has told Light that in the end, he will write his name in the death note himself. However, every time he tells Light this, Light doesn't care, or at least he doesn't pay that much attention to it. He knows that Ryuk can see how he will die, but is so immersed in the battle of minds against L that he completely disregards this and just laughs at the idea of his own death. L continues overseeing the Yagami household. Despite the acting from Light prior to the murders, it is clear that out of the two families being suspected, Light Yagami is the frontrunner in L's mind. At the moment, he had zero other suspects, spending hours behind this footage, and when Light finally returns home, Elle is hyped up to see him on these cameras, drawn with bold exclamation marks opposed to his usual composed self. This is more subtle evidence showing that Elle is watching Light extra close. 2 days go by of non-stop Light Yagami coverage by Elle, and as expected, Light makes no mistakes. His body language, facial emotions all remain the same while committing mass murder. This leads Elle to think that if Light was Kira, his psychological state has already reached the level of a divine god. This goes to show how insanely believable Light's conviction really was. Elle even considers for a moment that Kira may actually just be divine intervention. This is soon dismissed by saying that the real god would not need the news telling him about a name and face, but this whole segment really just highlights how insanely good Light's acting is. It is one of his highest attributes, even higher than his knowledge. Overall, this leads to Elle stopping all coverage inside the two family homes, saying that he had found nothing of interest. However, yet again, this is another lie, or could even be a misunderstanding between the task force and Elle. While Soichiro is very happy to remove the suspicion from his family, Elle is still very interested in Light and does outwardly say to everyone that there is still a 5% chance, really meaning over 90%. Elle will have to go about this in an entirely different way, and just like Light had to do, Elle will begin taking on a lot more risk. Eventually the cameras in the Yagami house are removed, and Light knows about this instantly thanks to Ryuk, and from here he assumes that his father must have greenlit this idea, and that the task force relations are nowhere near as shaky as they once were. Light also must go about a new strategy, in which he will use his father to get close to Elle. It is the 17th of January 2004, and as a fun fact, 4 days before the death of Beyond birthday. And so, 4 days prior, Light is off to take his university entrance exams. When he arrives, a man sitting 3 rows back from him is sitting in a chair with his knees up, to increase brain capacity by 40%. Their eyes meet, and for the first time, Elle, under the name Hideki Ryuga, is closing in on his #1 suspect. Chapter 19. Humiliation. In the time between the entrance exams and the entrance ceremony, Beyond Birthday had been killed by the Death Note. As he was a criminal, it was only a matter of time, and sure enough, in the end, he was judged by Light. Makes you wonder if Light ever saw a connection between Elle or B or even Naomi Misora. He had to have seen B's face, in which he constantly imitates Elle. However, with the burn markings and all the time in prison, he probably looked a lot different when he died. Also, Light's going through about 100,000 criminals throughout his life. I'm sure he's not going to remember every single one. Regardless, Light had already seen Elle. In the most unexpected move from Elle, he jumps through about 50 loopholes to get a fake name and ID to enter this school entrance exam purely on the chance of getting closer to Light. They had zero interaction, but on that day, Light had seen the face of Elle. Light, along with this newcomer Hideki Ryuga, both scored 100% in every subject, making them, by college standards, the 2 smartest young minds nationwide, which really just hypes up their battle even more, building it as the man pampered for success his whole life, against the weirdo who doesn't even wear socks. Light dressed up for this occasion, as is the formality for events like these. However, Elle does not. He wears his same clothes, his same outfit, and while delivering his speech, he does so in a way that shows he could not care less about this ceremony or the people behind it. He is only here for Light. This is an all-out offensive attack from Elle. When they are both walking back from the stage, he reveals to Light that he is Elle. Unable to react in any way other than show respect, Light was caught massively off guard by this, and once again, he had underestimated the lengths Elle was willing to go to. This moment is iconic in Death Note, as it is the first official meeting between the two, and really represents what makes this story so great. Light is stuck in his head over, is he lying, is he telling the truth? It doesn't really matter because in the end, there's nothing I can do to him. Even if this is a fake guy that he sent down, it just doesn't matter. While Elle is sitting there just watching. Light is so mad here. He is in a constant state of embarrassment, but the moment he shows any of that emotion, it's over, so he must hold it all in. After the ceremony, Elle leaves in an expensive car with the chauffeur. reminding everyone once again that he, along with Watari, are some of the wealthiest people on the planet. Light takes the public train home and upon arriving home is met with a bubbly Sayu who asks him how his day went. Light, still fuming, ignores her and walks up to his room, locks the door, and unleashes all of his anger from this day. Never being humiliated like this a day before in his life, Light is furious, even making Ryuk apologize to him. This is another massive point for L. Light is so frustrated at what happened that he goes on to call the Death Note useless and lose composure more than ever before. This was Light's initial reaction. Having gone to such lengths to ensure something like this would not happen, he has now become a almost primary suspect in the Kira investigation, which completely goes against his original plan. However, Light is not stupid, and this is where he copes. One thing about Light is that he does do a very good job at coping. Numerous times throughout the story, in the beginning he coped with killing those two criminals by justifying to himself that what he did was actually the morally righteous thing to do. Now, when he was caught and humiliated by L, he's angry at first, which rightfully so, but he still finds a way to cope and actually turn it into a positive. He calms down after some thought and realizes he was only angry because his original plan wouldn't work under these new set of conditions. The conditions have changed. L knows about Light, and Light knows about L. This will allow Light to move in closer and learn everything he needs to about L, and then, when he's served his use case, Light will kill him. The new plan is friends on the surface, while enemies at heart. This will now become a battle that is directly one-on-one. Chapter 20. First Move. The Shinigami realm has been enthralled with Ryuk's movements throughout the human world, calling him a human pet or a pet of light. Needless to say, this is the most interesting thing that has happened throughout both worlds in a very long time. Light and L have been hanging around each other since entering college. They are perceived by everyone to be good at everything, and if you ask Light Yagami or Hideki Ryuga to do anything, you're led to believe that they'd actually be able to do it. The story does present these two as far beyond anyone else, especially at this college. However, this fake friendship will only last so long. Both trying to move in on each other at the same time, it all comes down to whoever makes the move first. Both Light and L are aware of this. L suggests a tennis match in order to get to know each other better, and this is where it's revealed that L used to be the junior British tennis champion, and you get a lot of these scenes showing Light's inner monologue contemplating what he should or shouldn't say around L. If I ask him if he's British, will that make him suspect me? All the while, L reads his exact thoughts at the exact moment he is thinking them, and replies without Light needing to say anything. Their tennis match is a metaphor for the type of battle that would become regular between them. L's true reasoning for having this game of tennis is to confirm if Light Yagami hates losing, just like Kira. This alone will obviously not confirm if he is Kira or not, but it will tell L how Light reacts and be another clue to make a connection. Light is able to realize this is L's goal, but also understands that he cannot be psychologically profiled from wanting to win a game of tennis. It's a situation where if Light tries too hard, L will connect him to Kira. If Light doesn't try at all, L will make a connection that he is losing on purpose to avoid suspicion. This game of tennis is simply a game of tennis. Winning or losing would have no outcome on the investigation, and so either way, Light may as well go for the win. This is exactly what he does. The tennis match scene sums up a lot of what makes Part 1 of Death Note so good. It is one of the most well executed and intense moments, especially in the anime adaptation. As Light and L are battling it out on the court, their inner dialogue is just as quickly psychoanalyzing each other's next move, each trying to predict the others, and throughout this tennis match, both of them have laid out exactly what they will anticipate from each other moving forward. Light wins the tennis match by 1 point, going for the win, and as a result is left drenched in sweat compared to L, who doesn't have a drop on him and notices that yes, Light Yagami is someone who desperately does not want to lose. As they are walking back together, Light invites L to get a drink, and this was where he was about to make his first move. However, just as he is about to do so, L cuts in and promptly informs Light that he suspects that he may in fact be Kira. L beats Light into making the first move, which is really what this entire chapter was about, to which Light Yagami is once again thrown off guard, as can be seen by another single sweat mark. Chapter 21. Duplicity. L says to Light that there's only a 1% chance of him being Kira, an even smaller amount than what he said to the task force. We know why he lies about the percentage to the task force, but when he says it to Light, the motivation and reasoning behind it is to make him reconsider all of his past actions and give room to doubt himself moving forward. If L came out and suggested to Light that he was Kira over 90%, like he actually does suspect, it becomes an accusation at that point, in which he would have to bring him in for some form of questioning. L does do this in this chapter, but it's a lot more subtle and hidden behind the 1% chance of him being Kira that he outwardly projects. L knows that it would be basically pointless to accuse him of being over 90% at this point, so he doesn't even go there. Light laughs at the idea that he is Kira. This may or may not be a small giveaway. I'm not sure how most people would react if they were accused of being the deadliest person in the world. This suspicion isn't coming from a random person, it is coming directly from a person who claims to be L. Laughing about it as an initial reaction to deflect his true inner thoughts was not the best move for Light, and he knows it. Again, being caught off guard by how random L was in telling him this. L goes on to say that he hopes that he can clear Light of suspicion, so that he can maybe in the future use his brilliant powers of deduction to help with this investigation. This has to be a lie, because L doesn't have any other suspects aside from the Kitamura family. If he wasn't lying about wanting to clear Light of suspicion, you would have to believe that L would want to begin the entire investigation over again, which at this point had been going on for 4 months, and we'll find out later that L is actually fairly intent on Light Yagami being Kira. Back at the NPA headquarters, there's an interesting interaction between the deputy and the chief. Both of these men's families have been suspected by L. It is actually stated that Mogi is playing the role of L during the investigation of the other family, showing that L did actually plan on doing this tactic with both families, confronting each main suspect from both families in person. The son of the chief and the daughter of the deputy. I can only assume L's reasoning behind having Mogi act as L is entirely to ease the mind of Light's father, as he is persistent in telling him that there's only a 5% chance. What we see though is Light's father slowly coming to the realization that his son is L's main target. While he's talking to Deputy Kitamura, he admits to him that L does not actually suspect his daughter and that he has nothing to worry about along with their entire family, pretty much figuring it out for himself that L's main suspect is his own son. This is a lot for Soichiro to come to terms with. Light and L begin to have their first real conversation on the Kira case. As Light had been told he is suspected of being Kira, his hands are tied and he cannot start this conversation how he originally intended to. This leaves it open for L to come in with a deductive reasoning test phrased as an interview to see if Light would be a help back at the NPA. However it is phrased, this is a way for L to probe Light's mind. More than anything, this is a way to see if he knows anything that only Kira would know. Light has gone over this situation 1,000 times in his head. He is ready to answer anything with the utmost conviction that you have ever seen. And to no surprise, that is what he does, answering a lot of these questions correctly and without causing much or if any suspicion, other than showing that he has a lot more competence than anyone back in the NPA, which L already expected but could be a possible clue in itself. In the final task, Light gets handed his original notes that he left as Kira mocking L. L wants to see how Light would decode these messages in a way that only Kira would, and that's exactly what he does. I've heard about the English translations making this scene difficult to understand, but basically in Japanese, the message translates to L, did you know? Shinigami eat nothing but apples, full stop. Due to the numbering of the cards written on the back, if Light were to have read the message in L's intended order, it would have read, L, did you know? Shinigami who eat nothing but apples, ... The sentence ends clearly incomplete, so to a regular person, the message would appear incomplete as well. and they would naturally assume that there must be a fourth card to complete it. However, Light's first reaction was to read the message in Kira's intended order instead of what a normal person would have done and read them in accordance with L's assigned numbers. This is what makes Light's deduction incorrect. Light decided that there are only 3 notes. This is what was suspicious to L. The fourth message is a funny clapback by L, clearly he designed this himself, and it reads in English, "L, do you know? Gods of death who love apples have red hands." In the same way Light was originally mocking L via these notes, L's note implies that Kira, who he suspects to be Light, will be caught red-handed, which is more of a subtle moment, but really an amazing moment from L. Ever since he introduced himself up until now, L is all over Light. Light realizes his mistake soon after it is pointed out to him, while L acknowledges that it won't be so easy for him to pull these tricks again, as Light will just become naturally more aware to L's sort of mind games that he's been playing all throughout. L is speaking to a man who is able to put himself in the mind of Kira at an abnormal rate, almost at an instant, answering how he would react, think and behave all in the span of seconds. L, of course, notices this and pretends to praise Light by saying that he is quite brilliant. Light, still not even sure if this is the real L, flounders around and talks about refusing to join the task force unless he proves that this is the real L and that his identity must be validated by the task force members, something that hadn't even been mentioned by L. Of course, if you work with the task force, you would know who the real L is. As soon as he got caught out for being wrong on the card readings, Light should have stopped talking there. This shows L, the greatest detective in the world, that he is a perfect example of someone who hates to lose. If it wasn't clear already, on this conversation alone, L knows. From the moment he first saw Light, he knew something was up. Every moment moving forward is him only becoming more reassured, to where L is not the one that needs convincing. What he needs is evidence, and that's where the problem comes in. In such a profound way to end this chapter, Light's father is hit with a heart attack due to the stress of his son being Kira. Chapter 22. Misfortune. The human with the power to kill is followed by misfortune. Light's father, L, even Ryuk all agree with this. However, Light, being that human, disagrees and wants to become the exception to the rule. Soichiro had collapsed of a heart attack, but survived, leading everyone to assume that this was an actual heart attack and not one forced onto him by Kira himself. This scene thus far gives the most amount of insight into the relationship Light has with his father and the amount of respect he has for this man. As Light Yagami, he is so angry and mad and distraught amongst the chaos Kira has brought to his father that he commits himself to abandoning his studies to help work on this case. He has so much respect for his father as Light Yagami that it even forces L to believe that Light is being genuine when speaking to him. The good Light, publicly known as Light Yagami, admires his father. The power-hungry, egocentric Kira version of Light has a single-minded focus of becoming God. This is where the conflict appears and is difficult for even L to read. In one of L's best moments, Light is then asked to describe how he imagines Kira, his own interpretation of him based purely on the facts. Light depicts Kira as an affluent child, pretty much the same conclusion as L. Based on this profile, the most suspicious target would be his sister, Sayu Yagami. L says this with so much innocence, and it's true, based on how Light described Kira, it would lead to either him or his sister, and as Light obviously doesn't suspect himself, L says this without expecting much backlash because to him it's just black and white. However, Light really does yell at him for this, as to not inflict any more emotional pain onto his father. It is interesting to note that Light's father, Chief Yagami, isn't bothered by the idea of Sayu being Kira, because to him, there's no way. If she killed someone, it would not be as meticulously planned out as all of Kira's killings, so he is able to comfortably disregard her. However, he cannot say the same for Light. As much as he loves and is proud of his son, he cannot completely dismiss his suspicion at this point. To this, he says one of the most profound takes in all of Death Note, that Kira is evil, and the absolute evil, or the real evil, comes from the power of taking human life. Anyone given that power has been cursed, as no matter how you use it, happiness can never be obtained through taking the lives of other human beings. L agrees with this, while Ryuk is standing in the corner laughing at Light, who says nothing. When Light and L both leave the hospital, Light does something insanely crazy. This is such drastic measures that he did not need to do. Whether he said this after seeing his father almost killed, he throws all caution to the wayside and straight up asks L, "What can I do to prove that I am not Kira?" Even going as far to request to be locked up for a month without TV and being watched at all times. This was an insane request from Light. There would be no world in which L would consider this, as he had only suspected him a tiny amount. Light is willing to go to such lengths to prove his innocence when there's absolutely no need for him to do so. If he wasn't Kira, absolutely nothing about his life changes. He would not need to ask this, and if he was Kira, it would be in his best interest to gain L's trust as quickly as possible, and that's what he was attempting to do in this moment. And if it wasn't already confirmed in L's mind, this is pretty damning evidence for someone as perceptive as L. The human who finds a death note is guaranteed to be followed by misfortune. Light may not realize it, but that has already happened. Personally, he claims to be feeling happier than ever with this new power. However, his family, the people, and the world around him, in the end, no one wins. Truly, by every metric, he would be living in a world without Light. After confirming that this was in fact the real L, Light declares that he will help alongside the task force, as this works in both of their interests in outsmarting each other and will define the contest of who will uncover who first. The story begins to move towards an in-person battle opposed to the long-range mind games that started off the first 22 chapters. A new Kira emerges. This is where Death Note loses a bit of its magic for some people and becomes more about overall power than pure strategy. Tapes are sent into a broadcasting network called Sakura TV. These tapes are from someone claiming to be Kira and asks for their message to be announced to the world. This brings an end to the first arc of Death Note. The first 22 chapters introduced concepts and executed on ideas that to this day have not been replicated in the genre. Everything from Kira vs. the world, Light vs. L, the amount of deception from these characters in the ongoing story of who is going to be righteous in the end, none of this would have been possible without a bored Ryuk and the Death Note. Although this wasn't the author's sole intention, by writing this type of story it will inherently bring up the question surrounding the morality of Light, and as you slowly see him sink lower and lower, it becomes obvious that he isn't moral justice at all. In chapter 1, Light's biggest problem in life was that he was bored. This was the thing that was constantly on his mind. Since picking up the Death Note, that has never appeared to be a problem again, and was actually a big factor in why he decided to even use it in the first place. In the beginning, he was neither good or bad. His main characteristic was boredom. Light never seems to realize or understand that boredom in itself is a luxury. In the moment, boredom sucks, it's boring. But in the grand scheme, it means that you have no immediate threats to your survival or well-being. If Light Yagami was stripped of everything and was thrown into the middle of a lion's den, he would not be bored. If he was given a book of death and was able to control the mind of an individual before death, he would also not be bored. Light in chapter 1 is a character that could have gone either way. Picture an alternate world where instead of the Death Note falling from the sky, it was instead, let's just say, a money note that is given to Light. The human whose name is written inside this notebook, along with an amount, shall receive it. Something that could only positively affect people's lives, in total contrast to the Death Note. How do you think Light Yagami would have reacted to picking something like that up instead? Would he have just used it on himself, giving himself unlimited amount of funds? He has no track record of being monetarily influenced in the main series. Or would he have the same inner monologue about being justice and giving out to all those in need? Was there ever a point in the story where Light had good intentions and acted beyond his own desire of becoming the god of the new world? Well, Yes, and it comes later in the story where the idea of the Death Note is completely gone and out of reach from his mind. From the moment Death Note begins, that notebook falls from the sky, and so there's not much time given with Light pre-Death Note. As they say, the human who picks up the Death Note is cursed. Most people end up ending their own lives before accomplishing anything at all, and the only difference with Light is that he simply has more conviction than the average person. When Light received the Death Note, and then the confirmation that the Death Note was his, he basically attained ultimate power, something that many countries in the future would bid trillions of dollars for. Light had attained instantly, and what ultimate power does is it will heavily enhance and exaggerate a person's characteristics, and in the wrong hands, ultimate power ultimately corrupts, and I do think in the end that is the biggest downfall of Light. Whether he could have been good or not, there was so much potential for good. However, due to his upbringing, with his father being the chief of police, there was an acquired sense of justice from a young age. This conditioning, when combined with the boredom he feels later in life, deviates him from the line of what is right and wrong. Light's view is then cemented by the Death Note. In his most private moments, when nobody was around, there were glimpses of his true nature. Not only to make the world better, but it had been shown from early on, in the sudden motivation and pure excitement he got from first using the Death Note. He wanted people to know that he existed, and that there was an opportunity to shake up a world he once saw as boring and mundane. What if everyone had a Death Note? This is a bit of a tangent for the next 20 seconds, but I think it's important. A survey came out within the Death Note universe during the pilot that shows the desire to own a Death Note does not supersede the want for others to own a Death Note. There are a lot of people out there who would actually want a Death Note. People want power, but if everyone had that same power, then that power becomes normal and is no longer considered a power. This makes up the general consensus that what Light is doing is wrong. Imagine for a second if every human was given a Death Note when they say turn 12 or something, and it was normal to live in a society that actively was aware that its populace all have and use Death Notes. It sounds like a bit of a messed up place from our perspective, but to that specific set of people, it would come as second nature. The environments that you surround yourself with make up a lot of who you are, and in a world where Death Notes are used by only gods and are a divine power, the humans of that society do not want any other human to get their hands on a Death Note. This will be touched on more and more in the coming chapters, and would lead into the recent one-shot released in 2020, which will be covered at the end of the series later in this video after chapter 108. Going into Death Note's second arc, things do change. Light was backed into a corner as L was closing in on him, and for him to get out of this on his own would be extremely difficult. The story quickly shifts and becomes a lot more about power and Shinigami rules as to basic tactics and deduction skills.
Misa, let's create a new world together.
Chapter 23. Hard Run. November 28, 2003. Light Yagami picks up the Death Note. January 1st, 2004. Naomi Misora would be approached by Kira. 4 months later, and for the rest of human history, her body would never be found. The date now being April 13th, 2004, Kira had become a well-known figure throughout the world for the last few months. And 5 days later, on the date of April 18th, a message is broadcast throughout the world that would change history forever. A person claiming to be Kira appears on public television, displaying their name in a gothic font similar to how L originally did, and shows off their powers for everyone to see, killing a total of 2 news anchors live that referred to Kira as evil. This was done in front of the entire world. Everyone sees this. For the past 22 chapters of the main Death Note story, it had been mostly a secretive event. The world knew of Kira vs. L, but all information was strictly confidential. This global display busts open a lot of the mystique that the original Kira had, blatantly stating their plans and justifying them in the name of making the world a better place. It is similar to Light's original plan and end goal, but he would never do this. This is not how Light behaves and is far too reckless. Kira had been shown to be a lot more selective in his victims and would not want to publicly mass kill people who disagree with him to this extent. L is especially taken back by this and in an instant decides that this broadcast must be stopped. Ukita, one of the lesser-known task force members, immediately rushes to Sakura TV headquarters to end the broadcast himself before anyone else dies, and as he is about to shoot his way in, Ukita dies of a heart attack. Kira had just displayed an action that he previously wasn't able to do. Ukita is the first member of the remaining task force to die, and Kira had just killed someone without knowing their name. Imagining back to when this was being released weekly, the idea certainly would have had to have been, oh my god, Light really took the Shinigami ideal, this is insane. A member of the task force is dead. This is clear for everyone to see, including the chief, who is still recovering from his own heart attack. The remaining members of the MPA, mainly Aizawa, are standing directly next to L when this happens, and they are all drawn with at least 2 sweat marks at a time, freaking out over the death of their colleague, everyone excluding L, who remains rational. Probably because he doesn't care that Ukita died. He figures this Kira may be in close proximity to the networking stations because Ukita was killed before the broadcast could get to him. However, L's plan throughout all of this is to simply observe and do nothing. Chief Yagami is bloodlusted. Seeing one of his comrades die from the comfort of his hospital bed does not sit right with him, and so he crashes a truck into the front of Sakura TV's broadcasting stations. He may not be as perceptive as his son or L, but he definitely has a lot of passion. In this situation, Light's father was proactive, while L was still figuring out how to best go about this, assuming that he was dealing with a more powerful version of the Kira he'd been facing all along. Chapter 24. Shield. Soichiro cannot compare with Light or L pretty much ever, so when you get these moments, it is cool. Having come to the realization on his own that this Kira only needs a face to kill, he goes rogue from the hospital and is literally in a bloodlusted state, threatening to kill the Sakura TV staff if they do not hand over every tape sent in by Kira. This is completely justified by the chief. These staff members may have been under threat, but also have indirectly led to these deaths themselves by constant coverage and pedestalization of Kira on their show. This is the most amount of action Light's father has ever taken in the Kira case, and it's incredible to see his sense of true justice. There is a reason that Soichiro Yagami is the chief of police. He is seen as what a good person is. He exits the station to be met with the entire police force barricading the road with riot shields and armoured trucks in honour of what he had just done. This is a defining moment for Soichiro, a risk no one else was willing to make except for Ukita. He gains the respect of everyone, even the members of the MPA who had quit the Kira case earlier on. From here, L gets his hands on all of the tapes sent in by this person claiming to be Kira. Obviously, this isn't Light, and it's only going to be a matter of time before L realises that fact. Whoever this was, they had the power of Kira, and clearly they supported his cause. The second Kira had given the police a choice to make, to accept Kira's judgment or to fight it. There was no way around it. If they were to accept judgment under the new world of Kira, they must comply with showing more criminals on the news, and report on all crimes, no matter how the severity, especially in which cruelty was shown towards the weak. Along with this, have L and the deputy of the MPA make themselves appear in public. These requests are mostly in line with what Light would actually want, but again, he would never think of doing this, especially not making a request as futile as that. L and the task force send back the no response, to which the new Kira declares that either the chief of police or L must appear publicly on Sakura TV, or else they will take the lives of several police chiefs from around the world at random, basically holding their lives hostage. At the exact time of this happening, this is obviously a huge head scratcher to L. He is trying to decode these messages that go against everything he originally thought Kira to be. This is confusing to him. It goes against all logic. He basically has to make up a new theory and interpretation. It cuts to Light Yagami sitting in the middle of his room, smiling and thanking God for this lifeline. Or instead, this time, he's thanking another god of death. Chapter 25. Fool. This would take notice almost entirely off of Light for a while, since these actions are not his, However, L is so perceptive that in his spare time over the last couple of days, he had been revising the footage and was able to realize that the person who sent in these tapes was a fake kidder. The reason L calls them a fake kidder is because to him, this is a person simply pretending to be kidder and does not measure up to the real thing intellectually. This is a big thing with L. From the very beginning, he knows that kidder is someone worthy of his time, worthy of risking his own life for. That is how much he values the intellect of kidder. It is equal to his own, and so when there is someone simply pretending to act in this role, it becomes pretty obvious to him. While Light is over here trying to find out a way to manipulate this person into killing L, L has seen through these videotapes and has come to the realization that he does not like the second kidder. More so that he doesn't like their style, as it's completely different to how the kidder he knows would normally act. This statement from L does give further insight into him suspecting Light immensely. He is basically saying that the second kidder is an amateur and nothing at all like Light Yagami, who is really good at literally everything, and the only person throughout his entire life who he had seen as an equal. Another statement L makes that is true is Kidder's aim is not a dictatorship based on fear. This is something that the second kidder was not really aware of and didn't take into consideration. Light's method was to make his views gradually enforced and slowly change society. This is the exact opposite of how the second kidder is acting. All of these things, along with the killing without a name, add up to the idea of a second kidder. And L is really smart for figuring this out, of course, but he kind of had to know this. If this idea never gets brought up, the story would just become way too one-sided in Light's favor, and run these stories back in different multiverses, Light has many more advantages and basically chooses how to play the game. What you would have is the entire police force chasing someone who isn't actually Light, while Light gets to plan and do whatever he wants uncontested. Some say it was a stretch for L to come to this deduction so quickly. However, this is just what L does, and while I find it quite justified how L is so connected intellectually to Light that he just knows that whoever this second kidder is, it's just not the same person. These sort of intellectual feats are very consistent throughout the story, and this will not be the first or last time L bets everything on a hunch. However, it is probably the biggest example of it so far. When asked about the percentage chance of there being a second kidder, L this time says over 70%, which is closer to the truth. However, it is irrelevant whether he is lying here or not. Fingerprints from the postage stamps arrive, again pointing out this kidder to be a complete amateur. While inspecting these fingerprints, they notice that they're very small, resembling a child or even a small woman. L's final deduction on these videotapes is that the real kidder is the smarter of the two, and that he expects that the original kidder will try to find out who the second kidder is before the police do, and by focusing their attention on the second kidder, it will lead to the capture of the original kidder. L then asks Soichiro if Light can work with them on the case, to which the chief is hopeful that this has cleared his son. Of course, L just pans this off and says this is purely because of his deductive reasoning abilities. However, this is a clear lie, as in the very next sentence he informs the task force to keep the idea of the second kidder a secret to Light. This is L wanting to see how the real kidder would react to this information in real time, and if Light wasn't a suspect, there would be no use for him on the task force, at least right now. The pain in the chief's eyes only continue to grow. A second Shinigami appears, this time following around a woman named Misa Amane. Chapter 26. Reversal. The idea of Light working with the task force is insane for the story. L is wanting this to happen because he suspects Light to be kidder, but the others have no idea. They simply have taken L's word that this is only a 5% chance, so it's unlikely the man standing before them is actually kidder. Light and L are so far above everyone else that they are seemingly able to have battles right in front of the task force openly, without any of them catching on to anything. This is cool to see when it happens, but it shows a huge gap in importance and authority, and really just makes it hard to take anyone else seriously other than these two. Light is called in to review the footage sent in by the second Kidder. El tells everyone that if Light assumes there is a second Kidder out there, he will be mostly cleared of actually being the original Kidder. This, again, is a huge lie from El, as regardless of Light's deduction, he would remain in suspicion. This man cannot stop lying. What El wanted was an opportunity to do what he and Light had talked about when they first spoke on the Kidder case back at the coffee shop. He wanted to get him to say something that only Kidder would know. Anytime El's finger touches his lip, it means that he is onto something, and when Light is reviewing the footage, El, with finger on his lip, directly asks him his thoughts on the case in a tone that Light is able to pick up on, and that is when he realizes that this whole thing is simply a test just to see how Kidder would react. Before seeing El so inquisitive, Light was going to say nothing and just let the second Kidder's plan play out, and to have El killed in a few days whenever he made his public appearance. El displayed a subtle emotion that only Light picked up on, and so he comes out and says that there may be another Kidder. He comes to this conclusion all on his own, as deciding that there is a second Kidder would be, in essence, going for the win, which goes back to their tennis match. But the only way he could have come to this conclusion is if he had access to all the information collected by the MPA and had been watching every move Kidder made extremely closely, or if he was Kidder himself. Once again, only El picks up on this, as the rest of the task force is too busy hyping up how similar his analysis was to El's. Soichiro assumes that this has cleared Light of all suspicion based on what El had said earlier. However, no matter what Light said here, he was still always going to be a suspect. This was a lie El had created for the purpose of setting up a trap for Light in both directions. This has transformed itself into an opportunity to get the man who he believed to be Kidder to write a personalized and genuine response to the second Kidder, pretending to be Kidder himself. The fact that Light concludes there is a second Kidder is, if anything, even more revealing because it shows that he knows a lot more than he lets on. If he could make a similar deduction to El after it took El a few days of constantly scouring these tapes, while Light does it almost instantly, this is clearly suspicious to El, regardless of what he told the task force. Once again, very subtle, but he is the only one to pick up on this. Light is given the task of responding to the second Kidder as Kidder. This was El's intention all along. When Light writes his speech, he is able to do so freely. This is a message from Kidder to the second Kidder, even leaving in a part of the speech that implies killing El. Can't help but think Light was trying to slip one through there. Misa Amane is the second Kidder, and there isn't much to say about her right now. She in a way represents the opposite of what makes Light and El's battle so back and forth. Misa sends in her response back, and it is immediately noticeable to Light that this person, whoever it is a liability. She mentions killing with eyes. Light is drawn with a total of 3 sweat marks. She mentions Shinigami. Light is drawn with a total of 4 sweat marks, and El falls out of his chair. Chapter 27. Love. Misa Amane does not share the same plan as Light. Her main goal is to be recognized by the original Kidder and get his attention. That is all she cares about, and the whole reason she is even doing any of this. Her plan to take out and kill El and bring peace around the world may share a similar ideological focal point to Light, but it is not the same, as she reacts purely based on feeling and the desire to meet the original Kidder, whereas Light is just completely on a different wave. Having heard the phrase Shinigami, El falls out of his chair, screaming, showing the most amount of emotion he has the entire series. This was his brain calculating all of the events of the Kira case from the very beginning and putting it all together to confirm the existence of the Death God. The first Kidder had hinted towards Shinigami, and the second Kidder confirmed it, concluding that Shinigami must be a part of some sort of code as to how Kidder is able to execute his power. With all of this new information splurged right in front of him, L decides that from now on he's going to let both Kiras handle everything on their own while he waits for the next move. Ever since meeting Light at the entrance exams, L has been consistently taking wins over him. Not huge case-solving revolutionary wins, but still consistent wins nonetheless. Since meeting L, Light had done nothing to clear his suspicion. In fact, the suspicion only grew and was basically confirmed. From getting him to say things that only Kira would know, such as the idea of the second Kira, all the way down from making Light paranoid enough, asking to be locked up for weeks purely on the basis of a 1% suspicion. Light had not been able to keep up with L in real time, and so, for the first few chapters after they meet, L uncovers a lot about who Light Yagami is, as a person on a deep level, but the same cannot be said for Light. L is very closed off, and it will take him longer to know L as well as L knows Light. L figures out Light's true personality much quicker than Light figures out L's true personality. At least in person, that's how it seems. With the reveal of the second Kira, Light had been given an opportunity to turn things around. He must find them and meet with them as soon as possible. The Shinigami known as Rem is following by Misa's side, and up until this point, the fact that another person has a death note is nuts. This was a big risk for Oba to take in the story. Introducing another notebook into the world will spread the focus from a Light-only story to whoever is in control of the second notebook. This could have ended badly if, let's say, the person is uninteresting or boring. Misa, though, is a very unique person to own a death note. It would be like a Stan getting the same powers as their idol. It's a really interesting position for Light to be in as well, as we will see how he reacts to this type of praise. Misa was given a death note by a weird Shinigami, not Rem, as she was only the messenger. The story of Misa getting a death note is because a Shinigami named Gelis fell in love with her. That said Shinigami died protecting her, killing someone else to extend her life and in turn dying himself for the sake of a human, playing on the idea that certain Shinigami can fall in love with humans. It is stated in the rules for Shinigami that any kind of sexual conduct with humans is not allowed, which is super bizarre to think about, and is weird that that even has to be mentioned in the rulebook. It makes you wonder, if Shinigami can fall in love with humans and even consider having sexual relations with them, would that mean their connection to the human world relates back to them once being humans before they became gods of death? Something to think about. When Shinigami are created, they are handed a death note by the Shinigami King. All humans when they die return to nothingness, but it doesn't say anything about a human that dies who is also an owner of a death note. This has never been stated anywhere and is massively speculated on, but the coolest scenario to imagine is all humans who were in ownership of the death note prior to death become Shinigami in the afterlife. I'll try to speak on this more when it becomes relevant again, but just note that out of all the very specific rules, it is never stated that humans are not allowed to own a death note. Chapter 28 Judgment. Misa had sent in another message to Kira to confirm where they would meet. This was actually not bad by Misa. She does this in a way that would distract and make it obvious for the average person, while making it very clear to Kira what she actually means. For someone who is portrayed to not be the smartest character in the series, she outsmarts the entire task force with this message. Of course though, not getting past L, he is the one who decides to have stations set up around each of the locations named, regardless of any probability. He is making sure that he catches the second Kira. L had almost completely taken the focus off of Light and is honing in on the second Kira, as he believes them to be an inferior version and therefore easier to capture. Light volunteers to go to a place called Aoyama as an undercover detective. This was an obvious choice for him and does raise some suspicion from L. However, the most he does is ask Matsuda to keep a close eye on him, which probably wasn't the best move for L. Matsuda is constantly played up to be the joke guy of the task force, and is effortlessly swayed and tricked by Light every single time, so much to the point where he develops a completely one-sided relationship with him, where he genuinely thinks that Light is his best friend. Even in his official stats, he has remarkably low intelligence and knowledge for being a detective, coming in at a 4 out of 10. L takes precautions as he intends to capture the second kidder, who can kill without a name, to remove all photographs of everyone from all public spaces. Even the records and photographs of L under the name Hideki Ryuga from college have been completely wiped. Light notes this as impressive, as he's slowly starting to know more about how L operates in real time, which he'll have to learn and adapt to if he wants to win. Light's plan to meet with the second kidder poses a couple of problems. First, they have the Shinigami eyes, so they will be able to see the names and times of death of everyone, except Light will be the only one without a lifespan above his head, as he is also a Death Note user. So straight away, Misa will be able to spot Light first. Ryuk never tells Light about this, and so he never has to plan for it. The second problem, and the only one that he does plan for, is that Ryuk is constantly following him. In case of the other Shinigami, being Rem, telling Misa who Kira is, Light forms a big group of friends around him to guard him from this possible outcome, and at least make it harder for Misa to determine which one is actually Kira. Matsuda is also here under the name Taro, referencing the pilot, and within one sentence, Matsuda's inner monologue is convinced that simply by being present, there is no way Light could be Kira. On the basis of him showing up for duty, he disregards L's warnings and is able to trust Light within seconds. No disrespect to Matsuda though, he is one of the most loyal characters throughout and serves his purpose very well. But this is a big part of the problem L will have. The people that he's working with are just not as smart as he is and do not see things in the same way he does. In a lot of ways, in this specific case, this is L's biggest weakness, having to convince the task force to adopt his skepticism and overall mentality towards this case. As Light is walking in a big group, Misa is disguised in an outfit that makes her unrecognizable, and as soon as she sees Light, she becomes the first person to uncover the identity of Kira. Showing no lifespan means that he is also a Death Note user and must be Kira himself. This was very clever from Misa. Of course, Light wasn't accounting for this unknown rule, and it took the supernatural power of the Shinigami Eye, but just like that, he was discovered. Chapter 29. Weapon. It is the 25th of May 2004. Both Light and L are inside each other's heads, thinking the exact same thing as each other, at the mercy of Misa Amane. A message from the second Kira is sent in informing the task force that they had found the original Kira. Without even knowing who the second Kira is, Light is already annoyed by them. In this chapter specifically, Misa starts becoming a real liability for Light. Sending in an announcement to the police that she had found Kira leads L to believe that she had only located him and not actually made contact. This is a correct assumption. As he states Kira would never let this information be known to the police, this information also makes it very clear to L that because of this message being posted on the 23rd of May, Kira was more than likely located in Aoyama on the 22nd of May, which just so happens to be the same time Matsuda and Light were there. Light never shows it, but he had to have been freaking out in these moments. His hands had been metaphorically tied. Not only had it been basically and almost 100% confirmed to L at this point, but the connection had already been made to at least one person that Light Yagami is Kira. Even though we'll find that Misa would never want to do anything to hurt Light, by way of circumstance, she had almost lost him this battle by this little stunt alone. So much to the point where Light even has to ask himself internally if this person truly was on the side of Kira. Add this to the fact that in his mind, at any time he could be killed by the second Kira and cannot do anything about it without L catching on to him. This, more than ever, is where L needed a smarter task force. I could imagine that from this very moment that if he was working with people back from Whammy's house, even some of the kids there would have been better than the task force members, and this case would be over, or at least very close to being solved, as most of them would also suspect Light. But because his dad is the chief, for the task force to ever believe that Light would be Kidder, El would need to have undeniable evidence to literally just spell it out to them. After some research digging through the identity of Light Yagami, Misa becomes very attracted to him in every way. This would be a huge win for Light, as this would make her want to meet with him immediately and make her his girlfriend. Now imagine if Misa did her research and was disgusted by what she saw. As much as she idolizes Kidder, if it turned out to be someone like Higuchi or anyone like that, there could be an argument that perhaps she wouldn't comply as effortlessly as Light makes her. So, another win for Light. A broadcast is sent out by the police that aims to make the second Kidder reveal the identity of the original before making any contact with them. This is their best bet at capturing Kidder, as she is the only one in the world who knows his true identity. Light, stuck in his room and metaphorically hands tied, can do nothing but watch. There had been zero cutaways to Light throughout this process other than the back of his head, so his inner monologue was never shown. But this was some of the most stress he had been under since the case started, simply due to the fact that he was powerless and couldn't do anything, and was stuck waiting on the second Kidder who he didn't even recognize as being on his side. Misa sees the broadcast, and instead of complying with the police, she gets a feeling that Kidder would be worried, and so she walks right up to Light Yagami's front door and introduces herself to his entire family, minus the chief. Light's mother doesn't acknowledge Misa as Light's girlfriend when asked by Sayu based on how she's dressed. The Yagami household is a very traditional family, so Misa will become a funny addition. However, she is crazy, and everything she had done up until this point is evil, masked under the pretense of innocence. When there is a person who has the Shinigami eyes, they are always going to be insane. Whether they are born with them or do the deal, in a lot of ways it is implied that Shinigami eyes are a sign of derangement. This is not as highly emphasized in Misa as it was Beyond Birthday, but it is definitely there. One of the biggest strengths in Misa, as stated in the official stat book, which will become useful for all characters very soon, but for Misa, she has 3 maxed out stats. One being in initiative, as shown by becoming the second Kidder and seeking out Light, and then a 10 out of 10 in both social skill and charm. This allows her to be seen as a normal innocent girl by most people. The difference between Beyond Birthday and Misa Amane is one was born with the eyes, and one threw away 50% of her remaining life in order to attain them, in just the hope and the chance to help Kidder. How she acted before the series is unknown. However, it is noted that her parents were both killed by a murderer 1 year prior to meeting with Light, and in February 2004, Kidder had taken that same murderer's life. So now Misa is obsessed with Kidder. Since the day of her parents' death, nothing had been the same for her ever again, and she found comfort in Kidder, believing his cause to be true justice based on her own individual experience and reality. Light is able to pick up on these characteristics after their first encounter. Light speaks to Misa as Kidder. This is the first time he has spoken as Kidder to anyone without the immediate intent to kill. There is a conflict of worlds between these two. Light is always shown serious and has only ever been shown truly laughing when he executes on a plan, while Misa is this 4'11" girl who is always bubbly and smiling, despite being just as deadly as Light. Within these bedroom walls are 2 of the deadliest people in the human world. Light is still in what is kind of like an L mode. Having been dealing with only L directly and getting caught out by him in person multiple times, Light is still on guard while talking to Misa, who by every way imaginable is the complete opposite of L. He is still thinking logically about everything, while Misa just comes out and asks to be his girlfriend. Light comes up with a bunch of logical reasons for why that cannot happen, to which Misa debunks, even offering her own death note to gain his total trust. At first, Light cannot understand why anyone would do this. He is still thinking in regards to logic and in L mode. What Misa is doing goes against all logic that he had been dealing with for the past 6 months of owning a Death Note. Misa is a real curveball into Light's life, and you then get the most telling moment that defines how Light sees Misa and will use her from now up until the end. Misa is insane. She was influenced heavily through Kira's initial actions, and her actions take after them but push the boundary even further in publicly killing police officers and innocent people, something that Light would do but never publicly. The chapter ends with the coldest panel in Death Note. Light, after being beaten down by L, seeing Misa, his god complex had returned, and now, after truly knowing who Misa is, becomes even more deadly. Chapter 30. Bomb. Light does not want to let Misa live. This will later become ironic as Misa's own lifespan is massive, but Light's initial plan is to use her Shinigami eyes to find L's real name, then later kill him along with the entire investigation team, and in the end also kill Misa to have Kira's identity remain a secret. This is so telling from Light. Misa is someone who had walked to the ends of the earth and died to protect him, and all he can think about is L. More specifically, how to not get caught. At the same time, L had been up for days on end without sleep. It's made clear by his design that he does this regularly, but especially now this man does not sleep in a situation that requires this much thought and planning. L is reviewing all tapes of Aoyama on the 22nd to observe only Light Yagami. He is so convinced of Light being Kira that he ends the investigation of the Kitamura family to the chief's absolute dismay. Unseen footage would lead us to believe that this entire time since the entrance exams, Mogi had been acting as L towards the other family that had been under suspicion. Why wasn't that made into a bonus chapter? That would have been great. Light had sacrificed a lot in order to get close to L. By simply appearing, L had suspected him even more, and the only thing he gained out of doing this is just being on the inside. He still had not made any moves as L is closing in on him quickly. Something has to happen soon with Light. The last time he did anything impressive was winning that game of tennis and acting pure while his house was bugged. At this point, L knows Light far more than Light knows L, and anything that is made up by Light is picked up on by L because he is able to realize how he thinks. After all, they do share similar thoughts. Misa explains to Light about the Shinigami eyes and how they work, and they have this weird moment that's so subtle, but Light actually praises Misa for explaining how her eyes work so well. She blushes and looks up at him, and then Light is drawn with a sweat mark, which he only gets around L these days. Seriously, he contemplates catching feelings towards her, something I never would have even thought would have crossed his mind. This is a man with the most single-minded focus you could possibly ever imagine, and for him to comment on Misa distracting him by developing feelings towards her shows that Light's ability to detach himself from the basic human emotion for the sake of his goal in a lot of ways is actually quite admirable. It doesn't make him a good guy, but when confronted with Misa, he shows no interest in her outside of her ability to further his goal. By the end of the night, Light had threatened to kill her if she didn't comply with exactly what he said, to which Misa actually seems to be fine with. But a certain Shinigami is not, and the unnatural happens right in front of everyone. Rem, the Shinigami, threatens Light back, and if he does anything to kill Misa, they will retaliate and in turn kill him. Yet another Shinigami willing to throw their own life away to protect Misa. I'm not sure what the deal is with certain Shinigami and Misa. This is now the second one to claim to be in love with her and willing to die. This isn't a small plot point either. This is huge and will go on to have an effect later, and it's not great. Gone are the days of Ryuk who just chilled out and watched. Now there's this external factor in Rem, who is a god of death, all of a sudden becomes infatuated with Misa. The story of Death Note in the beginning for the first 22 chapters had been about strategy and 4D chess, the cat and mouse game between Light and L, with Ryuk only being there to spectate. The introduction of multiple death gods was always going to happen, however Shinigami are at their best when they act indifferent, which is why Ryuk remains the GOAT. This is going to be a new problem for Light. Similar to L, he now has to concern himself with a being of godlike power and is taken by complete surprise. You have to remember, Light is familiar with Ryuk and how he as a Shinigami went about things and operated. He wasn't accounting for a suicidal, loved-up death god to come along with a second kid or a second notebook and just be crazy. Again, why Misa is able to make certain Shinigami fall for her is up to interpretation. In Volume 13's How to Read, it does say that she has a 10 out of 10 charm statistic, which you could argue puts her influence on a divine level. It's kind of weird to think about, but Misa has as much charm as Light or L do intelligence, at least narratively. The whole scene, and really all of Death Note, is put into perspective when they're having this really intense moment, and then Light's mother knocks on the door, straight away going from a conversation between gods, planning the creation of the new world, to "What is it, Mom?" reminding you that these are childish ideals that Light holds, and the way he goes about getting caught is definitely not childlike, but his purpose to further his god complex as far as he possibly can and not admit that he is wrong, to only then see his mother walk in the room and watch his entire demeanor just change, is a subtle reminder of that. Misa is kind of like a fan self-inserted themselves into the story. At one point in the chapter she says, "Oh wow, Light and Kira are friends, that's so exciting." The outside world had been fed the news of L had been getting nowhere in the Kira case and is a useless detective. It would be in character for L to keep all the information on the down low, but the obvious truth is we are getting very close to something big happening. All of the pressure L had been putting on Light, combined with Misa and now Rem, is about to boil to the surface. Chapter 31. Easy. L did not account for the second kidder's unpredictability. He does not know Misa, and so does not assume she had made contact with Light until Light makes it extremely obvious. He had now officially become the primary suspect of the Kira case and is being shadowed by Mogi of the task force, who he had currently not met. Light continues on with his regular life, telling his family to keep Misa a secret from his father, obviously to downplay suspicion, while also still attending college, and is shown to be seeing another woman who is called Kiyomi Takeda. She is only briefly seen here, however this is a person who is given the title of Light's college girlfriend officially, and for a while this is her only scene in the story. Everything that Light can be seen doing in public is being observed by Mogi, and unlike Ray Pemba, Ryuk never tells him about this. After school, Light is headed back to the Task Force HQ to watch the final message he made Misa reply back with to the Task Force and L. This was supposed to be a message from the second kidder that directly challenged L, however Light makes Misa say, "I have decided not to contact Kidder. I thank the police for warning me. I will instead help Kidder and pass judgment on criminals that he himself hadn't punished. I will then spread this power to those who deserve it." That final line was obviously added in to throw off the task force into thinking that Kidder intentionally was able to spread his power. Nevertheless, this message would be child's play for L, and within seconds he catches on so easily that he seems somewhat disappointed in Light for not making this challenging enough for him. This chapter really shows off and hammers home the cumulative mini-victories L had gotten over Light, as L is now acting smug towards him between his facial expressions and casually eating donuts between these insane levels of deduction. He has dominated him for months on end. The only thing Light can even do while in the presence of L is just go along with the act. This was not a good message to leave from Light. The idea of Kira passing on his powers may seem like a good idea at face value and may have confused the task force members, but it would leave a massive hole in explaining why he had never done that before. Passing on his powers would have gotten him out of many situations in the past, and so L concludes that most likely the second kidder had made contact with the original, and the original told them exactly what to say, explaining their sudden shift in motive. This is a huge insult towards Light's intelligence, and it's so subtle, but that's what Death Note does. L states this message is so obvious and poorly done that he believes Kidder must have been in a position to where he wasn't able to put that much thought into it. He then goes on to say out loud within the proximity of the task force that the fact that this message was sent lessens the likelihood of Light being Kidder, which is such a non-statement from L. Any suspicion is still a suspicion, so saying that does nothing other than insult Light for not thinking of a more challenging puzzle. Light picks up on this and tries to clap back in a small way, which leads to another one of these moments where only he and L are smart enough to pick up on. This is one of those moments in Death Note where Light and L are battling right in front of everyone and only they themselves can see it. This amplifies the tension between them, and all things considered, L knows that he is currently in a winning position, and it is with that he is able to mess around with Light in ways that only he would understand. There has never been a greater example of this than right now. The conversation leads to Light putting himself into Kidder's shoes and telling L his true thought process. While his father is sickened at the thought that Light could so easily and casually put himself into the mind of Kidder, L calmly obliterates Light with a single line, and it is able to mess with him on a level that had never been done before, and is by all means the tipping point in his personal battle with L. He claims Light to be his first ever, only true friend, and would hate for him to be discovered as Kidder. While this sentiment is eaten up by the task force, Light knows L is acting to make fun of Light, in the same way Light is acting throughout the entire Kidder case not to be Kidder. L is acting to be his friend, and goes all the way back to the entrance ceremony when Light was mad and screaming about how L had humiliated him. He came up with the new plan of becoming L's friend. Obviously a fake friendship, L is now throwing this in his face. This is done for the purpose of their contest, to which L has been leading the way ever since they met. At no point does he actually consider Light to be a friend. It is stated in Volume 13 How to Read that L has 0 friends and never considered Light to be a friend. He does recognize the contest, and that is all it is. He is able to show Light that he understands him on a far deeper level than he could possibly imagine. L is so immensely cold in these scenes. He has won every in-person encounter with Light, and up until this point, Light is rightfully freaking out. Anything he does will be caught onto by L. Even something as subtle as creating a fake message on behalf of the second Kidder cannot get past L's insanely godlike defense. Since he is actually Kidder, this is a very bad position for him to be in, not even considering the curveball that is Misa and Rem. Light is so mad that when Misa surprised him all innocently and cheerfully, he legitimately wanted to beat her down. This has been the worst day of all time for Light. Nothing can go right, and nothing has gone right for a very long time for him. This is still all being observed by Mogi, who is on the outside continuing to follow instructions. However, with this newfound anger, Light falls deeper into the darkness by doing the most irredeemable act he had ever done. He decides that after this horrible day and all that he's been through, L is just too much for him, and so he attempts to persuade Rem to kill L for the sake of Misa's happiness. This is truly disgusting from Light. Not only had he already gotten a supernatural power into Death Note that already gave him an advantage over L in the first place, this is essentially him giving up the battle and resorting to an even more supernatural power. L had drained him of all possible options that he had to resort to asking a Shinigami to kill on his behalf. This shows how insanely safe L had made himself against Light, and regardless of what happens from here, in a pure battle of deduction and ego, L wins. Trapping Light into a corner and forcing him to resort to this, something that L would have zero knowledge of, and could even be considered cheating by some. Because Rem says yes, L will die. it still won't be that straightforward, but if a Shinigami has intent to kill a human, more than likely at some point that human will die. Light was so desperate and is legitimately shocked when he sees how easy that was. His sentiment is completely changed. For the last few months he had been getting dominated by L's quick tactics and weird personality. Now there is a real opportunity to think and execute on a plan. This is where Light is intellectually at his best. Chapter 32. Gamble. Left alone to think, you have to give Light some credit. He is a genius. When all the rules are laid out, Light is able to come up with a plan that is so complex and creative that it will clear both he and Misa of any suspicion. At the moment though, Rem is just standing around asking when to kill, and so Light initially plans on ending the life of El Ryuzaki the next day, tomorrow. Now, imagine for a second that Light had Rem kill El immediately after she had agreed to this offer. El would be dead, and the only person who genuinely suspects Light is out of the picture. The only reason Light didn't do this straight away is because there is still doubt in his mind about there being multiple L's. This is something that is definitely more prolific in the manga, but he had seen someone talking over a synthetic voice with the classic L logo and assumed that to be another L, along with L kind of leading him in that direction to believe that, and not yet knowing about the existence of Watari. Because of this, Light decides to not kill L tonight. Instead, he waits. And waiting for even one more day gives L time to think. There are still a lot of things about the task force that Light isn't made aware of. L only got close to him because he knew that Kira always needed a name and a face. Now that has changed, he becomes a lot more closed off to the idea of even being around Light, as he is looking over DNA samples from the second Kira. Based on this analysis, he informs Soichiro Yagami that if he is to die within the next few days, to go ahead and assume that Light is Kira. The chief, finally, 32 chapters in, is picking up on maybe L is lying to him about how much he suspects his son. His rage boils to the surface. This is the chief of police, and Soichiro Yagami is forced into taking a backseat throughout most of the investigation because he is emotionally traumatized over the suggestion that his son is Kira. In total, his stats are fairly average across the board. However, he has a 10 out of 10 in integrity, which goes against Light, who at this point is willing to do anything to win. This makes the situation exceptionally difficult for him to deal with, as he had groomed his son into becoming this ideal young man, but he is also a killer. L is contemplating and is basically assured of cutting Light off from the task force entirely. With DNA samples of the second Kira in his hands, the only thing that is in question is his very own life. This brings up the idea, if Light did have Rem kill L immediately and hadn't waited a whole day for him to announce to the task force that if he were to suddenly die, then Light Yagami is definitely Kira, nothing bad would have happened, at least not immediately. Yes, some of the task force members may continue suspecting Light, however, he is able to brush them off effortlessly and wouldn't turn into a problem for a very long time. Eventually this would lead into Watari going back to Wami's house to find a new L, but the point remains, if L died right now, nothing would change in the grand scheme of the story. It's not necessarily a bad thing. If anything, it gives us more time with the greatest character in the verse, and because he is the best character, he remains absolutely fearless in the face of death. Light had been hanging around with 4 different women to avoid being seen with only Misa. Only one other of these women is shown, and that is Kiyomi Takeda, who can be summed up in 2 words as female Light. This is going to be important for not only Endgame Death Note, but Mogi had still been following Light and informing L of everything he saw. This includes every girl he had been with, including Misa. As Light was walking around his college campus, he is planning on ending the life of L today. Not sure what the difference between last night and today were for Light, perhaps he just needed some extra time to process the information. Regardless, L appears back on school campus for a direct confrontation. Light had been L's entire world for the last few months. By honing in on him specifically, he was able to get a good look at how he operated, and ultimately by analysing his every move, he was sitting comfortably inside his head, able to predict and counter everything that he would ever justifiably do. This is what led to him realising Light was Kira beyond a reasonable doubt, and why he had no choice but to confront him here today. To further prolong his life, L informs Light of the situation and that if he is to die in the next few days, the task force, along with the quote-unquote other L's, will assume that he is Kira. L is playing with fire here. To be fair, he always had been, but there are no other L's. Light is fairly confident in this being a bluff, but cannot say with 100% confidence, as he did overhear Wataru speaking before behind an L-branded logo, and he was never introduced to him beforehand. In this situation, he begins doubting himself a lot, totally unsure of how he should proceed. Should he just continue like nothing happened and still kill L today? He debates with himself about the probable outcomes, all the while L is looking for evidence on the second Kira. Once again, out of nowhere, Misa appears to surprise Light, this time in front of him and L. L's facial expressions here when Misa randomly shows up is such a dead giveaway into what he is thinking. Every single one of his trademark expressions is shown, from finger in the mouth to the wide open blank stare, and even a smile. In L's mind, the Kira case is all but solved. This puts Light into an interesting 50-50 position where he is legitimately done. There would be no acting his way out of this one, but really, that had been the case the entire time around L. On the positive side for him, Light now personally can find L's name due to Misa and the Shinigami eyes. This would allow him to control his actions up to 23 days before death, and so regardless of what L sees here and all the evidence he gets, Light believes that if he just waits it out and then gets in contact with Misa, he will be able to control L's actions for the next few weeks, essentially making him his puppet and prohibiting him from solving the case. So in the end, this would have been a win for Light, discovering L's true name. At this point, you must assume L knows everything, and so he takes every precaution he can to not be killed. He does some sort of fake out pretending to be a huge Misa Amane stan, allowing him to swiftly snatch her phone so Light wouldn't be able to speak to her when she leaves. And well, he planned accordingly, because the first thing Light does, with L still in sight, is call Misa. He is so confident that he states L made a mistake by coming here today, unknown to Light that it was in fact the opposite. Misa had been taken in by Mogi as a primary suspect of being the second Kira. Chapter 33. Removal. Light was planning to control L's movements and thinking for the last 22 days of his life, so he would be unable to solve the case as he normally would. As he calls Misa's phone, he declares victory to himself, only for L to pull that same phone out of his pocket and answer himself. This is such a great moment. L has only genuinely smiled twice throughout the story, and this is one of those times. Anytime he does smile, mark it down as a point in the narrative where he had taken an enormous step forward against Light and in the Kira case. L is so good that he may as well be one of the audience members reading along right now. Light has not clapped back once since the second Kira showed up in any effective way. L has not only put the pressure on him, but when he sees that it is actually Light who is calling, it is once again confirming his belief that his original hunch was correct, so much to the point where he now has evidence that can hold up with the other task force members. Light is pissed. The antics that L had demonstrated today had put Light in the most vulnerable position since picking up the Death Note. Within seconds, Misa is apprehended on suspicion of being the second Kira, as those DNA samples found on the envelopes that were looked at earlier match up to Misa's very own. Also, apparently her manager was apprehended too for drug possessions, which is a completely random and different case. I found it to be a strange addition for L to mention this. Truly, Misa is a tragic character. There is no more room left for suspicion to grow. Despite these recent advancements in the case, Light is Kira. Elle had been aware of this, but now there's something tangible to be used as proof. Misa was caught so quickly. Her knowledge stat is a 3, the absolute lowest out of anyone close to the Kira case, and in turn, this had a huge effect and restricted a lot of what Light was capable of doing. Misa Amane moved to Tokyo in April of 2004 and soon became very close with Light Yagami. Her parents were killed by burglars, and it was Kira who killed those burglars. Light also possessed a single cell phone just to call her with, which Elle finds it doubtful that a guy like Light, who is as prideful as he is, would ever do something like that purely in the name of love. There had to be another reason. Due to the undeniable evidence that Misa is the second Kira, they take her in for investigation, and she is shown in an isolation room, blindfolded, stood and tied up. It is with this that Elle had officially closed off the Task Force HQ to Light up until this point, as there is overwhelming evidence against him, and his father is made to be prepared for the reality of what is about to happen. The only thing working in Light's favor at this point is that Kira would want to kill Misa to prevent her from talking. Light does actually think about doing this. However, Misa remains alive, though by killing Misa, with how little people had been made aware of her arrest, it would only deepen the hole that he has dug himself, also not wanting to deal with Rem. Light was stuck. He was just about to lose the battle against Elle, realizing that even the lowest level knowledge individuals would lead to the conclusion of him being Kira. He had taken apart his desk and removed all evidence of the death note in case of a search warrant inside his house. The only thing he is given is 72 hours. 3 days pass. Nothing has happened except for Light rationalizing the events of the past few days. Rem is feeling remorse and regret for giving Misa a death note in the first place, and so, as part of what Light would want her to do, she relinquishes ownership of the death note and loses all memories of it, including the name of Elle, knowledge of Light being Kira, and even her eyes turn back to base. This would throw off the task force a lot. When Misa says she doesn't know anything, it is said with conviction because it is the truth. Light had been getting intellectually bullied by Elle for far too long, and it is time for change. Rem appears in front of Light and tells him the situation. Misa had given up her death note and must be saved. Otherwise, because this is Light's entire situation, Light will be killed by Rem. Rem despises Light. This is a Shinigami with clear opinions of the human world, and to them, Light represents everything wrong with humanity, while Misa represents the purity and innocence of the human world. For the past 3 days, Light had done nothing but think about how to get himself out of this absolute trench that he had been stuck in ever since meeting Elle. Utilizing every advantage possible, he comes up with a plan that will force him to part ways with Ryuk, ending the second Kira portion of the story. So, 33 chapters in, and Death Note has not missed. The introduction of the second Kira deviated the story from a battle between Light and Elle with zero interference to a story with a lot of outside noise coming in all different directions. And as the narrative moves forward, it unfortunately never goes back to the raw deductive one-on-one style battle that it started out as until much later. The Death Note is becoming more and more integrated into the human world, and as such, more humans are going to find themselves within ownership of it, and generally more aware of it. Despite being stated as having more knowledge than Elle by stats, Light sits at a 10 out of 10 for almost everything, except for knowledge, which is rated a 9. Elle sits at a 10 out of 10 for almost everything as well, except for social skill, which is rated 1 out of 10, and his knowledge is set to an 8, which originally I always found to be rather low, but going by the events that took place from chapter 23 to 33, Elle had been in control of everything, governing the entire task force almost perfectly, and basically knowing Light was Kira simply by looking at him. These stats are official, so Light does have a higher knowledge than Elle, and we will talk about the reasons why fairly soon. Misa may have slowed him down immensely, But what Light is able to do is change the playing field to where it is no longer a battle between he and L, it is now a battle to clear his innocence completely. Chapter 34. Imprisonment. The only way to get out of this is to literally not be Kira. Light now has two death notes, his original and the other one from Misa. Before relinquishing ownership of the Rem Misa death note, he has both Ryuk and Rem swap death notes, so now when Rem is getting rid of her death note, it was Light's original. He makes very specific orders to have it drop into the hands of an older person who will use it to gain status and financial power, and ideally have it stay within Japan. This person will become the new Kira, while also using the Death Note to enhance their bottom line. This is to ensure the Death Note continues to be used while Light has zero access to it, and throws a huge wrench into L's search. Relinquishing ownership makes Rem disappear right in front of him and fly off to find whoever the new host will be. With the remaining Death Note, Light buries the now Ryuk notebook in a random location. It is being held under some dirt temporarily so no one could ever find or touch it. He will remain the owner of this Death Note until he decides to use the code words, "Get rid of it." Whenever that phrase is stated, no matter what the context, Light will lose all memories and his lived experience with the Death Note will be gone. This will make him become as innocent as he was in the beginning of Chapter 1, now excluding the boredom. Light's plan is to use the method of not being Kira to avoid suspicion of being Kira. It's an incredible scheme that comes with a lot of risk. If everything goes exactly perfectly, Light is cleared of being Kira. If it fails, Light will likely die by execution and the Death Note will become known to the world. The amount of forward thinking he had done for this is incomparable. His overarching goal to not only get out of suspicion but also retain the Death Note would be achieved through the confidence and ego he had in his ability to work alongside L to catch whoever Rem decided the new Kira would be, as it is guaranteed in his mind that they wouldn't be as intelligent as himself and would eventually slip up, ultimately returning ownership of the Death Note and all past memories back to its true owner, Light Yagami. The downside to this plan is that it will reveal the Death Note as a power source and a material object to L and the MPA. This will also work in favor of Light as he had Ryuk write in some fake rules, but simply the knowledge of how Kira is able to kill blows any investigation into a Death Note related case wide open. This was a small downside Light was willing to accept considering the pressure he was under from L, while at the same time turning it into a defining strength. Back at the task force, it paints a picture of Soichiro still not able to function properly, but mainly a factory reset Misa Amane defaults to thinking she had been captured by a stalker and not arrested by the police. Her way of thinking returns and becomes completely innocent. This is seen as strange by L. He acknowledges something has drastically changed, however there is nothing he is able to grab onto to make a connection. With the power of two Death Notes, it has doubled the difficulty. Misa is able to speak with purity and, to her knowledge, not lie. And when someone isn't lying to L, he has a way of picking up on it. A lot more of the other task force members' personalities begin to come out here as well. Matsuda really gets into not believing Misa's sudden change of character at all. The only one who does believe it is L. The narrative makes it extremely obvious that whenever Matsuda comes to a conclusion, it's usually going to always be the opposite of what his deduction is. It is at this time that L receives a phone call from Light himself, and asks if he can come into Task Force HQ to make a statement regarding the Kira case. During this phone call, Light made a semi-confession, which intrigued L. Under normal circumstances, he would not be allowed back into the task force headquarters, as the evidence against him is in plain sight, and just out of pure safety, there's no way they're gonna let Light back in. However, the only way L would make an exception is due to the half-confession and overall sentiment change from Light. This would be something worth his attention. Light's father, Soichiro Yagami, the entire time had been sitting on a single chair with his head in his hands in disbelief that something like this could even be happening, and it gets worse when Light enters into the room and declares he might be Kira. It's a real shame about Light's father. By all knowledge, he is a very good man, and emphasized by his position in the MPA. This case, though, had broken him. It just wasn't for him. Any other investigation, and Soichiro Yagami would be leading the way. His knowledge stat comes in at a 6 out of 10, which is nothing compared to Light and L, but above average and still at the top of the remaining task force. Yet, he had been completely immobilized by this case. If Light was Kira, as his father, that means it was partially his own fault, and he himself had a role to play in the creation of the world's deadliest mass killer. The idea and suggestion of that begins to take immediate effect on his psyche. During this time, we get the confirmation of what L's thought process is, and what it had been for a very long time, finally admitting that he had major conjecture surrounding Light and was soon going to bring him in for questioning if this situation hadn't arose. To the task force, Light is now the primary suspect, though in his mind, Light is Kira. Most people, when they think of Light, they think of how intelligent he is, but I'd be willing to say that his acting is even higher than his intellect. This is also backed up by the official stats, in which his acting, also known as lying skill, is ranked 10 out of 10. Currently, this is on display for all to see. Light's act commits to saying, since L is the greatest detective in the world, and he believes that I am Kira, I must be Kira. To which L gets internally angry at, and rightfully so. That statement from Light is just a backhanded way of saying, well, I know I'm not Kira, but if the smartest person in the world says I am, I must be without being aware of it myself. This version of Light is a monster who always tells lies. I didn't realize this until reading it, but reading a lying Light in the manga opposed to watching a lying Light's performance in the show gives an entirely different perspective. A performance in motion is a lot easier to believe while watching because it is just that, a performance, and so when Light acts and lies, it's made to be convincing. While reading, the tone you give a character comes down to how you personally interpret that character, and with Light, by this stage in the story, we know how he acts objectively. He is a monster. This makes L justifiably mad, as it goes against how he views Light, a hyper-competitive, narcissistic murderer with a childlike view of justice and the world. L still believes that Light shares the same ideological view as Kira and would commit murder for the sake of creating a new world. He is not impressed by this act at all, and to let him know, he goes on to say that Light had always had a very good understanding of his way of thinking, which is just another backhanded way of saying that he is Kira. While of course the task force with a combined intelligence rating of 5 are eating all of this up from Light, L is instead focused on what Light's perceived outcome of doing all of this would be. If Light Yagami is wanting to be imprisoned to prove criminals will still keep dying once he is locked up, then in theory, since this is what he wants, even after being locked up and surveyed for months, criminals should still keep dying, and if criminals do keep dying, Kira will still exist, and so even with Light in a cage, L Ryuzaki will still have to start looking elsewhere regardless of how much he suspects Light. This is L's current thought process on what Light's plan is, and he even comments on not liking the direction this is going, which is a bit of subtle foreshadowing. However, this is an opportunity that he is not going to lose, and so on the spot decides to detain Light along with Misa until a resolution is found. This is an incredible plan by Light, and his acting continues to be godlike. This really proves that if L is ever taken out, then Light Yagami will truly have free reign over the entire world. He makes L promise that under no circumstances to ever let him out until his suspicion is cleared, no matter how long it may take. To this, L says, of course, but not even I know how long something like that would take, so be prepared. L expects criminals to keep dying, so in his mind, if Light is locked up for over 12 months, That is standard procedure and is how far L is willing to go. Light makes up an excuse for his father to tell his family why he'll be away for a while, once again showing that this is partially a story about the most tragic family in history. He is now behind bars, and so far, everything is going according to plan. Chapter 35. Whiteout. L is very smart, the smartest in the world, but surprisingly, he's not perfect. These are his official stats laid out. Knowledge comes in at an 8, creativity a 10, initiative a 9, emotional strength 10, sweet tooth also a 10, which is one of those pointless but unique stats to him. And finally, his social skill stat is his lowest, coming in at a 1 out of 10. By far his weakest stat, giving him a combined total of 48 out of 60, or if you subtract the unique stat, it is a 38 out of 50. I always saw the rating of a 1 out of 10 in social skill to be a little harsh. It's understandable, but still, it's a little harsh. To the general public, L would be seen as a 1. From solving his first case as a child, L is portrayed to be a shut-in who purposely never reveals himself to anyone, all in the idea to protect himself and the name of L, the world's greatest detective. He is stated by the creator to have 0 friends and live a solitary life behind a computer. This conditions him to be naturally different than most. However, throughout the investigation, he is able to clearly portray his thoughts and interact with everyone in the task force on a higher level, and by no means is cowering away from anyone there, instead reassuring and hyping them up when first meeting with his "justice will prevail" speech. To call his social intelligence a 1, basically claiming that he has none, does get contradicted many times throughout the story, and seems to be a very standard face value take on the character of L, and generally how most people would feel about him at first glance and first interaction, as can be seen initially back at the college entrance ceremony. Light remains confined inside a small jail cell, with L Ryuzaki watching over everything he does. His expectation is that criminals continue to die, waiting for Light's plan to play out so he can come to his next deduction. But they never do. Days go by and criminals stop dying. This goes against the expectation of L and makes him even more curious as to what Light really wanted to happen here. It's not like him to just play ignorance. It's not like Kira. It is at this point that Soichiro Yagami has had enough. Light's father resigns from the task force and asks to be put into confinement along with his son. The Yagami family is being torn apart by these actions, and L even outright predicts that if the chief really found out that his son was Kira, he would end up murdering him, then pull the trigger back on himself, which is implied to be true. Days upon days go by, with Misa being chained up, Light not being able to move, and Soichiro slowly coming to terms that his son is probably Kira, along with all the inner thoughts dissecting his own actions that come along with that. This is legitimate torture that L is putting these people through, and he remains unempathetic towards all of them. Even though the killings have stopped, this makes L more confused opposed to if they continue to happen again. As to him, he thinks, what happened to the battle with Light, the battle between minds? It had all of a sudden seemed as if they threw in the towel and the battle just stopped. 1 week of confinement goes by, and Light says the phrase, "get rid of it," to relinquish ownership of the Death Note. And the look on his face when all memories of the Death Note are wiped is one of complete innocence and purity. Light becomes good and retains his virtues that he had before the story in Chapter 1. This instant character change is represented by a zoom up into his eyes. As Kira, they are black, unable to read the true intent of the man. When he relinquishes ownership, his eyes become clear, as if to be able to look directly into the soul of the man and see his true beliefs. L watches this transition happen in real time, and is implied that he is able to notice that something has happened. So the idea of relinquishing ownership is great. Light's plan is essentially flawless. The person who picks up and uses the Death Note will be followed by misfortune forever. Both Light and Misa return to their innocent selves, and if they never touch the Death Note again, their life in a different way would still be followed by some form of misfortune. The mind-wiped good Light always tells the truth and is the biggest disparity between his evil self. With the loss of his memory, his plan is well underway. Ryuk now disappears for a good few chapters. The only Shinigami that hangs around in the human world now is Rem. Even by relinquishing ownership of the Death Note, Light Yagami, along with everyone else, had been confined for 14 days with no one dying. In the eyes of the task force at the moment, he is looking guilty of being Kira. Good Light begs to be released as they are wasting time investigating him since he all of a sudden doesn't have any memories of being Kira. This version of Light is so pure that L believes him when he says that he is not Kira. He notices a vast change in Light's tone and overall behavior, and for the first time since knowing him, he is speaking without lying. One more day goes by, making this the 15th day, and just as Evil Light had planned, the killings begin again, with 2 weeks worth of criminals dying at once, leading Matsuda to believe that Kira was only resting. Both Aizawa and Matsuda take this at face value and automatically assume that Light is innocent. Whereas L was expecting this from the beginning, he maintains the pressure on Light, not telling him anything about the outside world, and pushes for a response. This works against L, as all of Light and Misa's responses feel natural to him, and this genuinely has L confused. In similarity to Kira, L is stubborn and his way of thinking is correct, or at least it was correct, and he has a hard time of letting go of that. He continues their confinement regardless of the outside murders. Chapter 36. Father and Son. This chapter starts off with the first appearance of Higuchi inside his house, who will officially become the new Kira. He is being shown how to use the Death Note as told by Rem. As long as he sticks to the guidelines of killing every criminal as seen on the news, only then will he be allowed to use the Death Note however he likes. This was the strategy implemented by Light that he had forced upon Rem in order to save Misa, and despite how much Rem hates Light, they consider this to be a plan worthy enough to follow. Higuchi is only shown in silhouette form, but by all account is ecstatic to be given this opportunity. It begs the question, what if he just didn't listen to killing criminals and did whatever he wanted? Would Rem have just killed him and move on to someone else who would follow those orders? Most likely yes. Higuchi is a wealthy man who works for the head of a top company in Japan known as Yotsuba Corporation. As to not completely expose himself and find the identity of Kira, a group is formed inside Yotsuba that consists of 8 individual executive members who are similar to Higuchi himself, and they all have meetings to discuss which worldwide CEO death would benefit their company the most. So they use the Death Note to take out their biggest financial competitors, increasing the value of their stock price exponentially, in turn making them all rich. This is a use case the Death Note has never seen before, but is a much more realistic scenario for what most people's initial motive would be with the Death Note. All 8 members of the Yotsuba group are fairly inconsequential, however it is worth noting that on average they have mostly equal stats to anyone in the MPA. Higuchi has some of the most balanced stats in the group with a combined average of 26 out of 50. Most of his stats range between 4 to 6 out of 10, and this works with his character as he is designed to represent the average CEO businessman. However, throughout the group there are 3 members who have a 7 out of 10 knowledge rating, putting them only a little bit behind L himself, which is crazy to think about and why L is somewhat underrepresented by his stats, as it would make sense if knowledge was the same as intelligence for him to be rated a 9 to be at least on par with Light. The man with the highest stats in the Yotsuba group is a man named Reiji Namikawa. Having a combined total of 35 out of 50, he is described as the most talented person on the board of Yotsuba and has the potential to make it to the top without the help of the Death Note, and it is for that reason that he is seen as most likely not the man acting as Kira. The stats in Death Note should only be taken somewhat seriously. These are the official ratings for each character, but they'll always throw in a random category such as Sweet Tooth or Luck, something that could have zero impact on anything, but is different for each individual person and is added to favor a certain character's best or most unique moment or feature. Removing this will give them a combined stat total of 50 instead of 60. All human-related Death Note stats are based under the 5 main attributes: knowledge, creativity, initiative, emotional strength, and social skill. As an example, these are the 8 executives of the Yotsuba group ranked by their overall stats. Each character is given 5 categories ranked out of 10, so their ranking will be out of 50. At number 1, of course, is Reiji Namikawa, as stated before, with a combined stat total of 35 out of 50. Next is the vice president and quote-unquote most influential, Takashi Oi, who comes in at a 31 out of 50. Then, with a striking resemblance to Light Yagami, is Shingo Midu, who also comes in at 31 out of 50. The scientist of the group, known as Masahiko Kida, is at a rating of 28 out of 50. Higuchi is placed nicely in the middle with a stat total of 26 out of 50. Suguru Shimura, the head of personnel whose main trait is cautiousness, comes after him at a 25 out of 50. Ichi Takahashi comes in second last with a score of 24 out of 50. And finally, the illegitimate son of the company president who has no right actually being there, Arayoshi Hattori, is the lowest member of the Yotsuba group, rounding out to a below average 21 out of 50. This is the hierarchy set in the Yotsuba group that will have some effect on how relations turn. Now, most of them score under 30, which, when in possession and using a Death Note, is not good at all, especially since their main user is only a 26 out of 50. Likewise, we can do the same for the task force and some of the other characters throughout the story thus far to compare how the Yotsuba groups stack up. This time going from the bottom up, the lowest is actually Sachiko Yagami, Light's mother, who comes in at a 19 out of 50. She rarely ever comes up in the story and is the lowest rated character in all of Death Note that has these official stats available, which is actually not that far behind one of the Yotsuba members. Up next is Sayu Yagami, who is at 22 out of 50. Hitoshi Demigawa, the Sakura TV director and soon-to-be future spokesperson of Kira, kind of random, but his stats are included to be 25 out of 50. Now moving on to the task force, the lowest ranked task force member is Hideki Ide. The man who left in the very beginning because he didn't like L is rated to be 26 out of 50, along with Matsuda and Aizawa, who are also rated to be 26 out of 50. They all fit under the category of average and all have the same stats as Higuchi, so for some context, a man with the same stats as Matsuda is the new Kira. Light had accounted for this and knew that in combination with L, there wouldn't be a world in which they wouldn't be able to solve the new Kira case. Ukita, from earlier on, was the only task force member to have died. It's a shame it was so early because he has some surprisingly high stats, coming in at 29 out of 50. Light's father and the chief of police is set to a modest 31 out of 50. Misa is getting carried by her social skill and initiative here, being both a 10. She comes in higher than almost all of the MPA task force at a 33 out of 50. Kiyomi Takeda, the girl Light was seeing in college and soon to become very important in the story of Death Note, also comes in at a 33 out of 50. Rei Pemba, a name we haven't heard in a while, is 34 out of 50. Mogi comes in at a massive overall stat total of 35 out of 50. Not much has been shown of this man thus far, but since his stats are the highest of anyone of the MPA task force, this could be a reason why L entrusted him to act as L during the Kitamura family investigation. Naomi Misora gets a 37 out of 50, which is respectable enough. However, the world's greatest detective and smartest person ever, L, only gets a 38 out of 50, being let down by his social skill only being a 1. Watari actually ranks higher than L at a 43 out of 50, and the king that sits atop all others, Light Yagami, comes in at a mighty 47 out of 50. That is how every character ranks up against each other that has been introduced thus far. These stats would lead you to believe that L is vastly inferior to Light, as he is 9 points below him. However, this is a measurement of everything, and L is let down heavily by his social inability. He is able to excel at what he does and become the smartest in the world, but he's got a lot of quirks that prohibit social interaction on the level that Light is able to. And what this says is that it's not enough to just be good at one thing. To truly become exceptional, you must be a well-rounded person, just like Light. Light's genius comes out more during the Yotsuba arc, and he's able to do everything L can, plus more. It is weird to think about that not only is L 9 points lower than Light, he is also 5 points lower than Watari, someone who was so impressed by L that he started an orphanage to create and find his successor. This can be completely balanced out if you take away the social skill from the stat tree. In that case, if you do that, L comes in at a 37 out of 40, and Light comes in also at a 37 out of 40 as well. The Shinigami also have their own stats and rankings, however it is separated from the humans and is done differently. I'll touch on that more in part 2 when it becomes relevant to the story. From now on, it is very important to differentiate between relinquished Death Note mind-wiped Light and the Light who was Kidder. They are two very different characters, and so from this point onwards, he will be referred to as Good Light. For the next 50 days, almost 2 months, L had kept Light in confinement, ignoring all the outside murder that was continuing because he was, rightfully so, stubborn in his belief that Light was Kidder. Now that he technically isn't Kidder, L has a hard time making sense of what is going on, and is not very flexible in his way of clearing Light's name. With the killings ongoing, Aizawa and the remaining task force believe that Light should be let free along with the chief. Soichiro had been told about this situation, but is still adamant that he is not leaving without his son being cleared of all suspicion. This shows an immense amount of faith and guilt by the chief. L doesn't really have a plan here. He ultimately knew something like this was going to happen and expected the murders to continue, but Light's plan was just too good for him to reasonably make a move. L was literally just sitting there for weeks on end watching Light through a camera. The Good Light is so pure while locked up, he had been trying to make a deduction on his own as to why the killing stopped, not knowing that L had purposely lied to him about that. While L is still playing the game, the contest that is the cat and mouse game between he and Light, Light, or Kidder, had essentially tapped out for a while, and so it leaves L playing by himself, still going under the assumption that Light is the same person he had been investigating all this time. He is in a lose-lose situation. On the outside to the task force, this makes L look like a psychopath. The evidence was clear as anything. People were still dying, but L didn't care about that. Aizawa must convince L that he cannot keep focusing in on Light and needs to make another move of his own. The new plan is to get Light's father to pretend to kill him in one final last resort effort. If everyone survives this scenario L has set up, both Light and Misa will be let out of confinement. This part of the story is really well done, with his son screaming his innocence in the back seat. Soichiro pulls out a gun and from one murderer to the next, I'll see you in hell. Shoot to blank. This only strengthens Light's original plan, because even if Light died here, the hunt for Kidder would continue, and so in the minds of anyone, even L, he would have to assume that in the end, Light Yagami died an innocent man. Soichiro fires a blank, showing that L had been watching this entire act, and throughout it all, Good Light shows a similar sense of justice to his father. L bet on the fact that the evil Light, also known as Kidder, was willing to kill his own father to escape execution. This theory does actually hold up, as Light comments on killing his family back in chapter 3. However, this was a weak plan from L that he did not want to do. If it were entirely up to him, he would have kept Light in that cell for years. This was a forced move by him. Because Light is now good, killing his father never crossed his mind, and so he and Misa are both released from imprisonment, and that's 50% of Light's plan having worked. Elle was left caught out. Misa still had evidence against her as being the second kidder, so she is still a suspect, but Elle is willing to let her go with police supervision, and regardless of what he says, he's always going to suspect Light, probably until the end of time. However, since there are still people dying, he has no choice but to look elsewhere. The best he can do is be with him now 24/7 and personally watch over him and just keep on investigating. This makes Elle sad that he was seemingly wrong, but Light's confinement didn't actually end. He is still confined to Elle, which is really no different than how his life was like before. Every move he makes is being watched under a microscope by Elle. This will become meaningless and ultimately self-destructive towards Elle, as the more he looks, the more he will see a pure-hearted and innocent, well-put-together young man, and not the monster he thought he was having this epic mind-warping battle with. It is because of a lot of these factors that Elle starts to feel a little different. He gets depressed that the Light he was fighting in the name of justice just disappeared. Chapter 37. The Eight. Elle chains himself to Light, and in the moments that follow after the insanity of what had just happened, there are some really serious but what feel like light-hearted scenes between Light, Misa, and Elle. These will become more common as they spend more time together. The dynamic of all these three together is actually really well placed, but this is the most dangerous investigation in the world, and throwing Misa in, along with a completely innocent Light Yagami, just completely changed the whole dynamic. Elle basically finds out that Misa was the second kidder through straight up asking questions, and Misa's answers unknowingly revealing herself to have officially played a role in the kidder case. However, even with the undeniable proof that Misa was the second kidder, there had been zero proof that she had acted on the killings herself, and this is why she is still the primary suspect, but is allowed to walk around outside and continue being Misa. It is also a similar case with Light, just not as evident. So this leads Matsuda to becoming the fake Misa agent, but also playing the role of an undercover cop that keeps watch of her. Still obviously suspicious of Light, when Misa leaves the room, Elle asks him to manipulate her into revealing information about the kidder case, to which the good Light has a shocking response to Elle and says, even if it is to solve the kidder case, manipulating someone's emotions and taking advantage of their feelings is the most despicable thing a person can do. End quote. This, once again, genuinely surprises Elle, as this goes against everything he once thought about Light. Everything about him is now different, and Elle can tell that he's not lying, as it is portrayed by the clarity through his eyes. It is worth noting that Elle himself would not have had this same response. If the tables were turned and Elle was asked to do this to solve the Kira case, he absolutely would have done it without a second thought, showing that in the purest version of themselves, Elle has less morality than Light, and slightly implies that Light only became like Elle when he picked up the Death Note and became evil. Otherwise, they are very different people. With all the wealth that he and Wataru attained throughout the years, from the moment Elle had met Light Yagami, he was so convinced of this being the battle of his life that he had been constructing a 23-story building in the middle of Tokyo just for this case. It goes to show how much competition he knew this was going to be, plus once again strengthening the belief that he was aware of Light being Kira from the moment he first saw him. He had this giant building in development from the moment he met Light. Elle plans on solving this case no matter what. It has become his life's meaning, not for justice, not for all those who wrongly had their lives taken away by Kira, but simply to compete with someone on his level and beat the game. The Yotsuba Corporation is shown for the first time. These 8 individuals portray an entirely different dynamic to the series. The most intriguing thing about the Death Note as a weapon is that it encourages the user to be intelligent, sneaky, manipulative, and show some of the worst traits in human nature. This is especially the case with all 8 members of Yotsuba. The group of businessmen are young, but lead their own respective fields and are all trying to climb the corporate ladder to gain as much wealth and social status as conceivably possible. When you introduce a death note to people like this, they merely discuss which CEO death would help the company the most. If they so happen to die, that would just be one big shame. This is how they play it off. At least one of them has concerns about killing other companies' CEOs to grow their own company. However, the majority play it off as, all we're doing is having a little discussion about whose death would help the company grow, merely chatting and acting innocent to the most surface level. One of them is Kira, however it is kept a secret among the group, as they are simply business colleagues and do not trust each other unanimously. They also talk about crushing the police, and in turn, L, one of their guys known as Mido, looked around for other famous detectives and assassins to locate L and eliminate him. The detective's name he came across was Araldo Coyle, which is literally just L. This was gone over back in the Los Angeles BB murder case. In the lore, L took the names of the top 3 detectives by beating them in his own detective wars. The Yotsuba group are unaware of this fact and genuinely think they are about to take down L with the power of Kira and Araldo Coyle. Whenever these people talk, it is done in the slimiest, most shady business-like way imaginable. Watching over this makes Rem despise more humans than just light, saying that humans as a species are disgusting creatures. Chapter 38. Strike. Introducing the new and permanent Kira Task Force HQ. This is a 23-story building and one of the only times that L's wealth is really on display with purpose and to his advantage. The new headquarters comes with over 15 giant monitors, unrivaled security, and pretty much anything you could ever want or need is in this building, and as such, the task force do not leave. They all live here, all except for Aizawa, who has a young family and decides to commute. With Misa spending time with Light, who is in turn connected to L, and once again you have the big 3 of Death Note now sitting in a room together, left with no choice but to talk about how they're feeling. L and Misa always have funny interactions because of how vastly different they are, but more importantly, L, now unmotivated to work on the Kira case, states he is depressed. This next sequence of events is an extreme insight into L's mindset throughout the majority of the case and shows what he's truly been thinking all along. L is depressed because Light Yagami is no longer his competition, and all that work he had done uncovering Light to be Kira over the span of almost a year seems to be a waste of effort if Kira's power can transfer from person to person, making him a victim rather than a perpetrator. L is able to communicate this while at the same time still testing Light. He openly states as a fact that at one time, Light Yagami and Misa Amane were both Kira, the first time he's done this out loud. However, this can also be seen as a test to see how Light would react to the idea of L giving up on the investigation. If Light was Kira, he would be likely in favor of agreeing with L and ending the hunt for Kira, and not only would he agree with him, but also be happy to see him concede. What we are witnessing is Light's plan continuing to mess with L. It's been 2 months since he conceived it, and it goes to show how powerfully designed this truly was. L just goes around in circles thinking he has to start the entire investigation again, even getting visibly depressed at not so much how unsolvable this case is turning out to be, but by concluding that Kira's power can transfer from person to person, this case goes from an intellectual sparring match to an endless cycle of cat and mouse. While being a good indicator of testing how Light would react, there is no doubt that this is what his actual thought process was. If Light isn't Kira, the game is not as interesting. Instead of getting excited about L wanting to end the Kira case as Kira would have, Light actually gets mad at the suggestion of quitting, and so he punches L even at the suggestion, almost entirely clearing his suspicion that this current version of Light is Kira. In contrast to L, he does not show any sign of being overwhelmed by the task, and I find this to be super interesting. The table of morality has been flipped. L is suggesting they give up, as there is no point to endlessly chasing your tail. Whereas Light then screams out about all those innocent people who lost their lives. This is the duality between these two characters, and how morally righteous Light Yagami truly is without the influence of the Death Note, or a form of ultimate power compared to L. Ryuzaki's justification is that he is disappointed that the case simply cannot end with Light Yagami as Kira and Misa Amane as the second Kira. All evidence points towards that direction, and they were very close, but the case remains unsolved as long as people are still dying. He even goes as far to say that not only was he not satisfied with the end result of Light's confinement, but he wanted Light to be Kira, completely going against what he said before his confinement in being his only friend. This really is and shines down a clear view on Light and L's relationship. Kind of like a therapy session for L, he really lets everything out here. At no point did he ever consider Light to be a friend or not want him to be Kira. However, it would do their relationship a disservice to discount any connection that they had. L had never focused on a single person more than Light, just as Light had never focused on anyone as much as L, and will never forget him subconsciously. When there is no evil in the mind of Light, Ryuzaki becomes disinterested. At the drop of a notebook, he had lost so much passion for the Kira case, and for the next 10 days would sit in this new 23-story building facility, unmotivated, only to be carried by Light in finding the new Kira. In L's mind, he already solved the case, why should he do it again for a cheap imitation? Light had flipped the entire Kira case investigation on its head, and there's not a thing L can do about it. To be fair to him, he did foresee this coming, and even figures out play for play what Light had done to get to this position, but cannot be 100% sure, and it is now his hands that are tied. Ryuzaki works with him, but that's not as fun as actually competing with him. The more he realizes that he has lost his intellectual sparring partner, the more he would become less and less interested in whoever the new Kira would be. Again, portraying a side to L that goes strictly against what he was telling the NPA task force at the start of the investigation to the masses who don't know any better. L is in this for justice, to stop the evil parade of mass murder. However, to people who are truly tapped in, that idea gets challenged and contradicted many times. L becomes interested in Light when he is Kira, when he is evil, when he understands how he thinks, when he is similar to himself. That is what excites L. Chapter 39. Separation. The depiction of our main character Light Yagami goes from a sociopathic mass murderer to a hardworking, brilliant and polite young man who is leading the Kira case investigation even more so than the man next to him. As stated before, Light carries L hard through the Yotsuba portion of the story. Whether that is because L was uninterested, or if Light is outright more capable than him, it is more so implied that L was just not taking the case as seriously as he did before and has no interest in starting again, leaving almost everything up to Light. Within 10 days of just scouring through all publicly published information, Light, along with some help from Matsuda, had found a possible connection to the new Kira. This time, instead of only criminals dying, it was high-status businessmen, having 3 die in just under a week, and one of these men worked as part of Yotsuba. When taking a look over at each of the stock price of these 3 separate companies, Yotsuba stock had been rising, while the other 2 men's companies' stock had not just fallen, but capitulated. This in itself would by no means be enough evidence to deduce that Kira has a relation to the Yotsuba group. However, another piece of data found by Light shows that beyond the 3 men who suspiciously died in the past week, there were a total of 13 deaths in only a 3-month time span that were directly beneficial to the Yotsuba group's bottom line. With this much to go on, L's finger touches the bottom of his lip and is compelled to follow up on the lead. This time, the idea being a Kira who kills criminals as a camouflage to hide the true intent of killing for monetary gain. The Yotsuba group really think they are doing some 300 IQ plays. Between the 8 of them, they are constantly thinking of ways to not get caught or found out. But having just spent the last 38 chapters with Light Yagami, it makes the combined effort of all 8 of these men just look pathetic in comparison. Still figuring out how to use the Death Note, these guys don't have a clue or even consider that they had been careless in who they chose to kill. Going on to state that if a person were to suspect Yotsuba right now as having a connection to Kira with only 3 deaths, then their deductive ability would be on the level of a god. Really gotta give credit to Light, his ability to play both sides, whether he is Kira or actively hunting down Kira. He continues to be legitimately good at everything he does, and is looking like the true successor to L that Watari had always been trying to find. Through further investigation, L comes out with the most convincing deduction so far in that Yotsuba couldn't have hired Kira, that would mean they would have found him before me. That's impossible. This leads him to believe that Kira is intimately involved as part of Yotsuba, and that since Watari is well respected in that area of the business world, he can find a connection for them. Meanwhile, this is the first time Light is hearing about Watari, who, for this story, has remained even more anonymous than L usually does, as Light had at one point even assumed him to be a second L. The Yotsuba group wish that they were Light. So far they have paid off government officials and politicians to drive a wedge between the NPA and L. This is to shut down the official investigation that was originally led by L, meaning the NPA can no longer officially work with him if they plan on remaining as part of the police force, and will only be allowed to work with NPA official detectives. So basically, the whole government was paid off by Yotsuba in an attempt to sever any leads they had on finding them. This is an example of Yotsuba thinking they are doing something really clever, a high IQ move by preventing the police force to work with L, as they believe L is their only threat. If they made it illegal to work with him, then surely that would slow him down. This does force the chief to quit, along with everyone else who had been working on the Kira case, except for Aizawa, who can't afford to leave the police as he has a young family to take care of. The mistake of Yotsuba was believing that L needed the help of the task force. This is a man who on his own had funded a 23-story skyscraper in the middle of Tokyo that members of his team can live and work from however they see fit. All things considered, the Kira investigation team doesn't seem like the worst place to be. Misa even has her own flaw, and so that makes staying and working with L an easy choice for most of the task force. However, he himself remains indifferent whether they stay or leave. In fact, he actually encourages them to all leave and keep their regular jobs. He doesn't need their help anymore, and especially now, he and Light unironically beat everyone in this verse. There had been no sentiment shown towards the people that he had directly been working with for almost a year. This makes for a very uncomfortable decision by Aizawa to leave the task force and return to his normal life. Chapter 40. Friends. L has no friends in canon. He had always been smarter than everyone and didn't find a use for people outside of his own personal investigations that he would undertake, and this is part of the reason why most of the NPA began to distrust him, and even the one who remained, Ide, decided he didn't like how L went about things and left on his own accord. This has now led to a conflicted Aizawa. When asked to choose between his job or his role on the Kira case, he becomes indecisive. While all other members of the task force quit their jobs at the police without hesitation, Aizawa stuttered, and so as he does, L would devise a small test of his own. The scene in which he persuades Aizawa to leave the task force and return to the police was a test of conviction he had in the operation. Aizawa failed the test, and this leads to him eventually leaving the task force and yelling and screaming on the way out, officially denouncing L just like Ide had. Yet L states that he actually likes people like Aizawa, which is probably a true statement. A couple of days go by and more evidence is found out about Yotsuba by the chief, allowing L to theorize that this Kira seems a lot more inexperienced at work then when Light was Kira, along with Mogi compiling the name of every Yotuba employee from around the world, in which there are over 300,000, showing that Soichiro and Mogi had been doing everything to pull their weight around the task force, while Matsuda is just there feeling a bit useless. Because there are over 300,000 files to go through, they contemplate getting more people on the investigation. L brings in Aiba, a professional conman with a stat total of 37 out of 50, and a woman who goes by the name of Wedi, a professional thief who has a stat total of 33 out of 50. L is now willing to work with criminals, something that Soichiro Yagami isn't too pleased with, but since they're not connected to the police anymore, L had no problem unveiling that these are tactics he was avoiding using because of that fact. But now it's just not a problem. He also has connections to plenty of other underground criminals that he can contact at any moment, and this puts L himself into a morally grey area. They shrug this off, but this is a massive difference between L and the police, and more specifically L and the Yagami family. It is more evidence pointing in the direction of L not being some epitome of justice and just being morally neutral towards everything. Bringing in these underground criminals leads to a big plan by L to investigate Yotuba and catch them in the act. However, while this was going on, Matsuda had been out acting as Misa's manager when something incredible happens. Chapter 41. Matsuda. Misa is on set filming a scene with the real Hideki Ryuga, and Matsuda is also there, flashing back to brief scenes showing how surprisingly goated Mogi had been, along with the former chief. Matsuda is feeling like he needs to do something significant, and so conveniently happens to be in a location where he can directly see into Yotuba's main offices. Out of all the areas in Tokyo, Matsuda just stumbles across it. Back at HQ, there's this super introspective moment with Light as he goes back throughout the Kira case to moments covered earlier, the 12 FBI agents, the bus jacking, Ray Pember's fiancé, and ultimately comes to the same conclusion as L, that he must have been Kira. As he has no memories of these moments, he remembers living through them, but his actions and mentality as Kira had been completely wiped, and so these memories remain vague in his mind, and if L were to ever ask about these situations again, Light wouldn't have the full clarity to answer them, so he decides to avoid this topic. This leads him to further ask himself internally what he thinks he would currently do if given the power of Kira, an ultimate power to end human life. Light still believes the world would be better off without some people, as do most others, but he pushes these thoughts to the back of his mind and continues on his single-minded focused goal of capturing Kira. The more he thinks about it, the more he also suspects himself, which is why, of course, someone like L is never gonna let this go. L sees Light hacking into the Yotuba database and throws out comments such as, "Wow, great hacking skills, I bet you could use that to hack into the police." Really just throwing it in Light's face that he is still the primary suspect and that catching the current Kira will lead them closer to a solution, but is not the solution itself, which is a big distinction. L is treating this like a filler arc in the case because he's waiting to see how Light's ultimate plan plays out. An urgent message comes up on the screen. This was Yotuba's biggest mistake. These guys have no idea the links L went to remain safe and undiscoverable. The Yotuba group was so naive that they really thought they could contact the second greatest detective in the world to take down the greatest detective in the world. Yotuba contacts Araldo Coyle to uncover L's identity. Obviously, this being L's alt account, this alerts him directly, hereby allowing Watari to backward search the request, only to find out it came from one of the Yotuba main executives, Masahiko Kida, the man with a 28 out of 50. They were willing to spend $100,000 up front and $1.4 million on completion of the identification of L. This was careless from Yotuba. Although you could see where they were coming from, this gave L pretty much every piece of evidence he needed in only a few days. The task force begin freaking when they hear about this new threat, Araldo Coyle. This is the second best detective in the world who also specializes in finding people. Then L just casually lets everybody know, yeah, that's also me. This usually works as a misstep for people trying to uncover my identity. Watari acts as the intermediary. Ryuzaki sets up a plan to get close to new suspect Masahiko Kida. New recruit Aiba will be playing the role as Araldo Coil. L informs them that because Kida's power can transfer from person to person, he will not allow Yotsuba to catch on to being a suspect. This is imperative, as if they do catch on to being a suspect, Kida's power could easily transfer to someone else. So it is very important that no one act out on their own and do something reckless. This is L's thought process as he's about to execute the plan against Yotsuba. Before hearing the intended plan, Matsuda had successfully infiltrated the Yotsuba group's main meeting place and was looking them directly eye to eye. Chapter 42. Heaven. At this point, it becomes clear to everyone that one of these 8 individual men is Kida. Matsuda overhears the meeting to determine Kida's next victim, and so when the door opens on him, he rightfully assumes that he is going to die and is freaking out. This was a really dangerous situation for him. However, Yotsuba are nowhere near as thorough as L, and so he's able to figure out a way to stall them as Misa Amane's manager, and asks if they would like to have Misa be the representative of their company in their next ad campaign. To his surprise, this actually works. Matsuda is always played off as the stupid one of the task force, but he's really not that bad. For being the gag of the investigation, his stats are still above average at 26 out of 50, which is pretty much equal to the current Kira and is at least 1 point above straight average. Matsuda does really well here, a combination of quick thinking, a phone call from L, and he's able to get all 8 of these men to at least wait for Misa Amane to show up. By the time she arrives, she had already been given instruction on what to do to save Matsuda in his current position by L. Misa must host this fake interview for the ad campaign at her place in the new 23-story building of the task force. This way, L can monitor the situation exactly and be on the scene in real time. Yotsuba was planning and intending to kill Matsuda, but they really do feel like a filler organization compared to the insane mind games between Light and L. To avoid being killed by the group, Matsuda fakes his own death by falling off the balcony as instructed by L, only to then be caught by the Chief and Mogi on the floor below. And in one of the greatest costume changes in the series, both L and Light dress up as paramedics to take away the fake body. This little gimmick completely fools all 8 of the Yotsuba executives. They assumed this was the work of Kida and just leave without hesitation, once again proving why L is treating them like a filler segment of the story. Everything works with these guys on the first attempt. Yotsuba are all easily persuaded by the charm of Misa and her friends, which in itself shows a form of weakness in their character as well. Overall, there's just not much to like about them, other than showing that this is what the average salaryman would do with the power of the Death Note. Chapter 43. Black. Because Matsuda is still alive, this leads L to believe that Yotsuba only has the power of the original Kira, needing both a name and face. The next few scenes are entirely focused on Yotsuba, how they react to problems, and their overall composure during a stressful situation. I'm not sure if this has been made clear enough, and it definitely is in the manga. It is being made very apparent that L is just so bored with these guys. In contrast to how he was with Light, in this situation, he is able to handle everything from afar and just let other people be on the ground for him, just like he was able to do in the LABB murder case with Naomi Misora. This time, Aiba is the man on the ground, acting as Araldo Coil. This scene specifically gets heavily rushed in the anime adaptation and cuts out a lot of interesting moments. The manga outlines and shows how caught out Yotsuba had been by contacting Coil and their reactions. Aiba phones up Masahiko Kida, the man who first made an attempt to contact Araldo Coil, and is so insanely freaked out by this interaction that he says nothing for the duration of the phone call. Aiba, or Araldo Coil, states that he would require a $2 million payment up front and then another $8 million on the completion of finding L's identity, and regardless if they decide to accept this offer or not, it will cost them $2 million bare minimum to buy his silence on Yotsuba being involved with Kira, as it would be simple for anyone to assume that would be why they wanted L's identity. Aiba's phone call is not in the anime adaptation, which it's a shame because he is really good. The man's stats alone are higher than anyone in Yotsuba, coming in at a 37 out of 50, and it shows with this interaction. The other 8 executives are instantly made aware of this phone call and are having a meeting to discuss this, as they are now beyond the level of suspicion. Having so many close calls in such a short time span, some of them start to lose their cool. One guy, Adayoshi Hattori, cracks under the pressure of the situation pretty quickly, and to no surprise, he is the one with the lowest stat total with a below average 21 out of 50. What's most interesting about these meetings is the dynamic between all these businessmen. None of them can fully trust each other, as none of them know which one of them truly is Kira. Higuchi does a good job at not doing anything too stupid to reveal himself to the other members. He is the most outspoken on who to kill and the idea of killing in general, but he's mostly calm and rational in all of their meetings. Also, just like any Kira, is a massive liar. Reiji Namikawa, the smartest of them with a 35 out of 50, does the only form of deductive style thinking in the group. As none of them know who Kira is, he is able to realize what some of this Kira's traits are, how he thinks, and why he gathered 7 other individual members around him. His line of thought is that Kira is someone who is too stupid to act on their own. He is using these 7 other people as a shield and also for knowledge, but mostly he is able to realize that based on how this Kira kills for money, the person among them most interested in social status is the man likely to be Kira. Then cutting to Higuchi, who tries to denounce himself immediately of being a person like that, when really he kind of just let them all know. Yotsuba throughout this meeting in the end ultimately are speculating on nothing, and their conversation is entirely pointless in the grand scheme, as Araldo Coil doesn't exist and they are just being stringed along by L the whole time. The story plays them up as being so fodder to the main cast that instead of doubting Araldo Coil at all, they are so impressed at what he was able to figure out that they pay him $5 million up front, more than 2 times what he was requesting, just to get him on their side, further implying that these guys are only able to think with their wallets. Aiba and Wedi were thrown in rather quickly and seemingly pulled out of thin air, but their short-lived additions are great, especially Aiba, showing that L has connections to criminals he's no interest in locking away. They are an immense help to the task force, as while Aiba is over there conning the Yotsuba group out of millions, Wedi has gone ahead and put up security cameras inside the main meeting room to be overseen by the entire task force. Chapter 44 Successor. Everyone gathered together, surrounded by the 13-monitor setup, are all heavily immersed into what they are seeing. 7 men in black suits enter the room, and one of them is Kira. Because of his outburst in the last meeting, Adayoshi Hattori, the man with a 21 out of 50, was killed by Higuchi as a way of saying to the others in the group anonymously, "This is what will happen if you try to leave or speak out." He had no problem killing the lowest ranked member of their group, even if it was one of his own. This is getting serious now for the men in Yotsuba, and as this chapter moves forward with Light and L watching their every move, of course they straight up reveal who they're going to kill. This on its own should be enough evidence to put these men away, or at least make them primary suspects. However, L sees things very differently and wants to wait and see if the person they mentioned actually does die, to have absolute proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The now reformed Light, along with his father, are against this idea completely, as it goes against their moral code. Normally, this video footage alone, along with Matsuda's testimony, would be enough evidence to convict all of Yotsuba, but L is thinking at a level beyond simply Yotsuba. In his mind, everything he does is done with the intent of still fighting Light Yagumi's Kira, If he captures the Yotsuba Kida now, he recognizes that will be a part of Light's original plan and will have fallen into some sort of trap, so he must come up with something, any kind of diversion. The debate continues over should we wait for them to kill who they say they will kill, or just proceed in capturing them immediately, in turn letting Yotsuba know that they're a suspect and risking the chance of Kida's capture for the sake of human life. Of course L is opposed to this at first and will ultimately remain stubborn on this fact, but the majority rules, and in this case, Light comes up with a plan before him and calls Yotsuba's smartest mind, Reiji Namikawa, pretending to be L. Both Light and L felt confident that this man was not in fact Kida, but had the most influence over the group, so by contacting him they'll be able to accomplish the most. The call goes ahead and Light makes his presence as L extremely clear. While acting as L, he is so convincing that not only does he manipulate Yotsuba into delaying the killings by 1 month, but is now also likely to get more information out of Namikawa, as none of these people within the Yotsuba Foundation have any loyalty to each other at all. Light still has no memory of what his life was like as Kida. Everything he is doing now is under the idea of capturing Kida and being a good person. Light was so good at acting like L that it makes L catch on to what Light's overall Grandmaster plan is. He states that his performance was so similar to how he himself would have done things, and by having the capacity to come up with it much faster, he concludes by saying, at this rate, if I die, you could probably become the successor to the L name. As much as it seems like it is, this isn't a compliment towards him or his ability at all. It's simply L making his final discovery on what Light's tactic, motive, and endgame was all along. Dispose of L, then lead the task force as L, while secretly being Kida the whole time. The perfect endgame scenario. Chapter 45. Crazy. This will become L's new obsession until the very end. At this moment, he had completely uncovered what Light's plan was, and still, there was nothing he could do to prevent it. It was as if Light had written his name in the Death Note already, metaphorically. L is so subtle with his words here. Directly after this realization, he says, "You might be able to do it, Yagami-san." Not only referring to Light taking over as his successor, but in the ultimate plan actually coming together and working. L is acknowledging that Light Yagami may actually win this after all, showing that once again, Light is so insanely competitive, and even more so than the world's greatest detective and smartest ever mind, and in the end, this relentless effort to try and escape is remarkable, and even L has to recognize it, and in some ways has to respect it. He goes on to ask Light if he were to die, would he take over and become the new L? This was a pretty obvious test by Ryuzaki to just come out and say in front of everybody. Light being able to pick up on and read this effortlessly. Assuming he was Kida, he would have said yes, and undoubtedly, the Light back in the first 22 chapters probably would have jumped at the chance. However, now, the dynamic has shifted a lot, and Light is genuinely a good person, much like his father. This is shown in the differences by which he responds to one of L's mind game tests. Instead of continuing the battle of minds, he outright exposes to the task force what L's reasoning was in even asking this question, something the old Light would never have done, as it would have interfered with the epic battle of minds that he was having with L, and he would never expose the knowledge like this. Without knowing his own previous actions, Light had also figured out what his original plan was, to pass the power around to someone else to escape suspicion, and then, when that person is caught, the power will come right back to him, and everything goes back to normal. In a backward statement to L, he is saying that this is not a game between you and me anymore, and rather than going along with the cat and mouse game they had prior, he shuts down any form of contest in an effort to prove his innocence and focus on catching Kida. Light turns L's chair around and looks him dead in the eye. L's eye entirely black and unreadable, while Light's eye remains clear and pure. He asks him honestly, "Do you really believe that I am capable of becoming a murderer?" This is the good light attempting to end the game between them, but El says, yes, you do look like a murderer and that's just what he thinks, rejecting the idea of the good light being the true version of light. Calling him a murderer straight to his face, El was introduced to the Kira version of Light Yagami. His first impression was, this man is corrupt, he is a liar and someone that I do not like. Even now, seeing the good in him, he assumes that it is an act and does not let this cloud his original judgment at all. Notice how this Light Yagami isn't at all bored. There is always a sense of unpredictability and excitement working on the Kira case. It's thrilling for him. The biggest difference between Light in Chapter 1 and Light in Chapter 45 is that the sense of boredom is lost on him in these moments working with El and the task force, and this is why he never considers himself capable of just snapping like he does in the beginning and becoming a murderer. His boredom played a massive role in the initial moments of Light Yagami becoming Kira, and now that's not an emotion he currently feels. He is able to take on the role that he was groomed for, having his father's sense of justice, and that's what he had been doing for the past few chapters since getting out of imprisonment. After the chief brings up some rightfully valid points about wanting to secure innocent lives while they have the evidence, this isn't exactly El's main goal. El wants to do things his way, and so after some disagreement over catching specifically Kira versus saving human lives, he ultimately just gets fed up with the task force and suggests that he should work on this case alone, without the morally ambiguous task force slowing him down. And we all know how the task force working by themselves is going to go. Not good. And so El walks out of the main offices to pursue Kira on his own. He brings Light up to Misa's room. If we're acquainting true justice to the amount of human lives saved, then this is a huge scene in favor of El not being morally just. It's becoming quite obvious at this point. He has made his intentions clear that he is still very much playing the game. Regardless of being self-aware to what the actual outcome will be, he is not going to run away and hide. Some of El's funniest moments come when he's around Misa. Misa says that she will do anything to help Light, and El says, then who am I? Who is El? Obviously things that would have helped Light in the not too distant past, but now are of no meaning since both their minds are wiped. This very much feels like endgame El. He's figured out the case, he's making jokes, ultimately at his own expense. It's a fatalistic turn for his character. Throughout these moments with Light and Misa, he keeps mentioning that he's desperate and doesn't have much time, conclusively deciding on a strategy to get Misa closer to Kira, as he was able to watch and observe how the Yotsuba men acted that night in Misa's apartment, and as this Kira is someone who seeks status, he figures they will see Misa as the ultimate prize to win. Light, Misa and El form the ultimate trio. Chapter 46, Ill-Suited. The task force works on their own for about 3.5 minutes and comes to the conclusion that yeah, they suck without El. As Yotsuba continue their discussions at a more frequent pace, Aiba agrees to show his face to them for an additional $2.5 million. Of course under the name Araldo Coil, and to act as their form of Ryuzaki. The idea is to approach Misa as being connected to El through that small 2-week window where no one was killed by Kira, and where Misa conveniently went missing to the public. Back at the task force, working without El lasted, no joke, 1 panel. The former chief realizes that the Japanese MPA had been outcast from the Kira case entirely, and that for them to present evidence directly to them would only work against them. For the task force without El to get anything done, they would have to contact foreign authorities, which would only be possible with the help of El anyway, so it doesn't take long until everyone is back working together. This time, Mogi becomes Misa's new manager in his first on-screen role of the series, as she is helped by Aiba and El to practice this fake interview to get close to the Yotsuba Kira. All this time, Rem had still been there, silently watching over Higuchi's actions. The only time she ever shows up is to say how disgusting this man is, and generally how disgusting all of humanity is. And it becomes the absolute final straw for her when he decides that he will take Misa Amane as his wife. With the money, status, and Misa Amane as a wife, to Higuchi, that is the pinnacle of life itself, and as he is made aware of Amane's affinity for Kira since he is Kira, this makes him incredibly confident in his ability to pull this off. All while observing how revolting this man is, Rem decides that under no circumstances can she let Misa be swayed by the power of Higuchi into marriage. She didn't think Misa would be into him anyway simply on the fact that he was Kira alone, however she couldn't be certain, and so Rem tears out a page of the Death Note in attempts to save her. While arriving at Yotuba's main office, Mogi has shown the most amount of his personality in the series thus far, and it's about time. It is stated by Sugumi Oba that he did intend for Mogi to play a larger role throughout the series than he did, and to be fair, he had done a lot compared to the others, but it's all been off screen, and it is important to remember that he has the highest overall stats of anyone in the task force, so this makes him somewhat of an underrated character in the task force. He also plays the acting role of Misa's manager very well. Misa's interview takes place in front of 4 Yotuba members and Araldo Coil, which is Aiba. Misa comments on how Mido looks similar to Light, only a decade too old. Their rehearsed acting skills fly way over the head of anyone in this company. They are infiltrating Yotuba perfectly to gain the trust of Kira, who is currently in the room sitting directly opposed to her. The whole time, as Higuchi is there, so is Rem, overseeing this interview completely unaware of L's plan and intent with Misa being there, and so when she gets up to go to the bathroom alone, her hand is touched by a torn piece of the Death Note, and Rem appears before her again. A single torn page isn't enough to bring back all previous memories, however, it is enough to simply see and talk to Rem, who is then able to guide her in the path that Light originally intended. Chapter 47. Impertinence. The moments in which Light is left alone with his thoughts, the idea of once being Kira continuously enters his mind. It's no surprise that whenever these moments occur, it's in the brief time he has to think to himself, alone. Truthfully, he never actually is alone in these moments, as these handcuffs that tie him to Ryuzaki are a representation of L's best attempt at countering his plan. He is able to differentiate the current Kira over there in Yotuba from the original, as Higuchi had been killing any criminal whose name appeared on the news regardless of false accusations or even outright innocence, whereas Light, in his original Kira state, over time did lean majoritively towards his own ideals in who he perceived to be innocent or not. This is in complete contrast to Higuchi, who is only killing criminals because he was told to, and does not really care which criminal dies, innocent or not. Light picks up on this, as does L, and is one of the many reasons that even though they're so close to honing in on the current Kira, L is not even close to being personally satisfied by this. This is a chapter that revolves around Misa regaining her partial memories of her time before confinement and suspicion of being the second Kira. Rem announces herself as the most prejudiced Shinigami of all time, showing so much bias towards Misa and now even Light Yagami himself, at least in comparison to Higuchi and the other members of Yotuba. Rem goes on to state that her distaste for Higuchi goes deeper than her once hatred for Light Yagami, and now seeing how bad and, in her own words, disgusting humans can really be, Rem is in complete favor of Light Yagami and his original ideals with the Death Note, in that some people need to be killed, closely following and overseeing all the Yotuba group meetings where every individual in that room was objectively monetarily selfish and not a great representation of humanity. She now agrees with Light, so a bit of character development for the Shinigami. In all, this acts as a long conversation that catches Misa up to speed on the events of the past while still retaining her innocence In a very dialogue-heavy chapter that was mostly exposition, not only for Misa, but also for Rem to announce her newly found desire to help out Light Yagami. What this means is, if Rem is now ever put into a position that would extend Light Yagami's own life, she will die. This is why she remains hesitant in killing L and even Higuchi himself, although she doesn't rule it out and at some point does expect to die. So far in Death Note, Rem has been the most compassionate, willing to act, kind-hearted death god of all time. Personally, I like the idea that all gods in narrative storytelling that involve mortals must remain somewhat neutral. Interference to an extent isn't a problem itself, as Ryuk dropping the Death Note could be considered unnatural. However, with Rem, this is a character that has the ability to do whatever she wants. She states that she isn't fond of dying, but will do it because she has grown attachment to a certain human. First Misa, and now by proxy of following Higuchi and all of Yotsuba, Light. By coming down and announcing this, from the moment Rem enters the story, her purpose is to die, and that becomes very clear early on. Her plea to Misa in this current chapter is nothing more than Rem wanting to protect her because of the desire to do so. It remains unexplained why this is a phenomenon that certain Shinigami can feel, but it is more than implied that Rem is an emotional death god who was enamored by Misa's charm, and through observation of the human world found her to be rather wholesome and worth protecting. This is something that remains fairly consistent throughout the story. Even L, in a single panel after being kissed on the cheek by Misa, states outright, "I could fall for you," which I think is even more insane to get someone like him to fall for the charm than a Shinigami, but Misa's charm ability is the equivalent of Light's acting ability. It is her outlier stat, stated as being a solid 10 out of 10, and manages to have an effect on even the divine. And what's crazy is, Rem is not the first death god who has felt this way towards Misa. Depending on what you think is more impressive, L unironically states he could fall for the grace and glamour of Misa Amane, which is insane, but something even more insane is that with all of these death gods killing themselves in the name of Misa, Light Yagami feels nothing. All of the admiration thrown on Misa by the masses, gods included, is then directed by her towards Light and whatever his current goal is at that time. This feeling of love is never reciprocated by Light at all, and is instead directed towards his own ideals and motives, changing the world, curing his boredom, becoming a god, etc. Chapter 48. Give and Take. Misa's first impression seeing Higuchi as Kira is yuck. These impressions may have been swayed by their initial meeting where Higuchi is shown being really weird coming onto her and the other models. However, most of the low-level Yotsuba members were portrayed like this, but it is interesting because despite her obsession with Kira at first, Higuchi is just not the guy. Light is the guy. Without originally knowing much about their character, her first reaction to Light was complete infatuation, while her first reaction to Higuchi is ew. This shows an innate intuition and perceptiveness that Misa is able to pick up on between these two separate Kiras. She may not go about it the same way as L, but in the end, they are both not interested in this Kira. They are interested in Light's Kira. Misa may mostly be portrayed as this ditzy girl who just follows Light around, but there has been a lot of character put into her, and in unique ways she is able to do things that Light or L could never. Remember that she was the first person to uncover who Kira really was, then locate and track him down to have a one-on-one meeting in person. Also, she's become slightly less crazy ever since her mind was wiped and lost the Shinigami eyes. These last few chapters have been fairly rapid in their pacing. So much happens within only a span of a few pages. Soichiro Yagami had planned to announce to the public all of the information regarding the Kira case in attempts to stop the killings. L does not want this to happen, so he convinces him to wait 1 month, as that is when Light had delayed the next Yotsuba killings to anyway. And beyond that, L does not expect to even be alive in 1 month. More on that later. Misa comes back into the task force with more knowledge than everyone combined. Knowing who the real Kira was, she has a plan on how to get him to confess. However, she wasn't able to execute this flawlessly. Her behavior towards Light catches the attention of Elle, big surprise there, but again, it becomes one of those moments where Elle is able to pick up and put together the fragments of everything that's going on around him. However, due to this being the work of a divine notebook, the answer is always just slightly out of reach and can never be truly definitive. Misa is able to dance around the task force knowing the truth and is able to come up with her own method of helping Light. This plan ends up with her running away from her fake manager Mogi, cutting off all contact for a brief moment and getting a chance to speak with Higuchi alone. Highlighting Misa's ability to charm most characters, Higuchi is of course no exception. What he thinks is going to be a normal time with a normal girl is entirely flipped on its head when Misa reveals that she is the second Kira. As if she is acting out a scene saying, "My dream is to marry Kira. If only he were here right now, I would love him so much." This is obvious bait for Higuchi, but the fact that this even works really says everything it needs to about his character. If it wasn't already made clear, Higuchi is an easily swayed man with no true purpose or direction, unlike Light. There are some things that do make Light an extremely admirable person, but with Higuchi, there isn't a thought that goes through his mind other than the desire to make out of this with dominance over Misa. With Rem in the background listening over to all of this, she assists Misa in proving to Higuchi that she does have the capacity to kill, and that she wasn't lying. This leads to the groundbreaking confession of Higuchi telling her that he is Kira. He does this in hopes of securing Misa as not only a wife, but also he wants her eyes. However, since he can't prove it, since he never carries fragments of the Death Note on him, Misa tells him the only way to prove it is to halt the killings of criminals until she says otherwise. And he doesn't even question this, gladly agreeing to these terms, not only preventing new murder, but Misa was also wearing a wire, returning to the task force and playing that particular part of the audio to Elle and everyone else. Higuchi is Kira, and the man they will now focus on. Chapter 49. Potted Plant. What a strange name for a chapter of Death Note, Potted Plant. This likely refers to the one line where Misa says the words potted plant, and that's it. I think it's important to mention that overall in stats, Misa outranked Higuchi, having a total of 33 out of 50 while he sits at a 26 out of 50. While his knowledge may be higher, just about everything else is in Misa's favor, and well, she's played her part. The evidence is there for the task force to hone in on Higuchi alone. While this part of the case is seemingly all but solved, there's still a lot that needs to be done, such as finding out the method used to kill, watching to see if the murders do suddenly stop at Misa's request, and most importantly to Elle, what will happen once Higuchi is captured. One of Elle's biggest problems is that he does not want the power of Kira to simply pass on to someone else, only then for him to have to restart the investigation from close to the beginning all over again. That is not fun for Elle, and so everything he does is in anticipation that Kira's power at any time could move on to someone else. To quell this semi-paranoia from his mind, he genuinely and in good faith asks Light if he remembers how to kill. This is more of a direct statement from Elle, not trying to catch Light out on anything, but to actually listen to what he has to say. As he doesn't remember how to kill or any of his previous actions before confinement, this leads to the final deduction that Light Yagami was Kira, and his powers passed on to someone else while Light had forgotten that he was once Kira. It was not the will of a divine being operating from behind the scenes, it was the will of Light himself passing on those powers intentionally. If there was a third party in the background who could transfer powers and they didn't want the method of killing to be uncovered, then it would be strange that he waited so long before switching the power to someone else. And if someone had just transferred the power and wasn't paying attention, then it would make even less sense for the power to be passed on when it was. This confirms that Kira's power can only be transferred by the will of the person who possesses it. This is a pretty insane discovery, and for these two to just have this conversation while everyone else is focused on the current Kira and Higuchi, Elle just caught Light. This is the deduction the task force uses to pursue Higuchi, in the idea he won't try and forfeit ownership. If they both agree that Kira's power can only be transferred by the person who is in control, then that is literally what Light did, and L thanks Light personally. He now feels 99% confident. Of course, this 99% is disguised as a 99% confidence that Higuchi's power won't be passed on when trying to capture him. However, it can also be interpreted as him being 99% confident in the final deduction of Light being Kira. The end goal is observing how Higuchi / the current Kira actually kills people, and because Higuchi isn't a super genius, this will be fairly straightforward and easy to come up with a plan for. The next 8 pages is the task force unironically going play by play on how Higuchi will react with pinpoint accuracy. Matsuda will play the role of the man who once walked in on a Yotsuba meeting and will tell his story on national TV, exposing the current Kira and labeling all other members of Yotsuba as mere victims. This will force Higuchi's hand to find a way to kill him, and when he does, L and the task force will observe how he does so. Chapter 50 Yotsuba. It has been 3 days and the killings have indeed stopped. 3 members of Yotsuba meet at Shingo Mido's house to discuss how they've been feeling about these recent actions of Kira, and surprisingly, at least 3 out of the remaining 7 are sickened by what is taking place during these meetings, and they want a way out. Namikawa, Suguru, and Mido all speculate and conclude that it is Higuchi who has been pulling the strings as Kira, based on him desiring the most amount of money and power out of anyone, and not really having the capacity to make it on his own outside of the power derived from being Kira. And so now it's basically everyone against Higuchi. There is not a single person on his side, and it's about to become him versus the world. How will the new Kira handle this stress? The stakes being at the highest they had ever been. Will he remain calm and think of a way out of it like someone we know? Or will he ultimately self-destruct? The other members of the Yotsuba group are portrayed as victims in all of this. Even though some of them genuinely feel like it, and probably are, the fear of going against Kira instilled a sense of fear in them, and not wanting to die like Arayoshi Hattori, they are only speaking up about this now. During this meeting, Namikawa gets a phone call from L, or Light acting as L, and actually pulls off a subtly impressive feat that stumbles him, confirming to everyone that their target is in fact Higuchi. First time Light had been drawn with a sweat mark in a while, he was caught out here in a very minor way, revealing the task force's plan. How this doesn't actually really matter or do anything in the grand scheme. Light was going to ask Namikawa to call Higuchi anyway to inform him about the TV interview, so it's likely he would have put it together regardless. Over the last 3 days, not a single criminal has been reported dead, and so the task force has full intention of moving forward with their original plan. While Higuchi is laughing to himself, thinking he's about to gain the power of Misa's Shinigami eyes, he receives a phone call from Namikawa telling him to tune into Sakura TV and the man being interviewed. Matsuda says some dangerously revealing things, and when he does, his face is purposely shown to make it clear to Higuchi that he remembers him, he is serious, and he must take action in killing him. Higuchi is thrown into a really bad position. L had him in checkmate before he even knew he was playing. Everything that L said, how he would react, the thoughts going through his mind, his gut feeling in this exact moment were all correct. Higuchi goes through every motion, first calling Misa to use her powers as the second Kira, then calling the other members of Yotsuba, which turns out to be ultimately pointless, then even calling Mogi, who he thinks is Misa's manager, and asks him why she isn't answering. None of this works, and he is left in a complete panic, not even trying to hide what his intentions are. He flees in his car, taking the Death Note and a gun with him to Yoshida Productions in an attempt to find Matsuda's real name. Not only is this going exactly how L planned, but it's also going exactly how Light Yagami planned from 4 months ago. Higuchi is on a mission to kill Matsuda. All records and files of his name would be impossible to find, putting him in a very dangerous position. Cameras and microphones had been installed in his Porsche, and is followed by Weddy on a motorcycle while being strictly monitored by L. Chapter 51 Misunderstanding. Rushing through the city streets, Higuchi begins speaking to Rem inside his car. This is immediately picked up on by L and is assumed to be a Shinigami. All those subtle clues that Light aimed towards him in the beginning about Shinigami possibly even being real, then Misa confirming it later on, become fully realized in this confrontation right here. L is acknowledging that this may in fact be the secondary work of a death god. Higuchi enters the Yoshida Productions offices where he assumes that he can find the real name of Matsuda. However, one thing that never crosses his mind, not even once, is that this whole situation, from the police chase to running around the city trying to find his name, even the Yotsuba group itself, had merely been used as strategical pieces in Light's fourth-dimensional game of intellect with L. All of these events had been orchestrated and foreseen a long time ago by someone much more intelligent than himself. He is no greater than an NPC in Light's game, and he doesn't even realize it. This leads to a very frustrated and scared Higuchi. Once he realizes that all records of Matsuda's name had been wiped, the only way he would be able to kill him is by taking the deal with Rem and halving his lifespan for the Shinigami Eyes. This is what he ultimately decides to do, allowing him to instantly kill a policeman who pulled him over for speeding, and by way of doing so, alerting L that he can now, for whatever reason, kill with only a face. L wanted to see specifically how he killed and did recognize a notebook of some kind, but from video cameras alone there wasn't enough footage to see what he actually did to kill this policeman, so L forfeits the idea of waiting and switches to an all-out offensive mode of attack. Chapter 52. Split Second. Once Higuchi accepted the Shinigami ideal, he gained an immense confidence in himself. Now the third person to get a hold of the Shinigami Eyes after Beyond Birthday and Misa, and in both of those two particular individuals, there was overwhelming evidence that the eyes played a large role in them going insane and their eventual downfall. For Higuchi, again, it has a similar effect, combined with everything else that's going on around him. Although he wasn't much before, there was some calmness about him, and he did try to emulate an overabundance of intelligence to not seem too suspicious to the Yotsuba group. The Yotsuba group now, standing on the sidelines, are waiting for Kira to make a move. This leaves Higuchi left alone to make his own decisions and try to avoid capture. This goes against everything that he originally intended by forming the Yotsuba group. Either way, from this moment, his life would never be the same again. In what is the most action-filled chapter of Death Note, the Task Force, the MPA, and even the host at Sakura TV are all working together to catch Kira. There was never really a chance for Higuchi to defend himself. All events had already been predetermined by Light 4 months ago. L, Watari, and Light pursue him in a helicopter, showing that L actually knows how to operate one of these things, because of course he does, and he actually says that, with a little bit of intuition, Light should be capable of doing the same thing. So, fun fact. The night only continues to get worse for Higuchi as wherever he goes, even with the Shinigami Eyes, he was never able to see Matsuda's face again, going all the way back to Yotsuba HQ to review footage of him stumbling his way into their meeting room, only to find that it had been deleted. In his mind, someone had betrayed him. He then makes his way over to Sakura TV, arriving to only be met with mannequins in place of real people. Members of the task force, including Light's father, were there waiting for him with helmets and guns. The more he tries, the more hopeless it gets. He goes from a panicked man to a desperate man to eventually a man confronted with over 15 individual police sirens and blasting lights opposing his single vehicle. The two men leading this charge on the MPA's side were Ide and Aizawa. Ide had never stopped working on the Kira case and had formed a secret union of police to work with him privately on the investigation. Along with Aizawa leaving L's side to join Ide, this brings over a lot of once private information into a lot more people's minds. As they are leading this charge against Kira, they really do believe that everything they had worked on for the last 12 months was about to come to an end, and they can be proud that they were the ones who never truly gave up. Watari from inside the helicopter pulls out a sniper rifle and shoots the tire of Higuchi's porch, disabling his mobility and giving him one final option, pulling a gun to his head and threatening to pull the trigger, in which L looks at him and remarks, "Is so stupid." implying that once again, L thinks that the original Kira never would have tried taking himself as hostage. Watari takes out the rifle again and with even more impressive marksmanship is able to pinpoint his aim directly into Higuchi's gun. Dropping the gun and with the death note sitting on the seat next to him, Higuchi's life is over. Chapter 53. Scream. The content leading up to this moment had been a trip, but that is all it was. This had been a scripted path already predetermined by Light Yagami months ago. Without even using the Death Note, Light had been able to foresee everything that happened in the last 20 chapters, without getting any assumptions wrong and basically nailing every reaction with extreme pinpoint accuracy. There's a reason Yotsuba felt like filler-esque antagonists, because compared to Light, that is what they were. They were certainly not meant to be the true villain. That's made very apparent by none of their combined stats reaching above 35. Just regular people mixed up in a battle between the world's greatest minds. Higuchi steps out of the vehicle with both hands raised and complies with his arrest. A headset is then put on him and he's asked the most important question of all time by L, who is sitting over there in the helicopter. How have you been killing people? Without any hesitation, he answers, telling L about a notebook in which the human whose name is written shall die. Soichiro is the first one to find the Death Note sitting in the car, and so that makes him the first one to see it and freak out over the Shinigami. Curious to what type of monster he is seeing, L requests to touch the notebook as well, revealing to him the Shinigami Rem standing a solid 1 meter above everyone. The sight of the Shinigami isn't what freaks out L. In fact, he has quite the opposite reaction that normal people do. Instead of going crazy, he actually remains quite calm. His mind keeps going back over clues found in the Kira case months ago, very specifically when Misa was sending in messages about showing each other our notebooks in Aoyama. The words notebook, Kira, the second Kira, met in Aoyama, love at first sight, all rush through his mind as he is working to piece it all together. L understands that there must be a second notebook, but mainly that this isn't over yet. While he was stuck in thought, Light had taken back the Death Note and is now holding it in both hands, screaming. All previous memories, every single experience he had with the Death Note pre-imprisonment was restored back to him. Ryuk, the 12 FBI agents, Ray Pemba, Misa as the second Kira, and most importantly, the desire to kill L. A zoom in on Light's face shows that the man who we had been following for the first 33 chapters of the story has returned. Everything went exactly as planned, and rightfully so. He is very pleased with himself once the memories are regained. So, as the hunt for Yotsuba Kira was more of a halftime runaround than an actual contest, it is now time to let the second half battle between Light and L commence. This time though, there's not much left in it. Chapter 54. Inside. Light's plan had been so creative that it requires an entire chapter to flash back and explain in detail what he was thinking on the night before his confinement. We've gone over the general idea throughout the Yotsuba arc, however flashing back to that specific moment, Light was done. Misa had all but confirmed their connection to Kira, and it was a constant barrage of suspicion coming from L. In a moment of absolute pressure, when it was all on the line, Light was mentally very strong. In comparison to the man we had just seen point a gun to his head in a last resort effort to escape confinement, Light had metaphorically done the opposite, having had the self-awareness to understand that he had to change from the man he once was. The ideal Yagami child needed to return, and so he methodically displayed what makes him one of the greatest fictional characters of all time. This goes beyond sociopathic. The lengths Light Yagami is willing to go to not lose. His everlasting competitive nature never seems to disappear. This is a man who does not lose. Losing is a fate equivalent to death itself, and so all this time chasing Yotsuba, working with L, continuing to have countless people murdered through the Death Note, This is all for Light to not lose the game, and while he seemed down and out 20 chapters ago, right now, not a single person suspects him aside from El. At the moment, this remains Light's most insane intellectual feat. Nothing anyone has done throughout the story can compare to what Light had just pulled off. It is implied that El may have been able to think of something similar or of equal value to this, since he does backwards engineer the plan quite a few times before capturing Higuchi, but right now, without question, Light Yagami is in the winning position. This is displayed in the anime as Light and El being constantly shown as both being atop buildings, and whoever is about to fall off loses. That is one of many stylistic choices that the anime adaptation took, and isn't a thing in the manga, but it's a great way to visualize who's on top, and right now that person is Light. Having secured a piece of the Death Note in his watch for this very moment to end the life of Higuchi, it's pretty insane to think that if El had just taken away and searched Light's watch, he would have seen a piece of the Death Note and potentially ruined Light's plan right there. However, there's so many of those small little moments that could have happened that Light statistically had been prepared to take on that risk and bet against anything outside his own perception. Lying Yagami is still sitting next to El in the helicopter and has to angle himself in a position that doesn't alert suspicion, and so he takes a small needle and pierces his finger, and with the drops of blood, uses that as ink to write down Higuchi's name in the Death Note. Just as everyone is about to relax and celebrate the capture of what they think was the true Kira, Higuchi dies of a heart attack, and it is with this that the original Kira has officially returned, and things are about to reach their climax. Chapter 55 Creation. The creation of the new world is well within reach. Rem is left hanging around the task force as once Higuchi died, ownership of the Death Note returned back to Light. This brings up for the first time how the group reacts to seeing a Shinigami. As they have all touched the Death Note, they can all interact and see Rem. However, her dialogue with El and the task force remains extremely reserved. She doesn't tell them anything. In the continued attempt to save Misa, Rem complies with only the will of Light and does not speak out of turn. Since she has a track record of being charmed multiple times by certain humans, not just Misa but eventually Light as well, that shows a level of empathy that most Shinigami simply do not have, and it does make you wonder if given enough time around certain other members of the task force, such as El or anyone else, if she would have adopted a similar emotion to them as well. El basically has a 0 in charm, at least within the Death Note universe, as evident by the 1 out of 10 in social ability, and it would be hard to believe that Rem would find any kind of connection to him at all. He is stated as being somewhat evil himself by the creator, although this evil is a lot more subtle and less in your face than the big bad corporate evil Higuchi. Then you have Light Yagami, who Rem once disagreed with and thought was a despicable human being, but now she aligns herself with the cause. Aizawa is now back working alongside the task force, and he finds that upon scientific inspection of the Death Note, it is discovered that the notebook itself and the ink used to write the rules are made up of substances not found on Earth. So things are moving very quickly. A Shinigami is standing in the room with them, they have knowledge of the Death Note, El is still thinking and aware of the clues from months ago about showing each other our notebooks in Aoyama. That's where Light met Misa. This entire endgame plan could have easily been fumbled by Light. Simply by revealing the Death Note, he had intentionally uncovered around 50% of the case. Without foresight and a specific set of rule changing, Light Yagami would have without a doubt been convicted as the original Kira shortly after by El. So, in order to prevent this, before relinquishing ownership of the Death Note, he forces Ryuk to write in a fake rule. As there are no rules against this, and it doesn't directly lengthen his official lifespan, Ryuk complies because this would definitely be the most entertaining outcome to watch. There was no way Light expected to reach the new Kira before El, so he had to work under the assumption that the task force would uncover the identity of the Death Note roughly at the same time as him. By accepting this as the most likely outcome, Light allowed himself to be as creative as he liked with how they perceived it, and a part of that were the rules. If the person using the note fails to consecutively write names of the people to be killed within 13 days of each other, then the user will die. Not as mind-blowing as the whole procedure he used to get here, but with a single rule change, this clears light in the minds of everyone. This was a magical notebook that could do beyond natural things after all. They had no choice but to abide by it and everything it said. He also adds in another fake rule that if the Death Note is to be destroyed, all those who had come in contact with it by touching it will also die. This is to prevent him from potentially losing his memories again in case the Death Note is burned or destroyed later on. From the moment Higuchi collapsed of a heart attack, L had been in hyper-focus. This battle was not over, and he is left questioning Rem over the validity of these rules written in the Death Note, as this was a clear outlier in all evidence pointing towards light. Rem continues to lie to protect Misa, so L has no choice but to admit defeat. In this moment, he apologizes for the trouble and unchains Light Yagami from his side. Just like that, clearing him of all suspicion to everyone on the outside. Whether you call it a biased Shinigami or no access to godlike power feeding him abstract rules from the divine, L had almost nothing going in his favor and is left purely to his own logic and deductive capability, and even then it still wouldn't be enough to keep the suspicion on Light in front of everyone who is just going against him. Light had front-ran him on the social hierarchy, and in the minds of the masses, he was innocent. It just wasn't all fully connecting. The previous steps Light had taken were made to ensure L would feel this way, and it's as if in the moment he releases Light, he gives up. L admitted defeat, and in the end, his fate was already sealed and predetermined. For as much as he hated losing, he was not more competitive than the man who was bored, and did not have a solid response for what was about to come. If anything, only apathy. L continues just by asking questions to Rem about the Death Note, the Shinigami eyes, and realizes that Misa definitely saw his name on the day of her arrest. Regardless of Rem doing her best job at trying to avoid these questions, L is still able to figure out enough to know that he is sitting in a very unhealthy spot in relation to Light and his overall life. Chapter 56. Embrace. Light and Misa both get released, and everyone who believes them to be innocent is down wishing Misa a farewell, and all those who are still not convinced do not say goodbye. A big difference now is that Kira, or the evil Light, can utilize Misa's power and manipulate her in any way he wants, whereas the good Light would never have done this, and even go on to say that it was a total one-sided relationship. He felt nothing for Misa and would never lead her on, as it goes against his moral code. But now he fakes being attracted to her using the reasoning of, after seeing all she had went through for him, naturally anyone would start to feel a connection. L picks up on this as a drastic change in the two personalities of Light. However, at this point, L can pick up on all he wants, it doesn't really change anything. This is of course a way for Light to retain Shinigami Eye power without he himself actually needing to shorten his own lifespan. He tells Misa where to go to dig up the Death Note that he had buried months ago, and that's exactly what she does, simultaneously regaining all her memories from her time spent as the second Kira as well. Light had left her a letter with a specific set of instructions that would lead to the death of Hideki Ryuga, the man she saw with the Shinigami eyes at Toho University, also known as L. A POV from Misa's perspective shows how much of a hindrance Shinigami eyes must be in everyday normal life. Misa goes through thousands of names daily and could not be possibly expected to remember the names of any specific individual. It had been months from the moment she had last seen L with those powers, and she never exactly was encouraged to remember his name, and so naturally, she forgets. Although once again, Light had definitely accounted for this. One thing he could always rely on was Misa's devotion and reproachful nature. Ryuk returns to the human world after being sidelined for far too long. Misa is so upset that she can't be of use to Light that she now asks him to do the Shinigami ideal without hesitation, halving it again so her lifespan is now 1/4 of what it originally was. This is a type of loyalty that defines who Misa is and was one of the many outcomes that Light was banking on. Her only vision is to be valued by Light. Her lifespan should now technically be the shortest out of anyone. Having taken charge of the Kira investigation, Light searches all areas that are not related to himself, and with Misa arriving back at the task force, Rem notices that Ryuk is now attached to her. Of course, this was done intentionally to force Misa into making the ideal again, shortening her lifespan and pressuring Rem into making the ultimate decision. Light can also finally welcome back his original Shinigami, Ryuk. The grand finale is about to begin. This plan had taken 100% of Light's brain capacity to actually pull off. This was him stress tested to the absolute limit, directly stating that before his confinement he had spent every waking second thinking about each possible scenario and how to deal with them if they were to arise, and the current scenario that he is in is a good one for him that is manageable. Not only had Light planned his way out of suspicion, but he also had planned to eliminate all those who stood opposed him as well. This includes Rem, L, and even poor old Wataru. Chapter 57. Two Choices. In true detective fashion, L is in favor of testing out and using the Death Note. This brings up an interesting talking point on what if it was L that received the Death Note at the start of the story instead of Light. We've been comparing how similar these two are throughout the narrative, so would it be too much of a stretch to say L would end up similar to Light? Although his reasons for wanting to test it out here are simply to scrutinize the limits of what can actually be done, namely the 13-day rule. As much as Light and L are similar, they are not the same. L never had the god complex and was never living a life of mundane boredom such as Light. He was already out there solving cases long before the Kira case, and so if he was ever put in a position similar to Light at the start of chapter 1, L would without a doubt show interest in the Death Note, but it's hard to believe that he would hide it away and use it for his own malicious reasons. This chapter goes into a small amount, only a small bit, of how I would interpret L's usage of the Death Note to really be outside of the Kira case. Simply find a criminal who is already sentenced to death and arrange with a world leader who is willing to comply to end their life with the Death Note to test its legitimacy, see that it's actually real, and then, most likely, L keeps it or destroys it. For as similar as their deductive analysis is, L does not fall down the same path as Light in that regard, and would probably be one of the only humans I'd feel confident in breaking the curse of the Death Note bringing its user endless misfortune. The killing of criminals begins again as soon as one day after Light had just spoken with Misa. This was intentionally done to force L into suspecting Misa and in turn capturing the second notebook. Light purposely puts Misa in danger of L himself in the knowledge of how he anticipates those around him to act. He didn't want L to simply run off with the notebook because then he would be stuck with Rem following him around. Not only would that be annoying, but it's also a dead giveaway. Light knew Misa would become a suspect if the killing of criminals started happening directly after he was spotted having a conversation with her. It's a bit strange, this was L's custom pre-built building designed specifically for the Kira case, where he knew he would be working directly with the man who he suspected to be Kira the most. I don't know why he wouldn't choose to have audio devices installed everywhere, constantly monitoring everything, but he doesn't. This allows Light to speak freely with Misa about his grand ideas of making the new world together with no bad people, essentially lying to her to make her comply on demand. Of course, this is a big part of Misa's character, and so within one day, she followed the instructions and a mass amount of criminals dropped dead of heart attacks, clear for L to see. So the task force do notice that L is still fixated on Misa Amane as being a suspect, even after they had all gone down to farewell her. This is one of the biggest downfalls that L has. Working with people like Aizawa and Light's father who haven't the slightest clue what's going on, they are constantly hindering his ability to get anything close to constructive done. The 13-day rule was all the evidence they needed, and they didn't see Light as a monster, whereas he did. The task force do not allow him to keep compulsively suspecting Misa, and so L realizes this as a win for Light, and that's why he apologizes. This is the slow and grueling death of L. He had been superseded. Light casually leads the conversation onto what would happen if this kiddo was caught, what type of punishment would they receive, and for one of the only times in the series, L never picks up on this. He had been able to pick up on everything, literally no matter how subtle or otherworldly it was, but this was a normal and honest question. If Light didn't bring up this topic as nonchalantly as he did, Rem may not have acted at all. This is implied through her reaction to hearing of the potential Misa Amane execution and her overall deduction that Light wanted Elle to suspect Misa, up until the point where she had no choice but to kill Elle. It takes her quite a while to put this all together, and once she has, similar to Elle, her fate was arranged before she could do anything. Sticking to her word of protecting Misa, this is the characteristic Light was counting on the most, and as Rem is the most emotional Shinigami ever created, it is going to work. This is why she was so startled by this at first. Light had not only planned this through to outsmart Elle and the task force, but also a god who is the 4th ranked Shinigami in her realm. This allows him to get rid of her, Elle, and the task force's connections to the Shinigami all in one go. Light had pulled off the most insane feat of the series with only about 1 day's worth of prep time. Rem states that by manipulating a Shinigami and in turn killing a god, Light himself had surpassed the Death God. While Ryuzaki is speaking with Rem, he notices that to all the important questions relating to the case, she answers with a straight, "I don't know." If he were to assume the answer to "I don't know" questions were actually a yes, such as being able to write on torn pages of the Death Note, that would immediately put Light back into suspicion, and that's when Elle figures it out. All this time, Light could have been writing on a piece of the Death Note in that bag of potato chips while under surveillance, or even while Higuchi had been captured. Elle had figured it out, but there just was not enough time. His mindset right now is clearly still directed at Light being the original kidder and Misa being the second kidder. That never changed. What he is needing to do, and fully intends to do, is use the Death Note to ensure the validity of specifically the 13-day rule. He decides to have this set up and tested immediately on a criminal who is destined for death row. If 13 days pass and the individual is still alive, Light Yagami is kidder and Misa Amane is the second kidder. Elle needed 13 days to solve the case. Days that he would never be given. Overhearing that Misa's punishment would be death if captured and found guilty, it is time for Rem to make the biggest decision in Death Note lore.
I want to tell you I'm Elle.
そう僕がキラだ
Chapter 58, Feelings Within. From pages 76 to 82 of Volume 13's How to Read, Tsugumi Ohba goes through each individual chapter and explains why he titled it as such. This chapter is titled Feelings Within and covers the death of Elle and the victory of Light, ending the story of Death Note for a lot of readers. He explained the title's reasoning as Feelings Within partly refer to Light's feelings, but mostly to Elle's final inner monologue. I'm often asked what Elle was trying to say when he died, but I dodged the question by saying that Death Note is about readers coming to their own conclusions. The adaptation of the anime adds an exclusive scene that was not present in the original work, and it's one of the most fascinating additions that either makes the narrative easier to understand or more complicated depending on how you interpret Light and Elle's relationship. This is a scene that takes place right in between chapters 57 and 58, in which it is pouring down rain and Elle is found standing on top of this 23-story building, looking upwards, as if he is staring at the gods themselves. Normally this would be considered strange behavior, and so Light goes up to speak with Elle, and he begins talking about hearing bells ringing in his head, making it hard to focus and that they keep distracting him. Once again, there's a sign of apathy in his voice, as if he's accepted the result as having already happened, predetermined and unavoidable. Light is up there with him and attempts to say something, which eventually leads to Elle ending the case on his own terms.
Tell me, Light, from the moment you were born, has there ever been a point where you've actually told the truth?
The scene then cuts to Elle washing Light's feet, saying that it's the least I can do to atone for my sins, and that it's about to become very lonely as you and I will be parting ways soon. Going straight from the manga to this scene, it does feel a bit weird that Light would just take time out to go up and speak to L when his single-minded focus is strictly intent on killing him, and it can feel slightly out of character for L to just concede like this, but overall, this is a good addition and builds on what the manga's original narrative was going for. There's a lot of ways to interpret this, as is commonplace in Death Note, and I see this as somewhat of an apology/redemption letter directed towards L fans, and just generally L himself. Even though he will die, the scene portrays him acknowledging that very fact, setting pretense for Light that even up until the very end, he had been able to deduce every move he made. Realizing he was up against these godlike powers in Shinigami and in the Death Note, he begins treating Light as a god. Washing his feet can be viewed as one of the many Death Note references to biblical times. In this scene, by accepting death as the outcome, he had in a way claimed a very small victory, showing really good sportsmanship and even a bit of respect towards Light. Instead of going out cluelessly and just completely unaware, L died with the knowledge and closure that he deserved. This is also emphasized in the manga, but this adaptation takes that idea and expands upon it and pretty much throws it in your face, giving some justice to L's character. Switching back to the manga, this scene is not present at all and begins with Rem killing Watari, alerting L that all data collected on the case throughout the year has now been deleted. This informs him that Watari is now dead. L had told Watari to delete the data in case something were to ever happen to him. Because Light was their primary suspect, L knew that he was capable of hacking into police files and potentially even the Kira database, and so instead of sending all of this information to Wami's house like the ideal scenario probably would have been, the only thing sent to Wami's house were death certificates. Once Watari was dead, L was next. Shortly after, with a spoon in his hand, falls off the chair and dies in Light Yagumi's arms. In the brief moments before death, he looks into Light's eyes and sees that he was correct about everything. His final thoughts are, "I knew it. I wasn't wrong. I... But. L got closure, but there's a but, and he never gets to finish his final thought. This was intentionally left open-ended and completely up to interpretation. In the most basic of analysis, this can be seen as L turning his 99% into a 100%, although there's a case to be made that it had hit 100% a while ago. The only thing that remained unsolved was the hard evidence. L had been a detective that solved every case he had ever worked on, and in the end, he was able to solve the Kira case to himself, but he could never prove it to the task force and the outside world. That's why his final thoughts remain unfinished, because the Kira case is still an ongoing case and remains unfinished. L's final moments in life were him realizing that he wasn't wrong, but he lost the game. Chapter 59. Zero. Light's reaction is typical of him at this point, pretending to be upset in front of all those who would expect him to act this way, and from here he takes on a crucial role inside the task force as becoming the successor to L. None of them, not the chief, not Aizawa, not Mogi, and certainly not Matsuda, could even begin to compete with Light Yagami, so in the end, he wins. Even acknowledging that with L dead, there would be zero competition. It becomes too easy, and that statement defines the game as truly being over. Light had gotten rid of the only capable person standing in his way, and for the next 5 years, and potentially rest of his life, nothing would ever challenge him as much as L did. His story now becomes a battle against all those who oppose the ideology of Kira. However, the fallout of L's death would be massive. With new obstacles on the horizon, we flash to an orphanage in England with a bunch of children running around. This was Quillish Wami's most desired invention. Throughout the ongoing chapters, Watari had stayed somehow more anonymous than even L. However, when he dies, his death is broadcast to the public as the famous inventor Quillish Whammy, and gets pretty decent press as a father to gifted orphans from around the globe. Watari's foundation was touched on earlier when we were going through the Los Angeles BB murder case novel, and that orphanage was the origin of where Beyond Birthday was raised, along with many generations that followed since his attempted suicide and arrest. After finding L, Watari founded Whammy's house in hopes to create a true successor. While his death was kept a secret to the general public, it was impossible to keep a secret inside of the orphanage, and so a man by the name of Roger Ruvi, who managed the house and as a fun fact has an overall stat total of 29 out of 50, once hearing of his old friend's death around 10 days after he died, the man checks his phone to see a countdown that had 20 days left on a timer. This is a man who was entrusted by Watari himself to look after the orphanage of L's successors, and was so trusted that he had a timer that counted down from 30 days on his phone. This was wired back to L's original communication PC, and if that countdown ever reached 0, there would be an automated message sent through to Whammy's house to inform him that L is dead. This had been a failsafe set up in the case both Watari and L were killed at once, such as what happened right now. It was now this old man's responsibility to speak on behalf of L and pass the will on to his successors, and so out of all the orphans running around, he calls in 2 young boys named Nia and Mello. This would eventually lead into part 2 of Death Note and bring us closer to our conclusion, but before we go there, a lot has happened, and it would be doing a disservice to jump straight into the time skip in part 2. Light vs. L had been everything Death Note was, 59 chapters up until this point, and honestly is where a lot of people call the true ending. It had been one of the most interesting battles ever. Now L is dead, this concludes part 1 of Death Note. But before we move on into part 2, we need to talk about one of the most fierce rivalries in all of Shonen Jump. A young man picked up a notebook that fell from the sky one day after school. This was a notebook that could be used to kill anyone, and instead of throwing it away, he uses it. Not only does he use it, but he takes this concept further than anyone before him, and by the time everything is done, he had been at the center of thousands upon thousands of human deaths. It's hard to remember that this all started because a Shinigami was bored, and the initial intent was to kill criminals to become god of the new world. That all of a sudden had become so secondary in context with what Light actually wanted. Once challenged by L after the death of Lindell Taylor, Light's main goal becomes the competition with L. This is why he never stays hiding in his room to kill criminals as more of a vigilante type as he easily could have done. Punishing criminals comes second to the battle with L, as the mind games between them are inherently more interesting to Light than mundanely killing criminals out of sight. This goes back to his boredom in chapter 1 and lays the foundation for his character. In the novel L Changed the World, the initial L has 2 meanings. L standing for last one in the idea that nobody could surpass or even be equal to him, but the second meaning suits a lot better as it stands for Lost One, a remarkably gifted being who had been cast out of a heavenly type realm and was dropped down to earth, lost, as he was then taken in by Watari and unquestionably became the smartest mind on the planet. L is very similar to Light, and throughout the anime adaptation they show Light with red hair symbolizing evil, and L with blue hair symbolizing some sort of justice or good. In contrast to ending human life and actively trying to prevent it, this is understandable, and while this is how the story wants you to perceive these 2 characters, at least in the adaptation, I find it odd that the narrative consistently pushes the messaging of L being true justice in your face, as if this is how he is intended to be viewed as a whole. In chapter 2, both Light and L share a panel by yelling out that they are justice. Both having their own interpretations of what that looks like. Even the creator states that he leaves a lot of the ideological themes of the story up to personal interpretation. So, who is good? Is Light good? Or are they both bad? Between Light and L, who is Justice? Someone who has a, quote, childish personality, hates to lose no matter how small the contest, is very suspicious by nature, and will resort to using any method he can until he's personally satisfied with a puzzle or a case. This includes unremorseful murder, manipulation, and lots of lying. Or someone who has a strong intent to change the world and has created a structure to systematically achieve his own perception of justice, which does actually benefit the world, as is stated by the global crime rate decreasing by upwards of 70% from when he started. L had connections to underground criminals that he could contact at any time and would have no problem using to solve a case. The very people who Light was trying to rid the world of, L was by product of his position actively trying to protect. Light did do much worse by killing innocent people that stood in his way. However, L would also use innocent people, just not go as far to actually kill them, and in the end, his biggest regret was not all the innocent lives lost, not the months and years taken from everybody working on this case, but that he personally couldn't solve this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and lost the game. All of these things combined do not make him evil, but his sense of justice is just as warped as the man he was opposing. I find the Death Note musical actually does a really good job at interpreting and representing the duality between these characters. Throughout it, Light and L respectively sing their own lines, exclusively to what they had been thinking throughout the series, overlapping each other and never being in sync until the very end. The ending part of the musical has both Light and L quoting each other directly at the same time. They say, or sing, the exact same thing. The line is quickly blurring between what is right and what is not. I do not care who gets hurt now, as long as I get one more shot. It's made clear from as early as chapter 1 that Light and L are very similar in multiple ways. This line of thought can be applied to them both and becomes apparent when really looking at L as something other than just the blue-haired, good equivalent of Light's evil red hair. If the Death Note is dropped in front of L, would he have used it in the same way Light did? Probably not. However, I can still see L using it, maybe not straight away, maybe not for a very long time, but eventually, if there was a case as difficult and as intriguing as the Kira case, L would certainly use it without hesitation if it meant solving the case, as he was about to do before he died. A natural question that comes up in Death Note is, out of the two main protagonists, who really was smarter? This would be the Death Note equivalent of power scaling the average shonen character's battle strength, but with Death Note there are no fights, so it's this weird form of intellect IQ scaling based on who gave the most sweat marks throughout. Joking, sort of. And it would be easy to say that not only did Light win, but he also went ahead and took the identity of L and Watari while also killing a Shinigami and being stated to have surpassed a Shinigami at the exact same time. Therefore he must be smarter. But that's a little too disrespectful to L and what he actually accomplished during this 50+ chapter intellectual warfare. Also, it doesn't account for the power advantage Light was given from the start. Now, I want to bring up their stats again and go over them each individually. Light's knowledge stat is a 9, while L's is set to an 8. If you take this at face value, Light has more knowledge than L. Knowledge itself is not equivalent to intelligence, it is a fact that throughout Death Note, Light always had more knowledge than L. Simply owning a Death Note will inherently have that effect and make his knowledge higher, and despite being the smartest characters in the series, this is why neither of their knowledge could be a 10, because there are still things in both the human and Shinigami world that they do not know, but is also not directly correlated to their intelligence, and just because Light is at a 9 and L is at an 8, does not make him smarter. It is close though. Light's creativity stat comes in at a 10 out of 10, and so does L's. This one's pretty straightforward. Light had always been creative, from his ways to hiding the Death Note to how he was able to kill the FBI agents, even all the way up until the final moments. Light's creativity is worthy of a 10, and it's the same with L. The Lindell Taylor stunt in the beginning to initiate the challenge and pinpoint Kira's location to an exact region on the map. to the coffee shop scene where he deliberately added in another card, which from that moment on made him never stop suspecting Light. L also deserves the 10 for his creativity. Light's initiative stat is ranked 8 out of 10 and L's is ranked 9 out of 10. This also makes sense. L is higher because he was leading the task force. He was the one making the decisions and they only got as far as they did because of him. Light would go on to lead the task force from now on and get nothing done, but to be fair to him, that's his original plan, and also he did show more initiative in the hunt for the Yotsuba Kidder than L by a lot. Their emotional strength stat both comes in at a 10. This one is obvious, as to be involved in the Kidder case at all, you need to have the mental fortitude to endure it. Light and L are both equally cold in everything they do. And the final stat is social skill. Light comes in at a 10, while L is ranked a 1. I always thought it was unfair to straight up give him a 1. He leads the task force well, and he's not socially unaware, as he can pick up on the dynamics of people's inner thoughts pretty easily, but in the presence of most social settings, such as his time attending Light's college, he did stick out, and the general consensus of the masses is that he was awkward and weird, so this rating makes sense if only for that. Overall, combining the stats, Light ranks as number 1 in the franchise with a 47 out of 50, or a 57 out of 60 if you count the arbitrary 6th stat, while L's combined stat total is 38 out of 50 or 48 out of 60, making Light seem much better overall, and this is actually true. They are equal in just about everything except social skill. This allows Light a massive advantage over L in not only grooming the task force to get on his side, but literally everyone from Rei Pemba to Naomi Misora, Kiyomi Takeda, and Misa. This is something that L did not have the ability to do, as he only communicated through a computer and Watari. However, if you take away the social skill stat, both Light and L have a combined stat total of 38 out of 40, making them dead even. Intellectually, they are the same. Light did show more initiative and technical feats finding the Yotsuba Kidder, but this is implied to be due to L's personal lack of interest and depression that Light had suddenly stopped playing the game. We know why Light was able to win and why the end result was the way it was. You could say L was smarter in the beginning, catching Light off guard multiple times, as he never would have expected someone like L to even exist, but as Light grew into the role and understood what he was up against, he caught up. In a way, L inspired him to grow and become smarter. This would be most notable around the time of the second Kidder's first appearance, and then by the time he was in his most vulnerable position around the time of the imprisonment, he ultimately overpowered and got the better of L with a combination of foresight, intelligence, and a god-given power in the Death Note. In the end, L was only 13 days away from solving the case, or 13 days too late. L's downfall was that he had all the evidence he needed, but only he could see it. The mistake he made was surrounding himself with people that were not as capable of seeing things as clearly as he could. This is part of the reason why he requests to work alone in the end. Not everyone was as perceptive as himself, and so to properly gain evidence against Light, he would have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt to the average person. A much harder task than just proving it to himself. Light made mistakes along the way as well, however they weren't as notable because L was the only one to pick up on them for the most part, and there are just moments where he gets lucky. They say the best detectives make the best criminals, and well, Light appears to be proof of that. As the rest of the task force expected to die along with Ryuzaki, they had just been sitting ducks waiting for it to happen on Light's own call. However, death never came for them. No one in the task force dies, and they do not question deep enough into why. As there has never been a greater example of side characters than the remaining members of the task force, they are all in favor of Light taking over the role of L and continuing working on the Kidder case. With Rem now turned to dust, they are all too shaken up by the death of L to realize that the giant 8-foot demonic death god had suddenly disappeared as well. Once again, no one from the task force ever thinks to look into this. They instead show gratitude towards Light after the death of L. Instead of backing down, he is the only one in their minds worthy of taking on this case, and that really shows how much faith they all had in him to succeed L. The Kira investigation would be nothing without L, and now it would be nothing without Light. Light takes the identity of L. Loliot and Quellish Whammy, with not a single repercussion for the next 5 years. Both Light and L were outcasted in their own way. Light was the smartest kid in the country, and it is because of this genius that it allows him to understand how most events in life are going to happen. He was separate from everyone else because he was that much more gifted. This led to him never being able to develop a strong connection with anyone, having no one to relate to, and eventually, he becomes bored. This is why the Death Note was so intriguing to a person like Light Yagami, where most people would see a notebook on the ground like this and assume it to be just a joke and never actually try using it. I mean, what kind of person would actually try to use something like this? This was something that, if it was not a joke, would release him from his only problem in life: boredom. In this context, Light is an extremely fortunate individual, with boredom being his only battle. He turns to the Death Note, which in turn warps his vision of justice and transforms him into the most prolific mass murderer of all time. This comes in conflict with the ideal version of himself, whose mind was wiped and was actively in the position of chasing Kira. He became the cat in the game of cat and mouse, which would be equally as intriguing to him as owning and using the Death Note himself, which is interesting. For Light to end up in the position he ended up in, he had to be bored. Otherwise, there's a case to be made, he would have gone on to be the perfect man to carry the Yagami name forward in the same ways his father had, being the chief of police, and his father is stated as being one of the only truly good people that we're introduced to throughout the story. This would have been Light, the ideal good person, if only he wasn't as intelligent as he was. It was a mixture of boredom and power that made him go insane. Boredom was a luxury delivered to Light through his upbringing and intellect, and the power was clearly derived through the Death Note itself. The purpose of this is to better understand the origin of his motive and what this path eventually leads to at the end of his life. Death Note is a story almost entirely based on competition and lies. These are the two main traits of the two protagonists, Light and L. Their biggest similarity is their ability to unremorsefully lie about anything and deceive those who aren't deeply in tune with what is really going on. More than anything, this had consistently been their most similar attribute. L would hand it to Light on their competitive nature, as can be seen during the tennis match, and Light comes out dripping of sweat, competing harder than anyone, while L doesn't have a drop on him. Although this was just a tennis match, it does somewhat imply and foreshadow how far Light would go to win, and how much he despises losing more than L. However, one thing you cannot separate them on is who the bigger liar is. L would not be as interested in Kira if it wasn't for this. Outside of how he kills, L is only somewhat intrigued by these murders. This is shown early on when he naturally assumes he will capture Kira relatively quickly, just like everybody else. However, this perspective changes once he realizes that he is up against a potential equal. Light and L both kept their identities secretive for as long as they could, while L consistently lies to all members of the MPA and the task force, which is a pretty big reason as to why he is able to catch out Light whenever he lies. This leads us perfectly into L's most self-defining speech that he gives to an audience of orphans who are gathered around to listen to him at Whammy's house. This is a direct self-reflection on himself and the future character of Light Yagami.
There are many types of monsters in this world. Monsters who will not show themselves and who cause trouble. Monsters who abduct children. Monsters who devour dreams. Monsters who suck blood. And monsters who always tell lies. Lying monsters are a real nuisance. They are much more cunning than other monsters.
They pose as humans, even though they have no understanding of the human heart. They eat, even though they've never experienced hunger. They study, even though they have no interest in academics. They seek friendship, even though they do not know how to love. If I were to encounter such a monster, I would likely be eaten by it. Because in truth, I am that monster.
This speech would be overheard by Nia and plays an important piece in the puzzle of catching Kira himself. Lying monsters are the most dangerous monsters, referring to himself and foreshadowing Light. If he were met with a monster that consistently lied as much as himself, he would be consumed by said monster, because he is that monster. An exceptionally profound and self-aware speech by L, foreshadowing the only thing that could stand in his way is a monster that always lies, that is himself. By extension, comparing himself to Light, this is the most defining scene that characterizes who L is in the realm of morality. There's a general consensus that Death Note falls off after he dies, and there's a reason behind that mass belief. One of them had to die, and if it were Light instead of L, it would have been a similar feeling. These are two characters that are so good and written so well that it actually hurts when L dies, and you're just left there reading through Aizawa level deductions. L is someone who is hard to replicate, a socially awkward, lovable guy who, despite being somewhat evil, is a direct counter to the main protagonist. While it's no coincidence that at the same time after he had died, Light himself becomes a less and less likable character beyond this 5-year time skip, as he achieved each and every single one of his original goals and is on the verge of literal world domination, but also becoming bored again. In the end, someone had to die. Would it be L or would it be Light? If it were Light, the story would end and part 2 never gets told. To be honest, it would be a fitting ending for Death Note to just end right now. L is dead and the world remains without Light. But that is not what happened. Part 2 of Death Note focuses on the orphans from Wami's house, specifically Nia and Mello. Wataru would take in kids from all around the world in hopes of finding another L. These methods at first were actually just downright abusive, with Wataru experimenting on these children making carbon copies of L, and as we know, led the first generations of orphans A and B to attempt suicide, due to the pressure being insanely difficult to maintain. And Mello himself, while he was the narrator of the Los Angeles BB murder case story, he states himself that even by the 3rd generation of orphans such as himself and Nia, the conditions never really got any better, and that he did not enjoy his time at Wami's house. It somewhat contradicts this first panel where he's running around with a bunch of orphans, seemingly having a good time running around outside, but I guess that doesn't really tell the whole story, motivating him to leave the house at age 15 once hearing of L's death to Kira. Also, the manager of the house, Roger, his main characteristic is a strong distaste in children, as is stated in volume 13, not the best trait to have if you're running an orphanage. Overall, whether Wami's house had a better quality of life improvement since the 1st generation doesn't really matter, as L's legacy will be carried on through Light, Yagami and Kira, or someone from the orphanage will step up to continue the battle that L couldn't finish. Chapter 60. Kidnapping. Light goes on a rampage, killing the underground criminals who had worked with L against Kira, Aiba and Wedi, along with all remaining Yotsuba members. Acting as L, he had requested that the news stop making the faces of suspected criminals public. This would later be enforced worldwide, leading to a mass surge of criminal names and faces flooding to the internet. Light had been balancing the role of Kira and L perfectly. "5 years later, and there had been a time skip. Light had remained uncontested for 5 years straight, acting as both L and Kira. During those 5 years, he had enforced his own law into the world, as people were growing to accept Kira's judgment as true divine justice. It is the year 2009, March 5th, and a young man named Nia was accompanied by the FBI to meet with the President of the United States to present evidence on the Kira case that he had been collecting for over the past 3 years. It has been 4 years since exclusively hearing about the death of L, and it's important to note that Nia basically had to gather all evidence from the ground up, all by himself with no pre-existing data, only with the scraps he could piece together from L's public statements 5 years ago, along with the knowledge of L himself being killed. The ongoing Kyoto case in Japan had been lacking, as Light had purposely made it so they were constantly chasing their tail, and so that, along with the capture and public arrest of Higuchi, leads Nia to the deduction that there was a notebook that killed people and it was being kept in the possession of the Japanese police. Because of this, the Americans formed their own task force known as the SPK. That includes members from the FBI and CIA, along with Nia himself at the top. This puts the Japanese police under suspicion immediately here at the start of part 2, and really introduces the character of N, Nia, or Nate River. He is described by the FBI as the true successor to L. True coming from the idea that L is dead and being impersonated by someone inside the Japanese police. Nia is 17, but looks way younger and has very similar characteristics to L, making me think when I saw him for the first time that this was his son. But then I thought it would be strange for L to have a son, so maybe a clone? Maybe Wataru made a cloning machine and this was his clone. Surely they had to be related in some way, but no, L is part Japanese, part European, while Nia is American. No biological connection at all. Just one of the most gifted children scouted by Wataru and raised in Wami's house. I always found Nia's stats to be very interesting. His knowledge is set to a 9, higher than L's and equal to Light's. Creativity at 10, equal to Light's. Initiative is 6, emotional strength at 10, and social skill, same as L, a 1, making him almost identical to L in terms of stats. His combined stat total comes in a little bit lower at a 36 out of 50. Knowledge is arguably the most important stat in Death Note, and Nia is tied for highest in the series along with Light Yagami himself. So there's a reason why he was brought into Wami's house and thought to be the true successor to L. It's as clear as anything. If he had black hair, he would be L's spitting image. We haven't seen this in a while, but the story briefly cuts back to the Shinigami world, where a bunch of Shinigami are still sitting around basically doing nothing, but they jokingly question that with the amount of humans being killed, will there be any left for us? Even as a joke, that's a pretty insane statement. Light had killed so many people that even the average death god is paying attention to him. This makes a certain Shinigami realize that he needs to kill a human soon to increase his lifespan, or else he could die. Light had been doing this for so long that he is genuinely changing the world, and people just accept the random heart attacks as if it were now just a natural part of life. 5 years later, and there's a family reunion with Matsuda included. We get to see a grown-up Sayu, and Light is still with Misa, showing that he had actually kept his promise to Rem as to not kill her, and Ryuk is also still hanging around in the background because anything is better than the Shinigami realm. Overall, he says it the best. This is a heartwarming scene from the most tragic family in the world. Despite being led on for 5 years, the task force is still trying their best to go after Kira, and not a single one of them after 5 years suspects Light at all. So, for the first time, the investigation must expand and go outside of Japan, all the way over to the United States. The family reunion gets interrupted by a phone call from Aizawa, who states that the director of the MPA, Kanichi Takimura, had been kidnapped by an unknown group and that they are requesting a trade. His life for the notebook. Instantly, this brings Light Yagami back to the good old days. There is someone out there challenging him and who knows about the existence of the Death Note. This hasn't happened for years. Despite getting rid of the second notebook, Light begins second-guessing himself, something that I assume he hasn't had to do in over 5 years since the death of L. This situation starts off as different from all others in that he doesn't know about Wami's house and that there are people out there that exist that know the real L is dead. However, this kidnapping was not the work of Nia and the SPK, but instead Mello and the underground mafia. Mello had formed his own group, and instead of making his own deduction on the Kira case like Nia had, he had a completely different way of going about it. Mello is 1 year older than Nia, and since neither of them was specifically chosen as L's successor, the Kira case is going to be the measuring point of whoever solves the case would go on to become the true successor to L. Mello did not like Nia, and so has 3 members of the SPK acting as spies for him, feeding him all the information that Nia had deduced over the span of 3 years. It is with this that he learns of the notebook, and based on the idea that L had been dead, comes to the same conclusion as him. Nia and Mello are meant to represent the 2 sides of L's personality. Nia is clearly the spitting image of L, the cold, logical, and apathetic side of him, while Mello is the emotional, impulsive, determined side of him that is willing to take drastic measures to reach a goal. The reason Nia looks like a child despite being close to an adult is because it represents the childish part of L's personality, while Mello is the one that hates to lose. L himself stated that he was both childish and hated losing. Mello also eats a lot of chocolate, and Nia likes playing with toys. Put those together and that represents the part of L that would always dangle and play around with his sweets before he ate them. So if Nia and Mello combined, they would be equal to L in every aspect. When L died, the extreme sides of him split into 2 versions of himself in Nia and Mello, at least narratively. We've done this for every character, and Mello is going to be no exception. His knowledge ranks at a 7, so under both Light L and Nia. This does make sense and is fitting because he had to spy on Nia to get this information about the Death Note. His creativity is also a 7. Initiative is a 10, which is his highest stat, and is in line with that specific side of L's personality, keeping in mind that this was Nia's lowest stat outside of social skill. His emotional strength is an 8 and social skill is set to a 9, with an overall combined stat total of 41 out of 50, ranking him even higher than L and Nia, and outright most of the cast. Mello is somewhat underrated throughout Death Note, and these stats are a leading indicator of that. He has a completely different approach of getting information out of the Director of Police than Nia or even L would have had. Mello is part of a mafia organization and does not hide the fact that he is not trying to be justice of any form. Tying up the director and keeping him hostage in an underground trade deal with the Japanese police, his team states that they will find both Death Notes, and when they do, killing will be easy for them and that they won't have to worry about being killed anymore since they themselves are acting as criminals. So these guys are very different. The Mafia is not at all trying to act in their own sense of justice, and is operating under an entirely different mindset. Mello wants to find Kira before Nia. This is his whole purpose. Wammy's house has a way of instilling an inferiority complex onto all those who don't match up to L, and in the case of Mello, Nia was visually the closest to L, acting most like him, and was naturally assumed to be the true successor. He was good too, but he was always second best. Solving the Kira case would be Mello's way of winning the battle against Nia, who he had always felt inferior to. During the time the Japanese task force had been made aware of their national police director being kidnapped, Nia and the SPK send out an actual FBI agent to go over to Japan and ask the task force to personally hand over the Death Note to America, as Japan had essentially made zero progress with Light in charge. Hearing this, after seeing that the deputy had been kidnapped and asked for the Death Note in return, Soichiro automatically assumes that this was the work of the FBI and in turn Nia and the SPK, when really it was Mello the entire time. To avoid any suspicion, Light kills the Japanese police director with the Death Note by making him commit suicide. He did this in a way to subvert this clearly being the work of Kira, but this shows that Light had gotten almost too comfortable at the top for so long and did not account for some random person to be able to deduce that this death very well could have been the markings of Kira. This was the most risky thing Light had done since the death of L. It is because of these actions that both Nia and Mello start suspecting, even downright assuming, that Kira is someone related to the Japanese task force. They had understood that at one point Higuchi was Kira, and his powers led to many mysterious deaths of people surrounding the Yotsuba group. This proves that Kira is aware of what is happening and further establishes a connection to the Japanese police. And so, to increase the pressure on the task force, Mello targets the chief's own daughter, Sayu Yagami. Chapter 61, Number 2. This chapter starts off with a flashback to Nia and Mello's first reaction to hearing of Elle's death and gives a lot of insight into these two characters and specifically how Mello feels hearing that Elle was most likely killed by Kira. Mello reacts emotionally, screaming and freaking out, while Nia almost has no reaction at all, only saying that if you can't solve the puzzle, if you can't beat the game, you're nothing but a loser. As Elle was dead, he couldn't choose a rightful successor. Roger suggests they work together to combine their strengths, fusion in a sense, and the idea of that unsettles Mello a lot. He does not want to do that at all. He had always been the number 2 at Wami's house, second to Nia, and it's because of this constant comparison, in some ways similar to Beyond Birthday. He grew a large inferiority complex when it comes to Elle, but more specifically, Nia. While Nia is willing to work with Mello, Mello cannot stand being second best, and so he left the orphanage at age 15 once hearing about the death of Elle, declaring the white-haired child to be Elle's true successor. Part of what made Mello go crazy were the conditions set in Wami's house. It isn't fully transparent, but there are similarities between himself and Beyond Birthday. Nia was the ideal Elle's successor, from seemingly having all of his traits, while Mello was only looked at as second best, and could never truly live up to the real thing. This does make him go a little insane with this gang that he's joined, and states that he wants Kira's head. This would be a small callback to what Elle had said in promising the same thing, to solve the case and return with Kira's head. Despite leaving the orphanage and declaring Nia the winner, Mello still wants to be number 1. The task force had resorted to their headquarters being in Light Yagami's 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, kind of a metaphor for the downgrade they had going from Elle's 23-story building to a single room inside a small apartment. And well, at this point, Light hadn't taken his opposition seriously. Having essentially nobody contest you for 5 years left him open and vulnerable for the first attack, and that is exactly what happens. Both Nia and Mello had the confidential knowledge that Elle is dead, and based on that alone, it's not difficult at all to suspect the people who he had been working with were primary suspects. Mello and the Mafia take credit for the death of Takimura to back the chief into a corner in regards to his daughter, Sayu. Not wanting her to suffer the same fate, he considers the trade, the notebook, for his daughter. Highlighting again Light's oversight, he did not account for this because he did not expect or consider that 2 relative to Elle level people were working not together but at the same time to hunt him down. It won't be long until Light realizes what he is up against, and when he does, that is when the game will begin once again. Chapter 62. Decision. The question from all the way back in Chapter 3 gets put in our minds: if Light was willing to kill the Director of Police over to stop him from talking, would he go as far to end the life of his own sister, a family member? And the answer is of course yes, he would. From this chapter, you really wonder what Light's true endgame plan was. Did he really intend to lead the task force forever in a constant circle of lies? It's been 5 years at this point. Or did he ever plan on slowly killing them off at the right time? 5 years is a long time, and you'd think maybe dwindling down the numbers until he publicly decides to quit the investigation himself would have been the best move for him. Later on, this will become a more prominent thought in his mind. By ending the life of the task force, that is when he will truly be set free as Kira. Right now, Light is shown to be living 2 very separate lives, and regardless of who you are, even if you are able to effortlessly pull this off, that is not sustainable at all. Light claims to be on the verge of becoming the actual god of the world, unironically, yet he says this while working in a small room with 5 other men on a daily basis. He just doesn't feel as godly as he should in this moment, and I can't help but think that this was by design. From now to the end of the story, this will be highlighted even more, but it was first implemented here. For someone who claims to be a god, his living conditions and quality of life is by no means envious. Living conditions are not the markings of a god, but with someone with the ego and narcissistic attitude of Light, you'd think that, maybe he'd get a better place for himself. He's definitely capable, but he just doesn't, and we also get to see a few panels of Light and Misa's relationship 5 years after, which is definitely interesting. after a phone call with the Mafia, Mello says something that sparks up a new sweat mark in Light, stating that if either of them announce to the public that the kidnapper is asking for the notebook in exchange for her life, Sayu will die, just like the director. This is of interest to Light because for the first time since L, he realizes someone is onto him, and these are not your average kidnappers. Right now, there are a total of 3 Death Notes in the human world. There is the one that Misa owns and that Ryuk is attached to. There is Rem's original Death Note that she dropped after killing L and Watari, then dying herself, which was picked up by Light and that he is currently in possession of. And third, there's the original Death Note that was initially used by Light, then passed on to Higuchi, to then be ultimately hidden away by Light's father. The chief sees a photo of his daughter being held hostage, and he makes the decision based on his own moral code as the police deputy and as well as Sayu's father. He intends to fly out to Los Angeles with the Death Note to give it to them in return for his daughter. Chapter 63. Target. Light's father and the rest of the cast is about to go international, but before they do, they request the help of the SPK, leading to Light's first interaction with Nia, in which Nia introduces himself by saying, "Nice to meet you, L number 2, letting Light know that there is an organization out there that knows of L's death and had been established to capture Kira without the help of L. This straight away has to put him on the defensive and is basically, to Light, has to be considered some sort of accusation. He is so taken back by this that he literally thinks it's a joke. Nia says, "Call me N," and Light is getting flashbacks to the ghost of L. Nia is so similar that even Light is able to pick up on his characteristics through a synthetic phone call and has to think to himself that this reminds me of him. This was their initial meeting and shows that Nia is already on to Light, or whoever this second L is. However, not much can be done since it is just a phone call. Soichiro, Light, Aizawa, Ide, who is now working at the task force, and Misa all make their way over to the United States to make this transaction with Mello and the Mafia, with Nia and the SPK watching their every move in the background. The anime makes a few changes here. The manga shows that Nia from the beginning has much more of a distrust, way more of a distrust towards the Japanese task force. I was originally thinking and pretty much of the belief that the Death Note anime was almost entirely faithful. However, in part 2 specifically, there would even go on to be almost entire chapters that are purposely left out and remain manga only. In part 1, the adaptation remained extremely faithful, a lot more stylized, but still incredibly faithful, with the only big change from the manga to the anime is that L had talked about there being a group of L's in a way to sort of throw Light off, and some other small moments with Aiba faking his role as Araldo Coil to the Yotsuba group. But in part 2, there is quite a bit of context left out from Mello to the Japanese task force. It'll get touched on soon enough, but the anime adaptation definitely rushed through the story of part 2 to only focus on the big events. Chapter 64. Right Angle. As Soichiro had been described as the ideal good person, so now that he's put in a position of conflict, whether to hand over the Death Note to an unknown criminal organization for the sake of saving a single person, but that person just so happens to be his daughter, his thoughts become conflicted because there is no right or good choice in this situation. It's pretty interesting to watch. Mello's team had hijacked the plane to drop Soichiro off alone in what looked like a desert of Nevada or far eastern California. Once realizing the plane had been hijacked and there had been a swift change in plans, Light gets angry, and simply the sound of Misa's voice compels him to unleash all that frustration out on her. This is very telling of the man Light has grown into. Nia has surrounded himself with actual talented people of intelligence who are capable of picking up on even the small details whenever Light calls up Nia as L. This is something very underrated to have on your side in Death Note, a team around you that is capable. This will be the final time we do this until the Shinigami, but there are 13 named members of the SPK. Out of these 13, there are only 3 notable who stick around that have their own stats and are worth mentioning outside of Nia. First is a man named Anthony Resta, or Commander Resta. He is the second in command and works most closely with Nia, with a combined stat total of 35 out of 50, makes him equal to Mogi and higher than the rest of anyone in the Japanese task force. Next is Stephen Gavani, who casually comes in at a 38 out of 50, making him equal to L in combined stat total, but also higher than anyone in the MPA could ever dream of. And finally is the CIA agent named Harley Lindner, who comes in at a whopping 36 out of 50. It goes without saying, but these stats speak for themselves. The people that Nia had been working with by his side were rated far higher than the likes of Aizawa or Matsuda or any one of the task force members that were working alongside L. This would be the equivalent of 3 equally talented versions of Naomi Misora working alongside L on the Kyoto case all those years ago. Still, nothing compared to Light Yagami, but it is interesting to point out that Nia's team on average is up to 30% better than L's team. Likewise, there are 15 named members of Mello's West Coast criminal organization, and even more that are never shown or named. Only 3 out of the 15 have their stats, including himself, and well, this is very well suited. Mello himself has quite high stats, coming in at a combined stat total of 41 out of 50. His fellow criminals, however, cannot say the same. The leader of the Mafia is a man named Rod Ross, who has a combined stat total of 31. Not the worst, but 31 is horrible if you're the leader of a criminal organization going up against Kira. And then finally, a man named Jack Nealon, or real name Cal Snyder, who comes in at a 25 out of 50. Just another fodder character, and overall, the Mafia is fairly weak in comparison to the rest of the cast, with the exception of Mello, who hard carries and notices that this new L is strangely obedient. Light's father is met with a man in a mask and is forced to prove the validity of the Death Note, and in turn kills one of his own. Soichiro hands over the Death Note to save his daughter, only to then see a rocket come up from underground with the Death Note attached. The Mafia shoots the rocket into an undisclosed location, only to track it down later and then gain possession of the most powerful weapon mankind has ever seen. Chapter 65, Responsibility, plus all Shinigami rankings. Light hadn't been able to do anything. Even if he did kill his father and sister, that would only then highlight the probability of Kira being connected to the Japanese police. Plus, Light would rather not have to kill his own family and would only do so as an absolute last resort. There's now this dynamic between Nier, Light, and the Mafia. Nier is helping Light chase down who he suspects to be Mello, now in possession of a Death Note, while he had also unintentionally been helping Mello chase down Light. Instead of a one-on-one battle, it becomes a 1v1v1, which eventually turns into a 2v1, definitely different from what was going on in Part 1. Something interesting is happening up there in the Shinigami realm. A Shinigami named Seto has lost his Death Note, and if he doesn't write down the name of a human soon, he's going to be in big trouble. His original Death Note had been stolen by Ryuk. However, by the time he confronts him about it, the Death Note has exchanged hands multiple times since then, between Light, Rem, Higuchi, and now the Mafia. This would be a good time to talk about Shinigamis overall as a group of beings. Unlike humans, their ranking system is different, and in Volume 13's How to Read, there are a total of 13 named Shinigamis that have rankings of 1 through 13. As can be seen, the Gods of Death play a completely different role than humans. Even within story context, Light is shown and stated to surpass a Shinigami, which is a weird statement to quantify. Similar to humans, Shinigami are ranked through 5 main attributes. However, opposed to humans, their categories are different, as they're ranked on intelligence, inquisitiveness, initiative, empathy, kills, and at the end they are given a rank. As you can probably tell, having high stats in some of these categories such as empathy or curiosity for a Shinigami would go against their purpose and actually make them a weaker being. So, unlike humans, combining their overall stats to see who ranks the highest cannot be accurately done with them to see who is naturally the best. In fact, some Shinigami don't even have stats in fields like curiosity or initiative because they are so far beyond that it becomes immeasurable. Seto, the current and third Shinigami introduced, is ranked at Death God level 8. His intelligence is ranked at a 2, and it's the same for his kills. His highest rank stats, Initiative and Curiosity, are both set to an 8 out of 10. This makes him overall a pretty useless Shinigami. However, even he, with an intelligence level of 2 out of 10, still isn't ranked at the lowest level, which is interesting. For a fun fact, the pilot chapter actually classified Ryuk as a C-rank Shinigami, which did imply an alternate way of ranking them into tiers opposed to numbers. However, it is fact that Shinigami are ranked from highest to lowest, 1 through 13, rank 1 being the highest and rank 13 being the lowest. These rankings do not determine how powerful a certain Shinigami is. It is generally taken that the higher the rank of the Shinigami, the closer connection they will have to the Shinigami King. In fact, most of the Shinigami never appear in series and are background lore that you have to go and find on your own, but it exists and is considered part of the verse. We're about 70% of the way through the story, and Seto is only the third Shinigami to come down to the human world and actually be involved. The lowest level Shinigami is someone who is actually dead. The original Shinigami who died for Misa, named Gelas. His intelligence ranks at a 3 and was used as the primary example of how to kill a god of death, so not too surprising to see him down the bottom here at rank 13. Rank 12 is a Shinigami who never appears in the main story and can only be found on the spine of Manga Volume 12 and in Volume 13's How to Read guide. Kindara Guivelostain is described as being one of the most violent and least intellectual gods of death. Her intelligence comes in at a 1 out of 10, along with all other stats, with the exception of Initiative and Kills, which come in at both 8 and 9 respectively. I find it interesting that a god of death who only single-mindedly kills in what is described as the most violent ways is ranked second last. This does further the point of needing to be a well-rounded individual, even if you're a god. The Shinigami King would look at someone like this as more of a wild animal than someone deserving of a high rank by their side. Rank 11 is the god of death shown in episode 1 named Kalikacha, with some of the lowest stats across the board, basically a 2 in everything, and his only defining characteristic is that he is an extremely strange looking Shinigami in the Shinigami realm. Rank 10 is the Shinigami who at the beginning of the story wins a game of gambling named Deridovli. Similar to rank 11, he has low stats across the board and is never shown doing anything outside of gambling. Rank 9 is a salamander-based Shinigami named Midora, and while she doesn't appear in the first 12 volumes of the story, she does play a role later in Death Note in a bonus chapter involving a new Kira after the death of Light Yagami, so she will be of importance at a later time. Rank 8 is Seto, the man who just got introduced into the story. Rank 7 is the Shinigami who invites Ryuk to gamble with them back in chapter 1, named Grook. So far, each of the Death God's intelligence stat has been extremely low. Each of them ranking on average lower than a 5 out of 10, it's not hard to imagine someone like Light surpassing these beings at all. In fact, based on how they act, you would actually expect it. Rank 6 is Ryuk, and out of any of the gods of death, he is the representation for all of them. Ryuk embodies traits of all the Shinigami mixed into one during the current boredom era. His intelligence is a 6, empathy a 5, curiosity a 10, initiative a 9, and kills a 7. He may only be rank 6, but without him manipulating the entire story, none of this would be happening right now, and for that reason, he is the best. Rank 5 is the Shinigami known as Zelogi. This is a man who had been actively enjoying watching the show that Ryuk had put on down in the human world, and only quote in the series is referring to him as Light's uncute pet. Rank 4 is Rem. This almost all but confirms in my mind that a large part of these rankings almost entirely are simply which of the Shinigami has most access to the king. Rem overall does have very high stats in comparison to everyone else, and she did show an even greater knowledge of the Death Note rules than Ryuk, so it does make sense that she is ranked above him here at number 4. Rank 3 is known as Daryl Garoza. From here, we are getting close to some of the most highly regarded Shinigami in the realm, with an intelligence rating of 8 out of 10, low empathy, low curiosity, low initiative, and a high kill count. This is the first god of death by stats alone that would put fear into even light. As a fun fact, when deciding on the third Shinigami to come down into the human world, a decision was going to come down to Seto or Daryl Garoza. Obata had prepared for it to actually be Daryl Garoza instead of Seto, but was later informed by Oba that they were going with Seto because Garoza had already attained such a high Shinigami rank and was essentially too powerful and therefore wouldn't fit into the role of being pushed around by a human such as Seto. Rank 2 is Armonia Justin Biondo Mason. Described as the Shinigami that the king has been able to put great trust in, and it is for this reason that a lot of other Shinigami go to him for advice. His intelligence is a 9 out of 10, low empathy, initiative, curiosity, and kill is also ranked 9 out of 10. He can be seen sitting on and moving around on a throne made out of human skulls, and it is because he is basically the king's right-hand man. He demands a lot of respect from the other low-level Shinigami. The number 1 death god is a character named Nu, one of the most rare and fascinating creatures that never gets expanded upon in the main series and is unfortunately confined to Volume 13's How to Read. She is described as a rock that is covered in a multitude of eyes that stick out of the ground. Other than the Shinigami King himself, this is the most powerful Shinigami with an intelligence of 10 out of 10, making her close to all-knowing. She appears briefly at the start of the second anime opening and can also be seen on the spine of Volume 13. Obata had stated that Shinigami like Nu are extremely rare. Above all gods of death is the Shinigami King, the father of all death gods. He does not have a rank because the ranks were created by him. Stated as having immeasurable intelligence and stats across the board, uncomprehendable to the human mind, even his appearance is, quote, too evil for human eyes. Even though later he is shown in the end of the bonus chapter in the Sea Kidder story that comes after the main story, and he was also manipulated by Ryuk into giving him a second death note, so in the end, Ryuk really is the GOAT. The Shinigami King, similar to Midora, will have a role to play in a bonus chapter that takes place at the end of the series and isn't really relevant to Light's journey or any of the current situations taking place in the human world while Kidda is alive. The Shinigami King actually knows of Light but allows him to continue because he is using the Death Note for its intended purpose, to simply kill humans, and not for any financial gain or anything corrupt like that. There are more unnamed Shinigami that appear, however they do not have a rank or they're not even named, and the most notable one being the God of Death that appears in the Death Note Relight film who specifically seeks out Ryuk. That is something that will be brought up later when it is more relevant to what is going on, but for now, those are all Shinigami ranked in the canonical Death Note timeline, and Ryuk has taken Seto away from Light to tell him how he best go about finding his Death Note. Chapter 66. Death. The interactions between Ryuk and Seto as he's explaining the events of how the Death Note had passed through multiple hands is very entertaining. However, there are many problems for Seto, as for when Rem died, he had to resort to pulling out the rules that he received from the second-ranked Shinigami, Armonia Justin Biondo Mason. That's right. He now has to find the human who is in control of that notebook, and it just so happens to be safely in the hands of Mello and the Mafia. Ryuk tells him that if he sticks around long enough, he will be able to uncover his identity and take it back relatively soon, as he does have faith in Light catching him eventually. Light and Near continue their investigation, however, Near doesn't want to tell Light who the kidnappers were. as Nier is onto the Japanese police basically from the moment of L's death, and when he speaks to Light he refers to him as the second L, implying that he does actually suspect whoever this second L is. From his perspective, this makes sense. So, from the beginning, Nier does not respect the second L, or Light, or the Japanese police at all. The fact that Kira's approval rating seemingly only went up as the years went by also points to the Japanese police just sitting on their hands, not actually trying to solve the case. Nier and the SPK are a lot more competent as a group than anyone else shown previously. They are collectively the best investigation team in the series, if you don't count Light and L working together. During this exchange, this had been an outright challenge to Light. This would be Nier's equivalent of the Lindell Taylor stunt that begins the true mentality shift in Light. By calling him incompetent, Light's inner monologue instantly shifts to, he's dead. Nier rightfully calls out the Japanese police for sitting on their hands, and Light's reaction is to kill him along with the kidnappers. This would indirectly be his first confrontation with both of L's successors, Nier and Mello. All of a sudden, members of the SPK drop dead. Mello uses the Death Note to kill them, preventing any possibility of Nier finding out about the Mafia. It is because of this, Nier is then backed into a corner and reveals information to Light about Wami's house and the existence of Mello. Sito, who had been next to Ryuk the whole time, watching this unfold for the first time, is in shock of how these humans are using the Death Note, stating that these humans are crazy, they're not using the notebooks the right way at all. To which Ryuk responds, that's what makes it fun. 2 days go by and both Matsuda and Aizawa did some digging into Wami's house and even interviewing Roger himself. They returned to Light with all information about Watori's foundation. They even had rough sketches drawn of Nier and Mello's face, and when Light hears about L's heirs, he smiles and knows that the game is back on. Chapter 67 Button. With a rough sketch drawn of Mello, Sito takes it back up to the Shinigami realm and hands out flyers to a bunch of unnamed Shinigami to help him search for this specific human. As these are sketches and not actual photographs, this doesn't work, and he is still left searching for his Death Note around the major cities of America. In a phone call to Light's father, Mello asks who the Japanese police appointed to be the second L after the death of the original. This means he does already suspect the second L somewhat, as does Nier. However, instead of telling him the truth and outing Light's own name, Matsuda specifically declares that he himself is the second L and is mostly incompetent and is only being used as the mouthpiece. If they didn't do this and out who the second L was, Mello is still threatening to kill Sayu. Mello is noticeably and outright playing the role of the criminal, the villain. From the outside in, he clearly looks like the most evil out of anyone, and this is even further pushed by the current state of the Yagami household. Soichiro had resigned from the police force entirely, and the Yagami family had just gone through something incredibly traumatic. I don't think Sayu had ever been as afraid as she was in those moments of being kidnapped by the Mafia, and from this moment she would never be the same again. The female side of the Yagami household had always been blissfully unaware to the reality of their family dynamic. Not once are they told about Light's original confinement and never see him as anything other than a leading detective on the case. Since the events that took place in the desert with Mello, Sayu now has legitimate trauma from what has happened, and Light's mother takes her away to the countryside, away from everyone, never to live the same life again. With the power of the Death Note, the Mafia had been able to kill and eliminate most of the people who were connected to them, figuring out that it was possible to control the actions of a human being in the last 23 days before their death, and it is with this that Mello begins making demands to the President of the United States. Chapter 68 Discovery. Mello had begun threatening the president with the Death Note and told him that if he didn't comply with everything he said, then he will ensure that he goes down as the worst president in history. Mello's mistake here is not fully understanding the rules of the Death Note, and this is able to be picked up on later by Light. Mello thought that he could force the president into launching nukes. This was his main threat to him. However, You cannot force a person to kill others with the Death Note, so Mello's plan was never going to actually work unless he thought of a more creative way to threaten the president. Although this statement alone is enough to scare the president, and to be fair, it would be enough to scare anyone who wasn't in the know. Death Note's interpretation of the United States president in 2009 is a man by the name of David Hoop. This was a man who originally greenlit the foundation of NieR and the SPK, and so that's why Mello has a keen interest in getting him to comply to him instead of the SPK. The president is given some time to think about Mello's request, and in turn looks to L and the Japanese police to ask if there is any way to escape the notebook. By doing this, it indirectly informs Light that someone must have threatened him with it, and the only person who could have done that was Mello himself. A bit of spark returns to Light, as he can easily capitalize on what is Mello's first real mistake. By getting the president on his side with his knowledge of the Death Note, he has pulled ahead of both the SPK and the Mafia. Light had been playing a little dumb, but L is still the greatest detective in the world, and with the help of Misa's eyes and the president willing to send in over 30 men from the Middle East to help capture Mello, Light is right where he wants to be. Chapter 69 Flight. When communicating as L to the president about the capture of Mello and the notebook, the question comes up of, can we kill him, by the Middle Eastern man, and Light in front of Aizawa, Matsuda and Ide says, yes, we have no choice. This would be the first really obvious message to them that Light was different from who they originally thought. This was massively contrasting with the mind-wiped Light they first saw beginning to work on the case. The Light they thought they knew would never kill anyone without legitimately zero hesitation. That goes against his father and his own moral sense of justice, and when that question comes up now, he simply says, yes, kill them. Light wanted Mello dead, and not once did he ever consider the task force, some of the slowest individuals he's ever worked with, to catch on to something like this. Misa's eyes have really been of benefit to Light over the years, and especially now. Even though he had given away a Death Note, with the eyes of Misa, he is still the most powerful, and so, with the help of the Shinigami eyes, he is able to preemptively kill Cal Snyder, a member of the Mafia, and find the address of Mello's hideout. This single shot is the perfect summarization of Light and Misa's now 5-year relationship. As they are about to infiltrate Mello's hideout and retrieve their Death Note, Sito had been overseeing all of this from the Shinigami realm and was able to find his original Death Note, and so this introduces Mello and the Mafia to what a Shinigami actually is. This is huge. Sito reveals to them that Death Notes don't usually come with rules, and specifically, 2 of those rules are entirely made up. The 13-day rule, and the rule that states all those who touch the Death Note will die if it is burnt or destroyed. If L had this information, the case would have been solved years and years ago. Sito just drops this information onto the Mafia, and Mello's brain is going so fast that the next question he asks the God of Death legitimately scares him. Quite the contrast for a human to be able to put genuine fear into a Shinigami. Sito doesn't want to answer his questions though, as doing so would break one of the Shinigami rules and he would receive 2nd-degree agony, which would eventually lead to his own death. So Mello is able to figure out on his own that the Shinigami ideal is a thing, and forces the current owner, Cal Snyder, who is set to die anyway, to take this deal. He is now the 4th person canonically to receive the Shinigami eyes, and Sito gets bossed around by the Mafia, and in turn for his service, he will be given back a Death Note. You can kind of see why that having a low-ranked Shinigami would be perfect for a situation like this. You couldn't have Ammonia, Justin, Beyond, or Mason coming down here, or any high-ranked Shinigami, even in the top 6 or 7, would not be dealing with this at all, but Sito does. This leads to the infiltration of Mello's hideout by the 30 Middle Eastern men ordered by the President of the United States. This would ultimately be futile as they all enter with face masks that get ripped off by Sito as he is helping out the Mafia, and all their names are promptly written in the Death Note by the Mafia. Again, a moment that was rushed over in the adaptation and only given time to breathe in the manga. Chapter 70. Tremble. Seeing his plan fail, Light begins stressing out. This is common for him when things do not go exactly as planned. He suspects this is the work of another Shinigami, but is confused as to why or how a Shinigami found their way inside the Mafia, as Ryuk had purposely talked Seto away from Light so that he couldn't be aware of the third Shinigami. And so just like how he took out his anger on Misa, this time he takes his anger out on Aizawa, and now this is strike number 2. Light is now aware of his enemy possessing Shinigami eyes, and so that means if the person with those eyes ever sees a picture of Misa, it will become very obvious to them that Misa is the one writing the names in the Death Note. So, Light forces Misa to quit acting in movies and become a stay-at-home wife, while also thinking to himself, should I kill Misa? The Light that we saw at the end of part 1 has gone and evolved those traits to such a point where no remorse can ever be felt, not for Misa, not for the task force, not even for his own family. The biggest threat to Light at the moment is not Nier but Mello. With a Shinigami on his side, having already mentioned the rules being fake, Light must focus all his attention on Mello to kill him as quickly as possible, completely disregarding Nier and the SPK for the time being. Because their attack on the hideout failed, the President of the United States has committed suicide in fear of not being controlled into pressing the nuke button. It is speculated that his death was Kira, however it is more so implied that he actually genuinely ended his own life to protect the world from being controlled into pressing these nukes, as Light would have no reason to kill him. Chapter 71. Contact. With all favour going in the direction of Mello, Light forms an idea that is so ridiculous, so crazy, that it is insane to think that he would even consider doing this for a person he hasn't even met. But with the unknown factor of the Shinigami Seto, he was forced into making a decision that would have himself, Kira, hand over the Death Note to the task force and have them dispose of Mello for him, as it would be in both of their interests to bring the Mafia to, quote, justice. This is a message written by Light and delivered to the task force through Misa on a phone call that would have them assume Kira is calling them directly and they are communicating with him in real time. And really, once again, this is a scheme that he is only able to pull off because of the incompetence of the Japanese police. L would never have let something like this slide. Light is able to get away with so much more in part 2 of the story already, and this is part of the reason for the drastic change in quality from part 1 to part 2, at least in the early stages here with Mello. At this point, it evokes this feeling of Light can do anything unquestioned, and it's only through the repetition of this that will eventually lead to his downfall. And so 3 days later, Ryuk shows up alongside the task force and hands them the Death Note they are going to use against Mello. With Light in the background acting harder than he has needed to since the potato chip scene, Matsuda is the one most eager to make the Shinigami ideal trade, just as Light had anticipated. But what he had not anticipated for was that his father was feeling such an immense guilt for handing over the Death Note to the Mafia in the first place that he genuinely contemplated ending his own life over it to protect his family. Because of this, he is the one to make the Shinigami ideal trade, going against what Light had originally planned. Chapter 72. Verification. Light doesn't try to stop his own father, since someone needs to receive the eyes for this plan to work, and it would look weird if Light insists that it must be someone else like Matsuda, but he informs his father that he may have to kill using the Death Note, and if he's okay with doing that. Soichiro says yes, he is willing to do that, and ready to die 13 days later as he still believes in the lie. Since Light knows these rules are fake, he thinks to himself about potentially having to kill his father to keep this facade alive. However, because of this scenario even existing, Light has already indirectly killed his own father. His final words to his son before this event unfolds is, "Light, I'm counting on you." Very tragic. Ryuk flies over to Seto to tell him to not interfere in human affairs, and that he's stupid for being bossed around by humans when he is a god, and that if he hadn't interfered last time he would have already gotten his Death Note back. So the clock is 1 minute before midnight, and Soichiro makes the eye deal with Ryuk, gaining the power of the Shinigami eyes as now the 5th person to canonically attain them. The task force barge their way in and prepare for a shootout with Mello's Mafia. Chapter 73. Cornered. With some of the most action Death Note has going for it, this chapter is filled with explosions, tear gas, and gunfights between the task force and the Mafia. The task force seize the hideout and capture the notebook back into their possession. However, with Mello being able to escape, Light urges them from afar to continue to push after him, indirectly leading to the death of his own father. Mello had rigged the building with explosives beforehand, allowing him to make demands such as for them to destroy all cameras and drop their weapons. He then requests that only one member enter the room that he is in. Of course, that person is Light's father, the man with the Shinigami eyes, but also a strong moral code that seemingly cannot ever be broken. Light's father sees Mello's real name as Mihail Keel. As he says this out loud, Mello, being noticeably shocked that he knows this information, still has the capacity to think at close to L levels of speed, and so when Soichiro gives him a choice to surrender now or die at the hands of the Death Note, Light's father, as the only morally righteous person consistently shown in the story, sticks to his principles regardless of the situation and does not kill Mello like how Light intended. This was the opposite of what Light wanted and was anticipating, internally screaming at his father, but of course he can't do anything that would make him look overtly suspicious in the eyes of the task force. Light's fate is in the hands of his father, who is trying to play the role of the hero. Chapter 74. A Fine Performance. Soichiro gets shot in the back and Mello detonates the hideout, managing to wipe out a majority of the Mafia, but barely surviving himself. And for Soichiro, yeah, playing the role of the hero isn't really the move in Death Note. Very grounded in reality, I find it fitting that out of all the characters we meet, Soichiro is the only one shown to consistently uphold his moral code, and until his death, that is how he dies. Being the only member of the task force who had to endure being shot in the back and then caught up in an explosion, no amount of body armor was protecting Soichiro here, plus the deal with the Shinigami that cut his remaining lifespan in half. Soichiro's time was now. However, while his own father was about to die, Light was still focused on Mello. Soichiro never wrote in the Death Note, and it's because of this that even though he was an owner of the notebook for a short amount of time with the Shinigami eyes, he ended up dying convinced his son wasn't Kira, in turn dying a happy or at least satisfied man. He was able to confirm that, at least in this moment, that Light wasn't Kira, and even though the idea of that was a topic over 5 years ago, Soichiro could never forget about the experience with L, similar to Light. And so his final thoughts and final words are of content that his son is not Kira. What a weird thought. It is implied that when Soichiro dies, since he never wrote down a name in the Death Note, he avoided the idea of being followed by misfortune for any human who actually does use it. A big part of Death Note is that most humans are all corrupt in some way. Soichiro breaks the mold of this, which made his addition into the story extremely well placed and puts an end to a character who has upheld his moral code all the way through with conviction beyond belief. Light's father was the only person to see Mello's face, and as such, this makes Light determined to have him write down the name of Mihail Keel. In what Soichiro thinks is a moment in which everyone will understand why he did not kill Mello in an honorable upstanding man / hero type of way, and most of them do. However, with Mello alive, Light is at an extreme risk and he knows it, so he thinks to himself if it would be weird to scream out and ask his own father while he's about to die to go ahead and write in the Death Note anyway. He goes ahead and does it regardless of how strange it might make him look, showing just how much Light wanted Mello dead, but also deviating to such an extreme for the task force who knew him originally, and if his father could have reacted or seen this, he would have also felt the same way about this sudden outburst by Light. Of course, he doesn't write his name in the death note, he dies. Light's emotions while his dad was dying were not of his father dying, they were of how to manipulate him into using the death note to kill someone who was catching on to him too quickly. Light was actually crying when his dad died, and I don't see this as a genuine sorrow for the man who raised him at all. Light's feelings are directed towards the task force who are watching him. He is no longer the man who his father raised, Light Yagami. He is 100% Kira, and even though he is saddened by his father's passing, he is even more sad that Mello is still alive and has potential information that will lead to his capture in the 13-day rule. In the end, Seido gets his death note back and returns to the Shinigami realm, with there now only being 2 remaining notebooks left in the human world. Chapter 75. Acknowledgement. Light had been through a lot in the past week, probably the most chaotic week of his life since the death of L. From not killing Mello to the death of his father, he even ponders on the likelihood that someone from Whammy's house could be contacted and tricked and deceived into writing down Mello's name. He really wanted Mello to die, but since they're from Whammy's house, they'd probably all be aware and too smart for that. Cutting back to Nia, he finds it suspicious that the task force only found Mello's hideout with the help of Kida, then went as far to trust Kida so quickly without much hesitation at all, which leads to a pretty obvious conclusion for him to come to on his own. Nia concludes that if Kida is connected to the Japanese task force, which he believes to be the case, then the second L is Kida. As he's about to launch a full-blown investigation onto the Japanese police, a new president of the United States comes online to make a broadcast announcement that the USA had decided to accept Kida. Due to the mafia being wiped out and the recent death of their former president also believed to be Kida's doing as well, Light's reaction to this is so funny. This means that the SPK will be forced to shut down and operate independently, leaving them in a very similar position to when L and the Japanese police were outcast by their government, and so overall, Light is extremely pleased with this result. This is the biggest announcement on a global scale he could have ever expected. Despite his father dying and Mello being alive, the plan to wipe out the mafia actually worked in Light's favor, as now, globally, the world will realize that it belongs to Kida. There will be pushback and things will become chaotic for a while. This wasn't Light's intention, but in the end, the world will become a better place long term because of his actions. This is his current mindset. Light goes on to say one of the most interesting things relating to the mass opinion of Kida. If Kida wins, he becomes righteous. If Kida loses, he is evil. Matsuda is a perfect example of this in motion, always shown to be somewhat skeptical as to whether Kida is actually evil or not. Light reveals to the task force for the first time his own internal thought process as Kida, realizing that even the United States is backing down from him and soon to become the whole world. He feels confident in saying this. Kida is a mass murderer, that is true, but there are many people who support Kida. This is also true. Kida understands that what he is doing is evil, but has chosen to sacrifice himself to change the world for the better. If we catch Kida, then Kida is evil. If Kida rules the world, then Kida is good. This has been Light's thought process as he's matured into the role of the most deadly mass murderer on the planet, and has slightly changed from the beginning of the story when he believed himself to be doing purely justice. He has enough self-awareness to know that what he is doing is objectively evil in the eyes of the present day. However, the long-term effects of doing this will be securing a far less violent and criminal-like civilization for the future generations. This is Light Yagami's thought process, with being validated by the most powerful country on Earth. Chapter 75 ends the first mini-arc of Part 2 that begins with Mello and the Mafia and concludes with the death of Soichiro Yagami. Chapter 76. Greetings. Support for Kira is growing all around the world. Light feels it, and now with the SPK becoming an informal organization, Near is being supported by the wealth that he had inherited from L. With how unusually cooperative Kira is being with the Japanese police, it isn't actually hard for him to pinpoint that the second L is Kira. What's difficult now is, as it seems, the entire world cowers away and the support has almost majoritively shifted in favor of Light, or Kira, which is a believable thing to have happened over the course of half a decade. Light's judgment would soon become normal in people's lives. Mello seeks out Nia, and you can really see the conditions that Wami's house has on the children that come out of there. Mello is nuts, and once again the Death Note anime adaptation rushes through a lot of this context and story, whereas in the manga, Mello is a lot more fleshed out, showing the interaction with Harley Lindner and more of how messed up Mello has become. He is now permanently scarred from his interaction with the Japanese task force and seeks out Nia in hopes of finding more information on Kira. Chapter 77. Use. The confrontation between Mello and the SPK starts with them drawing guns upon each other, all of them. However, as usual, Nia being the only one to think rationally, despite Mello killing members of the SPK and threatening them up front, Nia remains calm and understands that they are both technically on the same side. Mello tells Nia all he knows of the Death Note, including that there is a specific fake rule. This is game-changing, as now you have someone with the mind of L, with the knowledge of everything that Mello had just experienced with the Shinigami and the Death Note itself. This was a part of Nia's plan all along. He knew that working together with Mello would be the only feasible way to actually surpass someone like L and solve this case. Mello didn't want to do this, but he played right into Nia's hands by telling him all this information he needed to solve the case on his own. It is at this time that Kira's New World Order is being enforced by the people over there at Sakura TV. It has become Light's will to not be perceived as evil by the masses. This will in turn help him against Nia and Mello, as it is used as propaganda to enslave the minds of the general public, slowly making them think that the people trying to stop Kira are the true enemies, the true bad people, the true criminals, in turn giving Light his own sort of cooperative play too. Nia has Mello, Light has the media, and soon to be the world. Nia picks up on this and cannot stop thinking about the one fake rule. Chapter 78. Prediction. One thing about Nia is that he's a lot less quirky and endearing than L was. He is 100% calculations only, with absolutely zero emotion. Something that he and L share, but Nia takes to an absolute almost robotic nature, bringing it up to a level where he was even willing to write Mello's name in the Death Note simply to test out if the 13-day rule was legitimate. If Nia dies 13 days later, he will accept the outcome as Kira's victory and has no problem dying if his deduction turns out to be wrong. L did similar things, however, instead of putting his life on the 13-day rule being fake, he offloaded it onto someone else. By a simple process of elimination, Nia is able to come to the conclusion that the 13-day rule is the only outlier in the set of rules listed in the notebook. Again, L had also speculated on that specific rule being fake, with far less to go off in a similar amount of time. However, he never got the time he needed to test out this theory. With Mello telling Nia straight up that he had tested out this rule himself when he was in possession of the Death Note, Nia is directly given all the information he needs, with the only thing really worth thinking about is whether or not Mello was lying to him. Regardless, the SPK call up Light and the task force with this new information, but lead the conversation with the capture of Mello, and then ask about their thoughts on a potential fake rule. This is what Light was fearing most, and why he was so adamant about his father killing Mello. This moment changes everything, and it's the beginning of the end for Light's status inside the task force. Hearing of a fake rule immediately takes Aizawa specifically back 5 years ago when he was working with L, and Light was the main primary suspect. How he reacts to this information now, though, is very important to his immediate survival, and it's subtle, but all of them, with the exception of Matsuda, begin distrusting Light ever so slightly after hearing Nier speak. Matsuda is the man who wants to have faith in Light the most, and so whenever Light brings up a good point as to why he isn't Kira, such as, "The reason we've all made it this far is because we all have trust in each other that none of us are Kira," Matsuda is the only one cheering him on in the background while the others remain silent. When Light hears of someone that he's never even met figuring out about a fake rule, he visibly trembles and, as can be expected, is drawn with multiple sweat marks across each of the panels he is shown in. Nier forces him into a deduction that would cement the belief moving forward that if any rule were to be fake, it would be the 13-day rule. By Soichiro not killing Mello when he had the chance, it has turned into an extremely dubious situation for Light to be in. Nier is made aware that a Shinigami is in the room, and now with his knowledge on how death gods attach to a notebook user, he suspects that Kira is in the room currently and is working behind the back of the task force. And at this point, Nier's smile is so distinctively similar to L's smile around the time of when he uncovered his first big part of the case. Nier has also just found his major first lead, and from this point onwards, it is all eyes focused on Light Yagami once again. Light pushes back so hard on the idea that one of them is Kira, while all others, with the exception of Matsuda, do not. In hindsight, this would make him look even more suspicious to them than he already does. The likes of Aizawa, Ide, and Mogi are not quick to dismiss the idea of Light being Kira, as the 13-day rule being fake completely dismisses his confinement, and they would have reason to suspect him again with flawed evidence from over 5 years ago. The only thing holding them back from believing Nier is that none of them want him to actually be Kira. It would not only make them look completely incompetent, which, to be fair, the initial seeds get planted into their minds that they may need to pay closer attention to Light. The anime adaptation changes the timing and goes even further with this narrative in this moment, whereas there's a lot more build up in the manga where this interaction happens at a later time. The anime adds in a line right now of Nier talking specifically to the members of the Japanese task force in front of Light. He tells them that if there was ever a time where the second L was suspected of being Kira, but those suspicions were later dropped for whatever reason, to please contact him to help with his investigation. Going even further than the manga did to point out that it was in this moment that Light Yagami was back in suspicion once again. Whether Light wanted this or not, it's hard to say. In the beginning of the story, he desperately wanted to make himself known to the world, and then found the competition with L even more interesting than changing the world itself. He wanted the battle, he liked the challenge. Whereas now he had gotten so close to this ideal world of his, only a few more years and everything he planned for would have been in motion, with over 50% of the population siding with him. It's hard to imagine Light really wanting this competition from Nier and Mello as much as he did with L. He even contemplates running away and killing the task force to remain hidden and focus more on his original goal. Light has made it very clear that he wants to kill Nier and Mello. However, being so close to completing his goal, this distraction that were these two kids pretending to be like L were more frustrating to him than an actual challenge. He is a lot more agitated in part 2, even down to his look. 5 years later, and you can basically see the evil aura radiating off of him. Chapter 79. Lies. What I've noticed most about part 2 of Death Note is that the anime deviates a lot from the source more than it ever did in part 1, such as Mello forcing the United States government to disband the SPK, the first attack on Mello's hideout in which Sito rips the helmets off the men attacking, showing Harley Lindner being a double agent for Mello, and with all of that cut out of the adaptation, it becomes even more apparent here in Chapter 79. Part 2 is They must have had something against Mello, but it is really toned down in the adaptation, whereas it is a lot more expanded upon and I'd even say done better in the manga. Ever since the phone call with Nier confirming his suspicion of the second L, there is a scene in the manga where Mello calls up Mogi. Mogi then flies out to the SPK headquarters and meets face to face with Nier to get questioned about the second L being Kira. This was one of the many moments in Part 2 that was excluded from the adaptation and really shows the amount of pressure Light was under before support came in. Although, while being questioned, Mogi says nothing. This entire ordeal was cut out of the anime adaptation and is primarily used as a way to really throw it in the face of the Japanese task force that there is someone in their ranks who is actively going against them. It's also one of the few moments Nier and Mello indirectly work together, showing how powerful of a duo they can be, and not even Light could stop these two if they worked hand in hand. The world has categorized anyone who goes against Kira as evil, and so Light has support from all areas of the world and specifically targets the SPK main building. Right when he was coming under suspicion, a large event happens preventing Nier from continuing his investigation. This is not like Light at all, or at least not the Light in the early parts of the series. It shows why the battle against Nier and Mello is absolutely nothing like the battle against L. From chapters 1 to 59, he would always remain so calculated in his main approach of avoiding suspicion, whereas here, it's almost as if he's saying to Nier directly, yes, I am Kira, but now I have the whole world hostage and there's nothing you can do about it. Light has changed. He has the most powerful country in the world at his mercy. He is almost there, almost a god. So close to his goal, however, with people who he has never met or seen, acting as these small handcuffs keeping him confined to a battle that he is interested in, but not as interested as the battle he had 5 years ago, or not even comparable to what he was on the cusp of achieving on a global scale. This makes the emotionless Nier actually show a tiny bit of emotion, in that when Light taunts him about the riots underneath his building and that he's got to escape, Nier sees the situation in the same way L would have. Light is lying right through his teeth. Tsugumi Oba has stated calling this chapter Lies refers to the first time in the whole storyline where a character verbally acknowledges that Light is in fact lying. Chapter 80. Cleanup. Outside of a quick smirk or small clapbacks, Nier shows very little emotion at all. This is because the narrative is trying to present Mello as having taken the emotional side of L, leaving Nier with practically none. Although he does keep the ability to clap back, as his building is being stormed by angry protesters, Light says, "Nier, you must escape," to which Nier replies, "Look who's talking, Kira." Light of course has to bump this off and pretend it's nothing, but this is massive and would begin Nier's true challenge to Light in a way L never did. L always suspected Light had a 90% probability of being Kira, basically 100, but never said this to any of the task force or anyone who he was working with. By Nier coming out and dropping this just so casually, as well as Light plays it off, the other task force members are forced to take this in, and especially Aizawa, who was around a lot in part 1, he starts expanding his mind to the possibility of what Nier is actually saying. It all sounds far too familiar. The plan to escape is actually one that passes the threshold of using L's wealth. Again, only one of the few times this comes up in the story, tying into the idea of L being one of the richest people on the planet. As a reminder, having made 20,000% gains in 2 years, if anyone did that in real life, they'd be looked at as the god of all finance. I love when this comes up because it's always such a fascinating look into L. He made himself and Watari so extremely rich because he was able to figure out the game of the equity markets. Something that Light has not ever shown interest in once. Something Light is definitely not is financially motivated. So, as Nier dumps L's net worth from the sky down onto the people rioting, because these people are shown to be mindless follow the herd types, they instantly forget Kira and begin fighting over the money. I love how Death Note portrays the hive mind of people. It hasn't been touched on too deeply in the main series, but in a couple of bonus chapters after the story, it really just digs in at the mind of an average person. This alone bases Death Note firmly in reality, and would thematically begin Nier's ultimate challenge to Light in that the Kira supporters who are riding beneath his building, the people who claim to love and support him, are incredibly stupid. He sees these people as people who just want to join in the mob of thousands of screaming voices, jumping in on a bandwagon because they lack the will to form their own view on Kira's philosophy. He knows what stupid people look and act like, and it's made very clear that this is who this enormous group of people is. By dropping down all of L's remaining net worth, it demonstrates to Light how easily these people fold. If they would abandon their conviction and belief in Kira for a couple of dollars, their support mustn't be very strong. This is the message Nier sends to Light by doing this, and it's unquestionably a strong one. Even Demigawa, who Light had as his spokesperson to get to film Nier's face as he exited the building so Misa could wipe him out, he also gets distracted by the money and completely forgets the entire reason he was there. He was supposed to support Kira. If Light truly wanted to show dominance over the world, killing Demigawa and finding a new, more reliable spokesperson who truly believes in his ideology would logically be the only next step. It is with this that Nier is able to escape with a more than confident guess as to who the man he would be mentally sparring would be, as well as certain members of the task force wavering with their trust in Light. Chapter 81. Warning. Nier had been desperately trying to make someone in the Japanese task force leak info on Light. This was the whole reason he met with Mogi in the manga, but since Mogi never spoke a word for the duration of his time around the SPK, Nier decides it may be time to focus on making someone else talk. This was really summed up in the anime adaptation with a single scene of Nier compelling the members of the task force to come forward with any information they may have, and over a couple of days, Aizawa simply goes along with it and gives Nier the information that Light was once a suspect. However, the manga goes about it in such a way that getting this case-solving information isn't as easy for Nier, and multiple events are set up in place before the betrayal of the task force can really commence. I actually prefer this. Light and his father had been leading the task force and working alongside them for upwards of 5 years on the same case. To just suddenly backstab him at the beckoning call of Nier with only a few inner monologues diminishes the weight of how a person would actually feel if they had been led on for this long. The manga in this instance does not speed through these moments at all, and is a lot more in-depth with slowly waking up the task force to Light actually being the man who they feared the most. As Light had just witnessed his spokesperson utterly flop at following demands, he is actively looking in the crowd of people for someone who in his mind is a true Kira worshipper, someone that would take his ideals and understand them almost as well as himself. This is what Light is wanting and needing more than anything else, as the symbol of Kira is known to the entire world at this point. The god of the new world needs a hand, and while Misa has been the person writing in the notebook on behalf of Light, he knows she cannot be the realistic long-term true hand of God. The first appearance of Teru Mikami comes when Light is watching over footage of the Kira's Kingdom TV program, and he sees his response to a survey left about how the general public feels about Kira. A man by the name of Teru Mikami had submitted a survey wanting to be a participant for the next show, where he would enter his name, age, address, occupation, academic background, and what he personally thought about Kira, to which he simply wrote God. All other questions were left unanswered. Hobbies and interests, none. Qualifications, none. Everything was blank except for a surprising addition of the question, who is a person that you respect? To this, he answers Winston Churchill, a former real-world Prime Minister of the United Kingdom from 1940 to 1945 during the Second World War, and then again from 1951 to 1955. A really interesting piece of trivia for Death Note to add, this is obviously a real person who now lived close to 100 years ago. someone who was a prominent figure during the era of World War II, and a quote by Winston Churchill that stands out the most in regards to Mikami, or Death Note as a series in general, is, "History will be kind to me, for I intend to write it." A small but fun detail added in by Oba. It won't be the last time a real-world political figure enters the story, showing once again the world of Death Note is a mirror of our own. It's also worth mentioning that Teru Mikami's design is based on Taro Kagami's adult design all the way back from the pilot story, which leads to a comparison in that they actually both have a similar origin and upbringing. Being bullied as a child, then growing up to look identical, they are very similar, giving them their own sense of what justice truly is. Teru Mikami would be chosen specifically by Light. This was someone who he saw as a god. He worshipped Kira and believed him to be true divine intervention, so now that he was directly handpicked, he believes himself to be the chosen one, similar to how Light saw himself as the chosen one when he first received the Death Note from Ryuk, to only later be told it was purely up to chance. Light had sent Mikami the Death Note by mail to gain ownership of Misa's original notebook. Kind of risky to send one of these things through the mail, but I guess it works, and thereby allowing him to act as Kira without constantly being told what to do, as he is believed to have the same ideals as Kira himself. By performing the Shinigami ideal, Mikami becomes the 6th person to canonically gain the eyes and quickly gets to work. Light had left behind this interesting letter along with the Death Note that stated, "Lastly, I know your face and your name. If you will not do as I say, I have no choice but to kill you." This note, however, does not turn Mikami off at all, and only grows his conviction in Kira as the god of the new world. Light is only growing in allies, and Mikami is very handy to have on his side. With official stats coming in at a total of 38 out of 50, he is comparable to L in terms of overall stat total, with an 8 out of 10 in knowledge, 7 out of 10 in creativity, 8 out of 10 in initiative, 10 out of 10 in emotional strength, and a 5 out of 10 in social skill. Mikami would represent the hand of God in more of a biblical sense, which the adaptation specifically goes hard for. Meanwhile, back at the task force, Aizawa is shown to be lost in thought, distracted by what others had been saying to him, coming to a realization that the man he had been working with for 5 years had been the man who he had been trying to catch. It was suspicious that right after Nier started suspecting Light, Demigawa and a bunch of Kira supporters started storming the SPK main building in a way to sort of distract from the main investigation. Light did not even consider the fact that his own task force would catch on to him, because even if they did, it had always been so easy to lie and manipulate his way out of it in front of them. So, in major contrast to the anime, Nier contacts the task force and announced Mogi to be dead, having died of a heart attack. Nier's goal here was to put the nail in the coffin. This cemented in the mind of Aizawa that he had to begin suspecting Light once again, and it's through these moments that you see how hard Nier had to push to finally get someone inside the Japanese task force to start suspecting one of their own. He had to make them believe that Kira killed Mogi when it's just a complete lie, just to wake them up. Aizawa believes that if he continues working with Light that he himself would die, and that's enough to push him over the edge. It is only here where in the manga, after a lot of effort and a lot of pushing, Nier reveals to the Japanese police how to contact him and serves as more of a fitting place than where the anime decided to place it. It is with this new information that Light informs Misa to forfeit ownership of the Death Note and pass it on to the man known as Teru Mikami. This would allow Misa to forget everything she knew about the Death Note, and if ever investigated by the task force, she would look completely innocent. This absolves Misa of now anything relating to the Death Note, the notebook, and what's really going on. That is pretty much her done for the rest of the series. It is with this new motivation forced upon him by Nier's own lie that Aizawa contacts the SPK in secret, believing that he would end up like Mogi, dead if Light ever found out, and intends to tell Nier everything he knows. Chapter 82. Himself. Obviously, as I'm going through the series chapter by chapter, for the most part this is manga only. However, it is important to bring up notable moments where the anime deviates or adds to the source material. This hasn't really happened since the death of L. Instead of adding more, Death Note's second part adaptation adds substantially less content. In chapter 82 of the manga, Aizawa flies out to the SPK to meet with Mogi and talk to Nier in person about the second L, whereas in the anime, that doesn't happen. He stays where he is and just has the conversation in his car over the phone. Maybe the animation style for part 2 just weren't feeling Death Note as much as they were in part 1 because a lot of content from the manga is just blatantly cut out and it doesn't hinder the story too much, but as someone who started with the adaptation first, part 2 was always kind of a slog to get through. It wasn't as good as part 1. Now for the first time going through the manga, it makes things make more sense and overall is just a better experience for the second part of the story. For example, chapter 82 has a member of the SPK, Gavani, drive Aizawa around for 2 hours blindfolded to ensure he isn't being sent here on behalf of Kida himself. Once arriving at the SPK, he is met with Mogi, who had been confined and silent for days. However, still blindfolded, Aizawa is asked questions by Nier to confirm whether or not he has the power to kill just by seeing a person's face. Since he doesn't, the blindfold comes off and in turn gains the trust of Nier. Instead of a simple phone call, you have all of this going on just for this one exchange that was about 15 to 30 seconds in the adaptation. Nier has some pretty revealing statements about himself and Mello, along with the other orphans raised in Wami's house, and this all ties back to the idea of whether or not Mello had been telling the truth about the 13-day rule being fake. That's the only reason Aizawa was there. If Mello is telling the truth, then Light's confinement essentially meant nothing and brings him right back into suspicion. Nier believes Mello to be telling the truth about this. Everything Mello does is done with the intent of capturing Kida before Nier. Always being one step behind him, he would take it to such extremes, going as far to join a criminal org just to use them to get the upper hand. Nier goes on to state and reveal something very telling, that for Mello and I, L was our idol, and the only person in the world worthy of respect. Everybody at Wami's house longed to be like L. It is obvious that our idol, the person we respected, was killed by Kida. Therefore, we'll both use any means necessary to capture Kida. I do find the premise of a successor to be a good addition generally. It is reasonable to believe that someone like Quillish Wami would want to preserve a mind like L's. Nier is the spitting image of L. However, when you think of a successor, usually the person they are succeeding is past it, too old and about to die. L was 22 when he was introduced into the Los Angeles BB murder case, making the first generation of Wami's house with the likes of Beyond Birthday and A not much younger than 22 when they fell to the pressure. L would be 25 years old at the time of death, while Nier would be 13. The point here being, L was expected to die doing what he did. 25 years old under normal circumstances is far too early to think about finding your successor. Nier and Mello being 13 and 14 respectively around the time L died means that this had been planned as a failsafe from the very beginning. Kida had thought that he had rid the world of L, however there were plans in place for if anything like this were to happen. Nier and Mello barely even get to be their own characters. It's impossible to look at them as anything other than the next generation of L, and that is by design. Aizawa tells Nier everything that happened when the real L was leading the Kida case, and that the current L was the person confined for 50 plus days and only got cleared because of the 13-day rule. Nier backwards engineers the entire case. Now with all the knowledge L previously had, he is able to come to a conclusion that play by play dissects exactly what Light had done to avoid suspicion, and even credits him as being impressive for this feat of passing around death notes. For Nier though, it's almost evidence enough that L suspected someone on the task force. It's as if he respects his word that much that he states, well, if L suspected it, it's probably case closed. Aizawa never tells him directly that it's Light, however it can be fairly confidently interpreted by Nier. Once hearing the whole story, he is able to figure out based on the statement of Chief Yagami claiming to end the suspect's life and then his own, that Kida could only be Light Yagami of the Japanese task force. What other reason would the deputy chief have for ending his own life? A statement as drastic as that could only mean he felt too much guilt for his own son being Kira, making the second L, Light Yagami, and Kira one and the same. Chapter 83. Delete. It had been with the help of Aizawa, Mello, and the previous work of the former L that had given Nier all the knowledge he needed to come up with the perfect deduction that Light Yagami is Kira. In some ways you could see this as all the information being handed to him. However, Nier goes out of his way to ensure that he receives this information at some point throughout the story, and at no point does it ever just fall in his lap. He had to fake kill Mogi just to convince Aizawa to speak out against Light's earlier confinement. This had been a well-earned, well-timed victory for Nier. Everything had just been falling into place. Before Aizawa leaves with Mogi, Nier advises him to start investigating the suspect that was taken in as the second Kira, which would be Misa. And so this leads to both of them heading over to Light's home and searching the place for any evidence, with the death note specifically in mind. Once again, this is fairly quickly gone over in the adaptation, with Aizawa just making the suggestion to Light on his own, then Mogi just follows him. Of course, all of this had been accounted for by Light earlier, and since then, Misa had lost her memory of anything relating to the Death Note, while Mogi and Aizawa just waste time searching. Death Note now brings in the dynamic of Light vs Aizawa. This isn't much of a battle in itself, but Light does now have to account for members of his own team suspecting him. Not only Aizawa, but Mogi and Ide lean more to the side of Nier now, while Light's only real ally inside the task force who still remains loyal to him is Matsuda, which will be executed so well when the story eventually wraps up. This isn't Light's focus, however. He had just found his right-hand man, and is now on the lookout for a spokesperson, since Demigawa is more of a joke than someone to be taken seriously. When Aizawa and Mogi scout Misa's apartment, it is done completely in secret, and they do not want Light to know about it, even though he already does and doesn't care, claiming to Misa that they are only here to check on a bomb threat called in on L's house, while the adaptation took a different approach and combined the knowledge Light would have later and had just given him the okay to go and investigate his apartment, knowing he had wiped away all evidence. Searching Light's home, they could find nothing. However, Mogi stays with Misa for a few days to ensure nothing crazy happens while they're gone, and Aizawa makes his way back to the task force. All the while, we are introduced to a new character from Wami's house who had been tailing the Japanese task force in Aizawa and Mogi all the way back to their headquarters and Light's apartment, introducing the assistant to Mello and the third smartest kid coming out of Wami's house, Matt. Matt is simply there to assist Mello and is stated to be a lifelong friend of his growing up together inside the orphanage. For being the third smartest person to come out of Wami's house, his stats are fairly underwhelming, and it paints an even clearer picture of Nier and Mello being the only ones worthy of coming close to L. Matt's overall stat total comes in at 29 out of 50, not awful by any means. All of his stats are only slightly above average with no real standout anywhere. Knowledge is a 6, creativity is 6, both initiative and emotional strength are a 7, and social skill is a 3. It's always interesting to look out for these extras coming out of Wami's house, simply because of the beyond birthday situation. It's always intriguing to see how they turn out, and Matt actually turned out fairly normal all things considered. His specialty is technology and is described by Obata as a young man who loves gaming and doesn't really care about much else. It is around this time that Aizawa returns to the task force and confesses to Light what he had been up to and that he had spoken directly with Nier, along with confirming that Mogi is alive. Coming out clean with his suspicion towards him was something Aizawa was always going to do. He understands how perceptive Light is, and sneaking around and lying to him wouldn't be a good look, as Light would easily be able to pick up on it. He announces the search taking place at his apartment along with himself, Ide and Mogi keeping a close eye on him until Kira is caught. While they are keeping an eye on Light, Mello and Matt are keeping an eye on the Task Force HQ, along with Misa and Mogi, who they now suspect to have been the second Kira. What you can see at this point in the narrative is that Light is more focused now on the people. the general public, the mass opinion of Kira. Yes, there is a battle going on with he and Nier, but to Light, it's nowhere close to the battle he had with L. And so, while his focus remains on killing Nier and Mello, it's divided multiple ways. Not only is he fighting both the reincarnations of L in Nier and Mello, but also 3/4 of his own task force suspect him. Kira's spokesperson Demigawa isn't getting orders from Misa, so he's making Kira's image look horrible by way of his own standards. The only thing Light really has going for him at this point is Teru Mikami, who, arguably, is all he needs. He is basically able to read the mind of what Light is thinking. Mikami kills Demigawa due to him realizing what he is saying goes against the will of Light. He is very intuitive and believes that he had been specifically chosen for this role, and so no matter what, he does not want to disappoint God. The act of killing Demigawa was so in tune with what Light himself was thinking that he even gets a bit nervous, understanding that Mikami is being very useful in this moment. However, he was able to decide and kill all those people broadcasting on Kira's kingdom without any order or direction. This makes Light nervous, as it's an intellectual feat comparable to someone like L, and if this man ever went against Light, he would be yet another enemy standing in his way. And with the task force's faith already wavering, if Mikami ever went against Light, it would surely bring upon the end of his journey. Chapter 84. Coincidence. Chapter 84 is dedicated to the man acting as the hand of God, Teru Mikami. Originally having been inspired by Taro Kagami from the pilot chapter, Mikami comes in at the tail end of the story and is one of the final main characters introduced. This is his origin and how he came to be the character he is today. The way Teru Mikami is introduced in the anime is in the classic Death Note stylized way, where he's jumping from side to side, swiping the pen across the page, screaming, "Delete." Delete is a word synonymous with Teru Mikami. From a young age, he had been described as someone who had always had a strong sense of knowing right from wrong. There were bad people, and then there were good people. He always stood up for the weak, even if it meant he himself got beaten down. The feeling of fighting against evil triumphed over any pain he could feel physically. This developed his sense of justice as a child, and this ideology only grew. He despises crime, and similar to Light, is portrayed to have a passion for punishing what he perceives to be evil. Mikami wanted to delete the enemies he found in life from the face of the earth, and so when he told his mother this, she disagreed and said that's not how life works. To which a young Teru Mikami disagreed back, and now saw his own mother as an enemy and began denying her of existence. One day, 4 of Mikami's perceived enemies were out driving in a car and ended up crashing the vehicle into a wall, while also killing several pedestrians along with themselves. One of those bystanders was Teru Mikami's mother, and in an instant, just like that, all of his enemies had been deleted. In Mikami's mind, life only improved from this moment onward. From here, he would go about his adult life wishing for the deletion of certain people, and as it would happen in the early 2000s, Kira came down like a god and punished all those he had wished for. In his mind, God had been watching over him. God had brought justice to evil because Teru never gave up. God was on his side. God was watching him. This goes on to make him potentially the biggest Kira fan of all time. He would go to large events in hopes to be noticed by his lord, and just like he had planned, Kira did actually notice him and accepted him. Now Mikami had been given the power of a god as well, and now whenever he kills someone by using the Death Note, he has to say the word, delete. Oba created Mikami's backstory in order to establish Mikami and Light as equals in a sense that they both share a similar sense of justice and what that is. Mikami, similar to how when Ryuk dropped the Death Note, Light Yagami was the perfect person to pick it up. Now Teru Mikami is the perfect person to pick it up and serve as the hand of God. He is the only person to receive a full chapter dedicated to his origin story and is actually stated to be the creator's second favorite human character in the series, as Oba believed that Mikami was the second strongest character besides Light. With the already high intelligence mixed with the Shinigami eyes and the Death Note, that's pretty accurate. Although Mikami and Light were portrayed as being similar characters with similar ideologies, they do differ, mainly in the sense that Mikami's sense of justice is more black and white. His understanding of people goes no deeper than labeling them as good or evil. Mikami would go on to kill anyone with even the slightest criminal record and not take into consideration if that person still commits crimes. This is in direct contradiction to Light's purpose of deterring people from committing crimes in the future. Light shows more of a willingness to forgive and acts as a way of scaring people in order to prevent crime, while Mikami is almost entirely 100% retribution. It remains unclear whether Mikami was born with mental or emotional problems, or if this way of thinking was brought on by trauma throughout his life. However, the man clearly suffers from some sort of mental illness. The phrasing and constant repeat of delete, 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 delete every time he writes down a name should tell you enough. This man, while presenting stoic for most of the series, is one bad knock away from becoming completely unhinged. Chapter 85. Election. With information given to him from now 3 different sources, Nier has figured out that Light was Kira, Misa was the second Kira, and Hideki Ryuga was L. All he needs now is proof. Nier sees Kira as a valid and strong opponent. It is the only thing he thinks about from the moment he wakes up to the moment he goes to sleep. All he thinks about is how to win the game, whereas Light is now dealing with multiple people and events at once. He does recognize Nier as someone who he must eliminate, but it isn't his sole purpose and doesn't take up 100% of his thinking capacity. It seems like it's closer to 90%. The narrative plays up and pushes hard towards the belief that the world is moving towards Kira's side fast, with companies adding to their brand that they are in support of Kira. It sounds insane that almost the entire world would be folding like this, but it is the reality of what is happening. The general opinion is Kira only kills bad people, so if you're not bad, you should support him. Seeing Kira as only divine judgment without the knowledge of the Shinigami realm or the story of Light Yagami, the world can only see the deaths brought about by Kira as natural. Light wants to get in contact with Mikami as soon as possible because he is able to realize that there are gaps in their ideologies, and if left up to do whatever he wants, Mikami would eventually contradict the message Light is sending out as Kira. However, at the moment, Light isn't in a position to be able to give orders without adding to his suspicion, and so he allows Mikami to make his own decisions for the meantime, and this is something that Mikami is able to pick up on, and in the adaptation goes right ahead and chooses Kira's spokesperson in a fairly quick and decisive manner. The manga differs here once again and shows a scene of Mikami risking his life to appear on Sakura TV in attempts to gain permission from Light or Kira to choose a new spokesperson and act willingly upon his own accord. The amount of loyalty this man has is made evident to Light in this moment, which impresses him and ultimately allows Mikami to work on his own, as it is clear that he is competent enough to do so. Sakura TV made an apology statement to Kira on behalf of Demigawa acting in his own self-interest. Instead of fearing that one of their people was killed, especially their spokesperson, they see Kira's judgment as law and repent for their past sins. This is clearly very different from what was happening 5 years ago, and it's more proof that we are living in a completely different world where Light is the arbiter of everything that happens. Mikami waits 3 days from appearing on Sakura TV, and if he doesn't hear anything from Kira, he will go on to choose the next spokesperson himself. 3 days pass, and Light has not made contact. The person he chooses as the new spokesperson for Kira just so happens to be Kiyomi Takeda, the girl from Light's old college and someone that Mogi has personally seen having close relations with him. Bringing back even more memories of Part 1, Takeda found her worldviews aligning with that of Kira's, and now, as a presenter on the Channel 6 News, Mikami had elected her to be the voice of Kira. Chapter 86. Japan. Everyone goes back to Japan in chapter 86, and that is why it is titled as such. Sugumi Oba stated that the chapter title was given primarily because of the remaining characters who were outside of Japan, primarily Nier and Mello, make way to travel to Japan and finish their battle there. This was around the time Oba stopped messing around with title choices, and it is in this chapter that Death Note enters the beginning of its final act. The person chosen as the new spokesperson for Kira had been Kiyomi Takeda, a woman who takes herself very seriously and agrees with the worldview of Kira. By pure coincidence, Mikami had run into her before and managed to hear her thoughts on Kira, and decided based on that she would be the ideal fit for a spokesperson. Seeing this, Mogi instantly recognizes her from his time spying on Light at the original L's request. This would cause immense suspicion in his mind, as if he needed any more reason to doubt Light. However, able to play both sides insanely well, Light is able to turn this into a positive for the task force and the Kira investigation. By acknowledging that he used to know this person back in college, and actually have a good relationship with her, by going in and letting himself speak with her, moving in close to the task force, it would put up the ultimate facade of the pure undercover detective trying to uncover information on Kira, while also allowing Light to speak directly with someone who shares his same ideological views, and at the same time enables contact straight with Mikami, which will become important as Mikami represents a lot of the character Light was in part 1, having just received the Death Note and enjoying judging criminals. The big difference being he doesn't consider himself a god, only the hand of God. Light had to focus on other things, with Nier and Mello both able to find out that a man named Light Yagami from the Japanese task force is Kira. His attention diverts away from acting as the man who punishes criminals. He has completely offloaded most of his original workload to Mikami and Takeda, to where he now acts almost like the CEO of the Death Note, making only a few decisions, but those decisions will either make or break the new world he is building with Kira as the god. Kiyomi Takeda becomes her own version of royalty once becoming the spokesperson for Kira. Surrounded by a horde of bodyguards, constant protection wherever she goes, if Kira is seen as the god of the new world, then Takeda is the goddess. This makes contact with her extremely difficult. However, for Light, in his words, women are so easy. And he is able to convince this girl that he hadn't had any contact with for 5 years to suddenly meet with him at a beckoning call straight after she had in her own mind become royalty. Regardless of her getting good grades or seeming intelligent to the masses and being really smart, Nier outright calls her stupid, and it's probably good to remember, even though Takeda takes herself very seriously and is propped up as being one of the smarter women Light has been with, her combined stat total is the same as Misara Mane. Chapter 87. Tomorrow. Of course, the moment this is suggested, the fact that Light wants to go ahead and personally speak directly with Kira's new spokesperson, as he is still under suspicion from Aizawa and Mogi, they simply don't have the intelligence or foresight to see Light's plan here, and they do not oppose this idea under the condition that the entire task force is allowed to listen in on whatever conversation they may have, through both audio and visual means. This is something that once again L, Nier, or anyone of intelligence would not have allowed for at all. Unlike Misa, Kiyomi Takeda has a strong sense of pride, and so in his mind, Light's approach to ultimately control her is going to be different, but not actually that different. Whenever Light talks to a woman he is trying to manipulate, whether it be Misa, Naomi Misora, or even Takeda, he always mentions something along the lines of, "I believe this to be fate that we met. It must be destiny that our paths crossed and led us together for this moment." And every single time, for each individual woman, it works flawlessly. This is a trick he uses with specifically female characters, and not once did he ever try this with L or the FBI or any member of the task force, but for women, this is his go-to tactic, and regardless of how intelligent or proud Kiyomi Takeda is portrayed as, she does want to meet with Light and hear what he has to say as a member of the Japanese police force, and is willing to let herself submit to the demand of Light. Mikami had been killing criminals at a rate that Light is more than satisfied with, reminding him of his former days. However, it isn't all perfect. Mikami has passed on a statement and declared that not only people with a criminal record will be punished, but now even lazy people who do not contribute to society will be punished. This adds in a whole new dynamic to the morality of Kira. Killing innocent yet lazy people is a plan Light envisioned for a later time, when Kira had been a presence for at least a few more years. Mikami, however, threatens to somehow find the names and faces of lazy people, good luck with that, and then give them the same fate as criminals. Light goes on to give some of his own thoughts about this and states that it is true that lazy people who do not bother to find a place for themselves in society will only have a bad influence on it. That is Light's general opinion on that. However, he recognizes that it's still too early for something like this for the masses to get behind, and once again highlights the true goal here. Light would eventually go on with the intent to kill not only criminals, but also people who do not contribute to society. This speaks volumes of what his true intent is when it comes to playing God. And at that point, where would it stop? If killing lazy people is the next phase of Kira, where's the line? Would he eventually go on to kill depressed people, sick people, suicidal people, dumb people? His plan is to become the arbiter of who lives and who dies, which this would only work if he were also a Shinigami, to which if that were the case, Shinigami don't care about the human world enough to actively change it. The reason Light is needing a spokesperson and people who share his view to offload the work is because when this is all said and done, after achieving all he set out to do, Light would eventually end up back in the same place as he started, bored. The story never touches on this idea because it never gets the chance to, but the idea of Light winning and then going full circle, returning to the state he was in at the beginning, being bored, getting used to the Death Note, the idea of complacency, becoming bored by its rules and how people generally have the same reactions, things would start becoming predictable again and, in turn, boring. Life itself is not one straight line of emotion, it is a circle, and the further Light deviates from his starting position of escaping boredom, the closer he would return to it, given enough time. And I like to think that if Light did actually go on to win and beat everybody, his fate would be destined to return to boredom, and that would be his personalized misfortune that every Death Note user has to experience. A life of solitude with a family he killed, alone with himself and the Shinigami. As we are jumping ahead a little bit, Kiyomi and Light meet inside a hotel, with cameras and microphones set up for the task force to carefully watch every interaction. Light begins his manipulation. Light is acting as a Kira supporter as he mentioned to the task force that he had to do. Not once is his insanely good acting skill mentioned by the task force, or specifically Aizawa, who suspects him the most. The purpose of this initial meeting was to, in his own words, make Kiyomi Takeda fall in love with him so that he could use her in similar ways to Misa. This of course works unquestionably well for Light, and he requests to meet with her again tomorrow. In the words of Tsugumi Oba, the chapter title Tomorrow was simply a reference to this fact, and had no deeper meaning than that. Chapter 88. Conversation. There are many conversations that happen throughout Death Note. This chapter in particular is titled Conversation because it would go on to be the initial conversation between Light and Mikami. This is something that needed to happen, for as good of a candidate as Mikami was, he wasn't perfect, and Light acknowledges this fact on the news that anyone who had ever committed a crime will be killed by Kira. This goes directly against Light's philosophy of scaring people into not committing crimes, and by punishing people who have already paid for their crimes in the past, it will only bring upon fear for the sake of fear. It is for this reason that Light must find a way to contact Mikami, and he intends to do this by using and manipulating Kiyomi Takeda. You're starting to see a different pattern in Light, and it is at this point in the narrative that all those years of using the Death Note, constantly manipulating situations to your advantage, truly believing yourself to be on another tier of being to every other human, all come out in this final act we're in now. Light's second meeting with Kiyomi Takeda begins with him embracing her, as then all of a sudden she receives a phone call from Kira himself, otherwise known as Teru Mikami. This would go on to be very convenient for Light, as Mikami is perceptive enough to realize that the man who Kiyomi is with is in fact his god. And by speaking with him, it allows Light to remove all forms of wires and cameras and blame it on the request of Kira, forbidding the task force to eavesdrop on their conversation in which Aizawa had just been completely left in the dust once again. If L was still around, I could imagine him having a contingency plan for this very scenario, whereas Aizawa simply complies with Kira's demands. And now Light is able to speak with Mikami in a subtle form of code that he is able to pick up on and understand. All the while, Kiyomi Takeda is outraged that Light had put spy cameras and wires to try to arrest Kira. She felt betrayed. Now, with zero interference from the outside, Light reveals to her that he is Kira, and the man on the phone is only someone who he had lent his powers to. Seeing how compliant the man was over the phone, Teru Mikami obeyed every word, and it becomes clearer than ever that Light Yagami is Kira. It is at this moment that Kiyomi Takeda falls completely infatuated with Light, in a similar way that Misa had. With this power he now holds over her, Light is able to control Kiyomi Takeda's every move with words alone. Chapter 89 Kindred Spirits. The title of this chapter represents how both Light and Neo desire to fight to see who is the best in order to settle the conflict once and for all, and all this time Neo had been shown slowly putting the pieces together and figuring everything out for himself, which was done relatively quickly. One thing Nier does get a lot of criticism for is how he seemingly can just know things that other characters don't, whereas even the likes of L made mistakes and had to show reasoning behind how he knew so much. Nier isn't really like that at all. He gets handed a lot of the information and makes 100% accurate deductions based on these facts. As we are in the final act, talking about Nier and the themes of his character in relation to Mello, but mostly L, will come up soon. The criticism on him is understandable, but I don't think it's all warranted. One of the first panels in this chapter reminds you of how inexperienced Nier is in basically everything outside of solving puzzles. He is leading the SPK with seasoned FBI veterans and detectives by his side, and while they are all in Japan themselves, he calls one of them back to escort him through an international airport, as he has never done anything like that on his own. This one page shows more of Nier's actual personality outside the case than the past 30 chapters. Every time he had been on screen, he had just been analyzing the Kira case without any form of personality, unlike L, and unlike Mello. This is just who Nier is, and I will be talking about him more around the time of the conclusion. For now, this chapter acts as the final call out to the final battle, a battle that was started 5 years ago against L, and can only probably end with the defeat of both his heirs. Light knows this goes beyond good and evil, beyond moral or immoral. This is a battle of the mind so great that from the start it was never about an arrest or something measurable by the laws of this world. It has always been a one-on-one intellectual boxing match to prove who is on top. As Nier calls Light in front of the Japanese task force, it is as if they are both reading each other's minds and sparring with each other in front of everyone, being at a level so advanced that only they can know what the other person is thinking seconds after they make a statement. There are moments where Light practically throws it in the face of Nier that he is Kira, and he does this in such a way that taunts him, and it's similar to the biggest problem that L had. The point of outright telling Nier facts that would uncover more of his identity is to 1. Gain some of the trust back in his own task force, and 2. That it doesn't matter how much Nier goes around claiming that Light is Kira. Without solid proof, just saying that over and over again is pointless. Because they are operating on such a high level, Nier is able to read his mind and see the true intention behind these statements, but no one else can. He realizes that Light is correct and there's no other way to do this, clapping back in his own way, officially challenging Light to end the game of who can uncover who first. Chapter 90. Preview. Both Light and Nier agree upon the idea that soon they will be forced to meet, and both anticipate that when that day comes, whoever outsmarts who wins the game. Out of the remaining task force that overheard this conversation, it is only Aizawa who is able to piece together what Light and Nier really meant by this exchange. Matsuda, 90 chapters in, remains ultimately clueless and loyal to Light. Ide has developed a little bit more of an understanding. However, Aizawa met Nier and knows what he thinks of the current L. He doesn't want these mind game challenges to be true and prefers if they just stick to the laws, but knowing so much, he can't help but catch on. The title of Chapter 90 being Preview refers to this being the preview of Nier's plan, as for the first time in the story, he is about to make his real big move in attempts to catch Kida on the spot. As he had just been speaking to the man who he perceived to be Kida, who seemingly acknowledged his challenge as such, Nier and the SPK must make their move now while in Japan. The plan is, Nier suspects that L, Light Yagami, is Kida, stating upwards of a 99.99% probability. The only reason it's not 100% is due to the lack of proof. It's actually somewhat funny. Nier is describing how he sees the case, going over every detail, with Light being L Kida, someone in the background who he passed the notebook off to being X Kida, obviously referring to Mikami. It's just a 100% accurate summary of events, being described with what look like smaller Lego models of Light and the Japanese task force. I wonder where he got those from. As for actually defeating Kida, Nier sees two ways. The first way is to simply kill Light and Mikami, then Kida and X Kida will be gone. No more murder, the case is solved, that's great. Although Nier is almost certain this would solve the case and objectively be the easiest and most simple way to go about things, with seemingly no remorse to actually end the life of someone to solve the case, he states that we will never use this method no matter what. The we refers to L. Out of respect for the man he was modeled after, L would not have been satisfied with simply killing Light and solving the case. That's why he never did it. What L and now Nier is looking for is overwhelming evidence, and to then rub it in the face of Light to make him taste the misery of their defeat, proving once again this is not about the good and evil in people. This is about competition, someone whose desire was to change the world, someone who believed himself to be the chosen one beyond all other humans by using a power given to him by the gods. Light needs to feel pain and suffer before he is captured. His ideological views need to crumble right in front of them. That is the only acceptable victory in the eyes of both L and Nier. So that leads on to the second way of defeating Kida. Obtaining solid proof. This is a unique case in that getting solid proof that Light is Kida is going to be much more difficult. Light would have to mess something up, and for the standards that he has set for himself, that's unlikely. Nier intends to catch Light in the act of writing down names, as he suspects he himself would be one of the first names written down, and so to not end up dying, the idea of placing a fake notebook in the hands of Kida is the only realistic solution he can come up with. But before any of that, the SPK must discover who the person acting as X Kida is. Only then can they begin their strategy. As Aizawa is driving him to meet Kiyomi Takeda, Light sits in the passenger seat contemplating what Nier would be thinking in regards to his capture. The confusion for Light comes not in his ability to deduce the outcome of Nier's plan, but whether or not he should actually be comparing this guy to L himself. He knows what L would do in this situation, but he has still never actually seen or met Nier and cannot be sure of what he's going to do. Should he simply treat him the same as L? Light doesn't see Nier as beyond L or even equal to him, and so he operates under the belief that Nier will try to kill him and end the case as quickly and as easily as possible. However, he recognizes that that is not what L would have done, and if it were L, since both Light and Mikami will never confess, Nier and the SPK would need solid evidence to be satisfied with ending the case. All each party can do at the moment is be better prepared than the other. Light meets with Takeda again, and with all surveillance removed, Light has agreed to only go in with a wire attached to his body, so members of the task force are only able to listen in on their conversation and not see what's actually going on. This is another one of those extremely impressive moments from Light. Because they can hear what he is saying, it prevents him from speaking freely and is confined to stay in character for the task force investigation. So to get around this, he writes on notepads to pass on information about the Death Note, telling Mikami to send her a few pages, and ultimately is able to remain convincing to the task force while Kiyomi is over there just about having a panic attack. It is in moments like these that you just have to commend Light. He pulls off everything perfectly, and whenever challenged, he has a plan for just about anything anyone could throw at him. Chapter 91. Stand Still. With footage of Mikami appearing on multiple television shows, speaking directly to Kida himself, stating the words, "If there are no orders from Kida, I believe that I am going to have to use my own judgment." Due to this being public footage for literally anyone in the world to access, upon reviewing this, Nier is able to quickly connect the dots and deduce that the likelihood of Teru Mikami being ex-Kida are pretty high. This is a scene in which Nier's thought process is elaborated on thoroughly, with the illustrations by Obata really making it seem as though this was the big moment when everything just clicked. Nier gets criticized mostly for not living up to the entertainment value L brought upon the show or the story. People point to Nier's purpose as strictly being an L clone, and due to him not being as good as L, he therefore fails as a character. This is something that I'd have to just disagree with. Although their similarities are extremely obvious at face value, Nier is not L. There aren't any claims of Mello being an L clone, and that is due to his character looking and acting vastly different outside of minor similarities compared to Nier. However, both of these characters were raised to be L, and as such adopted his traits. Nier had the pure intellectual side and somewhat awkward side, allowing him to make connections that no one else really can, which is what most people associate with L by default, while Mello adopted the side of L that was driven to act and literally do anything to achieve his goal, something that is only notable in L when looking a little deeper. Nier thinks, Mello acts. Working together, they would surpass L. And it is due to this contrast warping the perception of what Nier was really meant to be. Instead of being L or an L clone, someone who is meant to replicate everything L stood for, Nier only shares some similarities, the intelligence and being socially inept. Take these characteristics away from Nier and he is nothing like L at all. The purpose of Nier's character was never to surpass L, certainly not by himself, and it is with that idea that defeating someone with the ideology of light, who saw L as the ultimate challenge and since defeating him, now considers himself to be alone at the top. He would go on to be challenged and beaten by not only someone who he himself perceived to be less than L, but by someone who is also narratively implied to be less than L. It is in a very specific moment coming up soon that makes Nier's character actually stand out from a thematic standpoint against Light. Sugumi Oba had titled this chapter Stand Still due to some of the interactions between Mogi, Misa, and Kiyomi Takeda, but mainly because of Nier coming to a standstill while watching over footage of Kida's kingdom and noticing Teru Mikami. With eyes wide open, looking like he's staring directly into the soul of this case, he now focuses all attention directly upon the man he now suspects as being ex-Kida. Chapter 92. Night. A dinner between Kiyomi Takeda and Misa Ramane takes place at night. These two characters would represent the past and future of women Light had under his string, and with the tension between them fighting over their position in his life, as much as Misa is instigating Takeda, going as far to say that once she's captured she'll receive the death penalty, She is shown to be completely innocent, supporting Light and the Japanese police force, and really just represents a form of purity now that the Death Note's been taken away from her. While Takeda is as close as you can get to the female version of Light, believing herself to be superior to Misa, and with her newfound connection and place by Light's side, this is true. Light has no more use for Misa, so she's useless to him. She serves no purpose, whereas in this current moment, Takeda serves a much greater benefit to him and enables her to act in a way that looks down upon Misa. Despite this being more of a side part of the chapter, not really having any impact on the main story, the chapter is based around this interaction that takes place between Amane and Takeda. Originally going to title it something along the lines of Catfight, Battle, or Rivals in Love, Oba ultimately decided going for a more subtle title and something not so obvious. The Japanese task force have been a big help to Nier in the SPK investigation. Every time the story cuts back to an interaction between them, it always shows Aizawa looking across at Light with either a sweat mark or thinking to himself with a line of periods. As he would ultimately be correct in his suspicion of Light, he alone could not change anything. It would be only when the final task force member switches bias for the truth to be revealed. Mogi, Aizawa, and Ide are all pretty much on board of suspecting Light. However, Matsuda never does. Even with overwhelming evidence against him, Matsuda sees Light as a friend, and surely Kida himself wouldn't be as likable of a person as Light is. Matsuda's loyalty towards Light is how the average person is meant to behave, and it wouldn't be until he sees the truth for the case to officially be over. SPK member Stephen Cavani had located Mikami and begun tailing him to see if he ever did anything that would make him ex-Kida. For days on end, he doesn't do a single thing suspicious and actually has a fairly regulated schedule that he sticks to adamantly. However, in a one-time event that is actually perfectly in line with Mikami's character and would even go on to confuse first-time viewers, while riding a train, he sees a defenseless woman getting assaulted by a random man. With Cavani sitting across from him, Teru Mikami uses this as an opportunity to take a picture of the man, send it over to Takeda, and subtly pull out a fake death note to make it appear as though he is the one killing this man, publicly for everyone to see, and then casually walks off. This would not become known until the end of the series, but Light had been onto Nier from the very beginning. Those meetings with Takeda were strictly made regular so that he could give Mikami more instruction on how to deal with Nier and the SPK, and one of those instructions was to make yourself overtly known to them in a display of power by using a fake death note. This would later tie into Nier's plan of tampering with the death note to gain evidence that Light had been able to foresee from the moment he began this challenge, and so as Mikami is expecting to be watched, he carries around a fake notebook to lure in the SPK to tamper with the one that he carries, while hiding away the real notebook in an undisclosed location, which is actually just in a bank somewhere. Due to it being the will of Light, the SPK catch on to Mikami and now view him as the only person to be acting as ex-Kida, while remaining completely unaware that Light wanted this to happen. Chapter 93. Decision. This title refers to the SPK deciding that Mikami is ex-Kida, something that only gets further confirmation based on lip readings of him saying the words, "Is that you, Shinigami?" after a gust of wind blew by him, and then going on to say, "Ever since he handed me the notebook, he hasn't appeared." Mikami is an extremely well self-regulated person. Sticking to a tight schedule on a daily basis, he barely ever deviates from his path in life, and so the one time he does do something that would allow the SPK to catch on is actually not something he would naturally do, and is only acting this way to ensure that he is suspected by the SPK as was instructed by his god. Although it isn't relevant to the story based on the counter-contingency of Light, it is actually extremely well placed for Mikami to see something that he perceives as injustice and feel the need to punish it immediately after. With all the comparisons to Light Oba was referring to around the time of his introduction, this is a big disparity between these two characters. Light Yagami and Mikami are very different, and Light would never follow orders. Give him a Death Note and Shinigami eyes and he's the most powerful man on the planet. He would never be under somebody, whereas Mikami is, and he's okay with that. Light is just not like that. He is the god. If this wasn't already a predetermined situation, would Light Yagami have acted the same and killed a man on the train right in front of everybody? There's absolutely zero chance he would. Past, present, or future, this is not how Light operates. The only similarity you can point to between these moments is when he was first testing out the validity of the Death Note on Takuo Shibuimaru, the motorcycle guy in Chapter 1, in which he did feel guilt for it, outright feeling sick to the stomach and vomiting at the thought of ending human life. So Light Yagami and Teru Mikami deviate a lot when it comes to this. Mikami was a person ready to kill from the moment he received the Death Note. He simply lacked the authority and power, whereas Light's mind was literally warped into tricking himself that he was doing the right thing, feeling so much guilt over his first two murders to where he was spewing in an alleyway. However, Light is a perfectionist with such a high-end opinion of himself that rather than just throw the book away and move on, his ego forced him to go through all types of mental gymnastics to convince himself into feeling zero guilt. Light would rather keep killing people than ever admit he did wrong. This warps his perception of justice to a level that Teru Mikami already had from a young age. Most of this chapter returns with more interaction between Light and Takeda, this time both passing notes between each other while Light is able to speak in a way that guides the conversation towards the capture of Kira, making it look like he's doing good in the eyes of the task force when really there had been zero progress on their end since the death of L. This is somewhat of an underrated feat, as Light is able to pull off having this normal sounding conversation while writing down lines upon lines of words to Takeda. This acting fools everyone, and regardless of how impressive fooling the task force is or isn't, in hindsight this moment should have been picked up on by the task force and linked back to Light's acting skills generally. If he is capable of pursuing an act this well around Takeda, which they know he is, there's no reason to assume he couldn't do the same around the task force, which he is. It had only been mentioned briefly by Nia, but Light going in to speak with Kida's spokesperson while only wearing a wire is actually extremely dangerous and not something that the task force should have so easily allowed. Due to there being a numerous amount of ways to get around audio only, Aizawa remains the most suspicious of Light, just like he had been for the last 20 chapters. Chapter 94. Outside. The story has gotten to a stage where the opposition knows exactly how the Death Note works and functions based on the rules written inside, and as such, Nia and the SPK are able to go much further than L ever had the chance to. Assuming that Mikami is operating alone without a Shinigami by his side, Nia has a plan that he would like to put into action as soon as possible. This will require Stephen Gavani of the SPK to find a way to actually touch Mikami's Death Note to confirm if he is being followed by a Shinigami, which would be their next big challenge and begin the creation of a fake Death Note. Meanwhile, Aizawa had been helping Light clear the room of any wires for the sake of Kida finding out about them, and it becomes quite clear to him that something just doesn't seem right. There's something about these meetings that is off to Aizawa. Being the only person in the task force who gets this feeling, he imprints his own fingernail print onto the second to last page on each of the 4 notepads in the room. probably the first real initiative shown by any task force member to do something of their own will that would actively put Light in a bad position. This mentality really would have come in handy back when Elle was alive, but here we are 5 years later and Aizawa had done something that went against what Light had accounted for. This would inevitably be too late, as to Kira, the task force are people not even worth thinking about. Even if Aizawa discovers something, Nier already knows almost everything. After today's meeting between Kiyomi and Light, Aizawa had gone back to their specific room to check to see if his fingernail was still imprinted onto the notepads, and to his surprise, 2 out of the 4 had been completely gone, replaced with new ones, confirming in his mind that Light and Takeda had been for sure passing notes back and forth between their conversations. This is a big revelation for Aizawa, as it confirms what he had been thinking for a while, and as stated in an inner monologue, this proves that Light Yagami, the man he had been working for 5 years, is the deadliest person this world has ever seen. This is an overwhelming amount of information for him to process at once, and so the first thing he decides to do with this is phone up Nier and the SPK and tell them. However, it's a bit of a reality check for Aizawa to find out that, yeah, Nier had known this for quite a while. Just as Aizawa had uncovered the truth, Nier had been working on a solution to capture Light, and just like that, with something as simple as a fingernail, absolutely crumbles and destroys the last amount of faith 25% of the remaining task force had in Light. However, the title of this chapter is Outside. This is used as a metaphor to describe Aizawa's position in the endgame battle with Light and Nier. As Nier says himself, Aizawa is not a part of the battle, but instead is only looking in from outside. This revelation also hits him when he is standing outside. Originally, he wanted to form his own plan and tell the other task force members and have them hide in corners of the hotel and bust down the rooms and doors to open and catch Light in the act. But Nier has to blatantly point out to him, if he acts on his own or in coordination with the task force, that will only get in the way. Kida does not see them remotely as a threat, which is part of the reason Light was caught out by Aizawa in the first place, with leaving around these notepads. There is nothing he or anyone back at headquarters could do, except for keep an eye on Light and track his movements, working with him while still knowing the truth. With their skills as they currently are, this is the most they can be expected to do. Chapter 95. Convinced. Having the knowledge that Light is Kida, anytime he does anything, Aizawa looks over at him in complete disgust, and honestly, he is still in shock and has a hard time believing, despite all the evidence against him. As Light was on the phone to his mother telling her that he will not be coming home this year, it cuts to Aizawa's opinion of Light just completely changing in real time. How was he planning to tell his family that he was Kida? What was his true end goal from all of this? Did he plan on convincing his mother and sister to accept Kida so they'll see Soichiro's death as fate? Either way, Aizawa and now Mogi are completely on the side of Nier, as Mogi had been the only person Aizawa had told about the notepad situation. And so both Misa and Mogi, who have been together far more in the second half of the story than Light and Misa have, both willingly comply to be taken in by the SPK and held in confinement. This is described as to be for Nier's insurance, as Misa at one time did have the Shinigami eyes. This is used to get her out of the way of their final battle in case Light decides to use her again. Death Note has moved on to such a high-level mind game that it can only be properly interpreted by Light and Nier. No one else knows what is happening. Every time either of them say anything, everyone at the task force is just left clueless as to why the SPK is making certain moves, and simply follow Light's lead in whatever justification he gives them for why he moves the way he does. No one else knows what is happening. While Light is more experienced and overall higher rated than Nier in stats, they both shared the same line of thinking in regards to how Nier could get evidence that Light is Kida, and how Light could wipe out anyone with knowledge of the Death Note, including the SPK and the Japanese task force. They both come to the realization of a fake notebook. It would be the only way to achieve both of their goals, and set it up to whoever is able to one-up each other based on the fake notebook idea wins the game. This would only be revealed in the final chapters of the series, but is worth mentioning here ahead of time because once we get to those final chapters, it is mostly just dumped on you all at once, and it's not until you get there that you realize what's really been going on. So, for the sake of not going through all of it in a single chapter, from this moment onwards, Nier's plan is to set up ex-Kira, Mikami, with a fake notebook, and while everyone is gathered around under the same roof, he will expose the names written, and the name that isn't written is guaranteed to be Kira himself. Light expected this exact plan from Nier, and counters by having Nier and the SPK tamper with an already fake death note. That's why Mikami had been carrying around one for 2 months prior to the SPK catching on to him, and when he took that photo of that guy on the train, he sent it to Kiyomi Takeda, who had pieces of the notebook on her, and she was the one who killed him, but he wrote in the fake notebook to purposely let the SPK and Gavani catch on to him. This would allow Light to kill everyone all at once, and walk away freely, uncontested as the god of the new world. These are the thoughts that are currently circling around both the mind of Nier and Light. They are both willing to risk everything on this one encounter. The game he played with L is being played again with Nier. However, this time, Light goes into it having already been crowned the champion, ego boosted, and already figured Nier out to be individually less than L. Oba had titled this chapter Convinced, as both members of the task force and SPK were convinced that they were morally correct. Chapter 96. Meanwhile. There needs to be credit given to how talented a lot of these SPK members are. Resta, Lidner, and Gavani are each talented individuals that help Nier put his plan into action. Without one of them, Light would have predicted every move Nier made on his own, and so it is with the help of Stephen Gavani, who is probably the most underrated character of all time in Death Note, that this title had been given the name of Meanwhile, referring to everything Gavani discovers whilst tracking Mikami. A point of contingency for Nier is that he must find out if Mikami is being followed by a Shinigami or not. This would lead into a lot of wasted time by Nier, waiting upwards of almost a month to execute on his plan to ensure there was no God of Death trailing Mikami, otherwise this could have potentially ruined everything for him. So, Gavani finds and picks up the fake death note inside Teru's gym locker. Nier has him take photographs of every page that has been written in so far. This allows Nier to inspect how regulated Mikami is with his killings, writing one full page per day and then stopping when that page is full with no deviations at all. Nier is feeling confident in launching the plan to capture Kira. The fact it never once occurred to any member of the SPK how easily they were able to track, uncover, and identify ex-Kira and his death note is a huge mistake on Nier's part, and why Light remains so confident all the way throughout the final parts of the story. Nier made a mistake by assuming the death note Mikami was carrying around was the real thing, and that someone of his intelligence being led around by someone of Kira's intelligence would simply leave it around in a public gym locker room, almost as if they were waiting for it to be found on purpose. If this were L, this would have been something that he definitely accounted for. A fake death note would have seemed likely to him, and this is why Light cannot rightfully compare the two. L required an actual god to end his life, while if Light's plan went ahead as he envisioned, Nier and everyone else would have been taken out by a deranged man. Nier had been a return to form for Death Note, the story somewhat deviating into an action gunfight with Mello and the Mafia, shooting rockets into the air, kidnapping and threatening actual physical violence onto people seemed out of place for a story like this. However, when Nier first came onto the scene, his first statement to Light was an accusation and instantly brought back the memory of L, beginning the intellectual game of cat and mouse that initially popularized the story all over again. Nier had been the most successful child to come out of Wami's house. Mello was a criminal, Matt wasn't even that smart, and we all know what happened to the likes of Beyond Birthday. It is with the self-admission that he could never live up to the greatness of L that allows Nier to act with far less pride than Mello or even L himself. While he still has some pride in wanting to end the Kira case his own way, it would be much less than either anyone Light had gone up against in the past, and it is because of this that he is able to be quite flexible in how he will go about capturing Kira. Chapter 97 Miscellaneous. Eight out of the 18 pages of this chapter have zero dialogue, something very rare for Death Note. All of the characters are busy doing miscellaneous things in waiting for the right time. Light is continuing meeting with Kiyomi Takeda while remaining quietly confident. The task force is still listening to their conversations. Mikami follows his standard routine of doing exactly what Light tells him. Nier plays with his toys while thinking about the case, and Giovanni had just fully replicated Mikami's fake Death Note down to the cover, handwriting, and pages. So, after some time has passed, Light had instructed Mikami to confirm that his Death Note had not been tampered with, and once he had done this, he is to tell Kiyomi Takeda the words, "I've confirmed it," to which she then informs Light by saying, "I want to meet with you," code words that he will know what they mean when the time comes. Up until this point, the SPK had been tampering with the wrong notebook, and once again, Light had been in complete control of the situation, which leads him to be morbidly confident in his inner thoughts, revealing the idea of killing the task force and SPK all at once at the exact moment they find out that he is Kira. It is time for him to rid himself of the burden of continuing this fake investigation. He intends to kill each and every one of the individual task force members, Matsuda included, who had been restricting him from living the life he truly wanted as God. It was time for Light to ascend to his rightful place above every human being in the world and become the version of himself that he envisioned back in Chapter 1. The time was now. With Nier satisfied with the work he and the SPK had done, he calls Light to set up a time and date 3 days from now to unanimously prove that he is Kira. This meeting between the Japanese task force and the SPK will take place on the 28th of January 2010 at 1 PM, at an old abandoned warehouse known as the Yellow Box Warehouse. As things stand, if this meeting were to take place with the knowledge all parties have right now, Light would win. He had been able to predict Nier's thought process down to an exact level. Light knows that he will win the game. He is confident and does not expect to lose. In his mind, once this is all over, this will be the true beginning of a world where he reigns uncontested and unrivaled. Chapter 98 Everybody. This title refers to everybody being involved, the task force, the SPK, and now even Mello. At this point in the story, Death Note is getting very close to its climax, and reading chronologically, Mello had been a person to seemingly disappear for the last 10 chapters. He has not appeared in the final act, but he is still around, in Japan as well, with Matt. While Light and Nier had been battling each other, Mello had still been out there in the background being fed all the information from Harley Lindner, who acts as the double agent between he and the SPK. Once the dates for their meeting had been finalized, Light passes on this information to Kiyomi Takeda to inform Mikami when and where he needs to appear to kill everybody on both sides. The only person who remains self-aware about what is actually going on the task force side remains Aizawa. This could either be the end of his life, or the end of Light's. As he, along with everyone else, is only a spectator, all he can do is hope for the dice to roll in his favor. Nier's plan was absolute. If the other members of the SPK did not feel up to the task, he would simply find people who would be willing to carry this out. However, in its current state, this plan would have failed. Light had been able to anticipate how Nier would think and respond, creating his own plan that would counter Nier's in every way. By himself, Nier would lose to Kira. It is with a very specific set of circumstances that occur after the date had already been scheduled that would throw off Light and Mikami's coordinates. Kiyomi Takeda is walking back to the NHN news office surrounded by bodyguards when all of a sudden, Matt drives towards them and fires smoke grenades towards her and the crowd. While Harley Lindner is escorting Takeda to safety, she spots a man on a motorcycle signaling to drive her away from the chaos. Lindner recognizes this man as Mello and as such believes the only way to defeat Kida is for both Near and Mello to work together. So she allows Takeda to get on the back of the motorcycle and Mello has now successfully captured Kida's spokesperson. After learning that Light is Kida and Near's attempts to apprehend him in the Yellow Box warehouse, Mello had to do something if he was going to defeat Near. Not concerned with anything other than that, he decides to kidnap Kiyomi Takeda. These actions would eventually lead to the confusion between Light and Mikami and begin the downfall of Kida, while showcasing that together, Near and Mello would be able to achieve something that L could not alone. Chapter 99 2. Beginning Volume 12 of Death Note, Matt dies. Matt's death proves that outside of Near and Mello, Wami's house was a complete failure. Matt steps out of his car expecting Takeda's bodyguards not to use lethal force, but this is the new world of Kida. Death is the only way to pay for crimes against God and the Goddess. Each of them fire rounds into his body, leaving yet another child of Wami's house deceased. Matt would not be the only one to fall today. Mello would also be killed, once leaving Kiyomi Takeda alone in the back of a truck. Light had prepared her for this moment and had even given her pieces of the Death Note. Once in this position, she writes down the name of Mihail Keel and Mello dies soon after. Acting out impulsively like this, Mello is the force that makes Light and Mikami act in ways that they never would have if he did nothing. The spontaneous attitude and willingness to act of Mello is what caused his death, but also solved this case. Mello ended up dying because he was too willing to act. This is what caused his death, and notably this is what led L to die as well, and it's almost like this part of L is dying yet again. Near states that not even he accounted for this, and Light believes him. Mello acting as an element of uncertainty and madness in the case works against Light and benefits Near. L as one person having both the characteristics of emotion and pure logic conflict. It would make him incapable of solidifying an end to the case. However, as two people, Mello acting out on his own allows Near to sit back and focus purely on deduction and reasoning once everything has fallen into place. It would only be by indirectly combining these two traits through separate individuals that the Kida case would become solvable, only with the now sacrifice of the emotional side. Takeda had taken to Light's every command and done exactly as he asked every step of the way. In the same way Misa's life had been a tragedy ever since writing in the Death Note. A similar fate occurs when Kiyomi Takeda had written in it the name of Mihail Keel. Every human that writes in this notebook will receive their own personalized misfortune. She dies in one of the most brutal and horrific ways imaginable. While crying out to her savior, Light kills Takeda as she has served her cause of killing Mello and is now seen as a liability. Despite instruction to not make any moves prior to the 28th of January, Mikami writes down her name as well and does so at the exact same time as Light. January 6, 2010, 2:32 PM. Burns to death by setting fire to everything around her, including the things that she wrote on. In this chapter, Light had been shown as the one to kill Takeda. However, Mikami had taken it upon himself to also go to where he keeps the real Death Note and kill Takeda as well. This would be an oversight in both Light and Mikami's coordination and allows Near and the SPK to discover the location of the real Death Note only days before the confrontation with Kida. The title of this chapter being 2 mostly relates to the death of both Mello and Takeda. However, it can also refer to the fact that Light and Mikami wrote down Takeda's name at almost the exact same time, which isn't actually something fully revealed until the final chapters in the Yellow Box warehouse. This would completely change Nier and the SPK's plan, as they would have to adapt fairly quickly and admit they were wrong with their first guess. This would completely change Nier's outlook on the investigation and his final deduction, and would have to change and adapt his entire plan in only 2 days. Chapter 100, Face to Face. This would be it. Everything that Part 2 had been building up to. The confrontation between L's true successor Nier and the man responsible for bringing upon his death, Light Yagami. From the character we see in Chapter 1 to 100, just in facial expression alone, so much has changed. Light has fallen so far down the despair of darkness that he would never admit it to himself, but we can see. He is a completely changed person from the young man who first picked up the notebook. For over 6 years, he had been getting away with the one certainty given to all Death Note users, that they would eventually feel max pain. A misfortune that would be unique to only them. 6 years and over 100,000 people dead, Light has not felt anything close to misfortune. The only way he ever could feel it is if his plan backfired and was made to sit there and watch as everything he had built for over 6 years crumble before him as he loses the game. That would be his own misfortune. Since the death of Mello and Kiyomi Takeda, Nier had made some adjustments to his plan. Having discovered the real Death Note to be a mistake from Mikami, he now keeps it in his possession, while having the SPK under massive time constraints recreating a fake. This now puts him in the winning position. As Light is unaware of what Mikami had done, he goes through with meeting on the selected date. On the day of January 28, 2010, both the SPK and the Japanese task force arrive at the Yellow Box warehouse. Light Yagami is confident, as he had every reason to be. In his mind, this would be the beginning of the new world. When he enters the warehouse, he is met with Nier, who is wearing a mask of the true L. Chapter 101, Inducement. A boy who is wearing the mask of L. Light spits in the face of Nier being comparable to L and states that he has no right to be wearing L's mask and that he is far inferior. Light was correct. Nier is inferior to L, but that's the point. L is better than Nier. This is narratively implied, and how most people ironically feel when comparing the two characters. The narrative purpose of this is to prove to Light Yagami that he was nothing special. All of the effort going into defeating L, all of the mind games and countless hours in a monologuing to be in the end defeated by a kid who self-admittedly is worse than L. This would throw in the face of Light the idea of him being nothing more than a glorified serial killer, and without the Death Note, he is a man with nothing. He is not special, the Death Note is. And as they stand around waiting in this warehouse for something to happen, Nier takes off the mask and waits for the inevitable. The man outside is guaranteed to be ex-Kira, and whoever's name is not written down will be proven as Kira. This is what Light had expected, and actually has to restrain himself from laughing at how easily predictable Nier's plan was. Sure enough, time goes by, and Teru Mikami is peeping in through the only door and with the Shinigami eyes writing down the names of everyone inside the warehouse. Everyone except for Light Yagami. Chapter 102, Patience. In the final chapters, Mikami is purposely drawn to look unhinged. From his regular stoic design that actually made him look pretty cool, he is now comparable to a deranged serial killer. This entire chapter takes place in the time span of 40 seconds. Mikami had written down the names of everyone, and while Nier explains his plan to the members of the Japanese task force, Light only gains a further validation that he had been able to counter it perfectly, and similar to Mikami, it is from here on out that Light is drawn in a way that makes him look not deranged yet, but just actually evil. No longer the good-looking young man who always held his cool. Even when he thinks that he's about to win, he is drawn in a slightly different way that emits this evil aura that you can just feel when reading. It just surrounds him. It has never been this blatant or drawn this consistently up until the final act of the story. Even in a position where he is about to win, Light so badly wants to lose his cool and declare victory. There does not exist a world in which he loses. You could only imagine the relief that he would feel when he can finally drop a 6-year-long act, holding in laughter just in case not to be shot. With Mikami entering the warehouse at the command of Light and outright stating, "Your wish is my command, God," with a look that rivals some of the Shinigami, Mikami had followed Light's path to what he thought was perfection. It would be 35 seconds until Light got his perfect victory. Chapter 103, Declaration. One second before they were all anticipated to die, Light declares victory out loud, and when 40 seconds pass and they do not die, things begin changing. Mikami, in an instant, went from a stoic man who believes in the black and white fundamentals of justice to someone who becomes completely deranged at the thought of his god failing him. From here on, the anime adaptation and manga would deviate drastically. Both will be covered with the manga first. Light had lost to Nier, someone who was objectively worse than L, and it is upon realization of this that Light becomes finished. All of the composure and self-belief he had throughout this 100 chapter story all comes undone in realization that he had lost the game. How he reacts to this situation is unlike how he has reacted to anything else in the past, and almost seems out of character for him to even act this way at all. However, in his mind, life was over. He lost the game. Light knew deep down what he was doing was evil, but could never justify quitting having made it this far. Denouncing Mikami and about to be handcuffed, the look on Matsuda's face, the man drops to his knees and has the most real emotional scene out of anyone currently close to Light or the investigation. Aizawa had known for a while, but when Matsuda sees the truth, Light had truly been beaten. Matsuda had always been open to the idea that Kira may be good, but if Light was Kira, that would be impossible. How could he think of Kira as good when he led his own father, who was objectively a good man, to his own death? How could he think of Kira as good when he had taken countless innocent lives along the journey to get there? Light is given time to think about how to respond and is about to make a statement. Chapter 104, Answer.
That's right. I am Kira. And what can you do? Kill me right here? Hear this. I'm not only Kira, but I am also God of the New World. Kira has become law in the world we now live. He's the one who's maintaining order. I have become justice. the only hope for mankind. Kill me? Is that really the right thing to do? Since Kira's appearance 6 years ago, wars have stopped, and global crime rates have been reduced by over 70%. But it's not enough. This world is still rotten, with too many rotten people. Somebody has to do this! And when I first got that notebook all those years ago, I knew I had to do it. No, I was the only one who could. I understood that killing people was a crime. There was no other way. The world had to be fixed. A purpose given to me. Only I could do it. Who else could have done it? And come this far? Would they have kept going? The only one who can create a new world is me.
Chapter 105. Impossible. Light's laugh is powerful. There are many ways to interpret what's going through his head at this moment, the most common being that he was finally able to show his true self, cut the act. Through over 100 chapters, he had been constantly lying and hiding his true thoughts. Now that had been defeated, he can finally reveal himself to be the god he believes himself to be. No more facade. No more pretending to be someone he's not. This laugh was a coping mechanism after he had just been made a fool out of, and is his final stand for people to see who he truly is. This laugh at the end can also represent the amount of fun he's had winning and competing against the world's smartest minds throughout the years, where normally Ryu could be the one laughing and enjoying the show. Now it's finally Light's turn. The moment of initial shock and losing the game has passed, and Light had for the first time in over 100 chapters begun telling the truth. He is Kira, and what are they going to do about it? The world has fundamentally changed from the place it was prior to his actions, and has individually shifted the world into his own ideological view of justice. Global crime has dropped 70%. There are no more wars. This is huge considering World War III is stated to have happened in the Death Note universe. Light has changed strategy in relation to the game he had been playing. Clearly, he lost. He could no longer outsmart and lie his way out of this. Getting past his semi-mental breakdown, which was more of a shock to him than anything else, he soon realizes the best thing he can do is own it. There is an argument to be made for what he had done on a global scale was a net positive for humanity. However, for the task force who had been with him for now over 6 years, no response would justify the position he had taken. Nier then goes and drops one of the most accurate statements on the ideological belief and interpretation of what justice actually is. This somewhat aligns with the creator's own thoughts on the topic, and Nier says, "Nobody can tell what is wrong, what is righteous, and what is evil. Even if there is a God and I had his teachings before me, I would think it through and decide if that was right or wrong myself. I'm no different from you. I believe in what I think is right and believe that to be righteous." Because no one there agreed with Light and saw him as a god, he thinks to himself that they are all a bunch of hopeless fools, which is ironic because the one person who had always thought of Light as a god is the exact definition of what a hopeless fool is. By the time Light met Nier, he completely dismisses him as a threat, far inferior to L and someone not even worthy of wearing the mask of L. It is because of this dismissal of Nier that allows Light to be mentally humbled in various ways by him. Upon hearing his speech, Nier calls Light nothing more than just a crazy serial killer. Light Yagami, a man who had to do all sorts of mental gymnastics with the world's greatest ever detective and multiple gods of death, is being simplified down to a crazy serial killer. And how could he argue? He lost the game. All he says in response is, "No, I am the icon of justice," humbled by a child who doesn't even know how to fly on an aeroplane by himself. If Light lost to L, there's a part of him that would have understood, and eventually accepted that he lost to the world's greatest ever detective, but losing to Nier is something that he just couldn't comprehend. Nier, by his own admission, isn't special, and so he holds up the Death Note, the spotlight being on the most dangerous weapon of mass murder in the history of mankind, not Light himself. The true evil comes not from Light, but from the Notebook. The power to end human life can only be used to cause harm upon others, as pointed out way back by Soichiro in chapter 22. If this were L's victory instead of Nier's, Light would lose, sure, but he would get nowhere close to the humbling he does in this moment. Light believed himself to be a god, even more so than actual gods. It takes the most intellectual minds he's ever known to even pose a challenge to him. Nier defeats Light, and without actually saying this, implies that he himself is worse than L in every aspect. He is not as experienced a detective, and still has much to learn about life. However, it was still enough to defeat Light Yagami, because Light Yagami is not special, nor a god. That is Nier's viewpoint, and to be fair, Light losing wasn't entirely his fault, but in the end, it is the results, and that is the only thing that matters. Chapter 106. Intent to Kill. It was Nier's belief that, in the end, Light was nothing more than a deranged criminal. Despite all he had accomplished, he himself was not special. It was the Death Note that made him appear special. This is Nier's opinion and probably the most objective outlook on the Kira case. Wami's house had always been the contingency plan for if ever a case led to the death of L, and now Nier takes the deserved title of L for himself. As the story flows, you see a progression in Light from this innocent young man in chapter 1 to this corrupted soul in chapter 106, and it's illustrated extremely well by Obata. These are noticeably the same characters, but at the same time, not. As Light is alone with nobody on his side, the panels continue showing his watch, where he would always hide a piece of the Death Note for extreme circumstances. Nier does not intend to kill Light. This had always been a game to him, and now that it's over, he will simply confiscate the Death Note and Kira will disappear, and become a myth of the past. The only intention is for Light to be imprisoned, and for what you would assume to be a lifetime sentence, and so Light believes his only option is to kill Nier. This was a massive mistake, and something that he did not need to do. Deep down, Light had been crushed, defeated and humbled by Nier, so the only thing his mind can think of to get out of the situation is more murder. Again, Light did not need to do this, and is the first time we see him make consecutive mistakes one after the other, leading to his eventual downward spiral into death. He intends to write Nier's name inside the paper in his watch, and gives himself about 1 second to actually pull this off. This is no doubt a foolish act by Light. What would happen if Nier dies? There are 8 other people in the warehouse, all equipped with firearms that know the truth as well. Even if he did write down the name of Nate River, there's nothing good that would come from it. He would have just committed another act of murder in front of the very people who were defending him for years. With Matsuda still in shock on the ground at this entire situation, Light makes an attempt to write Nier's name, only to be shot in the hand by the person who had been loyal to him since the very beginning. Matsuda never trusted Nier. He always sided with Light. Having seen how corrupt and warped by delusions of grandeur Light truly was, Matsuda shows no hesitation in protecting the leader of the SPK, signifying that now all members of the task force side with Nier, and Light has no one by his side. With a look of devastation and tears in his eyes, Matsuda gives Light one last chance to answer. What was all of this for? The investigation, and your father? Light had completely detached. Dad, he questions? Are you talking about Soichiro Yagami? Light had given Matsuda the wrong answer. Not focused at all on the question itself, he gives a weak response, stating that Overly earnest people with a strong sense of justice like him always end up the loser. Even Matsuda could see that Light had directly led his own father to an early grave, and Light is not taking this question seriously at all, making yet another attempt to finish writing Nate River in the Death Note, this time with his own blood. All the moments they shared, working together on the most important case in all of human history, Matsuda unleashes fury upon Light, screaming out that he has to kill him and that, quote, "this guy has got to die." Matsuda came within seconds of truly ending the Kira case. It is from this moment onwards that Light is drawn to be just as, if not more unhinged than even Mikami, and just completely changes how you view his character if you've only seen the adaptation. In the manga, Light is on the ground and from all viewpoints looks pathetic. He screams out to Mikami to write their names down. He is becoming delusional to the situation he is in. It is at this point that Mikami denounces Light as not a god, but instead just scum who ruined his life. Aizawa and the remaining task force approach Light Yagami to arrest him as Kira, the mass murderer. However, Light resists, rolling around on the floor calling out to all the past people he had manipulated to get him where he is today, crawling around asking for Misa to help even though she's not there, and once again, look at how Obata is drawing this man's face. Light is finished, and he's panicking in a way he had never done before. All composure is lost, and it is now evident from the way he is acting. The reign of Kira is finally over. Chapter 107. Curtain. It had been quite the journey for Light Yagami, and one thing you can certainly say about the man is that his life was definitely not boring. In the moment laying down, bleeding out inside the Yellow Box warehouse, does he ever regret picking up the Death Note? Well, not in the manga. The anime and manga have two completely separate endings, and I actually like both, as there are many ways to interpret the writing of Death Note. Having two endings that evoke different emotions is fitting, but if I had to pick, the manga is my preferred ending. In the manga, Light does not stop, he does not concede, and he continues down the path of a mixture between derangement and delusion. He looks up to Ryuk, the only being in the room that could possibly save him and who's been with him longer than anyone, and requests for him to be his final lifeline. Throughout the story, Light had been shown constantly outsmarting Ryuk, showing a level of self-control and mental strength that legitimately rivaled the gods, even went beyond. All of that has disappeared once realizing defeat to Nier. People show their true selves in the moments before they believe they're about to die, and that is what is happening to Light. It is implied that Ryuk could have written the names of everyone down and it not actually extend Light's life, making it safe for Ryuk to do so without dying himself. However, he chooses not to, as Light had clearly lost, and perhaps after all these years, Ryuk was getting bored. As he is writing down the name Light Yagami in his Death Note, as he promised he would do in the beginning of the story, Light manages to get himself off the ground and charge at him in attempts to knock the notebook out of his hand. But of course, it doesn't work, and Ryuk responds by saying that he actually expected Light to get out of this one, just like he had done so many times before. By coming to him as his last resort, he must really be done for. Ryuk could see Light's remaining lifespan, and is implied by him saying he expected Light to get out of this, to still have a decent amount of time left and not die. In an alternate world, if Light had kept his composure, just like he had done so many times before, convinced Ryuk that getting caught was a part of his plan, the SBK and Task Force weren't going to execute him, simply imprison him. Light comes to the realization that he is going to die, and this is something that he does not want. It was a combination of all the events playing out in the exact manner that they did that deluded Light from his regular path of thinking clearly on this day. He is freaking out to a level that is borderline baby-like, compared to how dignified El was in accepting his fate, realizing that he probably was going to die, and if that happened, so be it. Light goes out in the most undignified way he possibly could, kicking and screaming, constantly repeating the phrase, "I don't want to die." This absolutely obliterates the cool, calm, and calculated Light that had been built up for the last 100 chapters, making him seem irredeemable to some and outlines just how weak he is staring at the face of death and without a death note. No matter what you do while you're alive, everybody goes to the same place once they die. Death is equal amongst all beings. It is with those final words from Ryuk that Light collapses to the ground and dies of a heart attack. That brings an end to the life of Light Yagami in the manga. Just like that, with no sympathy, just like each and every one of his victims, he dies in the same way and is treated no better than any of them. Light Yagami was a human only pretending to be a god, and in death finds himself equal to all those he had killed. It was made very clear that Light was acting very different from the moment he found out he lost the game. There were moments where he tried regaining composure in the "I'm Kira" speech, but that was quickly shut down and debunked by Nier apathetically. Light had not been thinking in the way he usually does. If he had accepted capture and confinement and did so in a way that made Ryuk believe this was still a part of his plan, the show would go on. There is overwhelming evidence that his lifespan actually continues beyond this point, and it was only by Shinigami intervention that he died early. If he had never spoken to Ryuk, or never reached out to him to kill everyone and be his last resort, making as much of a pathetic scene as he did, Ryuk would have no reason to actually kill Light, and naturally assume that getting caught was a part of the plan. Once caught, Light could have easily negotiated with the government of whichever country he was confined to, most likely Japan, or even waited for his cult-like following to break him out. He had a worldwide cult, a genuine religion based on what he was able to do with the Death Note. At this point of the story, public opinion is overwhelmingly in Kira, now Light's, favor. It would be almost impossible for the authorities to keep him locked up or execute him without major public outcry. The religion of Kira would not stand for their god being locked up or killed, and most likely would have led to World War IV. Oba has never made any comments about this situation, but he must have had to consider this. Deciding for Ryuk to write down Light's name is the only way to properly end the reign of Kira, but not the Death Note itself. There is still a bit more. In the anime, while going through the story of Death Note for the first time, I did feel sympathetic towards Light. The anime pushes that narrative heavily onto the viewer to picture Light as merely a victim of a Shinigami's Death Note. However, this is the main deviation. In the manga, Oba's vision, he does not leave any room for sympathy in regards to Light at all. His final moments are of fear for his own life, scrounging around this warehouse, acting desperate for someone to come down and save him from this misfortune. Light does not get forgiven. There is zero sympathy, and the ending does not leave it up for interpretation whether Light was right or wrong. He was a criminal who, in the end, felt no remorse for any of his actions. This is where the adaptation comes in and just completely redoes the tone and delivers an ending that would elicit sympathy for Light Yagami and portray him as the man that we saw back in Chapter 1 and who he was without the influence of a Death Note. The changes begin with Mikami. Instead of denouncing Light as a god and simply just being upset, in the adaptation he never does that, and is so distraught by what had happened that he kills himself with the pen that he had used to write down the names in the Death Note and bleeds out in front of everyone, allowing Light to escape the warehouse. As Light is running away from his problems, he reflects back throughout the story, the younger version of himself who first picked up the Death Note. In this moment, he feels remorse for all that had happened. Contrasting between the man he could have become without any interference from the gods of death, Light is forced to reflect on his past self. Eventually coming across an abandoned staircase, he rests there waiting for Ryuk to write down his name, in more of a stoic, composed, calm manner that Light had shown himself to be throughout the story, accepting his fate and doing the exact opposite of what he was shown doing in the manga. This ending almost purposely goes out of its way to give the viewer the opposite feeling in regards to Light. The manga shows Light dying while acting pathetic and cementing him as a deranged criminal, while the anime attempts to make the viewer feel sorry for him and have sympathy towards the main protagonist of the story, which it does a good job at doing. As we have been following this character for quite a while at this point, both endings have their place, and depending on how you interpret the character of Light and the story of Death Note, both endings are conclusive and legitimate. Originally, I found it jarring to watch Light squirm around helplessly. It's a version of him that went directly opposed to the view of the heavily convicted character I first saw in the adaptation. The anime tries to uplift the audience by showing Light to be aware of what is going on and in keeping his dignity that he had held so well throughout the story, whereas the manga gives you more of a gruesome and sorrow, but I find more realistic end to the character of Light and Kira, and implies more so that yes, in the end, even Light Yagami would find his misfortune upon writing in the Death Note. Finally, the anime adds in a scene showing the fate of all three Kiras. Mikami had ended his own life, Light had remained stoic in death and accepted that Ryuk was going to write his name down, which almost goes against the idea of him being followed by a misfortune, and Misa goes back to the original Task Force HQ, and is implied to have committed suicide as well by jumping off L's original 23-story building. Chapter 108. Finish. In the adaptation, that is where the story ends. There is no more content after the death of Light, and coming in at a total of 37 episodes, by now, the anime credits have already rolled, but there is one final chapter that takes place directly 1 year after the death of Light, that shows the world having returned to normal. Kira has become an afterthought to most people, and life continues on as it normally would, with potential criminals roaming the streets carelessly. There are some callbacks in the final chapter, as it begins with an unnamed Shinigami looking down upon the human world. The beginning and end have come full circle. An older version of the same kid who was shown being bullied at Light's high school in chapter 1 makes his second appearance in the series here at the end, upset that his father hadn't picked him up, along with a biker gang riding past as an homage to one of Light's first ever victims, Takuo Shibumaru. Both Matsuda and Ide are shown discussing the morality of if they made the right decision in capturing Light. From their perspective, they are alive. Something that would not be the case if they hadn't done what they did. as Nier takes on the position of the new L, the ending scene shows him working with the task force from time to time whenever a case appears that is relevant to Japan, having added in a new member called Yamamoto, who looks to be the standard new guy at any establishment and takes on the role of the one-sided relationship that Matsuda originally had with Light. Everyone who remains alive that was a part of the Kira investigation continues on with their lives, never forgetting the story of the man who once played God, Light Yagami. Meanwhile, the ideology and religion of Kira has not disappeared. In the mountains of an undisclosed location, hundreds of people, all wearing hoods, are gathered together by candlelight. Coming from all walks of life, different ages, races, genders, all come together and part for a woman dressed in all white. Walking to the edge of the mountain, she places down a candle and gives praise to Kira, our savior. The woman in white looks like Misa, but is actually another one of the many unnamed Kira worshippers. Misa was last seen canonically inside a hotel. The adaptation shows her getting onto a train and returning to where she first met Light and standing over the edge of a building. Misa would commit suicide on the 14th of February 2011, Valentine's Day, a date that resonates with her. Losing Light, Kira, and in her mind everything, this was her misfortune as consequence of using the Death Note. And despite Light being dead for over a year, the impact he had on the world would never be forgotten. His religion stands by him. In the end, nobody won. The most powerful ending to a story that constantly questions what is right and what is wrong, nobody wins. L could not defeat Light on his own and dies. Light never created a perfect world and ultimately dies. His father died believing the lie that his son wasn't Kira. The task force lost many members. Misa ended up living in a world without Light, alone with no purpose, and eventually ended her life. Nier and Mello lost the only person they respected. Mikami never got to see the creation of the new world. The Yagami family was told Light had been killed by Kira and never knew the reality, forever traumatized by the events of what had happened. Naomi Misoda's body was never found. Overall, the message is that nobody won. Nothing good comes from another human ending human life. The only real winner of Death Note is Ryuk, who got exactly what he wanted by watching the lesser beings fight it out all for his own amusement, thus concluding chapters 1 to 108 and the story of Death Note. Ending the story of Light Yagami and the Death Note, one thing you can say about his life is that it certainly was not boring. Dying at the age of 24, he had gone down one of the most interesting paths in fictional history and is now dead. The question remains, what happens to Light Yagami in death? Oba had stated that there was no main theme for Death Note, and when asked about if there is anything to take away from the story, the answer is, in the end, every human will die and never come back to life. So, let's give it our all while we're alive. A very Shonen Jump type answer, and implies that Light is no different than any other human being. In death, he would be treated the same as everyone else and receive no special treatment just because he wrote a few names down in a notebook. However, as there were two different endings, what happens to Light after death in the adaptation can be interpreted differently than how Oba and Obata originally intended. Studio Madhouse was the animation studio that adapted Death Note into a show, quickly becoming one of their most recognizable and greatest ever brands. They left room for a lot more theory as to the post-death experience of particularly Light. Just before he is about to die, in a complete 180-degree turn, he had kept his composure, accepting death, and sees visions of L before eventually passing away. In Chapter 1, or Episode 1, Light is told by Ryuk that no user of a Death Note is able to go to heaven or hell. This is a weird statement for Ryuk to make, as Oba made it clear that heaven and hell do not exist in the Death Note universe, and when all humans die, they return to a state before when they were born, nothingness as he calls it. The only worlds shown to exist are the human world and the Shinigami world, and while being the only two worlds in existence, they are linked. Light was a prolific Death Note user who was actually noticed by the Shinigami King and was allowed to continue his reign as, according to the King of the Death Gods, he was using the Death Note how it was intended and not profiting from it financially. This is interesting because it somewhat counteracts the final statement made to Light by Nier in that he was not special. Well, he had been noticed by the Divine and pretty much every other god of death, even going as far to kill the ranked 4 Shinigami and outright stated to have surpassed the gods. In this regard, Light was special, and Studio Madhouse knew this. Madhouse had released another psychological thriller anime in 2013 called Death Parade, a story specifically aimed at the afterlife, deciding whether humans go to heaven or hell. The main setting is a bar that acts as a form of purgatory for the humans who have found themselves dead. The humans who find themselves in this bar are forced into playing a set of games and challenges where the point is for the arbiter to judge their true nature and ultimately decide who goes to heaven, who goes to hell, who is sent to the void, or who is reincarnated. The humans who end up in this sort of purgatory bar are usually people who are morally grey. It focuses on similar themes to Death Note in judging who is right and who is wrong, and so on episode 11 of Death Parade, produced by the same studio as Death Note, a man appears in purgatory waiting to be judged. This man is Light Yagami. Being one of the coolest Easter eggs I've seen while having no actual relation to Death Note, in spirit Madhouse loved Light so much he appears in a completely different show that illustrates exactly what happened to him after death. This was Light's only appearance in Death Parade and did not go on to have a greater role than this, simply appearing here and that's it. Madhouse would take it even further and release 2 Death Note films that essentially recap the anime story down into a couple of hours. Throughout Death Note there had been not a lot but some implication of Death Note users going to different places after they die, something other than nothingness. The anime portrays this at the start of every episode in the second opening where Light is standing in the Shinigami realm, this being evidence to the fact that he had become more attuned to a Shinigami and acted more like a god than a human. Light is believed to have been reincarnated in the first Death Note Relight film where he himself appears as a Shinigami. Considering Madhouse had purposely inserted Light into Death Parade, a place for him to ultimately be judged and the potential for reincarnation, while completely changing the ending scene where he went out as more of a stoic, godly figure, I think it's clear to see how they interpret the story. They wanted Light to become a Shinigami. After many years, a new unnamed Shinigami goes around asking all of the other Shinigami the whereabouts of Ryuk. Being very adamant in his demands of meeting him, the unnamed Shinigami approaches Ryuk limping up a staircase, in the exact style Light had before his death. Once meeting Ryuk, he throws him an apple and requests to hear the story of Kira and his time following the human Light Yagami. If we are to believe this Shinigami is actually Light reincarnated, his statements are extremely ironic as he wants to go down to the human world completely bored of the Shinigami world. There aren't many Shinigami. Part of the reason why it's so boring is most likely due to the lack of population. Due to the human world and Shinigami world being directly linked, they are the only 2 that exist. No heaven, no hell, or afterlife. The only higher power belongs in the Shinigami realm, and so it is believed that to become a Shinigami, a human must use the Death Note, receive judgment, and then either turn into nothing, or become a Shinigami. This seems to be accurate as to what Madhouse did with their adaptation. They believed in Light, and in their interpretation did in fact view him as special, the chosen one, and did not want to see him return to nothing like every other human. And so by giving these clues as to him becoming a Shinigami, they had immortalized him, and perhaps this was Light's ultimate misfortune. You would think that he would enjoy being a Shinigami, a true god, but once again, he is bored. Coming full circle from the character in Chapter 1, Light would live out the rest of his days in solitude, alone in a realm, ending up with the same fate as the rest of the Shinigami. If this Shinigami is Light, which I do think it is, at least in the adaptation, him dying is not the misfortune. Going through eternal boredom is.
毎日毎日同じことの繰り返し。いろいろ思 すればリサはどうしただから
The Sea Kidder Story. When Death Note came out, it was revolutionary. The feeling its story gave has not been replicated in the same way since, and it is with the idea of not being replicated that inspired Sea Kidder. When Death Note ended, that was it. Having consistently stayed in the top 10 weekly Shonen Jump rankings for the majority of its run, Death Note officially concluded in May of 2006. There would go on to be multiple adaptations, parodies, live-action films that feel like parodies, but a couple of years later, in 2008, Oba and Obata would return for a single bonus chapter, often referred to as Chapter 109 or The Sea Kidder Story. Taking place 9 years after the death of L, 3 years after the death of Light, and 2 years after the final page of the manga. The bonus chapter gives a few updates to how the world of Death Note has been since the reign of Kidder, and all the historical moments that had occurred only a few years prior. Both Light and L's deaths were never made public, and Nier was able to continue the legacy of L and take the name after solving the Kidder case. Speculation over Kidder continued, some believing him to be only resting while others believed him to be gone forever. However, in early February of 2013, a sudden rise in death rate of people over the age of 60 has dramatically increased, causing Japan to go from the country with the longest life expectancy in the world down to 6th place. Kidder had returned, and instead of killing criminals, he is targeting the elderly and people who wish to die peacefully as to not endure the pain of life. This is a whole new area of morality that Oba has dived into, and will lead into a lot of interesting moments that, throughout 108 chapters of the main story, were surprisingly never brought up. So, a few years after Ryuk wrote Light's name in the Death Note and returned to the Shinigami realm, other Shinigami took interest in what Ryuk had done, and decided to try and replicate it for themselves. A theme that we're going to keep coming back to in this bonus chapter is replication. This time it would be the 9th ranked Shinigami Midora who bribes the Shinigami King with 13 apples and gets her hands on a second Death Note to drop into the human world. She wanted to be like Ryuk and have just as much fun as he did, watching over her version of Light Yagami. This person remains unnamed for the entire bonus chapter and is only referred to as Sea Kidder by Nier. Sea Kidder is notably different from Light's Kidder in that he would only go on to end the lives of people who were suffering or already in pain, pretty much ending the life of anyone who wanted to die. He did this exclusively through online forums, as this is the only image shown of him, sitting in front of a laptop screen writing down names while Midora had eaten at least 500 bananas, being the equivalent of Ryuk's apples. And it is pretty much a fact that Sea Kidder is actually just an otaku. As can be seen by the 7 anime-styled figurines around his room, he had presumably known of Kidder, and while not completely agreeing with him, he instead had his own interpretation of justice, and saw an opportunity to become his own version of Kidder and do things the way he wanted to, which was ending the life of those who wished to die. So, objectively, this man was not as bad as Light, but also not as intriguing, not as complex, not as unique, and primarily, not as special. The story cuts to a shot of a slightly older Nier who had been stacking and building cards all around this room. This would be and is representative of him building up to his career as a detective and living up to the name L. When asked about his thoughts on the possibility of a new Kidder, his focus remains on these cards, as he tells the former members of the SPK that the only thing of concern to him are ensuring that all these cards will not be knocked over, not wanting to lose his primary thought in replicating L as much as possible. And now that's number 3. Midora was replicating Ryuk, Sea Kidder was replicating Kidder, and Nier was replicating L, or at least actively trying to. The reason Nier hadn't acted on this new Kidder is because, well, that's his number 1 downfall trait, is that he doesn't act on things, but he was mainly pondering on what L would do in a situation like this. As he is the new L, he has to come up with that answer, but he wants to remain as faithful to his idol as he possibly can. A flashback ensues that confirms and is incredibly revealing as to the nature of L that we went through earlier, and a lot of that introspection comes from this chapter and self-admission from L to his future successors. L had introduced himself through his natural laptop style to all the children of Whamy's house on one occasion. It is here where he confirms that he is not a detective because of justice, but because it is more interesting and fun. L directly states, "Solving cases is my hobby. That's why I only take up cases that personally interest me. It is not about justice, and in order to solve a case, I will do anything. I'm a cheater who hates to lose." This being among the most candid L had been in relation to his actual mental state, also is what allows him to pick out Near and Mello as the only current potential successors, as after hearing the open and honest L, a lot of the children at Whamy's house actually lost respect for him, but Near did not, and liked those answers so much that L became his idol and ultimate goal in life. This being the only interaction L had with the Whamy's house orphans, he had decided that if anyone in that room at the time were to be his successor, it would either be Near or Mello, as they had been the only kids not to ask a single question and had an unpleasant look in their eye, which was something that he could relate back to himself. Near would grow up to become the new L, but still asking the question, what would L do? This respect is even further symbolized by Near's stack of cards being completed in the shape of a giant letter L once he fully understands L's mindset about how he would approach this new kidder. Near hadn't acted on this new kidder because he was thinking, what would L do? He had such a profound respect for L that he will not act out of place even from 9 years after he had died. At the end of Death Note, Matsuda has a theory that Near had actually cheated by using the Death Note he had in his possession to control Mikumi's actions before death, and did not actually outsmart his way to a victory in a fair way against Light. L had also stated prior that he would go as far to cheat to solve a case, and that's something that Near might have taken into consideration. This idea of Near cheating did have some legs for a while, as not only had it been pointed out in the absolute final chapter, Obata himself had stated in a guide that Near cheats, seemingly confirming it to be true, in that Near had actually used the Death Note to ultimately defeat Light and win the game. This was ultimately debunked, as you cannot manipulate someone with Shinigami eyes with the Death Note, and Near never finds his misfortune. This closing statement from Matsuda is not how Near won. The rivalry between L and Kidder is heightened to a global scale. The world becomes aware of this battle, and it is made known to everyone that this is something that requires absolute attention and consequence, which is fair. However, this rivalry boosts the already huge ego of Light and only confirms to him the battle of God versus the world's smartest mind. L states many times that he would be willing to give up his own life to solve the Kidder case. This only glorifies and idealizes him in the minds of the public and results in a lot of the characters we see in the second half of the story, including Mikumi, Takeda, and all of the other unnamed Kidder worshippers. A bit of it was because of L. And so now that there was a new Kidder on the scene years after the death of Light, how would Near go about handling it? Well, by basically calling the rivalry between Light and L special, and whoever this Kidder is less than the original. The C in this Kidder stands for Cheap Kidder. C Kidder had become a vacuum to not only the sick and elderly people wanting a peaceful end to their life, but literally everyone. Hordes of people are jumping over each other to get a peaceful suicide. It is one of the darkest scenes in any Death Note related material, and as you see dozens of people collapse at the request of their own suicide, C Kidder had officially announced his presence to the world, in the same way Light did when he killed Lindell Taylor. This time, however, Near, under the name of L, appears on broadcast to make a statement. After completing this insane memento to L, Near had uncovered what the original L would have done in this situation and decides that C Kidder was just a killer without a purpose, and as such labels him Cheap Kidder. He had zero interest in this criminal and will not undergo an investigation in a case he has no interest in, which is exactly what L would have said. This completely destroys the mental side of C Kidder. after hearing this from what he thought to be L, it is said that his face just turns completely white, and then he began staring at a wall for 3 days. Then, all of a sudden, he just started screaming, and just like all of his victims, he writes his own name in the death note and commits suicide. Returning Midora back to the Shinigami world, upset that she couldn't replicate the fun that Ryuk had found. It takes a strong mind to use the Death Note. A human must endure emotions to a godlike level to simply be able to not go insane. Midora took control of a weak-willed human being, showcasing once again the uniqueness of Light Yagami. And so, for 12 years, that was all of Death Note. Every piece of the manga, the timeline, and the story of what would happen if a bored high school/college student gained godlike power. After the Sea Kidder story and bonus chapter for Death Note, there would be an equivalent real-world time skip of over a decade until another human would receive the Death Note. During this time, the franchise would go on to inspire live-action films, TV adaptations, musicals, and a total of 3 officially licensed video games that released on the Nintendo DS from 2007 to 2008. Death Note Kidder Game, Death Note Successors to L, and L the Prologue to Death Note. These were actually pretty fun games, where you could take on the role of L or Kidder and try to deduce for yourself who Kidder is or who L is depending on who you decide to be. It's a shame these games never saw an English release. Death Note generally would be hard to replicate in all adaptations outside the anime and manga, video games included. Light did appear in Jump Force and various other Jump titles as more of a support character. However, unofficially, in 2018, the world would receive the Death Note game that is the most Death Note-like experience to date, a spiritual successor called Among Us. Personally, I think the only way to do a Death Note game justice would be to do a narratively driven, Telltale-style choose-your-own-adventure where your actions impact the outcome of the story-type game. As for the live adaptation of Death Note in 2017, it's not even something worth talking about. The A Kidder story. In February of 2020, Oba and Obata returned for a sequel to Death Note that takes place immediately after the Sea Kidder story. With Ryuk hungry for more apples and the absolute failure of Sea Kidder, he sets out to find another human who is as smart as Light Yagami to use the Death Note long enough to get more apples and be entertained once again. Introducing Minoru Tanaka, the newest main character to take on the role of Kidder in a modern setting. Minoru is a 14-year-old middle schooler who scored 142 on an IQ test, making him, quote, the smartest middle schooler in all of Japan, and how Ryuk found out about him, as Light was also considered the smartest college student in Japan. Minoru and Light are two very different people. Despite Minoru's naturally high intelligence, he doesn't actually do that well at school and receives fairly low grades. However, at around 14 years old, his IQ was measured at 142, which is extremely notable and why Ryuk had chosen him as somewhat of a successor to Light. Ryuk was not subtle about this at all. Compared to when he dropped the notebook in the human world in chapter 1 of Death Note, anyone could have picked it up. It just so happened to be Light who was the best candidate of all time. This time though, after sitting around in the Shinigami realm for a couple of years, he wants to do it again. Round 2. Coming down and directly dropping the notebook on Minoru's head, there's a small bit of confusion at first when Ryuk sees how low Minoru's grades actually are. He was looking for someone smart, and so he asks him if he is an idiot. Minoru is completely freaked out by Ryuk at first, as any normal person naturally is. But he has some interesting things to say about intelligence and how, while he doesn't consider himself an idiot, scoring high on a middle school IQ test doesn't prove much other than that he watches a lot of shows about IQ diagnostics and knows specifically about how IQ tests work, and overall is not a good gauge of intelligence. The people who are truly smart are solving problems that pertain to the future. Any teacher who says scoring high on an IQ test makes you smart is the idiot. Ryuk is satisfied enough with Minoru's responses and follows him home to personally hand him the Death Note, and lays out the exact history that this notebook had been through, especially in recent times. There's a lot of new material that really expands and shows how much Light impacted the world. Upon receiving Kidder's Death Note, Minoru is blown away at the fact that he is now holding in his hands The Kida's Notebook, the same power that ended wars and greatly reduced crime. Despite being very young around the time of Kida's original reign, he knows everything about him and states that they even teach about Kida in schools and even specifically studied him in world history. In ethics, they taught that Kida was pure evil, and in world history he was described as a mass murdering terrorist who ranks among the worst in recent history. This was the publicly accepted view of Kida. However, as we've seen, there's also just as many people who grew to accept Kida and believed him to be a god. Ryuk doesn't give away everything about the original Kida, such as Light's name or anything that would reveal his identity, but he tells him everything about how the Death Note works. Minoru seems indifferent about the morality of Kida, not really caring whether he was right or wrong, but upon hearing the story is very impressed with how smart Kida must have been to get away with it under the microscope for almost a decade. However, stating that those same tactics employed by Light in the early 2000s would never work in the modern day. It's a completely different world with cameras around every corner, inside trains, cars, and buses. If Light was around today, he would have had to think of an entirely different strategy to get around the FBI agents, which Minoru actually thinks the original Kida would have been more than capable of. Once done telling the story of the original Kida, Ryuk looks over to Minoru and asks, "Can you do that?" To which Minoru has this look on his face that he in fact does not want to go down the same path as Light. This is a character who grew up under the world of Kida, reading about him from a young age and understood that if a person was behind those actions, it was evil. Ryuk was attempting to turn Minoru Tanaka into Light Yagami 2.0, which he absolutely does not want. However, the Death Note itself holds the key to solving a lot of problems in his life, and he will not let this opportunity pass by. Minoru wants to use the Death Note in objectively the right way. Ending human life being the only capability of the Death Note, he has to think of the right answer to give Ryuk. Minoru is a character more interested in just living a normal life, over the poetic ideals of justice that Light had convinced himself into believing. He just sits there and thinks in his room, with Ryuk standing behind him without saying anything for hours, and ultimately decides to relinquish ownership of the Death Note for 2 years, and so when 2 years passes, Ryuk is to come back to him and return the Death Note to his possession. Hesitantly, Ryuk agrees to these terms, and 2 years later would return to Minoru Tanaka exactly under the guides he had promised. Minoru is no longer in middle school and is now closer to Light's age when he found the Death Note in high school. For the past 2 years, he had wiped his mind of the Death Note and everything related to it, to suddenly regain possession 2 years later while in high school. This was done so he could open up his own bank account. Minoru Tanaka will not use the Death Note himself, but instead plans on opening up a global auction and selling it to the highest bidder. This is insane. We've come a long way from when the Death Note was this mysterious item that was being hidden away for only Light to know about, to now going as far to make it public knowledge for the world. This truly is Endgame Death Note. Minoru takes the meta of being Kida to a whole new level and in some ways accomplishes more than even Light. Sakura TV returns for yet another appearance, and Ryuk is actually compelled by Minoru and does as he asks, by which he holds up a note that appears floating in mid-air during a live broadcast that reads, "The power to remotely kill people as used by Kida is being put up for auction. If you want to buy it, use the hashtag #PowerOfKida on Twitter and indicate your bid amount in American dollars." Nice to know that Twitter also exists along with Google in the Death Note verse, but that is how Minoru intends to get the message out and sell the Death Note. This way it cannot be traced back to him, and the only people who would be able to see Ryuk holding up this piece of paper are certain members of the Japanese task force and Nier. Even still, Minoru remains untraceable. Of course, previous members of the original Kida case notice Ryuk, and this causes somewhat of a panic from Matsuda as he indirectly leads to validating these seemingly speculative claims of buying Kida's power by announcing himself as someone who once worked on the original Kida case. Directly after this relatively niche announcement that easily could have been faked or a scheme by the broadcasting network, people took to bidding for the power of Kida with only a few $1,000,000. This actually poses an interesting in-series question. What is the Death Note actually worth? Eventually, as this becomes a more serious auction in the minds of humanity, nation-states and governments would begin bidding in the hundreds of billions range, but to be honest, even that seems low. This is the power to control life itself, and not something that can reasonably be measured through any form of currency. It would be like saying, how much is life itself and the power to control others worth? Well, clearly to some people it's worth a couple of million, to others it's worth everything they own. As Minoru isn't actually using the Death Note to kill anyone, he isn't committing any crimes. However, he is selling the most dangerous and illegal weapon to the highest bidder. This would fall under some other category that doesn't really matter. The story shows a much older Nier and how he has progressed as the current L. He has hair down to his ankles, but he is still very much alive, and unsurprisingly has a lot to say about this situation, but will go on to do absolutely nothing about resolving it. He recognizes Minoru as intelligent, certainly more so than Seikira, but as he isn't really doing anything, Nier decides to wait and see who actually ends up buying the Death Note. After Matsuda had revealed the auction to be valid, the max bid has gone up to over $300 billion. This is a higher amount than any individual human has at the time, and is now believed to be a group of people acting together. This auction is getting so much recognition globally that Minoru has to tell people not to bother with the hashtags anymore, and exclusively go with government official statements on how much they would pay to buy it. But at this point, all Nier can do is sit back and watch, as he doesn't have anywhere close to as much of an interest in stopping this compared to his personal disdain for light and ambition in catching him. One of Nier's biggest traits is his inability to act, and this is what he does for the entirety of this story, sitting around pondering ideas, correct ideas, but he would never do anything about it, unlike L would have, or even Mello, who would have acted to the absolute extreme. Nier does not act. As expected, the United States declares that they are willing to buy the power of Kira for $500 billion, still kinda low in my opinion. Then China comes out and say they'll buy it for $1 trillion, still kind of low. But along with their offer, they state that they will only use it for peaceful ends, to which the United States instantly responds back with an offer of $2 trillion and state that they will never use it for world peace. This actually somewhat irritates Minoru, as he is perceptive enough to see through governments and politicians, and so instead of accepting those bids, he just leaves a message saying any world leader bidding must name a price only, no other nonsense. Pretty based. Eventually, days go by and the bid only goes higher and higher between China and the United States. Minoru has just been silently watching, trying not to think about how well his plan is coming together. The question most people have at this point, Nier especially, is how the person who set this up is going to receive the money. A simple bank account would be easily traceable, and even opening up multiple bank accounts would eventually be traced back to him with the amount being deposited. Everything was going a bit too well for Minoru. He had caught the attention of the most powerful being in the verse, and some deities had a problem with what he was doing. During the night, while he is asleep, the second-rank Shinigami, the king's right-hand man, comes down to the human world to tell Ryuk that the king is calling and that he must leave Minoru immediately. This is something that had never happened with Light, as he was actively using the Death Note the way the ideal Shinigami would have. The king let Light continue for as long as he liked. However, the events that had taken place with Minoru were just insane, putting the Death Note on showcase for the entire world to watch as the United States and China bid in the trillions of dollars for the power. This goes against what the Shinigami King believed the Death Note should be used for, and since Minoru never had any intention of writing in the notebook, a new rule is added in purely because of what is happening in this story. The United States and China end up in a massive bidding war to own the power of the Death Note. The USA eventually ends up winning with a bid of 10 trillion USD, which is a lot of money and goes way over the United States budget, but for something like the Death Note, still seems kind of cheap. So the question is, what is Minoru going to do with this money? Had he been acting completely in self-interest as Nier had expected? If so, this would present a moment to catch him in the act. However, Minoru is not a criminal, and he intends to share the wealth evenly across his country. He instructs these funds to be deposited equally into every person with a Yotsuba Bank of Japan savings account who is aged 60 or under, which is an important distinction. This ultimately injects trillions of dollars into the accounts of the average households in Japan, and suddenly every person in Japan becomes extraordinarily wealthy. That was Minoru's plan all along. He had managed to find a way to positively affect people without actually writing any names down, not even once. We had seen others attempt to use the Death Note for financial gain, primarily the 8 members of Yotsuba and Higuchi. However, they were actively writing down names and even took the deal with the Shinigami Eyes, and clearly not the same as this. Minoru is the only one to have seemingly affected his country in an outwardly positive way. He did this without being suspected once by Nier, and is only complimented by how clever he had been to not leave any trails to get caught. For the first time since becoming L, Nier must admit defeat, as in this case, his weaknesses were overtly highlighted. Minoru gives the Death Note back to Ryuk and tells him to never show up around him ever again for any reason, as he wishes to forget all of this and live a long and happy life. Minoru Tanaka does not want anything to do with the misfortune the Death Note has to offer, and so Ryuk obliges and goes ahead and gives the notebook to the current United States President, who is based on the real-world equivalent at the time. However, since the sale of the Death Note, the rules have changed due to the Shinigami King not liking how Ryuk went along with this human who was trying to sell the Death Note. The new rule is, the human who participates in the buying and selling of the Death Note shall die. The seller will die when they receive the money, and the buyer will die when they receive the Death Note. This means the United States President has to make a decision whether to accept the notebook and die on the spot and have the next person who walks in find it, or reject it and act as if he isn't using it publicly out of preserving world peace. It's an easy decision for the standing president, as Ryuk has made him aware of the rules. He chose to live. On the other side of the world, however, Minoru was not made aware of this new rule and had already accepted the money. This leads to him dying of a heart attack and Ryuk writing his name on the same page he did Light Yagami. Even Minoru Tanaka, who was objectively good and never once wrote in the Death Note, met his misfortune by the Shinigami King, who had to add in a new rule to keep the idea of the human who uses the Death Note to any extent at all will come across their misfortune. His plan was perfect, he made zero mistakes, and is the most reasonable character I have seen in Death Note throughout this video. He had died because the Shinigami King, who was stated to have immeasurable intelligence, inquisitiveness, empathy, initiative, did not foresee an event like this ever happening. In the end, Kida becomes the god for all those who live in Japan aged 60 and under. Minoru isn't around long enough to see the lasting effects his action had on a global economy. Overnight, Japan's economy was booming, while the United States was left in even more debt. Simultaneously, anyone who did not have a Yotsuba registered bank account will now live in crushing poverty along with anyone aged over 60, requiring all the elderly to re-enter the workforce and driving up the price of wages to astronomical levels. In reality, this sort of scenario would likely cause the Japanese economy to collapse into a deep depression, which would take multiple decades to fully recover from. So in reality, Minoru's plan would lead to short-term gain for millions of people across the nation of Japan, but brutal, soul-crushing, long-term pain for the United States and likely the rest of the planet. In a world able to be controlled by the forces of the divine, while intelligence reigns supreme in the human world, the Shinigami King reigns above all, stated as having an incomprehensible appearance, immeasurable intelligence, now making an example of Minoru Tanaka by adding in a new official rule. He is the most powerful character in the Death Note verse, and has jurisdiction over all regulation of what can and cannot be done. The sovereignty of the Death Note belongs to the Shinigami King. This is where the story of Death Note ends. And now that really was everything. If there is ever any more Death Note manga content, I may have to come back to this, but for now, and for the foreseeable future, that is every main storyline Death Note has to offer, in some detail. My history with Death Note was never really this in-depth. It is one of the few other animes that I have seen, but I found myself year on year just going back to it consistently because one of the biggest wants coming out of finishing Death Note is the want and desire for more Death Note. The story of Light Yagami and Death Note is finished, but as we just saw with Minoru Tanaka, there can be more people. In a lot of ways, the 2020 one-shot was even better than a majority of the main Death Note story. It was solid all the way throughout, and maybe that is just because it was an 80-page one-shot, but still, there was no Light Yagami, there was no L, there was a Ryuk, which helped, along with an older Nia, so some familiar faces, but generally, I have a hard time seeing more official Death Note manga content, especially with how they ended in 2020. Having the whole world know and bid for the Death Note, and then the Shinigami King coming in and changing rules, having been made to look like an absolute fool, it loses a bit of its mysticism that the original Death Note always had. It wouldn't be as intriguing or mystical or anything like the original series was, so bringing back a story like Death Note and having it be good would be difficult to live up to the original. Anyway, here are all the rules of the Death Note. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. The note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing his or her name. If the cause of death is written within the next 40 seconds of writing the person's name, it will happen. If the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. After writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. This note shall become the property of the human world once it touches the ground. The owner of the note can recognize the image and voice of the original Shinigami. The human who uses this note can neither go to heaven nor hell. If the time of death is written within 40 seconds after writing the cause of death as a heart attack, the time of death can be manipulated. The person in possession of the Death Note is possessed by a Shinigami until they die. If a human uses the note, a god of death usually appears in front of him or her within 39 days after he or she uses the note. Gods of Death, the original owners of the Death Note, do not do, in principle, anything which will help or prevent the deaths in the note. A God of Death has no obligation to completely explain how to use the note or rules which will apply to the human who owns it unless asked. A God of Death can extend their own life by putting names in their notebook, but humans cannot. The human who becomes owner of the Death Note can, in exchange for half of his or her remaining life, get the eyeballs of a Shinigami, which will enable him or her to see a human's name and remaining lifespan when looking through them. A Shinigami cannot be killed even if stabbed in the heart with a knife or shot in the head with a gun. However, there are ways to kill a God of Death which are generally not known to the Gods of Death. The conditions for death will not be realized until it's physically possible for the human or is reasonably assumed to be carried out by that human. The specific scope of the condition for death is not known to the Shinigami either, so you must examine and find out. One page taken from the Death Note, or even a fragment of the page, contains the full effects of the note. The instrument to write with can be anything: blood, cosmetics, anything. Even the original owners of the Death Note, Shinigami, do not know much about the note. You may also write the cause and or details of death prior to filling out the name of the individual. Even if you do not actually possess the Death Note, you can still use it if you can recognize a name and face. The Death Note will not affect those under 780 days old, which is about 2-year-old babies. The Death Note will be rendered useless if the victim's name is misspelled 4 times. Suicide is a valid cause of death. Whether the cause of an individual's death is either suicide or an accident, if that death leads to the death of more than intended, the person will simply die on the spot of a heart attack. This is to ensure that other lives are not influenced. Even after the individual's name, the time of death, and the condition on the Death Note were filled out, the time and condition of death can be altered as many times as you want, as long as you change it within 6 minutes and 40 seconds from the time it was filled in. Whenever you want to change anything written on the Death Note, within 6 minutes and 40 seconds after you write it, you must first rule out the characters you want to erase with 2 straight lines. The time and condition of death can be changed, but once the victim's name has been written, the individual's death can never be avoided. If you lose the Death Note or have it stolen, you will lose its ownership unless you retrieve it within 490 days. If you have traded the eye power with the God of Death, you will lose the eye power as well as the memory of the Death Note once you lose its ownership. At the same time, the remaining half of your life will not be restored. You may lend the Death Note to another person while maintaining its ownership. Subletting it to yet another person is possible too. The borrower of the Death Note will not be followed by the God of Death. The God of Death always remains the owner of the Death Note. When the owner of the Death Note dies while the note is being lent, its ownership will be transferred to the person who is holding it at that time. If the Death Note is stolen and the owner is killed by a thief, its ownership will automatically be transferred to the thief. When the same name is written on more than 2 Death Notes, the note which was first filled in will take effect, regardless of the time of death. If writing the same name on more than 2 Death Notes is completed within 0.06 seconds, it is regarded as simultaneous. The Death Note will not take effect and the individual written will not die. The Shinigami must at least own 1 Death Note. That Death Note must never be lent to or written on by a human. Exchanging and writing on Death Notes between Gods of Death is no problem. If a Shinigami decides to use the Death Note to benefit and favor an individual's life that will extend it, the God of Death will die. The dead Shinigami will disappear, but the Death Note will remain. The ownership of this Death Note is usually carried over to the next God of Death that touches it, but it is common sense that it is returned to the Shinigami King. Only by touching each other's Death Note can human individuals who own the Death Note in the human world recognize the appearance and voice of each other's God of Death. By possessing the Death Note, an individual gains the ability to kill and stops being a victim. From this point, a person with the Death Note cannot see the lifespan of other Death Note owners, including him or herself. The God of Death must not tell humans the names and lifespans of individuals he sees. This is to avoid confusion in the human world. It is a prerequisite for the Death Note used in the human world that a living God of Death makes sure that the humans in the human world use it. It is very difficult to consider that a God of Death who has possessed a human could die, but if he should die, the Death Note that he had brought into the human world will not lose its power. In order to see the names and lifespans of humans by using the eye power of a God of Death, the owner must look at more than half of that person's face. When looking from top to bottom, he must look at least from the head to the nose. If he looks at only the eyes and under, he will not be able to see the person's name and lifespan. Also, even though some parts of the face, for example the eyes, nose, or mouth, are hidden, if he can basically see the whole face, he will be able to see the person's name and lifespan. It is still not clear how much exposure is needed to tell the name and lifespan, and this needs to be verified. If the above conditions are met, names and lifespans can be seen through photographs and pictures, no matter how old they are, but this is sometimes influenced by the individual's size. Also, names and lifespans cannot be seen by face drawings, however realistic they may be. Those with the Shinigami eyes will have the eyesight of over 3.6 in human measurements, regardless of their original eyesight. The individuals who lose ownership of the Death Note will also lose their memory of the usage of the Death Note. Whenever an individual with ownership of more than 2 Death Notes loses possession of one of the Death Notes, he will not be able to recognize that Death Note's Shinigami appearance or voice anymore. The God of Death himself will leave, but all the memories involving the Death Note will remain, as long as he maintains ownership of at least one other Death Note. The God of Death must not stay in the human world without a particular reason. The Death Note must not be handed to a child under 6 years of age, but Death Notes that have been dropped into the human world and are a part of the human ecosystem can be used upon humans of any age with the same effect. If you just write "die of accident" for the cause of death, the victim will die from a natural accident after 6 minutes and 40 seconds from the time of writing it. Even though only one name is written in the Death Note, if it influences and causes other humans that are not written in it to die, the victim's cause of death will be a heart attack. If you write "die of disease" with a specific disease's name and the person's time of death, there must be a sufficient amount of time for the disease to progress. If the set time is too tight, the victim will simply die of a heart attack. If you write "die of disease" for the cause of death, but only write a specific time of death without the actual name of disease, the human will die from an adequate disease, but the Death Note can only operate within 23 days. This is called the 23-day rule. You cannot kill humans who are 124 or over with the Death Note. You cannot kill humans with less than 12 minutes left to live. The names you will see with the Shinigami eyes are the names needed to kill that person. You will be able to see the name even if that person wasn't given one. The number of pages in the Death Note will never run out. If a person loses possession of a Death Note, they will not recognize the Shinigami by sight or voice anymore. If, however, the owner lets someone else touch his Death Note from that time on, that person will recognize the God of Death. In accordance with the above, the human who touched the Death Note and began to recognize the God of Death's sight and voice will continue to recognize it until that human actually owns the Death Note and subsequently loses possession of it. The owner of the Death Note cannot be killed by a Shinigami who is living in the Shinigami world. A Shinigami who comes down to the human world in the objective to kill the owner of the Death Note will also not be able to do so. Only a God of Death that has passed on their Death Note to the human is able to kill said human. If a Death Note user accidentally misspells a name 4 times, that person will become free from being killed by the Death Note. However, if they intentionally misspell the name 4 times, the owner of the Death Note will die. The person whose name was misspelled 4 times on purpose will not be free of death by the Death Note. There are male and female gods of death, but it is neither permitted nor possible for them to have sexual relations with humans. The gods of death can also not have sex with each other. When regaining ownership of the Death Note, the memories associated with the Death Note will also return. You will lose memory of the Death Note when losing its ownership, but you can regain this memory by either obtaining the ownership once again by touching it. This can be done up to 6 times. If the 6 times are exceeded, the person's memory of the Death Note will not return and they will have to use it without any previous memory. Humans that have traded for the Shinigami Eye power will not be influenced by the Death Note. Humans that have the Shinigami Eyes cannot see the names or lifespans of humans that have already passed away by looking at their photos. Whenever a God of Death who had been in the human world dies and the Death Note is left behind and picked up by a human, that person becomes the owner. However, in this case, only the human that can recognize the God of Death and its voice is able to see and touch this Death Note. It is very unlikely, but if by any chance a Shinigami picks up the Death Note, that God of Death becomes the owner. It is useless to try and erase the names written in the Death Note with an eraser. The use of the Death Note in the human world sometimes affects other human lives or shortens their original lifespan, even though their names are not actually written in the Death Note itself. In these cases, no matter the cause, the God of Death sees only the original lifespan and not the shortened lifespan. If a Death Note is owned in the human world against the God of Death's will, that God of Death is permitted to stay in the human world in order to retrieve it. As long as the Shinigami has at least once seen a human and knows his or her name and lifespan, the God of Death is capable of finding that human from a hole in the Shinigami realm. There are laws in the Shinigami realm. If a God of Death should break the law, there are up to 9 levels of severity starting at level 8 and going up to level 1, plus the extreme level. For severity levels above 3, the gods of death will be killed after being punished. For example, killing a human without using the Death Note is considered an extreme level punishment. Shinigami will not die from lack of sleep. Moreover, gods of death do not really need sleep. The meaning of sleep for gods of death is essentially different from humans and is mere laziness. Only 6 Death Notes are allowed to exist at a time in the human world. This means only 6 Shinigami that have passed on their Death Note to humans can stay in the human world. One God of Death is allowed to pass on Death Notes to only 3 humans at a time. It is possible for a single Shinigami to hand out up to 6 Death Notes, for example by handing 3 humans 2 Death Notes each. In other words, one human could own all 3 Death Notes. However, if a 7th Death Note is owned by a human in the human world, nothing will happen even if used. The Death Note will not take effect if you write a specific victim's name using several different pages. But the front and back of the page is considered as one page. For example, the Death Note will still take effect if you write the victim's surname on the front page and given name on the back. By manipulating the death of another human that has influence over another human's life, that human's original lifespan can sometimes be lengthened. If a Shinigami intentionally does the above, manipulation to effectively lengthen a human's lifespan, the God of Death will die. But even if a human does the same, the human will not die. In the Death Note, you cannot set the death date to longer than the victim's original lifespan. Even if the victim's death is set in the Death Note beyond his or her original lifespan, the victim will die before the set time. A human death caused by the Death Note will indirectly lengthen some other human's original life without the specific intention to do so. After a god of death has brought the Death Note to the human world and given its ownership to a human, that god of death has the right to kill the human using his or her own Death Note for reasons such as disliking the owner. Even if a new victim's name, cause of death, or situation of death is written on top of the original written name, cause of death, or situation of death, there will be no effect on the original victim's death. The same thing will also apply to erasing what was written with a pencil or whitening out what was written with a pen in an attempt to rewrite it. Once the victim's name, cause of death, and situation of death have been written down in the Death Note, this death will still take place even if the Death Note or part of the Death Note in which it had been written in is destroyed. If the victim's name has been written and the Death Note is then destroyed in the middle of writing the cause of death, the victim will be killed of a heart attack within 40 seconds of writing the name. If the victim's name and cause of death have been written and the Death Note is destroyed, like burned in the middle of writing the situation of death, then the victim will be killed within 6 minutes and 40 seconds via the stated cause of death, if the cause is possible within that period of time, but otherwise the victim will still just die of a heart attack. No matter what medical or scientific method may be employed, it is impossible for humans to distinguish whether or not the human has the eye of a Shinigami. Even other gods of death cannot distinguish this fact, except for the very god of death that has traded his or her power with that human. The following situations are the cases where a god of death that has brought the Death Note into the human world is allowed to return to the world of the death gods. 1. When the god of death has seen the end of the first owner of the Death Note brought into the human world and has written that human's name on his or her Death Note. 2. When the Death Note which has been brought in is destroyed. 3. If nobody claims ownership of the Death Note. 4. If for any reason the god of death possessing the Death Note has been replaced by another Shinigami. 5. When the Shinigami loses track of the Death Note which she or he possesses, cannot identify which human is owning the Death Note, or cannot locate where the owner is, and therefore needs to find such information through the hole in the world of the Shinigami. Even in situations 2, 3, and 4 above, gods of death are obliged to confirm the death of the first owner and write that human's name in his or her Death Note, even when he or she is in the world of the Shinigami. In the world of the Shinigami, there are a few copies of what humans may call a user guidebook for using the Death Note in the human world. However, the guidebook is not allowed to be delivered to humans. It is perfectly okay for gods of death to read the guidebook for him or herself and teach humans about its contents, no matter what the contents may be. Some limited number of Death Notes have white or red front covers, but they would make no difference in their effects as compared with the black cover Death Notes. All humans will, without exception, eventually die. After they die, the place they go is Mu, nothingness. Once dead, they can never come back to life.